September 2010. Bright, gentle sunlight bathed the earth as a dark-skinned black-haired young man looking spirited despite his complexion dribbled the ball again and again through a series of training poles repeating the monotonous drill without rest. Though his steps seemed a little unsteady, the young man still executed every movement with utmost seriousness. 973. 974. He counted under his breath. As he trained, he continued counting nonstop. Meanwhile, on the sideline, a group of blonde, blue-eyed foreigners watched the lone black-haired youth pointing and gesturing as they commented about him in low voices. I don't know where that guy finds so much drive. The final assessment is coming up. He's definitely getting cut, so what's the point of all that training? Someone scoffed. Yeah, people from Yin country might be decent at table tennis, but football? He doesn't even know why he's working so hard. With no talent at all, what's the use of training? Another chimed in. A third player added, I have to admit, I kind of admire him. At least in our team, he's definitely the most diligent one. Laughter broke out as another teased, haha, Steven, don't say that. Even if he trains himself to death, he'll never have half your ability. You're the most gifted player in Dortmund U18. Who knows, you might even play in the Bundesliga this season. Exactly, Steven. When you make it to the Bundesliga and sign a professional contract, don't you dare forget us. Others echoed, yeah, don't forget us. Steven, once you sign that contract, you have to treat us, someone shouted. The blonde youth, being flattered, simply smiled without replying, yet the upward curve of his lips made it clear that the young man named Steven was very pleased. He turned his gaze back toward the trialist from Yin country. No, rather the Yin country teenager who had paid to come to Dortmund for a bit of gilding. At that moment, the Yin country youth on the pitch was still desperately practicing the simplest dribbling around poles drill. 997. 998. 999. 1000. When he finally completed the last run, the teenager stopped where he was exhausted and began to rest. Hey Sue, done already. Go bring our water over here. Seeing the Yin country teenager stop training, the group on the sideline started ordering him around again, half joking, half mocking. They knew full well he would never actually do it, yet they still joked and teased him. But as the teenager's fierce gaze swung toward them, the jeers abruptly weakened. The one who had been grinning the widest, a player named Ham, immediately shut his mouth, as if suddenly remembering something. A teammate hissed to him, Ham, are you crazy? Don't provoke that lunatic. Have you forgotten how Fries ended up in the hospital last time? Exactly. That kid plays terrible football, but his fists are pretty good. Fries and Jam couldn't stand up to that wild barrage of punches. Turns out people from Yin country really do know kung fu, another muttered. Ham, just shut up. If you get beaten later, we're not helping you, someone warned. Chastised, Ham fell instantly silent. The teenager's name was Su Bai, born and raised in Yin country. His trip to the land of the chariots had come entirely from a cooperation project organized by the Yin Country Football Association, which had selected 10 youths nationwide to travel to 10 European giants for trials. The trial period was 3 months, and their fate would rest entirely on the club's decisions. Of course, sending raw, hand-picked youngsters straight into the youth setups of football giants was nothing short of a disaster. In a training match, Su Bai had lasted less than 5 minutes before being substituted by the head coach. From basic technique to game sense, even the most elementary positioning, Su Bai, who had never undergone systematic training, was simply in a completely different league from the others. From that day on, Su Bai became an invisible man in Dortmund's U18 squad. Aside from the club still feeding him, no one spared him a second glance. Today was the final day of the 3 months. All the U18 players were waiting for their head coach to show up, give Su Bai a token appearance, and then simply announce that he was being sent home. Finished with his drills, Su Bai sat quietly at the side of the pitch, eyes closed as if he had fallen asleep. His so-called teammates glanced at him and began snickering among themselves. What none of them knew was that at this very moment within Su Bai's mind, a chime sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing 100 repetitions of the basic dribbling around poles training. The Pro Evolution Soccer system has been successfully activated. Another chime rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the beginner's gift pack. The Pro Evolution Attributes panel has been opened. Strictly speaking, the Su Bai sitting here now was no longer the original Su Bai of this world. In his previous life, Su Bai had been at home, watching the Winter Olympics. Seeing a Korean athlete penalized for a foul and sent off, he leaped up in excitement, slipped, crashed to the floor, and died on the spot. When he woke up, he had become the current Su Bai. As a transmigrator, he possessed what all transmigrators seem to have, a system. However, when the system first appeared, it was locked. It would only activate once he completed 100 repetitions of the basic dribbling around poles drill. This requirement had tormented Su Bai. For 3 months, he had trained day and night practicing nothing but that one fundamental drill. Only on this final day did he at last complete the 100 runs, and the system finally activated. In a flurry of excitement, Su Bai hurriedly opened the attributes panel. Attack 69, a ball control 64, passing 63, shooting 65, heading 68, set pieces 66, curving 66, speed 80, shot power 75, jump 74, physical contact 72, stamina 88, defense 58, tackling 65, overall rating 67, age 17. Seeing the numbers laid out before him, he could not help blurting out in his heart, "What the hell?" After reading his stats, Su Bai's heart turned ice cold. With attributes like this, he wouldn't even make the youth ranks of a Chinese Super League or China League One club, let alone Dortmund's U18. This was pure waste material. In an instant, Su Bai lost all confidence in his footballing future. Just then a prompt sounded. "The beginner's gift pack has been credited. Please check host." At that moment, the system, in a surprisingly considerate manner, seemed to be comforting him. Su Bai's mood eased a little. Right, there was still the gift pack. Perhaps once he opened it, it would grant him maxed-out attributes across the board, and then he could rampage across the world of football, trampling Ronaldo and crushing Messi underfoot. Spurred by that thought, Su Bai hurriedly clicked open the gift pack. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained one max attribute card. You may raise any single attribute of your own to the maximum level. Dizzy with a mix of excitement and disbelief, Su Bai quickly reviewed his attributes again. If he maxed out his shooting, he could truly dominate, charging forward and blasting shots at will. Thinking of this, he hastily selected the card, his focus locking onto the shooting stat. Just then, however, an interruption arrived. The head coach of Dortmund U18 had come onto the pitch. He called Su Bai's name several times, but Su Bai, head lowered, did not respond. Growing impatient, the assistant coach walked over and gave Su Bai a push. That push jolted Su Bai out of the system interface. By sheer bad luck, in that instant, his precious max attribute card missed the shooting stat entirely and was absurdly applied to his passing instead. Su Bai stared blankly at the looks directed at him from all around the pitch. At the same time, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Passing has reached the maximum value. Training points unlocked. The prompt continued. Su Bai was completely dumbfounded. He was a center forward. What on earth was he supposed to do with maxed out passing? Looking at the utterly bewildered Su Bai, Nos George's face was filled with impatience as well. To him, Su Bai was nothing but trouble the club had forced upon him. The first team had taken money from the Yen Nation Football Association, yet the task of looking after this useless player in front of him had been dumped on his shoulders. For the past 3 months, although this guy had never even made the matchday squad and had not taken part in a single training match, at the end of every month reporters would still come to shoot how beloved Su Bai supposedly was at Dortmund. It was all nothing more than superficial work orchestrated by those disgusting club businessmen who wanted to make money more easily in the Yen Nation. Although he deeply despised this talentless amateur like Su Bai, Nos George still cast a glance at the reporters by the touchline, then deliberately put on his most charming smile and said to Su Bai, "Su, your trial with our Dortmund U18 side is about to end. Today is the final trial match the club has specially arranged for you. I sincerely hope you can pass the assessment and remain in the big Dortmund family." Su Bai looked at the hypocritical head coach in front of him and smiled as well. He knew very well what his own level was. The old man was only wearing that fake-to-death smile because the reporters were here. The 3-month period had come to an end. His only hope, improving his shooting, had even been mistakenly allocated into passing. At this moment, Su Bai was surprisingly calm about it all. With the system in his body, staying at Dortmund no longer held any particular appeal. Moreover, with his explosive temper, he had already brawled with the Dortmund lads several times. Remaining here held little meaning for him now. Just then a chime rang out in his mind. System mission triggered. Within 7 days, obtain your first apprentice contract. Reward unknown. Just as Su Bai was about to walk away directly, the system unexpectedly activated. An apprentice contract. Su Bai was stunned. To be honest, with his current level, he truly had almost no hope of getting any sort of apprentice contract at Dortmund. They were clearly looking for a way to kick him out. Staring at the tempting unknown reward, Su Bai gritted his teeth and decided to stay. There was still one last match. Perhaps he could muddle through and complete the mission after all. At that moment, seeing that Su Bai actually intended to play the final match, Nos George nodded. With that level, and with so many reporters present, this young man truly knew no shame. If it were him, he would have politely declined and at least preserved some dignity. Nos George gave a subtle signal to the assistant coach. Soon the U18 players for both sides were standing on the pitch. Su Bai lined up with the rest of the team. We'll divide into Team A and Team B. Roughly the same as usual. So you go up front for Team A. As for Steven, you'll go to Team B. Nos George quickly finished assigning the teams. As U18 captain and Dortmund's prodigious striker, Steven was placed into Team B, which symbolically represented the substitute side. The players, however, felt nothing unusual about it. They all knew this was merely a performance game put on for the reporters at the touchline. Later they would just feed a few more passes to the Yen Nation kid to make it look decent, and that would be enough. After all, it was the last match anyway. Just then the starting defensive midfielder Ham, who had just been glared at by Su Bai, raised his hand. "Coach, I want to join Team B as well." Seeing Ham suddenly speak up, Nos George nodded, and then turned away toward the touchline. Ham turned his head and cast a sideways glance at Subai, then at the cameras by the pitch, and smiled. That damned kid from the Yen Nation had just embarrassed him. He would teach him a lesson out on the field later. He would let him understand that football was not something Yen Nation players could dabble in. Subai, of course, clearly understood why Ham had insisted on joining Team B. Yet since the man was openly planning to deal with him on the pitch, there was nothing he could say. Very soon the assistant coach had the two teams take their positions on opposite halves. On the sideline, Nos George watched the field expressionlessly, then nodded toward assistant coach Jeffrey. A whistle shrilled through the air. With Jeffrey's whistle, the farewell match, arranged especially for Subai, finally began. Many reporters at the touchline raised their cameras and aimed them at him. Most of these reporters had been hired locally by the Yen Nation Football Association. There was no helping it. Those officials knew perfectly well what level Subai was at. If they had invited top national sports media, those people would never have bothered to come. They still had to submit the activity's expenses in the end. Without any final footage from reporters, that would not do. So for the sake of their payment, quite a few reporters dutifully kept their lenses trained on Subai out on the pitch. Just as the Yen Nation official had told them beforehand, try to make the kid look good. These photos were going on the association's website. Yet very soon the reporters helplessly discovered that the young man from the Yen Nation was indeed playing terribly. As a striker, he knew nothing about movement. His dribbling was abysmal. In the first 5 minutes, he ran around near the penalty area like a headless fly. He was clearly not on the same level as Dortmund's academy players. Out on the pitch, Subai felt unbearably miserable. He was trying as hard as he could, yet every time his run was either a step too early or a step too late. The head coach on the sideline was signaling for the others to pass to him more often, but he simply could not get on the end of anything. After 2 glaring mistakes, Subai became nothing more than a ghost on the field. Ham, tasked with marking him for Team B, watched Subai with open mockery in his eyes. With this sort of level, and he still dreamed of staying at Dortmund. He was deluding himself. In the 6th minute, Ham stepped in ahead of Subai to intercept a diagonal pass from Team A's right winger House, then launched a long pass to the B team striker Steven, who was already accelerating upfield. Steven controlled the ball on his chest while turning sideways, and without waiting for it to drop, unleashed a thunderous volley. The ball tore through the air like a shell fired from a cannon and slammed straight into Team A's net. The assistant coach, acting as temporary referee, blew his whistle again. Team B 10, Team A. By the touchline, the reporters instinctively swung all their lenses toward Dortmund's prodigy Steven, who had just scored a brilliant goal. Subai stood desolately up front. Ham, who had delivered the long pass assist, walked past him with a cold smile. House, who had just attempted to pass to Subai, simply sighed and said nothing. That previous ball had not been a bad pass. It was entirely the Yen Nation kid who had overrun it. House shook his head helplessly and jogged back into his own half. After that, Team A began focusing on their own attacks. Subai was completely abandoned as an option. For a full 10 minutes, he did not touch the ball once. Ham, instead of marking him, simply abandoned the task altogether and pushed up to join the attack. Seeing that he was accomplishing nothing up front, Subai had no choice but to drop into midfield to help defend. On the sideline, head coach Nos George watched Subai's performance and could only shake his head helplessly. This kid truly was a talentless waste. Defensively inept as well, Subai made no impact even after moving into midfield. The reporters by the touchline, seeing that he had not touched the ball in over 10 minutes, began to feel troubled. They looked at each other in dismay. If he could not even touch the ball, how were they supposed to get any good photos? Just then on the pitch, after tirelessly harrying and pressing, Subai unexpectedly received a pass from Team A's defensive midfielder Montari. The instant the ball reached him in the center circle, it felt as if a current of electricity surged through his entire body. Pulling the ball and turning in one motion, Subai suddenly saw a bizarre scene unfold before his eyes. In that instant, it was as though countless lines appeared across the pitch before him. Each line was accompanied by a success rate index, as if calculated with perfect precision. Almost at the very moment he dragged the ball, Subai moved. His right foot struck fiercely through the underside of the ball. At once the ball took flight toward Team B's defensive half, spinning along the path of one of those lines. As it traveled, the rotation and distance combined to draw out a strange arc in the air. Like a rainbow, it sailed clean over the entirety of Team B's back line. It dropped into the space between the goalkeeper and the 2 central defenders of Team B. At the instant the ball hit the ground, Team A's right winger House appeared there as if by magic. Without even taking a touch, House pushed the ball with his right foot toward the far corner. The ball drilled viciously into the very bottom of the net. 11. Team A had pulled one back. Subai had provided the assist. Many reporters immediately swung their lenses toward him in excitement. At last they could capture a couple of usable shots. They all sighed inwardly at the boy's luck. With one random swing of his leg, he had somehow come away with an assist. Yet among the reporters, an elderly man with a head of white hair suddenly fixed a solemn gaze on the still-dazed Subai in midfield. In his eyes there was a trace of astonishment and even a hint of bafflement. Of course no one else noticed any of this. Even Dortmund head coach Nos George merely glanced at his watch in boredom. He knew exactly what level Subai was at. That pass he thought had been nothing but a fluke. The 30-minute internal training match quickly came to an end. Apart from that assist, Subai had made no contributions at all. As a forward, his 0 shots on goal came as no surprise to Norse. George offered some comforting words as he watched the members of the Dortmund U18 team leave the pitch. Feeling helpless, Subai turned back to the sidelines, silently gathering his jersey and cleats. He had carried this bag ever since coming to Dortmund. Before heading to the training ground that morning, he had already packed his passport and other essentials. The dormitory was within the club premises. It was quite a distance away, while the training ground was right at the club's entrance. Subai already knew the outcome, so he had no intention of returning to the dormitory. Just like Uncle Lee from the Football Association who contacted him, he had already purchased his flight ticket back home last night. The training ground was empty, leaving Subai all alone. He took off the Dortmund jersey he was wearing, even removing his shorts. Although he was leaving in disgrace, he felt reluctant to take anything from them. Even this jersey he couldn't be bothered to keep. Slinging his backpack over his shoulders, Subai, wearing the sneakers he brought from home, strolled away from the luxurious Dortmund club. The guard at the entrance didn't even glance at him. Subai pulled out the bread he had bought and took a big bite, enjoying it with some mineral water. Perhaps he would have felt a bit down without the system. However, ever since it activated, he had not had any worries. If Dortmund didn't want him, it was not his loss. One day he would make them regret it. But just after taking a few steps, an unfamiliar old man blocked his path. "Are you leaving already?" he asked in authentic English. Subai looked up in confusion. What? He didn't recognize this old man and found him puzzling. Not wanting to engage, Subai tried to bypass him and continued eating his bread. "By the way, would you be interested in trying out for Schalke 04? Schalke 04. Only then did Subai turn around to observe him carefully. The old man was dressed in worn clothes, but his hair was neatly combed. His shoes were polished to a shine. "What do you mean, old man?" Seeing Subai finally show some interest, the old man smiled. "Are you really going back home like this?" "What else can I do? The flight ticket is already purchased. If I'm late, I won't even make it home." "What time is your flight?" "It's at 7 in the evening." The old man checked his watch. It was already 10:50 in the morning. There's still plenty of time until 7. Why not try out for Schalke? Subai hesitated. His current focus was on his task. The reward was quite tempting. He wondered if it might be another max-level attribute card which would allow him to allocate points to the shooting value he desired most. "I don't know anyone, or will they give me a chance? And I have no money, don't expect any introduction fees. Also, don't think about taking my kidney, I know martial arts." Subai wasn't foolish. There were plenty of scammers out there who deceived young people. He didn't look as young as he appeared. In his past life, he was quite the keyboard warrior. The old man chuckled at Subai's response. "Ha, don't worry, I won't charge you anything, and I don't want your kidney. Do I look like a scammer?" "Not necessarily," the old man laughed. "My car is over there. Schalke 04 is nearby. The training session probably isn't over yet, so why not go try out?" Without caring about Subai's attitude, he turned and walked toward his old car. Subai glanced at the bread in his hand, wrapped it up, wiped his hands, and followed. For the sake of the task reward, he decided to take the plunge. If things went awry, he would knock the old man out with 2 punches first. However, once he got into the car, Subai felt relieved. There was a camera in the back of the car, and the old man's press badge was carelessly tossed on the seat. "You're a journalist?" "Well, sort of. I'm an amateur journalist and amateur scout. How should I put it? It's all amateurish." The old man pointed to the storage compartment of the passenger seat, asking Subai to open it. Inside was a scouting certificate. Subai was dumbfounded. This old man was playing the game while digging for talent right under the noses of their city rivals. Haha, being a scout is much better with a journalist's identity. Seeing the old man looking so pleased with himself, Subai felt speechless. The car moved forward slowly, just like the old man. Subai looked out the window in boredom. Having gotten used to the era of smartphones, he found it a bit uncomfortable to suddenly be in 2010. Without Douyin or live streaming, Subai's only hobby as a keyboard warrior was playing Pro Evolution Soccer games. However, at this time, Pro Evolution Soccer was still the 2010 version. Having gotten used to high-definition graphics, Subai had little interest in playing even games. "Have you always played as a forward?" Seeing Subai looking a bit bored, the old man asked. "Yes. In Yin country, I have always been a forward on our school team." Subai knew his skills were lacking. By the time he crossed over, he was already at Dortmund, and he wasn't sure why this Subai managed to be selected among the top 10. From memory, it seemed that this fellow's wealthy father had something to do with it. "No wonder you've never received any formal football training." The old man looked enlightened. His words made Subai sigh helplessly. At 18, there was little hope for basic skills. But after thinking about the system Bai perked up again. There seemed to be some training modes available that could certainly enhance his abilities. Thinking of this, Bai sat up straight with excitement. Have you thought about changing positions? How about playing as a midfielder or an attacking midfielder? The old man's suggestion made Bai feel a bit frustrated. What's so fun about passing? I just love the feeling of scoring goals, passing the ball to others so they can score, just. Suddenly Bai remembered that earlier assist. It seemed that after maxing out his passing value, his passes were different from others. Everyone said his kick was lucky, but he knew that kind of pass could be replicated infinitely. Actually, I feel you have a talent for midfield over other positions. The old man's eyes were sharp. Everyone had said Bai's previous pass was luck, but that kind of pass, that angle and technique. Who could just stumble into it? This guy wasn't lacking in skill. He was just playing in the wrong position. If he could pull off those kinds of passes, he'd be a real gem. Thinking of this, the old man excitedly pressed down on the gas. Vroom vroom. However, his old car didn't seem to appreciate such aggressive treatment, letting out a few roars without showing any signs of acceleration. In the end, the old man helplessly continued at his current speed, slowly heading toward the Schalke 04 club building. Schalke 04. Bai leaned against the car window, gazing vacantly ahead. Damn it, Harem, did you use all your strength on the woman's belly last night? Pass the ball quicker. You better run 10 laps later, you damn fool. I told you to stay wide when receiving the ball. Why the hell are you going through the middle? On the training ground of Schalke 04 U18, a burly man with a full beard was raging madly. Despite the torrent of curses from the bearded man, the players on the field behaved obediently, like quails. Talk back. No way. Who would dare to argue with the infamous coach Giles Daniel? Unless they wanted to risk their life. As the head coach of the U18 youth team, Giles Daniel had held this position for 5 years, and no one dared to utter a word against him. However, just when Giles Daniel was fuming over his players' performance, the assistant coach approached. Boss, old Jess is here. Hearing the assistant coach's words, Giles Daniel frowned. Old Jess was not just anyone. This old fellow was a renowned scout for Dortmund. He had served Dortmund for nearly 20 years, and he had brought forth more than 10 talented players. Thus, every level treated old Jess with great respect. What is he doing here? I'm in the middle of training. Boss, he brought along a black-haired Asian, probably found a genius somewhere. Asian? Giles Daniel was somewhat surprised. After all, old Jess was an experienced scout, and he generally wouldn't bring someone directly to the pitch. Originally, Giles Daniel planned to meet him later, but after some thought, he let the assistant coach show old Jess into the training ground. Giles Daniel's gaze immediately fell on Bai, scanning him from head to toe. At a height of 1.8 meters with a somewhat slender build and poor physicality, this was Giles Daniel's first impression of Bai. However, Giles Daniel didn't pay much attention, as the people from Fuso and Gorio in the Bundesliga were quite similar. Hi, Daniel, I heard you cursing from the entrance. Old Jess did not give Daniel any face. However, despite this, Daniel still extended his hand to shake with old Jess. A man who had fought for the club for 20 years deserved his respect. What brings you here? Did you bring me another genius player? You're right, give this kid a try. He was just let go by Dortmund, but we might have hit the jackpot. Old Jess then pushed Bai in front of Daniel. Hello, sir. My name is Bai from the Yen Kingdom. When Bai revealed his nationality, Daniel was somewhat surprised. He knew about players from the Yen Kingdom, especially since there was already one in the first team named Hao Juanmin, though that guy had only played a few matches. He had heard that the latter was the best player from the Yen Kingdom. This kid has good passing skills, should we let him play? Old Jess straightforwardly described Bai's strengths. However, hearing old Jess introduce him like that, Bai felt a bit frustrated. Passing. He was supposed to be a forward, not a passer. Passing. Daniel also became interested. He wasn't lacking forwards or speedy players. Honestly, he was looking for a good passer. The very player he had just cursed was his main attacking midfielder, Hiram Osh. That guy was strong physically, but his passing was truly dreadful. What position are you used to playing? Daniel asked Bai. Forward, sir. This answer made old Jess facepalm. After all the advice he had given, how could this guy still claim to be a forward? Daniel, however, laughed. You, a forward, are good at passing. Looking at Daniel's smile and thinking about the enticing rewards from the system, Bai helplessly changed his tone. Sir, actually my strongest position is in midfield. Being a forward is my dream. Daniel didn't hesitate. He called a halt to the two teams' practice match. Go, you're on the field. Hiram Osh, get off and give your vest to this kid. Looking at Hiram on the field, Daniel shouted. Hiram Osh, hearing his coach's words, quickly exited the field without a word, handing over his vest to Bai while giving him a grateful look. Bai was quite surprised. He had taken this guy's position, yet the guy looked grateful towards him. Ben, give this kid a rundown on the play style. At that moment, a handsome young man with blonde hair approached. Hello, I'm Ben K. We're temporary teammates now. Bai shook Ben K's hand. We are Team A. Do you see that big black guy up front? That's our right winger Joey Franchise, he's fast and strong. And the bald guy over there is our striker Whit Benedict. I play as the attacking midfielder, and we're in a 433 formation. I'll pass the ball to you soon, you're in charge of organizing the attack. Ben K seemed experienced, rattling off the player's characteristics and play style to Subai. Clearly Ben K understood the coach's words. It was just a simple trial match. They would see the kid's level. If he made it, someone would contact Subai, otherwise he would soon become a stranger. On the sidelines, old Jess silently watched Subai, while Daniel remained expressionless. Subai stood on the field. However, to his surprise, perhaps because he had maxed out his passing skills, he seemed to vaguely see lines and various numbers appearing around him. Was this a data visualization of passing routes? This system is amazing. With the referee's whistle, the internal training match that would determine Subai's fate began. Ben K was an old hand. He looked at his coach, wanting to quickly move on from this seemingly mediocre Yen Kingdom kid. So with the whistle blown, Ben K received a return pass from striker Whit Benedict and directly passed the ball to Subai in front of him. However, the pass was a bit too sudden. He didn't expect this Yen Kingdom kid to not even catch the ball. It wasn't that he couldn't catch it, but rather that he awkwardly let the ball roll 2 meters in front of him. What kind of garbage basic skills are these? Not only Ben K, but even head coach Giles Daniel looked utterly speechless. At the same time, he turned to look at the scout old Jess beside him. Old Jess's face was momentarily hard to hold back. However, having been through the grind at Schalke 04 for so many years, old Jess calmly turned his head. This kid is probably nervous and played a match this morning. He's probably tired. Giles Daniel smiled brightly, not saying a word. What does it mean to be tired? This clearly indicates he doesn't know how to play. This level is merely amateur. How can he play professional football? At this moment, Subai felt somewhat embarrassed. However, since he had a thick skin and a big heart, he quickly moved to regain possession. Seeing the approaching B team players, the passing lines in front of Subai turned almost entirely red. Without hesitation, Subai pulled the ball and turned. He passed the ball to the defensive midfielder behind him, Lloyd Ankiro. Lloyd Ankilio watched as Subai passed the ball to him without any additional thoughts. Ankilio passed the ball to the left back Sidney Parker. Team's attack began from the flanks. However, old Jazz was trying to maintain his composure as he continued watching the game. Did he misjudge the situation? Based on the previous performance, even old Jazz was uncertain now. Perhaps this guy really is just a beginner, and that previous play was purely by chance. But it shouldn't be. No one could get that kind of pass by luck. On the field, the match continued. Subai was darting around the midfield. To be honest, he didn't understand positioning at all. In the following 3 minutes, watching Subai struggle with even the most basic positioning, Ben Kaishi lost interest. He began his own attack. Seeing Ben Kaishi move forward, Subai followed. However, as he ran forward, he was surprised to find that the lines before him suddenly changed. Moreover, with each movement, the values on each line continuously changed. It seemed that the threat level of those passes was also fluctuating with his positioning. What? This system is too powerful. At that moment, Ben Kaishi received a horizontal pass from the left midfielder. He was preparing to lob the ball into the penalty area. But suddenly a shout echoed. Over here. The voice was somewhat unfamiliar, but soon Ben Kaishi realized it was the black-haired guy from earlier calling him. Ben Kaishi turned to look, and this guy was standing slightly behind him, waving for the ball. He had initially not planned to pass, but after thinking it over, it seemed the game was indeed to test this kid. Kaishi pushed with his left foot, passing the ball to Subai behind him. The football quickly rolled towards Subai. Daniel was somewhat surprised to see Subai actively requesting the ball. After all, from the few minutes of play, he appeared to be a complete amateur. He wasn't even among the top amateurs. Unexpectedly, he had the guts to ask for the ball, which was quite remarkable for a player from Yen Nation. He knew that even the first-team player from Yen Nation, Hao Juanmin, played timidly and never dared to ask for the ball. At this moment, the most anxious person in the entire venue was the slightly dazed old Jiaz standing on the sidelines. He estimated that this was the last chance for the Yen Nation kid. If he made another mistake, Daniel probably wouldn't have time to help him practice ball control. It was just a blink of an eye. The football rolled right in front of Subai. The B team's defensive midfielder rushed in to intercept him. But just as everyone was waiting for Subai to control the ball, Subai unexpectedly struck the football directly with the outside of his foot. However, the power was a bit weak. A shot. Daniel on the sidelines shook his head with a smile. This guy is truly an amateur. Facing the rushing defensive midfielder, and with center-backs in the penalty area, there was almost no shooting angle. Such a direct shot was a complete waste of a scoring opportunity. He turned to look at old Jaz beside him. Sure enough, watching Subai take the shot, old Jaz's face immediately showed disappointment. Perhaps it was not just disappointment, but also a hint of embarrassment. Daniel was already thinking about how to comfort old Jaz. After all, the old guy meant well, seeing the prospect actively seeking the ball. But this time he had just misjudged. Beautiful. Suddenly old Jaws in front of him jumped up like a madman. Daniel was a bit surprised. What was going on? Based on that old man's reaction, did this Yen Nation kid actually score a goal? Daniel quickly turned to look at the field. Not a goal. A pass. At this moment inside B team's penalty area, a team forward Whit Benedict was already facing the goalkeeper with the ball. No surprises here. Whit Benedict shot with his right foot to the far corner. The football rolled directly into the net. 1-0. Team A scored the first goal. The goal scorer Whit Benedict walked over to Sue Bai, who was standing at the edge of the penalty area with a broad smile. Yen Nation kid, that pass was beautiful. Not only Whit Benedict, but even Ben Kaishi, who had just passed the ball to Sue Bai, looked at him in admiration. The B team's defensive midfielder, who had just planned to intercept Sue Bai, now looked at the black-haired youth in astonishment. He still couldn't understand how that ball had gotten through. The B team's defense had no issues at all. Although he had taken a large stride and been nutmegged, there were still two center backs behind him. How did that ball get into the penalty area? A team's attacking players approached Sue Bai one by one, patting him on the head in celebration. Meanwhile, Daniel turned to the coaching staff beside him in confusion. What just happened? Upon hearing his head coach's question, a middle-aged man wearing glasses approached. Boss, that Yen Nation lad didn't shoot. He delivered a high-quality outside foot curved pass. The ball went through Bisley's legs, and it started by skimming the grass. After rapidly passing Bisley, it also got past the two center backs of Team B. When the ball landed, due to the intense spin, it directed towards Whit Benedict, who was making a forward run. Daniel was a bit stunned. Impossible. That guy clearly can't do anything. How could he have made such a difficult outside foot curved pass? It should be known that among all passes, outside foot curves are the hardest. In today's football world, no one can guarantee that every outside foot pass will be successful, highlighting the difficulty of such passes. Missing Sue Bai's pass made Daniel truly intrigued. I said this guy is a passing genius. Haha, Daniel, you've struck gold. Old Jai's earlier embarrassment had long vanished, replaced by pride and satisfaction. Daniel didn't respond. He turned back to watch the field. Give the ball more to that Yen Nation kid, he shouted, and the match continued. Actually, there was no need for Daniel to shout that. Sue Bai's earlier assist had already earned him the trust of his teammates on the field. On the field, Sue Bai finally learned how to use the system. He didn't even need to control the ball. When the football came, he just made a pass. Thanks to the presence of the system, every passing route was clearly marked with success rates in front of him. Thus, gradually Team A's attack began flowing seamlessly, even because of Sue Bai's pass. At this moment, Schalke 04 U18 team surprisingly played at the speed of a Bundesliga team. As soon as Ben Kaishi received the ball, it was passed to Sue Bai, and Sue Bai started to continuously pass the ball along the passing routes indicated by the system. In small combinations, Sue Bai also responded back and forth, receiving another horizontal pass from Ben Kaishi. A bright red passing route appeared before Sue Bai again, and the bright red represented an assist. Sue Bai did not stop the ball and continued to strike hard with the outside of his foot. The football painted a beautiful rainbow on Schalke 04's training ground. The ball passed over the B team's defensive midfielder and through the two center backs of Team B. As the forward Whit Benedict cautiously prepared to make a run, Benedict miraculously appeared right at the football's landing spot. Another unknown. The receiving Whit Benedict shot with his right foot. The football once again went into the B team's net. 2-0. Sue Bai assisted and scored his second assist. And Daniel was watching it all clearly. Giaz, does this guy have a contract? Where's his agent? I want to sign him. Immediately. Right now. At this moment, Sue Bai looked at his second assist and smiled. However, old Giaz on the sidelines laughed even louder. As the head coach of Schalke 04 U18, Daniel has recently been quite troubled. Although the U18 team is currently in the fourth tier of German football, he is concerned. However, it's important to note that as a reserve force for the first team, his squad has failed to deliver a single player to the first team for 2 consecutive seasons. Many within the club have started clamoring for Daniel's dismissal. This has made Daniel a bit anxious, as despite being just a youth coach, Schalke 04 offers a substantial salary. If he leaves here, where he would go becomes an unknown. At this moment, he excitedly watched Sue Bai on the field. Jesse, why hasn't this guy been discovered by Dortmund? With this kind of kick, Dortmund definitely wouldn't let him leave. Old Jesse turned his head to look at the excited Daniel. I don't know, maybe Dortmund has too many talents. Old Jesse naturally didn't know that Sue Bai's performance at Dortmund had been abysmal, and his system had just recently activated, so Dortmund had no idea they overlooked such an extraordinary passer. With the second goal, the match on the field reached a temporary conclusion. However, everyone's gaze towards Sue Bai had changed. From the initial ridicule to the present seriousness, Sue Bai's performance over a mere 20 minutes had already earned the recognition of these Schalke prodigies. Sue, that pass was excellent. The Schalke forward Whit Benedict hurried over, smiling and extending his hand. For a forward and midfielder like Su-bai is exactly what he dreams of. Looking at Wit's outstretched hand, Su-bai also smiled and shook it. Look, the boss over there is getting anxious. He probably wants to sign you quickly. After saying that, Wit Benedict didn't forget to wink at Su-bai. Not only Wit Benedict, but even Ben Casey, who had just collaborated well with Su-bai, came over. Those two passes were truly beautiful. Facing Su-bai's assists, Ben Casey also generously praised him. On the football field, it is always skill that speaks. Su-bai already understood this well. Compared to the indifference from Dortmund, the guys from Schalke felt much more comfortable. At least he hadn't sensed any of that arrogant attitude typical of Dortmund's youth team. Hi, Su. Come over quickly. On the sidelines, old Jesse called out to Su-bai as the match concluded. Su, I told you to try out for Schalke. Are you interested in signing with Schalke 04? Old Jesse said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su-bai felt reassured. After all, the task in his system was still there. If he left the war chariot country in disgrace, who knows when he would complete the task. Schalke 04 is at least a Bundesliga giant. Although they are somewhat behind Dortmund, it is still acceptable. Old Jesse initially thought Su-bai would be thrilled to hear about the signing, but unexpectedly the kid appeared completely calm. This is Schalke 04. Doesn't he have any excitement at all? Daniel, standing nearby, was also a bit astonished by Su-bai's tranquility. It's worth noting that there are plenty of players of Su-bai's age in the war chariot country, and many would go to great lengths to get into Schalke 04. Su, do you have an agent? Although Daniel was a bit puzzled, he didn't think too much. He simply wanted to secure Su-bai's signing. Such a promising talent, if he walks out of this door, other teams would surely go crazy trying to sign him. No, sir. An agent? How could a rookie like Su-bai have one? All right, Hank. Daniel turned and called for his assistant. Hearing the coach call him, a young man with blonde hair ran over. Take him to sign. Okay, boss, what type of contract? At this moment, Daniel was also somewhat indecisive. After all, Su-bai had only made 2 passes. He was truly lacking in other aspects, and signing a formal professional contract seemed a bit hasty. Moreover, he didn't have the authority to sign a formal contract. It needed to be approved by the club's manager, Janice. He could decide on an apprentice contract, but what if he signs an apprentice contract? If Su-bai is noticed by someone, wouldn't he just walk away? By then he wouldn't even have a place to cry. He'll call Janice. Seeing Daniel in a dilemma, old Jesse chuckled and took out his phone. Old Jesse's words made Daniel instantly feel relieved. He knew the relationship between old Jesse and Daniel. These two old fellows started out as scouts together, but Janice had been more flexible over the years, and surprisingly, he had risen to the position of manager. Old Jesse, who was stubborn to the core, was still just a scout. Though he earned much more than others, his title remained that of a scout. Soon old Jesse dialed the phone. After a few seconds, the call was answered. Hello? Old man, why are you interested in calling me? The first words from Janice made many people break into a sweat. He hadn't realized that the elderly old Jesse still had a taste for that kind of thing. Damn, when did I ever like those women? I have serious business. I brought a good talent here and want to sign him. Just wanted to let you know. I'm not interested in youth team matters. If you want to sign, go talk to Daniel. He handles apprentice contracts. I'm right next to Daniel, and it's not an apprentice contract. I want to sign a formal player contract. Old Jesse's words clearly surprised Hammett on the other side. In recent years, while old Jesse has continued to scout players suitable for Schalke, the rise of the internet has posed significant challenges for traditional scouts. The developed network has made the world's talented players less mysterious than before. The era of scouts traveling the world to discover superstars has long since ended. Even if one does find a promising player, they might just play for the youth team and then disappear. But having someone directly calling for a formal contract like today is quite rare. This piqued Hammett's interest. Who is this person that even old Jesse is stepping up for, and it's for a formal contract? In short, he's a very rare talent. Oh, just trust me on this. Hammett smiled upon hearing Jess's confidence. There are many types of formal player contracts, varying in terms of value. Considering old Jess's stubborn character, Hammett didn't want to delve deeper. All right. Your eye for talent is still sharp. Have Daniel bring the lad to sign, and I will arrange it. After Hammett agreed, old Jesse was filled with joy. After hanging up, Jesse winked at Su-bai. Daniel also felt relieved. All right, congratulations. Young man, you are about to become a part of Schalke 04. Su-bai smiled, but said nothing. He was just eager to complete the task, wondering what the reward would be. Although old Jace spoke of a formal player contract, Su-bai felt no surprise when it was presented to him. A weekly salary of €175. This could be considered the lowest contract in the entire team. Of course, as a newcomer, this contract was about right for Su-bai. Daniel, who brought Su-bai, seemed unfazed. However, old Jace beside him felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he was the one who made the call to the club's general manager, and he never expected that this old fellow would offer Su-bai the lowest contract. To be honest, this contract was not much different from the apprentice contract that Daniel had just mentioned, except that the apprentice contract had no penalty for breach, while Su Bei's contract included a penalty of €5. Su, this is just the beginning, don't be discouraged. As long as you can play in the matches and perform well, Schalke will definitely raise your weekly salary soon, right, Daniel? After old Jace finished speaking, he turned to look at Daniel beside him. Yes. Su, don't worry. For Daniel, who was in urgent need of a midfielder who could pass, the most important thing now was to keep Su Bai at Schalke. However, it seemed that Su Bai was completely ignoring the two of them at that moment. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Task of obtaining the first apprentice contract within 7 days completed. Completion level SSS. System reward golden treasure chest. Exceeding task completion randomly triggers high-level rewards. At this moment, Su Bai was already thrilled by the sound of the system completing the task. If it weren't for these two guys, Su Bai would probably have immediately entered the system to see what good rewards he had received. This was a random high-level reward for exceeding the task, a golden treasure chest. Just hearing the name suggested, it was something extraordinarily impressive. Hey, Su, don't be discouraged. Seeing the young man from the Yen country looking somewhat dazed, Daniel began to feel a bit worried. It was hard to come across a good talent, and if he became foolish, where would he go to cry? Oh, it's fine, sir. I'm very satisfied. Seeing Su Bai finally react, Daniel also let out a slight sigh of relief. After exiting the office building, old Jace left. However, before he left, he still gave his phone number to Su Bai, advising him to train well and to call him if he faced any difficulties. Watching the departing figure, Su Bai felt somewhat moved. This stubborn yet warm-hearted old man from the War Machine country could indeed be considered his benefactor. If it weren't for his sudden appearance, Su Bai would probably have been at the airport preparing to return home in disgrace. Let's go, kid, to the training ground. Daniel looked at Su Bai in front of him, smiling and shrugging, urging him to head back. Mr. Daniel, I don't have a place to stay yet. The dormitory in Dortmund will probably not take me tonight. At this moment, Su Bai was thinking about his golden treasure chest. As for training, it was not a priority right now. Haha, don't worry, everything will be arranged soon. It's time to eat now. I will arrange for someone to take you to the dormitory. By the way, there is a physical test in the afternoon. You rushed over too quickly, you haven't even done the medical examination yet. After indicating the direction of the cafeteria, Daniel left. At this moment, the Schalke staff who had just completed the signing looked troubled at the contract. This lowest level formal contract hadn't been signed by Schalke in almost 5 years. The last one was apparently a young man from Africa, but that guy left in less than half a month. Should we release this on the official website? Or should we just forget it? A Yen country person, how could he possibly stay? Haven't you heard that Hao Junmin is almost relegated to the reserve team? How could that be? Coach Magath is still very optimistic about him. Another Japanese player stronger than Hao Junmin now, Coach Magath, is also a bit troubled. Oh, the Japanese are stronger than the Yen people. Forget it, this kid can't achieve anything anyway, why waste time? After saying this, the few of them placed Su Bai's signing contract in a drawer and directly left work. At this time, Su Bai had just strolled to the entrance of the cafeteria. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, Su Bai was a bit stunned. Something seemed off. Upon entering, he noticed a familiar figure with black hair sitting at the entrance. Wasn't that Sangu? As the best midfielder in the Yen country, Sangu Hao Junmin had played until 2022. In his memory, he was already the captain of the national team back then. At this moment, Hao Junmin, who was eating, also unexpectedly discovered an Asian face. Black hair, black eyes. Sangu. At this point, Su Bai couldn't help but speak up, hearing the familiar Mandarin. Hao Junmin immediately stood up and walked over. Who are you? Sangu, I'm Su Bai, I just signed with Schalke. Hao Junmin was also surprised. It was known that this was a Bundesliga team. To be here, this kid was surely signed. However, why had he never heard of the name Su Bai? Which club did you transfer from? The warmth of encountering a fellow countryman abroad made Hao Junmin excited. Having been at Schalke for half a season, although he didn't get many chances to play, at least he could still get some time under Magath. This also allowed many Yen country fans to see their player on television every week. At this time, there was only him among the Yen people in the 5 major leagues. Suddenly encountering a compatriot, how could Hao Junmin not be excited? I didn't have a club before. Su Bai indeed had no club. He was completely a product of grassroots selections. He had never received proper training, and to put it plainly, it was organized by the Football Association. What? So you are? This left Hao Junmin puzzled. No club. Could it be that he was ethnically Chinese from the War Machine country? I just signed a formal contract, but it's for the U18 youth team. Although a bit disappointed, Hao Junmin still encouraged him excitedly. U18. The youth team is also good. At least you can make it to the top 10 in the Regionalliga, keep it up. By the way, what are you doing here? Seeing Su Bai carrying his bag, Hao Junmin thought he was lost. Just now, Mr. Daniel told me to eat first and pointed over here, so I came to eat. But this is the first team's cafeteria. Xiao, by the U18 cafeteria, is downstairs. At this moment Su-bai noticed that sitting at Hao Juanmin's table was actually Raul, the legendary Real Madrid star and the greatest number 7 of Real Madrid. And Huntelaar. Over there was also the national team player Metzelder from the War Machine country. Wow, these are all absolute superstars. Su-bai, feeling a bit dazed, was pulled down to sit by Hao Junmin. Although Su-bai had made a mistake, he was still his fellow townsman, and Hao Junmin helped him sit on the chair. Before long, Hao Junmin brought a delicious lunch to Su-bai. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, we can have a good chat. Su-bai had already played 2 training matches continuously since morning and was indeed a bit hungry now, after a whirlwind of eating. Finally, Su-bai laid back, comfortably rubbing his belly. Apart from Hao Junmin, no one else paid any attention to him. Su-bai was merely curious about those star players and did not foolishly approach them. Seeing that Su-bai had eaten his fill, Hao Junmin left his phone number with him and turned to leave with his teammates. He had originally planned to have a good chat with Su-bai, but that old man Magath was already accustomed to holding a tactical lecture after meals. Therefore, Hao Junmin had to reluctantly say goodbye to Su-bai. After finishing his meal, Su-bai picked up his bag to find Daniel. This guy was in a hurry and pointed him to a first-team restaurant. If it weren't for Hao Junmin being there, he might have been chased out by the staff inside. Once downstairs, Su-bai quickly spotted an acquaintance. Hi. Su, hurry and eat. Why are you only just arriving? Kaishi smiled and greeted Su-bai. Oh, thanks, I've already eaten. Where's Mr. Daniel? Su-bai was now focused on quickly resolving his dormitory issues. He was really a bit tired after the whole morning. Hey, Su, I told you to come over for lunch, why didn't you come? At that moment, Daniel walked out of the dining hall. Seeing Su-bai still holding his bag, he curiously asked, Sir, you just told me to go over there, so I confusedly went to the first-team restaurant. Su-bai was also speechless. Haha, my mistake. You haven't eaten yet, hurry and go eat. I've already eaten, I just want to find a bed to lie down for a bit. Seeing that Su-bai really seemed a bit tired, Daniel didn't waste time. Ben, Kaishi, take Su-bai to the dormitory, I'll let him live with you. Haven't you always been alone? Hearing that Daniel assigned Su-bai to his dorm, Ben, Kaishi nodded. As the captain, his dormitory roommates changed the most frequently in the youth team. There was no way, whenever someone new arrived, his sociable nature made him the shared roommate of the team. At the very least, with him around, he could explain the characteristics of each team member to new teammates promptly. Of course, not everyone could stay at Schalke 04 with their skills. You should know this season he has already had 2 roommates. However, they had all rolled up their bedding and left. It was unknown whether this kid from the Flame Country could establish a foothold at Schalke 04. Well, it should be Schalke 04 U18 establishing a foothold. The first team. That's too far off, even he hasn't been in yet. Right now, that stubborn old man of the first team was focused on winning the Bundesliga championship. This season, the team sold 12 players and brought in several strong reinforcements, such as Metzelder, Hodgland, Uchida, Raul, and Escudero. Thinking of this, Ben, Kaishi shook his head helplessly. Although everyone said he was a genius of Schalke's youth training, he was very clear about how much substance there was to this genius. Let's go. Looking at the weary Su-bai, Ben, Kaishi didn't delay, and Su-bai nodded following him. Schalke 04 club covers a large area, but most of it belongs to the first team. There are 12 training fields with the best 4 reserved for the first team. U18, playing in Regionalliga, also got assigned to 2 decent fields. As for the dormitory building, compared to the first team's luxurious single rooms, the U18 dormitory was just passable. A 3-story small building that looked a bit shabby with a huge Schalke team logo on the front. Although the logo was so dirty, it was hard to see clearly. The conditions are simple, don't be picky. I usually don't stay here much. Ben, Kaishi led Su-bai into the dormitory building. Thankfully, although it looked a bit worn outside, the inside was still brand new. This was specially arranged by Mr. Daniel for the club this season. The environment before was so bad that even a dog wouldn't want to come in. This is it. Ben, Kai's dormitory was the first one on the 2nd floor. After bringing Su-bai into the dormitory, Ben, Kaishi hurriedly left. As he left, he reminded Su-bai that he could make himself at home and let him know if he needed anything. After bidding farewell to Ben, Kaishi, Su-bai finally sighed with relief and lay on the bed. The dormitory was neat. It was clear that Ben, Kai's bed hadn't been disturbed much, suggesting that he was probably a local. Closing the door, Su-bai joyfully entered the system. He hadn't had a chance to open his golden treasure chest yet. He wondered what surprise the system would give him. Upon entering the system, his poor attributes appeared before him. Except for passing, which was red, everything else was a dismal gray. However, behind the gray data, there was a shining golden treasure chest. How do you use this thing? Looking at the treasure chest sitting there, Su-bai hurriedly inquired. The host can open it directly. Reward unknown. The system was still as straightforward as ever. Su-bai didn't care much about that and directly tapped the golden treasure chest with his right hand. At the moment he touched the treasure chest, the entire system space was immediately enveloped in golden light. This sudden turn of events startled Subai. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden star skill card 1. A golden skill card. Subai was overjoyed. This thing sounded super impressive. Who could it belong to? Ronaldo's dribbling, Maradona's solo breakthrough, or Zidane's stunning shots? Subai excitedly clicked on the skill card. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the legendary star Andres Iniesta's fried dumpling. The skill card has been automatically bound to the host. At the moment the skill card was bound to Subai, he felt as though an electric current had passed through him. The scenes of Iniesta using the fried dumpling in matches flashed through Subai's mind like a slideshow. Is it over? Waiting for the slideshow to finish, Subai inquired. However, it seemed like the system had gone back to sleep, and Subai received no response. Seeing that the system had no reaction, Subai lost interest and turned to look at his training value. After all, the system had just been activated, and the training value was directly 0. Subai didn't know what this training value was useful for. When he inquired about the system, it ignored him, and it seemed he could only wait patiently. After exiting the system, Subai lay back on the bed and closed his eyes to take a nap. However, he had not rested long when Ben Kaishi called him to the training ground. Daniel's training didn't allow for any lunch break. To prepare for the weekend's Regional Liga match, Daniel had not given his players any rest time these past few days. Subai hastily wiped his face and hurriedly put on the team uniform that Ben Kaishi had just brought him. Number 38. This number was not chosen by Subai, or it belonged to the guy who used to live in this dorm and got eliminated. After putting on the team uniform, Subai rushed downstairs. At this time, the first team's tactical lecture had just ended. Hao Junmin couldn't wait to call Subai. After all, he was his little fellow townsman, and he wanted to look out for him. Hi Hao, where are you going? Just as Hao Junmin was about to turn and leave, he was called out. Turning around, it was Raul. Oh, Gonzalez, I want to go check on U18. For some reason, ever since Raul came to Schalke, the only one he could converse with was Hao Junmin. As a king of Real Madrid, Raul Gonzalez had come to Schalke in the twilight of his career. To be honest, Raul had no feelings about Maggoth's old man's desire for a championship. He had already won enough championships. He really wasn't interested in a Bundesliga title. Is it that little guy who just had lunch? He's one of you from the Flame Country. Raul had actually seen Subai during lunch, but he thought Subai was a relative of Hao Junmin, not realizing he was a U18 player. Since I have nothing to do, why not go together? Hearing Raul was interested in going with him, Hao Junmin shyly smiled and nodded. You be more confident. Just smiling isn't enough. When playing in Europe, you have to dare to show yourself. This is something you have to learn in life. Looking at Hao Junmin's shy demeanor, Raul said with a smile. However, as he spoke, he wrapped an arm around Hao Junmin and walked out of the room together. Perhaps what attracted Raul to Hao Junmin was his shyness and humility. He didn't like those muscular guys in the Schalke team. Cough, cough. This attraction was definitely a normal attraction. The U18 training ground was a distance away from the first team. After a while, the two finally reached the training ground. Control the midfield. Watch your footwork. Halim, oh say you damn fool, can you keep the ball at your feet instead of kicking it away? Look where you passed it. Benedict, stop running around aimlessly. Can Halim pass the ball over? As soon as they arrived at the training ground, Daniel's loud voice reached their ears. Seeing the irritable Daniel, Hao Junmin was also speechless. Is this the style of the national coach? Maggoth was also loud on the training ground, but he was slightly more civilized and didn't use common phrases as often. Where's your little brother? Looking at the uninteresting scene on the field, Raul asked. Hao Junmin looked around and didn't see Subai. After a closer look, he finally noticed Subai was warming up off the field. Clearly, there was no space for Subai in the U18B team. Is that Raul? Wow, really, Raul came to our U18. Is this a first team trying to poach players? Wow, it really is. I haven't heard the first team was short on players. What's going on? Standing on the sidelines, Raul and Hao Junmin quickly attracted the attention of the players on the field. After all, Raul's fame was there. At this time, Daniel also noticed Raul and Hao Junmin. Mr. Raul. Daniel walked over to Raul and greeted him. Hello. I wonder if you are here at Mr. Maggoth's request. Obviously, Raul's arrival caused Daniel to not only misinterpret, but also feel quite happy inside after a year. That guy Maggoth finally came to see his U18, and although he didn't come in person, Raul's presence was even more significant. Sorry, I am here accompanying Hao to see his fellow townsman, but it seems that guy hasn't gone on the field yet. Raul looked at Subai on the sidelines and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Daniel looked at Hao Junmin next to Raul and immediately understood. Haha, he just signed today. I'll let him warm up and he'll go on soon. Experienced Daniel naturally understood what Raul meant. He could accompany a marginal player from the first team, clearly wanting him to look out for Subai. Moreover, he had originally planned to let Subai go on. Receiving this favor was just a matter of course. After speaking, Daniel turned around. What are you looking at? So you go on replace Halim. Hearing Daniel's words, Su Bai immediately went on the field. However, Halim, who was being replaced this time, showed no signs of excitement. Everyone knew what Raul was doing here, and at such a critical moment letting that newcomer replace him. Muttering quietly, Halim gave Su Bai a glance and directly left the field. Thank you, Gonzalez. How Junmin knew that Su Bai could go on so quickly, all thanks to Raul. So he quickly expressed his gratitude. Haha, let's see how your fellow townsman's skills are. Raul smiled without saying a word and turned to watch the field. How Junmin also understood that Raul didn't want him to feel indebted to him. However, How Junmin was still quite touched. Su, remember your task is to pass the ball to that young lad in front. Looking at Su Bai on the field, Daniel didn't forget to shout a reminder. As soon as he stepped onto the field, the passing lines immediately reappeared in Su Bai's eyes. He glanced at Hao Junmin, who was cheering for him from the sidelines. Su Bai also smiled faintly. Schalke 04. Here I come. The Schalke 04 U18 team has a large number of members. Including apprentice contracts, there are at least 35 people. This is far more than the first team. Therefore, during every team training session besides the main squad, A team consisting of a dozen players, everyone else is squeezed into the B team. At least the A team has official contracts, and their weekly wages are sufficient to support themselves. The apprentice contracts are miserable. Many of these apprentice players have to take part-time jobs to make ends meet. After all, Schalke 04 is not wealthy, and the club simply does not have much money to sustain a U18 team that is not of much significance. Seeing Raul arrive, Su Bai directly bypassed the B team and switched to the A team, causing many substitutes waiting for their opportunity on the sidelines to wear expressions of jealousy. They have witnessed Su Bai's basic skills. He is merely an amateur player. He has only managed to send a couple of good passes, yet unexpectedly soared to greatness. B-team midfielder Jennings watched as Su Bai moved in front of him, feeling secretly displeased. He stared at Su Bai with jealousy in his eyes. As Su Bai took his position, the training match officially began. Having played once already, Ben Kaysher knew Su Bai's characteristics. At the start, the ball was not given to him to carry. Instead, he charged forward with the ball. Su Bai closely followed Ben Kaysher's side, always ready to support. However, strangely, although Ben Kaysher was the one carrying the ball, the B-team's tall midfielder Jennings was coming over to defend against him. After all, Daniel focused on practicing the A-team's offense, so during the grouping, the A group deployed a double attacking midfielder formation, which is a 433 system commonly used by U18 teams in the German 3rd Division. Meanwhile, the B team set up a 451 formation. With 2 wide midfielders and 2 defensive midfielders, they were clearly playing defensively. The attacking midfielder Halim O'Shea, who was replaced by Su Bai, was often criticized for his inability to pass the ball. However, during that time, the B team had placed all defensive pressure on the technically skilled Ben Kaysher. Watching Su Bai being marked without the ball, Daniel on the sidelines quickly understood this was clearly because the B team player felt somewhat unconvinced. However, Daniel did not bother to say anything. He was just curious to see if Su Bai could make a pass when restricted. Your little friend seems to have made an enemy, Raul whispered to Hao Junmin, watching Su Bai being closely marked on the field. Such matters the seasoned Raul could spot at a glance. I wonder if this guy can perform. Seeing Su Bai being marked by a nearly 2-meter tall strongman, as soon as he entered the field, Hao Junmin couldn't help but feel worried. To be honest, looking at Su Bai's frail physique, if he got too close to that strongman, it would be tough for him to show any performance. Hao Junmin couldn't help but think of his own situation in the Bundesliga. He sighed helplessly. At this moment on the field, Su Bai looked at the B-team midfielder closely marking him and felt a bit speechless. This guy is really annoying, blocking the passing lane between him and Ben Kaysher. There was no way around it. Su Bai could only move around him and actively approach Ben Kaysher to receive the ball. Seeing Su Bai come over, Ben Kaysher quickly passed the ball over. At this point, he was already feeling a bit uncomfortable. Although his footwork was decent, the B team had already started to press him. Not just the other B team midfielder, but even the B team's right winger was rushing over. To maintain possession of the ball amidst such pressure is no easy feat in a rough and tumble environment like the Chariot Country. Therefore, Su Bai's arrival relieved him. However, the moment Ben Kaysher passed the ball to Su Bai, the B team's right winger and 2 midfielders rushed towards him. Su Bai looked at the approaching ball and lightly tapped it with his right foot, but he quickly became anxious. The ball almost slipped out of his control. On the sidelines, Hao Junmin watched as Su Bai faced 3 players for his first touch and shook his head helplessly. Especially given Su Bai's somewhat awkward ball control just now. Hao Junmin felt increasingly uneasy. This is a common issue among players from the Yen country where fundamental skills are not solid. Not only Hao Junmin, but even Raul, who had initially been quite interested, frowned upon seeing Su Bai's poor first touch. It was truly amateurish. This was Raul's assessment of Su Bai's first touch. Accustomed to the exquisitely refined footwork from the bullfighting country, Raul obviously looked down on Su Bai. Raul turned to look at the somewhat embarrassed Hao Junmin and comfortingly patted his shoulder. The three-player press. For Su Bai at this moment, he was a bit flustered. His basic attributes were indeed terribly poor. Both his ball control and offensive awareness were far from that of a professional player. So seeing the three players rushing towards him, Su Bai was somewhat at a loss on how to handle it. Ben Keishi, who had just passed the ball to Su Bai, felt anxious seeing him being pressed. He quickly repositioned himself ready to support Su Bai, but unfortunately at this moment the 3B team players clearly had no intention of giving him that opportunity. The three perfectly blocked all passing lanes between him and Su Bai. As Su Bai looked set to lose possession, Ben Keishi did not hesitate to rush back. Now he needed to focus on defense. Today was different from usual. Raul was on the sidelines, and this was the best opportunity to showcase himself. Just when everyone was certain that Su Bai would lose the ball, Su Bai, caught between the three, was the first to move. He quickly used his right foot to nudge the ball to the left, skillfully avoiding the left foot of the first B team right winger charging in. Immediately afterwards, Su Bai swiftly nudged the ball back to the right with his left foot. But that was not the end. After evading the interception from the B team's midfielder, Su Bai once again nudged the ball back to the left in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Su Bai astonishingly danced like a ballet amidst the three-player press. Then he pushed the ball forward with his left foot. Diving through, he slipped right between the two B team midfielders. This was no simple nudge. Everyone recognized this move. It was the signature skill of the super midfielder Iniesta, who had ruthlessly crushed countless top-tier teams with this maneuver at Barcelona. In an instant, Su Bai wildly snatched the ball from the three-man siege. On the sidelines, Hao Junmin was left speechless. Not just Hao Junmin, even Raul, who had just planned to comfort him, was also stunned. How could it be possible? In Schalke 04's U18 youth team, there was a player capable of using the nutmeg so skillfully. This was in the rough chariot country, and Su Bai's performance was far from over. After slipping past the three players, Su Bai wasted no time spotting the A-team's forward Benedict Witt. He struck the ball fiercely with the outside of his right foot at the bottom. On the sidelines, Daniel was already excitedly waiting for that familiar rainbow shot. Su Bai had already seen the familiar red line before passing the ball. A success rate of 87 appeared beside the red line. With maxed-out passing attributes, every movement Su Bai made was as if it had been calculated with utmost precision by a computer. The moment the ball touched his foot, it soared like a cannonball. He put all his strength into this pass. Moreover, looking at the direction Su Bai was passing, it was clear that he aimed for the left winger. On the sidelines, Raul was somewhat surprised by the direction of the ball. He thought that Su Bai was going to shoot directly with that move. It was a distance of 40 meters. He expected Su Bai to take a beautiful long-range shot. However, seeing the ball's trajectory, Raul felt a bit disappointed. The pass was quite standard, even a bit mediocre. A good midfielder wouldn't pass the ball so quickly when unmarked in front. Clearly, this pass had no chance of an unknown opportunity. He should have charged forward with the ball. However, Raul soon changed his mind. Although the ball initially flew to the left at its peak, it suddenly changed direction rapidly, and he was stunned to find that the ball was spinning violently, just as it reached its highest point. The ball suddenly began to plummet rapidly, and its descent was right at the edge of Team B's penalty area. A Team A forward Witt was just beside the B team's center back. Benedict charged out like a wild horse. Without a doubt, at the moment the ball hit the ground, Witt Benedict pushed it into the net with his right foot completely unmarked. Beep. The temporary referee on the field blew the whistle, signaling a valid goal. In that instant, the previously bustling U18 training ground fell silent. Except for the excited Witt Benedict, who turned to give Su Bai a thumbs up, everyone else exaggeratedly stared at the young black-haired guy standing at the center circle. U18 coach Daniel was also dumbfounded as he watched Su Bai. It was astounding. A fried meatball maneuver past three players, then a stunning external foot, curved long pass assist. This is too exaggerated. Even in training, this is just too excessive. Is this guy really his player? In that moment, Daniel suddenly felt confident about winning the German 3rd Division championship. With such a formidable midfield passer, how could those weaklings in the 3rd Division compete with his team? The B team substitutes, who were originally jealous of Su Bai, also lowered their heads one by one. They had to admit that this newcomer from Yen country had the strength to appear in the A team. Wow, this guy is really amazing. Raul swallowed hard and suddenly blurted this out. Indeed. Unlike Raul, Hao Junmin was truly astonished. He knew the level of players from Yen country. Even if he were on the field, he couldn't have executed that series of moves just now. He was currently the strongest midfielder from Yen country, although he was placed as a fullback by Magath. Yet he had always played as an attacking midfielder in Yen country. He had played in the Yen country's Super League for 5 or 6 years, and not a single one of those high-salaried foreign players could perform such a spectacular display. At this moment, Hao Junmin suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps in 2 years Yin country would produce a super midfielder. The 2014 World Cup. That unattainable dream might actually come true. Hao Junmin saw a staff member on the sidelines holding a small camera. He quickly walked over. Did you just record that? Yes, it's recorded. Can you give me a copy? This? Hao Junmin excitedly wanted to keep a video of Su Bei's stunning performance just now. Well, Mr. Daniel said that our training videos are confidential. However, the stubborn staff member clearly did not give Hao Junmin this face. At that moment, Daniel walked over. Give it to him. After all, we have plenty of footage of Su Bei like this. Seeing that a first-team player was interested in the video, Daniel felt extremely pleased. This was the best opportunity to showcase his work. What was the video for? It was to show it to Magath of the first team. Although Su Bei had no chance of making it to the Bundesliga now, at the very least, it could make Magath realize that there were players in the U18 team who could contribute to Schalke 04. In the end, Hao Junmin happily obtained the tape of Su Bei's long pass. With Su Bei's assist, the practice match became rather dull. After a while, Daniel called off the practice match. After all, many players had part-time jobs to attend to in the afternoon, so Daniel planned to announce the end of today's training promptly. Su Bei quickly walked over to Hao Junmin. Kid, you did great. Seeing Su Bei approach, Hao Junmin praised him. This made Su Bei feel a bit embarrassed. Just now, when facing 3 defenders, he didn't know why he suddenly felt like he was moving on his own, and the fried meatball maneuver came out effortlessly. Reflecting on it later, he thought it must have been the system's effect. This thrilled Su Bei. This was just the first card. As long as tasks keep coming with the continuous influx of skill card enhancements, he would be unbeatable everywhere. What are your plans for the afternoon? Looking at the time, it was only 3 o'clock. Hao Junmin asked. Training, of course. It's still early. Oh, I have a lot to improve on. Hao Junmin nodded in satisfaction at Su Bei's response. With talent and such diligence, this kid's future was truly limitless. Keep it up. They'll call you for dinner in a couple of days. By the way, if you need anything, remember to call me. After saying this, Hao Junmin prepared to leave. After all, tomorrow was Bundesliga match day, and he didn't have much time to delay. Magath's training was about to start. Good luck, Su. I look forward to you joining the first team, and when that happens, you must give me such a beautiful pass. At this moment, Raoul smiled and patted Su Bei on the shoulder. Raoul was not just being polite. Su Bei's performance had truly surprised him. A 17-year-old boy with such a powerful passing talent. Joining the first team was truly not impossible. If Schalke 04 had such a passer in midfield combined with his strength in the penalty area, it seemed that Magath's quest for the Bundesliga championship was not such a difficult task after all. With this thought, Raoul's heart, which had already dimmed, seemed to show a glimmer of revival. Lore and Hao Junmin had left. Watching them go, Su Bei decided to return to the training ground. He still hadn't figured out what the training value in his system meant, but judging by appearances, it was surely tied to his own training. He had little time to dwell on anything else. As for Lore's offhand remark about joining the first team, that was nothing more than playful teasing. Su Bei knew his own limits, while even breaking into Schalke's U18 Regional Liga squad would be a stretch, let alone the Bundesliga, whose gulf from youth football was as vast as heaven and earth. Daniel watched Su Bei turn away and called out to him. Hey Su, where are you off to? To train, sir. Don't call me sir. Just boss is fine. Hearing the stiffness in Su Bei's address, Daniel insisted on the change. Yes, sir. Moi. Yes, boss. Satisfied at last, Daniel added, skip training for now. You've signed, but your medical hasn't been done yet. Go get your physical first. Wycliffe, take this young man for his medical and run all his baseline metrics while you're at it. With that, Daniel ambled leisurely back to his office. The medical center wasn't far from the U18 training grounds. Guided by the assistant coach, Su Bei arrived swiftly. Though they were only U18 players, Schalke's medical facilities remained open to them, albeit with far fewer resources and services than those reserved for the senior squad. Wycliffe led Su Bei confidently into the building. House, you in? We've got a new case, he called softly. Moments later, a middle-aged man in a white coat emerged, bearded and tense, radiating quiet menace. He glanced at Su Bei and frowned. A rookie? Yes, recommended by old Jace, just signed. But time's tight, no physical yet. You handle it. House nodded, then muttered, looks frail. Doubt he'd survive a single match in the Regional Liga. That frame couldn't withstand one solid tackle. Though grumbling under his breath, House quickly readied the equipment. Stripped down. With practiced efficiency, he pressed several buttons and turned to Su Bei. Stripped down. Su Bei hesitated, doors wide open, 2 men watching. He'd never before undressed before strangers. Yet under House's expectant, unblinking stare, Su Bei reluctantly disrobed and laid down upon the scanning table. This lad's physique is frankly underwhelming. Look at his muscle mass. Nowhere near professional standards. And his muscular strength. Abysmal. His diet must be appalling. How did old Jace pick this one? He's usually sharpied. House kept muttering, but Su Bei heard none of it. Don't judge him by his build. His passing is extraordinary. You have no idea how exquisite his passes are. And he's only 17. The body can be forged, but vision like his, that's born, not built. Hearing House dismiss Su Bai so readily, Wycliffe stepped forward at once. After all, this was the talent his boss intended to cultivate closely. Everyone at the club knew House had an oversized mouth. If left unchecked by nightfall, even the cleaning staff would know Coach Daniel had signed a dud, without so much as a medical exam. Really? House looked skeptical. Dr. House, here's the senior team's latest medical report. Shall I send it over right now? At that moment, a young female doctor entered, blonde, bespectacled. Coincidence. Su Bai's skin had just concluded. With a soft creak, the scanner's hatch swung open, revealing Su Bai utterly bare before the young doctor. Ah! A shriek, but not hers. It tore from Su Bai's throat. These two wretched old men made me strip, and then brought in a woman. Where would he ever hold his head high again? What's all the shouting about? Yet the doctor merely glanced at him, dropped her file, and walked out, calm, unruffled. Su Bai hurriedly dressed. The spectacle sent Wycliffe and House into fits of laughter. Lisa's still as unflappable as ever. Ha! Lisa. So that was the blonde's name. The first woman in this world who'd truly seen through him. Outside the room, Lisa leaned against the corridor wall, drawing deep, steadying breaths. Only when composed did she stride into the next chamber. Clearly her composure had been feigned. Not supposed to be like this for Asians. Recalling certain scandalous magazines, her cheeks flushed crimson. Not bad looking, actually. After exiting House's room, Wycliffe escorted Su Bai to the athletic testing lab, where they spent over an hour running assessments. Finally armed with Su Bai's full dossier, Wycliffe departed the building, satisfied, and headed straight for Daniel's office. The results are in. Daniel reclined in his chair, eyes half closed. Wycliffe placed Su Bai's file squarely on the desk. Let me see. At Wycliffe's words, Daniel sat up instantly and began poring over the data. 14 seconds for 100 meters. That's painfully slow. And the shuttle runs. Sigh. After finishing the report, Daniel wore a look of quiet resignation. He'd thought he'd unearthed a hidden gem, only to realize Dortmund had released Su Bai for very good reason. True, at 17, there was still time to improve, but even the most gifted athletes could only push their physical ceilings so far, especially given Su Bai's abysmal muscular strength. In that moment, Daniel felt a pang of disillusionment. Honestly, in the brutal physical regionalliga, he feared Su Bai wouldn't dare touch the ball after one hard tackle. Don't despair yet. His passing is world-class, Wycliffe interjected, sensing his boss's gloom. True, those metrics can improve, but his passing instinct, that's pure rare genius. Listen, Wycliffe, you'll oversee him personally, especially his nutrition. No more greasy Chinese takeout. I'll call House right now. Get Su Bai a tailored meal plan. Daniel sat upright and reached for the phone. Watching his head coach invest such care in Su Bai, Wycliffe smiled and rose to leave. Wasn't this special attention from the assistant coach itself telling? It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Wycliffe packed up, preparing to head home. One advantage of coaching the U18s. Flexible hours. Players enjoyed generous free time in the afternoons, and so did the coaching staff. Stepping outside the building, Wycliffe heard voices drifting from the training pitch. Strange. Normally the field would be deserted by this hour. He turned and saw a lone figure with black hair moving across the expanse. Dribbling tirelessly back and forth across the vast pitch, he pushed himself without pause. This kid, truly relentless. Though whether such fervor would last beyond a fleeting burst of enthusiasm remained to be seen. From 4 to 7 o'clock, a full 3 hours, Su Bai tirelessly practiced alone in the empty training ground. During his time in Dortmund, the team had their own training sessions in the afternoon, but never included him. Therefore, Su Bai had long since grown accustomed to this solitary training. Watching the sunset, he tidied up his belongings, preparing to grab a bite to eat. However, when he arrived at the cafeteria, Su Bai regretfully discovered that it was already closed. With no other options, he turned back to his dormitory. Starving, Su Bai opened his bag as soon as he returned to the dorm. Fortunately, he had saved quite a few bread rolls in his bag for his flight. With some water, Su Bai muddled through his dinner. It was only at this time that he finally had the chance to check the system. Lying on his bed, Su Bai reopened the system. It still displayed the same poor attributes. He immediately turned his gaze towards the training value. To his surprise, the previously empty training value suddenly showed a small segment of green. System, what is this green segment? Seeing the change in the training value, Su Bai excitedly inquired about it. Training value can be converted into system attribute points. Current host's overall attributes are too low. Training points are calculated based on time. For every 10 hours of training, the host can earn 1 attribute point. 10 hours. Su Bai was overjoyed. It turned out his guess was right. This training value is indeed a treasure. With 1 point gained for every 10 hours, he could increase an attribute point in roughly a day's time. Looking at his poor attributes, Bai suddenly felt hopeful. What he needed to enhance the most right now was his ball control. Though he had a skill card for frying meatballs, his ball control attribute was simply too low. As long as he could improve his ball control attribute, everything else like stopping the ball and dribbling would naturally follow. With advanced ball control and a maxed out passing ability, he would definitely secure his place in the U18 team. After carefully measuring the proportion of the green segment, Bai suddenly jumped up and rushed out of the room. Just 4 more hours, and his training value would be full. He was now eager to see how he could allocate points once the training value was maxed out. Daniel yawned and closed his notebook. The first round of the German League match was this weekend. Though they had a break in the afternoon, training would continue tomorrow. With 4 days left, he finally confirmed his strategy for the new season. He had also determined the starting players for each position. Looking out the window at the now risen moon, Daniel closed the door and slowly headed downstairs. Like Wycliffe, as soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs, Daniel heard someone on the training ground. He checked his watch. It was 11 o'clock. It's so late, why is there still someone on the training ground? Besides, the club had already turned off the lights. Who would still be training there? Curious, Daniel turned and walked over. Soon in the moonlight, a black-haired youth appeared before him, covered in beads of sweat. Even at night, the droplets falling to the ground were vividly displayed before Daniel. This is that young man from the Yin country, working so hard. At that moment, even the experienced Daniel was somewhat taken aback. It's already 11 o'clock. Training so hard in the dark. Especially seeing this young fellow still working on the most basic ball control drills. Daniel found himself at a loss for words. After thinking for a long time, he silently turned and left. Meanwhile, Bai was still quietly counting the time he had spent training. 1104. Enough. 10 hours. Indeed, as the time hit the mark, the system also emitted a crisp ding. At that moment, Bai had completely collapsed on the ground. However, that crisp sound still brought a smile to his weary face. Tidying up his belongings, Bai dragged his already heavy feet slowly back to the dormitory. Collapsing on the bed, he quickly entered the system. It was still the familiar interface. However, the experience bar below the training value was already full. Furthermore, a yellow plus sign had appeared behind the experience bar. Bai quickly clicked on it. Ding ding. Congratulations, the host has gained 1 attribute point. At this moment, a green plus sign appeared next to Bai's attributes. Without hesitation, Bai clicked directly on ball control. At that moment, it felt as though a current coursed through him. Bai's fatigued body instantly revived. Feeling revitalized once again, Bai was exhilarated. System. Does this point allocation also alleviate fatigue? Every time the host allocates points, the system will reset, and resetting the system can clear all negative states of the host. Indeed. In an instant, Bai had a bold idea. Since he trained for a full 10 hours, he could reset his state. Why not? Resetting the state can only be triggered once a day. However, soon the system poured cold water on Bai's hopes. He had been thinking of exploiting a bug to train continuously and gain 2 attribute points every day. But it seemed that the system had long anticipated his attempt to exploit the bug. With no other choice, Bai had to give up his daring idea. Looking at his updated data. Offensive 69 ball control, 65 passing, 100 shots, 65 header, 68 set pieces, 66 curved ball, 66 speed, 80 foot strength, 75 jumping, 74 body contact, 72 stamina, 88 defense, 58 interception, 65 overall evaluation, 67 age, 17. Bai helplessly exited the system. Aside from his stamina, his attributes were truly too poor. There was a long way to go. However, what Bai did not know was, at that moment in the Yin country's football forum, an anonymous account suddenly posted a thread. The flamboyant passing of a young star from Yin country. Under this thread title was a video link. Clicking on the video revealed Bai's incredibly stylish frying meatballs and rainbow passes during a training match at Schalke. In 2010, in Yin state, smartphones had yet to become widespread, for all netizens' online forums were the sole destination. What are you up to, honey? You've barely stepped through the door, and already you're grinning like a fool beside the computer. At that moment, Hao Juanmin's wife approached carrying a tray of fresh fruit. Unlike many other football stars who favored models, Hao Juanmin's wife was his junior high school classmate. Their bond stretching seamlessly from adolescence to marriage. Their unwavering devotion, steadfast for over a decade, drew admiration from countless onlookers. After Hao Juanmin joined FC Schalke 04, his newlywed wife Li Qian resigned from her job and accompanied him to the land of the Iron Chariot. Today the team welcomed a young lad from Yin State, and he's truly exceptional. I've just posted a clip of him on the forum. Back to the forum again. Honestly, you browse it then sulk for days. It's always criticism of you of the national team. Why on earth do you keep reading it? Hearing Hao Juanmin's words, Li Qian sighed, helplessly picked up a piece of cut fruit and handed it to him. Oh, what can we do? Our national team really is in dire straits. It's been 8 years now. Ever since the infamous zero-egg performance in 2002, we haven't even secured a spot in the final round of World Cup qualifiers. At the very least, we must qualify for the 2014 World Cup. With the Football Association in its current state, who could possibly rely on them? Didn't you say? Enough. Don't speak so freely. Those words must never be uttered lightly. Seeing his wife about to utter something unwise, Hao Junmin furrowed his brow and cut her off. TCH, like I'd even care to hear it. Don't eat it then. Without another word, Li Qian snatched the fruit straight from Hao Junmin's mouth and stormed downstairs, her temper flaring. Even Yang Qian's Pomeranian barked wildly at Hao Junmin before darting after Li Qian down the stairs. Helpless, Hao Junmin shook his head and let out a long, weary sigh, gazing after his departing wife. She used to be so sweet back then. How did she grow so fiery after marriage? Muttering softly to himself, Hao Junmin turned back to the post he'd just uploaded. To his astonishment, the post had already been pinned to the top of the Yin State Football Forum, and within just 5 minutes, over 300 comments had flooded in. Whoa, this fried meatball is absolutely phenomenal. Clearly no ordinary player. Damn, his level rivals Iniesta's, especially that outside off the foot pass. Truly terrifying. Are you certain he's from Yin State? Doesn't quite look the part. Black hair, yet such refined footwork. Almost reminiscent of a player from Fusang Nation. Just because someone has elegant technique doesn't mean they're from Fusang, who decreed that Yin State players can't possess such finesse. Aside from the national team, there are skilled artisans among us. Are there? Name one. Ahem. Never mind, forget I asked. Fair point. He is extraordinary. His vision and passing are world-class, undoubtedly elite. And his ball control, pure Barcelona caliber. This young man's future shines brilliantly ahead. Hao Junmin hadn't anticipated such an overwhelming response to his casual post. Though he frequented football forums daily, he usually only intervened to defend himself when faced with personal criticism. This time he'd simply intended to remind those ever-boasting forum regulars, so enamored with Fusang's prowess, that Yin State too nurtured prodigies. He certainly hadn't expected his post to be pinned, nor most amusingly had he found a single negative comment about Subai throughout the entire thread. Such unanimity was rare in Yin State. After all, even the men's basketball team that competed in the 2008 Olympics had drawn scathing criticism for underperformance. Only over a decade later, when Yin State's team couldn't even qualify for the Olympics, did people finally realize that 2008 squad had stood at the absolute pinnacle. Enthralled, Hao Junmin stayed up until midnight before reluctantly shutting down his computer. It was 5:00 am. Subai's alarm rang as scheduled. He rose, washed, and brushed. Within 10 minutes, he was fully ready and stepped out the door. The system's daily reset left Subai utterly free of fatigue. Though his 10-hour training regimen restored physical stamina only once per day, nothing forbade cumulative gains in skill proficiency. Last night, back in his dormitory, Subai had resolved from now on he would rise every morning at 5:00 am. and train alone for 3 hours from 5:30 to 8:30. The club's official training sessions ran for roughly 5 or 6 hours during the day. All afternoon rest periods would be dedicated to extra drills, allowing him up to 12 hours of total training each day. Exhausting, perhaps, but Subai's base stamina stood at an impressive 88, more than enough to sustain such rigor. 5 days would yield 6 foundational attribute points. Fueled by this calculation, Subai felt a surge of confidence. By September, the land of the Iron Chariot had grown crisp with autumn chill. The training pitch stood empty. Once again, Subai began his solitary practice. Thump, thump, thump. At dawn in Schalke 04, a youth brimming with dreams repeated the most fundamental drills, without complaint, without pause. 1-2 repetitions. Daniel, head coach of the U18 squad, maintained a lifelong habit of rising early. His home nestled just beside the Schalke club grounds. After a light breakfast, Daniel strolled leisurely to the club. The gatekeeper greeted him with a warm smile. As always, Daniel lit a cigar and ambled slowly toward his office. A fine cigar, followed shortly by a freshly brewed cup of coffee. That was Daniel's morning ritual. Thump, thump, thump. Yet suddenly an unfamiliar sound pierced his tranquil rhythm. So early. Who could it be? Following the sound, Daniel turned, and there, drenched in sweat upon the pitch, stood a black-haired youth relentlessly practicing shots. Him again. Daniel glanced at his watch. 7:00 am. Impossible. After decades at the club, he'd seen diligent players, yes, but none arrived for extra training before 7:30. At 7:00 am. The only figures he'd ever seen moving about were kitchen staff preparing breakfast, not athletes training. And yet, this young man from Yin State had still been drilling away last night at 1:10 p.m. Daniel halted, observing Subai closely. His movements were amateurish, especially his shooting. Even with an empty net, half his attempts missed the frame entirely. Diligent, yes, but beyond passing the boy remained utterly unremarkable. Shaking his head, Daniel turned and walked back toward his office. Yet even inside his office, Daniel found himself repeatedly glancing out the window at that lone, tireless figure on the pitch. 7:50 a.m. Despite Su Bei's physical fitness rating of 88, 2 hours of uninterrupted training on an empty stomach has left him somewhat fatigued. His stomach gurgled. Reluctantly, Su Bei stopped his training. Last night, he had only eaten bread. Although the system cleared the negative effects, the feeling of hunger could not be erased. Glancing at the time, he realized there was only an hour left until the training session, so Su Bei quickly packed his things, intending to head to the cafeteria for something to eat. Just as Su Bei left, other team members began to arrive at the training ground one after another. Ben Kaishi looked at the empty training field and thought of his roommate. He hurriedly picked up the phone, preparing to call Su Bei to come to training early. Their head coach despised lazy players. His previous roommate, who was not fond of training, had been dismissed. Once the call connected, Su Bei assured him that he would be there soon. From the sound of it, he seemed to be eating something. Checking the time, Ben Kaishi frowned. Having breakfast this late might make him late for training. Anyway, he had made the call. Ben Kaishi decided not to worry about Su Bei anymore and began warming up. 8:30 a.m. Over 30 team members were already neatly lined up on the training field. Daniel strode into the training ground with Wycliffe. Wycliffe began checking off the players on the roster. Ben Kaishi glanced around and sighed in resignation. As expected, that guy still hadn't arrived. Soon Wycliffe realized that the only player missing was Su Bei. Wycliffe informed Daniel of the situation. At that moment, Su Bei rushed into the training ground. Seeing everyone looking at him, Su Bei felt a bit embarrassed. It was likely that the bread from last night had gone bad in his bag, as he unexpectedly had an upset stomach this morning. Thus, he was late for the first training session. Oh, this guy is probably going to get scolded. Damn it, I hope it's not 10 laps for the whole team. No wonder the football in Yin country is so poor. This guy has some talent, but being so lazy, he probably won't achieve much. Look at Mr. Daniel's expression, or it looks like he's going to eat this guy alive. Let's hope he doesn't take us down with him. It's over. Punishment runs are a certainty. Damn Yin country kid, this is all your fault. At this moment, even Ben Kaishi glanced at Su Bei with a hint of concern. He had already called, so how could this guy still be late? Hurry in and don't overexert yourself. It's good for young people to be diligent, but don't wear out your body. To everyone's surprise, Daniel, who usually acted like a fierce lion, actually said something like this. Countless people were stunned. Even assistant coach Wycliffe stared wide-eyed at their head coach. What's going on? He's late, and yet he's telling him not to work too hard. Not only Wycliffe, but many players also looked at Su Bei with jealousy. This guy is really being favored. If it weren't for the fact that these two had different skin tones and hair colors, they might suspect Su Bei was Daniel's illegitimate child. Returning to the group, Su Bei joined the training team. After all, it was just U18. Daniel didn't discuss any profound tactical analysis. After warming up the players, they split up to play a practice match. However, this time Su Bei was not assigned to Team A. Fortunately, Daniel placed him in the middle of Team B. This time Su Bei was the sole attacking midfielder for Team B. I don't understand. Watching Su Bei frequently make mistakes, yet perform dazzling tricks. Daniel shook his head in confusion. Not just Daniel, even Wycliffe beside him was somewhat baffled. This guy one moment looks like a ball control master, and the next like a primary school student. Oh, which one is he at? As he spoke, Su Bei once again executed a stunning trick amidst the crowd, and then made a flamboyant over-the-top through pass. However, the striker of Team B was too slow. A perfectly set-up assist turned into a splendid clearance by the defender. Getting up, the Team B striker sheepishly gave Su Bei a thumbs up. Su Bei smiled back in response. Your passing is still so beautiful. Ben Kaishi, who was matched up against Su Bei, had witnessed Su Bei's recent pass. Regardless of the placement or speed of the ball, it was definitely a perfect chance to score. If it were Whit Benedict, would have surely scored. Boss, how about letting this kid try out in the weekend league? Wycliffe couldn't help but say, watching Su Bei's marvelous performance. The first round of the Regionalliga, and you want this kid to go in. Although he was somewhat tempted, Daniel still felt it was a bit too soon. You have to know this kid has only been at Schalke for less than 2 days. Now there are less than 3 days until the weekend league. 5 days. You want someone who has never played a match before to step onto the field of the Regional Liga. That seems a bit exaggerated. Although there aren't many spectators, at least the old men in the neighborhood will come to watch the match. Those guys will say anything. The kid's psychological quality is still unknown. What if he wets his pants when he goes on the field? In that moment, Daniel resembled a mother sending her child off to kindergarten for the first time. Boss, I'm just saying, let him play a few minutes at the end to feel the atmosphere of the Regional Liga. This won't affect the team at all. Besides, haven't you always wanted to transform the team? If he can play tiki-taka in the Regionalliga, who knows, maybe other teams from the 2. Bundesliga or 1. Bundesliga will come calling. Looking at Daniel's somewhat resistant expression, Wycliffe added fuel to the fire. He knew that their head coach's dream was to become a real head coach. Even if it were a team in the two Bundesliga, he wanted to lead a team of his own rather than sit at Schalke and be a kindergarten teacher. For 3 whole days, Subai trained like a robot, following a strict routine of training, eating, training, and sleeping. His life had become unbearably monotonous. Even when Ben Kaishi invited Subai to go out for a drink, Subai politely declined. His mind was consumed with how to quickly enhance his ball control skills. Moreover, not only ball control, but his offensive awareness and speed were attributes that needed improvement as well. In short, for Subai at this moment, there was nothing on his mind but training. On Friday morning, Subai got up at 5, just like usual, to begin his training. However, since Ben Kaishi learned through the assistant coach that Subai was training so diligently, he joined Subai's training sessions as well. What puzzled Ben Kaishi was that Subai had been tirelessly practicing the most basic skills these days. He even spent time practicing juggling the ball. This left Ben Kaishi a bit perplexed, as these were skills he had played with in his childhood. Although he and Subai were roommates, he had hardly ever lived in Gelsenkirchen. So to be honest, he wasn't very familiar with Subai. Even though he had been getting up early because of Subai, the two had no interaction on the training ground. They each practiced their own routines. At 8:30, Subai and his teammates stood quietly on the training field waiting for Daniel's arrival. Today was a very special day for this season. Saturday would mark the first match in the Regional Liga. And today the head coach would finalize the starting lineup for tomorrow during the scrimmage. As soon as the time arrived, Daniel and Wycliffe walked into the training field on time. The players' guesses were correct. Wycliffe was holding a black notebook. That notebook would determine the 18-man roster for tomorrow's match. It is worth noting that Schalke 04 U18 had as many as 32 players. This list could almost be seen as the final roster for the rotation this season. If you were not on this list, then unfortunately Schalke 04 would no longer need you this season, and you could find your own way. Everyone stared eagerly at the notebook in Wycliffe's hands. Many even trembled a bit. They did not want to leave in such a dejected manner. Tomorrow afternoon is our league debut. Last season we finished 4th in the league. That's not bad, but our main striker and attacking midfielder have left. They are now competing in the two Bundesliga. As long as you can perform, even if there's no position for you at Schalke, they will definitely send you to a team that suits you. Even if you're not on the main roster, do not be discouraged. As long as you continue to work hard, your future will surely be bright. Daniel spoke grandiloquently. However, no one who was listening truly took his words to heart. What is professional soccer? There's no such thing as a bright future through hard work alone. Those are just lies to fool the naive. Without talent, no matter how hard you practice, your fate is to be shown the door. After a passionate speech, Daniel turned and walked to the sidelines. As the head coach, he was not responsible for reading each of the players' names one by one. With Daniel's departure, Wycliffe opened the notebook and stood at the front. Staff pushed a cart filled with yellow vests next to him. Wycliffe looked up at the crowd and then began to read the names from the notebook. Bobby Edgar, a tall player, 1.9 meters, expressionless, stepped forward to take the yellow vest. As last season's starting goalkeeper, Bobby Edgar had worried about his starting position from the very beginning. Esther Scott, the team's main center back. Webster Jeffrey, also a main center back for the team. Morton Jim, the main left back. Sidney Parker, the main right back. Lloyd and Cairo, the main defensive midfielder. Hardy Hunt, the left winger. Wheeler and Cairo, the right winger. Ben Kaishi, the attacking midfielder. Halim O'Shea, also an attacking midfielder. The forward, Whit Benedict. The 11 starting players had been called out. After the names were called, those who were mentioned stood across from the rest of the team. Out of 32 players, only 21 remained. Now was the most brutal moment. Among these 21, only 7 could make it onto the main roster. The rest could either stay or leave. If they were lucky, perhaps someone among the 18 would get injured or perform poorly, allowing a substitute spot. But they had to wait. Wycliffe adjusted his glasses. He looked up at the other players facing him. He had seen this scene too many times. There was nothing to regret. Smedley Lev. Upon hearing the name, Smedley Lev clenched his fists tightly. The flush on his face revealed just how excited he was at that moment. As a goalkeeper, making the roster proved that at the very least he still had a chance to play for Schalke 04 this season. Unlike him, the other goalkeeper, Hancock, lowered his head in disappointment. At 20 years old, he had worked hard, but his height of 1.85 meters made him lose in goalkeeper duels. Unlike other positions as a goalkeeper, even being a second-choice goalkeeper made it difficult to get playing time, let alone becoming a third-choice goalkeeper. Afterward, names were called one by one. Some were joyful, others sorrowful. After the 6th name was called, the remaining 15 waited anxiously for the last name. At this moment, Wycliffe paused as if to build suspense. He deliberately looked at Subai, who stood at the back of the line. I wonder if that kid from Yen Nation is feeling super nervous right now. However, to his disappointment, the Yen Nation kid looked completely indifferent, causing Wycliffe to shake his head in helplessness. It seems that those with talent are always so confident. Su-bai. Wycliffe no longer hesitated and directly called out Su-bai's name. At that moment, many on the field were taken aback. Although Su-bai had talent, he had only been with the team for less than 5 days. How could they let someone who had been there for less than 5 days enter the main roster? Could it be that this guy could play directly? Those not selected began to chatter among themselves. However, this chatter had absolutely no effect. After the names were read, Daniel walked back up. This is the roster for the first match. If anyone wants to leave, you can do so immediately. Our registration for the Regional Liga has not ended yet. Perhaps you can find an opportunity at another team. As long as you make the contact, the club can release you according to the contract. This is the final ultimatum. At this moment, if you leave the team, you might still find opportunities with some weaker Regional Liga teams. If you do not leave, then this season, even if you sit on the bench, you must honestly see this season through. The remaining players looked at each other. In the end, 2 people stepped forward. Daniel did not say anything, smiling as he shook hands and said goodbye, then no longer paid attention. Su-bai watched his former teammates left with their bags and couldn't help but sigh. Professional soccer is indeed so cruel. 3 days of intensive training earned Su-bai 3 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all of them to his ball control attribute. At 68, his ball control remained abysmal. Yet at the Regional Liga West 3rd Division level, even these rudimentary technical actions now possessed a semblance of polish and precision. As the 2 squads dispersed, intra-squad scrimmages commenced. Being assigned to Team B, Su-bai stood alone among its midfielders as the sole player named to the official matchday squad. This naturally elevated him to the role of Team B's primary playmaker, though such a mantle proved far from effortless. Every offensive initiative rested squarely upon his shoulders. Receive and pass without stopping. From initial awkwardness, Su-bai gradually grew attuned to his teammates' rhythms. Coupled with his oil-fried meatball skill card, he began to command the midfield with increasing fluency and grace. This young man appears to be making genuine progress, Daniel remarked, visibly surprised as he watched Su-bai weave Team B's attack together with seamless coherence. Wycliffe stood beside him. His improvement is inevitable. He's unquestionably the hardest-working player in the entire squad. Moreover, he's followed my dietary plan to the letter, not a single deviation. Even the most unpalatable chicken breast has become his staple meal. Wycliffe nodded, approvingly observing Su-bai's performance on the pitch. Geniuses are universally admired, but a diligent genius, that is truly rare and precious. Given this display, he's more than ready for first-team minutes, Daniel declared. Hearing this, Wycliffe merely smiled faintly, offering no reply. He knew his head coach all too well. Daniel had clearly already made up his mind, yet insisted on drawing out Wycliffe's affirmation as if the decision had been reluctantly extracted from him. Daniel shot Wycliffe a playful, exasperated glance. The 30-minute scrimmage concluded swiftly. Team A claimed victory with ease. Though Team B created several clear chances, their striker, woefully inadequate, missed an open goal opportunity after Su-bai's perfectly weighted through ball. Daniel fell silent. Such was the reality of the U18 squad. The starting 11 could comfortably compete in the 2 Bundesliga, yet the bench lacked depth, discipline, and quality. It was an unavoidable truth. Any reserve capable of matching the starters would have long since moved on. Those still lingering in Team B awaiting their chance possessed neither pedigree nor proven ability. Following the scrimmage, Daniel assigned light recovery drills and announced the cancellation of afternoon training. After all, tomorrow's match loomed large. They couldn't risk overtaxing the players. Yet while others prepared to rest, Su-bai had no intention of doing so. An additional afternoon session would soon yield another attribute point. At present, rest held no appeal for him whatsoever. Yet shortly after 4 o'clock that afternoon, his phone rang, an unexpected occurrence. Back home in Yen State, it would still be the dead of night, and in the Autobahn nation, he had no acquaintances. His phone had never rung before. Su-bai walked to the pitch's edge and answered. To his astonishment, it was Hao Junmin. With the Bundesliga season set to kick off tomorrow, what could Hao want with him now? Puzzled, he accepted the call. Xiaobai. Yeah, it's me, brother Hao. Oh, come over for dinner tonight. My wife's prepared several dishes from home. I'll wait for you at the club entrance. Hao spoke hurriedly, ending the call after only a few words. Warmth stirred in Su-bai's chest. Though Hao himself struggled within the club in this foreign land, he genuinely regarded Su-bai as kin, a fellow son of Yen State. Glancing at the time, Su-bai gathered his belongings and headed back to the dormitory. Drenched in sweat, he couldn't possibly present himself at someone's home in such a state. After showering and tidying his hair, he hurried out. Fortunately, Schalke 04's training complex lay within the city center. Upon stepping outside, he spotted a supermarket, bought some fruit, and arrived just in time. When he reached the club gate, Hao Junmin stood there, already backpack slung over one shoulder. Xiaobai, why'd you bring gifts? Seeing Su-bai laden with bags of fruit, Hao hurried over and took one bag from him. Hey brother, how it's my first time visiting your home. I couldn't possibly arrive empty-handed. Fruit's outrageously expensive here. You haven't even received your first paycheck yet, so you're practically penniless. Don't waste money. It's just Li Qian and me at home. We'd never finish all this. I'll drop some off at your dorm. With that, Hao turned toward the club entrance. Brother Hao, you're treating me like an outsider. In Yin State, it's a cardinal rule, never cross another's threshold empty-handed. Hao studied Su Bai's resolute expression and sighed, shaking his head with gentle resignation. Fine, let's go. And with that, he led Su Bai to his car. It wasn't a luxury vehicle, merely a Volkswagen Passat, a common commuter car across the Autobahn nation. Noticing Su Bai's quiet appraisal of the sedan, Hao offered a wry smile. It's secondhand. I didn't dare purchase anything flashy upon arriving here. You know our fans back home, they spare no mercy when it comes to criticism. Su Bai chuckled softly and nodded. He recalled Dong Fengshua's brief stint at Manchester United. How after playing only a handful of matches he'd bought a luxury car and endured 10 years of relentless public censure. Hao's consistent humility had preserved his reputation among Yin State supporters, among the few trusted, dependable players remaining in the national consciousness. His talent may have been modest, but he drew no ire. Soon the car pulled up beneath Hao's apartment building. 13th floor, mostly residential apartments. Rent steep, but safety's prioritized. This neighborhood houses mostly middle and upper-income Autobahn citizens. It's also remarkably quiet. If you're interested, I can help you find one. I'll even cover the deposit if funds are tight. Noticing Su Bai's gaze linger on the building, Hao assumed he might be reconsidering the dormitory. No need, brother Hao. I'm barely covering meals with my salary. I'll wait until I've truly broken through. That's the spirit. Youth thrives on ambition. They chatted amiably as they entered Hao's home, a spacious duplex apartment. The living room gleamed with meticulous cleanliness. As the door opened, Li Qian stood waiting at the threshold. Oh dear, you brought gifts. Come in quickly. Li Qian appeared to be in her mid-20s. Not conventionally stunning, yet possessing refined elegance and quintessentially Eastern features. She relieved Su Bai of the fruit, poured him a glass of water, then retreated to the kitchen. Su Bai and Hao settled onto the sofa. Xiao Bai focused solely on training at first. Don't rush. I only debuted a month after arriving at Schalke. You've been here mere days. Schalke's U18 squad ranks among Germany's strongest youth teams. If promotion weren't prohibited for reserve sides, they'd likely already be competing in the Bundesliga. Keep honing your craft. When Raul watched your passing today, he praised it effusively. Even mentioned you to senior players, calling you his little brother, whose vision and delivery are exceptional. Sensing Su Bai's nervous restraint, Hao opened the conversation wider. Brother Hao, I've just been named to the 18-man matchday squad. The moment Su Bai spoke, Hao, who had just swallowed a mouthful of tea, spurted it across the room. What? Hao Junmin was taken aback upon hearing Su Bai's words. At that moment, Li Qian also came out of the kitchen holding a plate of food. Seeing her husband spraying tea everywhere, she picked up a mop and muttered as she walked out. Take your time drinking, there are guests here, why are you in such a hurry? No Qianer, do you know? That kid Su Bai made it to the big roster. I was just about to brag that I made it to the big roster when he hit me with this. Hao Junmin's words clearly surprised Li Qian as well. Huh, didn't Xiao Bai just sign? It's only been a few days and he's already in the big roster. Having been with Hao Junmin for over 10 years, Li Qian was very familiar with football. For newcomers to integrate into the team and even get on the field, it usually takes at least a month. Of course, excluding those star players, but even for stars, it's rare to see someone who has just signed being able to play so soon. This guy Su Bai has only been at Schalke for 5 days, and he made it to the big roster. It's not a starting position, so I'm a bit disappointed. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Su Bai thought they were trying to comfort him. Xiao Bai, you don't know, a team's playing style, especially at the start of the season, is already set. The 18-man roster is carefully considered by the coach, taking into account all unforeseen circumstances. Making it to the big roster means you at least have a chance to play, especially for newcomers like you who have never played in an official match before. Honestly, making it to the big roster is already quite an achievement. At the very least, it proves that Daniel believes you have the capability to play. After dinner, you should rest early. You might have insomnia tonight. You don't know, when I was at Luening the first time I made it to the big roster, I was so excited. Oh right, almost forgot, let me show you something good. Saying this, Hao Junmin stood up and brought his laptop from the study. Then he sat down in front of Su Bai. Look at this. He opened the laptop. It was the post he had posted on the Yin Nation forum. Over 4700 comments. More than 30000 shares. A pinned post. Su Bai was a bit stunned. Schalke 04, Yin Nation young player. Su Bai immediately recognized the title was referring to him. Haha, I posted that pass on the forum. Look, so many people are praising you. Su Bai also carefully looked at the comments. Wow, this fried meatball this pass, damn, it's definitely much better than our national pig. The original poster, please tell us. I checked the Schalke official website. Besides Hao Juanmin, there are no other Yen Nation players. That pass is really beautiful. It completely has the feeling of Barcelona. Haha, just this pass, I dare say none of us from Yen Nation can do it. No doubt about it, this pass is not only about the feel for the ball, you see the vision and awareness for passing absolutely top-notch. That's talent, something that can't be trained. Just this one kick, I have to say none of our national players could pull it off. Subai also felt quite embarrassed looking at this. Is it really that outrageous? Yen Nation fans are truly pitiful. They see a random pass from abroad and are this exaggerated. Haha, Xiaobai, you are now the hope star of our Yen Nation. No way, I have to add another line. Yen Nation young player has entered the first round of the Schalke 04 big roster for the German Regional Liga. Hao Juanmin, with great interest, directly pulled the computer closer and started typing. Soon, this pinned post became popular again. Looking at his results, Hao Juanmin was satisfied as he closed the laptop. Let's go. It's time to eat. Without caring about Su Bai's thoughts, Hao Juanmin pulled Su Bai to the dining room. Being in the war chariot nation, Su Bai hadn't had real Chinese food for a long time. Moreover, Li Qian, as a girl from Sichuan, made Sichuan cuisine that was absolutely delicious. Su Bai didn't stop using his chopsticks once he sat at the table. Seeing Su Bai devouring his food, both Li Qian and Hao Juanmin couldn't help but laugh. Eat slowly, there's more. If you want to eat later, just call your sister-in-law and you'll be well fed. After leaving Hao Juanmin's house, it was already past 7. Originally, Hao Juanmin planned to drive Su Bai back, but Su Bai refused. He had eaten a bit too much tonight, and a leisurely walk back would count as training. Hao Juanmin's house wasn't too far from the club. After about an hour, Su Bai strolled back to the club. After casually tidying up in the dormitory, Su Bai headed to the training ground. Under the bright moonlight, Su Bai was monotonously training alone on the training ground. Not far away, Daniel also occasionally walked to the window and looked down. Looking up at the moon and down at the ground, he saw hope. Schalke 04 was founded on May 4, 1904, located in the suburb of Gelsenkirchen, hence named Schalke 04. The Bundesliga was officially established in 1963, and Schalke 04 was one of the founding members. Schalke 04 was a founding member of the Bundesliga in 1963, but due to limitations in strength, they have not won the Bundesliga championship for many years. Although they have never won a championship, Schalke 04 still has a loyal fan base. It was not yet midnight. A crowd had gathered at the entrance of the Garden Stadium. These people were there to watch the Schalke youth team's regional Liga match. Among them were ragged homeless people and well-dressed high-income individuals. Although they looked somewhat out of place the moment they entered the stadium, they shouted a unified slogan. Su, hurry up and get in. Su Bai was still looking at the few fans in the stands when a teammate pulled him. Everything was completely different from what Su Bai had imagined. There was no fan welcome, no banners or anything. There were even less than 1,000 people in the stands. The Garden Stadium, which can hold 61524 people, had fewer than 1,000 spectators, which indeed looked a bit shabby. The starting players had already entered the field with the referee. As a substitute, he naturally had to sit on the bench. Evening matches are for the first team, so our game is scheduled for noon. That's how the Regional Liga is. Unless a city has no Bundesliga team, the attendance might be a bit higher. The U18 matches of other teams have fewer people than this. Seeing that, Su Bai looked a bit puzzled. Wycliffe also started explaining to him. Thank you, sir. Facing Wycliffe's kindness, Su Bai quickly expressed his gratitude. For some reason, Wycliffe had been quite attentive to him lately, not only bringing him a special meal plan, but also instructing the restaurant to prepare special breakfasts for him. These were exactly what Su Bai needed right now. Seeing Su Bai's polite demeanor, Wycliffe smiled and turned his gaze back to the field. There was no formal opening ceremony. Even in the first round, both teams played as if it were a friendly match. After a simple group photo, the teams moved to the sidelines. Schalke 04's opponent today is Hansa Rostock, who were relegated from the 2. Bundesliga last season. Once the dominant team of East Germany, they have a glorious history. In the 1999-01 season, Rostock won the last league and cup double of former East Germany, thus qualifying for the Bundesliga after reunification. After the reunification of Germany, the football systems of the East and West were aligned. However, they were relegated to the second tier after just one season. After 3 seasons of struggle, they returned to the Bundesliga in 1995 and managed to maintain their position for a time. After that, Rostock began a years-long journey of battling relegation. Unfortunately, due to a lack of funding, they were relegated again in the 04-05 season. Following this, the loss of key players made it extremely difficult for them to compete, even in the 2. Bundesliga. Promotion seemed completely out of reach. Last season, Rostock historically dropped down to the Regional Liga. Club executives resigned, and the team was sold off. It was only through crowdfunding by Rostock's fans that the team managed to survive. However, despite this, Rostock's strength should not be underestimated. All the players on the pitch now are of Bundesliga caliber. Even though they are all in the twilight of their careers, their experience and skills are genuinely at Bundesliga level. Just as the match began, Daniel on the sidelines already started frowning. Schalke 04 is still their familiar 433 formation. Benedict leads the attack. The midfield consists of Hylem, O'Shea and Ben K and his partner. However, they face Rostock's midfield duo, the 36-year-old Svetkovits and the 35-year-old Bienlich. The inexperienced Ben K and the impatient Hylem, O'Shea are completely no match for them. Right from the start, Schalke 04 pushed forward aggressively. Facing the aging Rostock, Daniel had made it clear before the match that they should break through with speed and wear them down with stamina. So after receiving a pass back from Benedict, Schalke's attacking midfielder Hylem, O'Shea immediately dashed forward. However, after just a few steps, he was taken down by Rostock's attacking midfielder Bienlich, who tackled him along with the ball. But that wasn't all. The referee, who was close by, watched Hylem, O'Shea fall to the ground without any reaction, signaling for the game to continue. Bienlich, having successfully tackled, stood up and effortlessly executed a long pass to the right flank, where young player Baltas was making a swift run. After a smooth right-footed stop, Rostock's young talent Baltas, known for his speed, began his performance down the right flank. Facing Schalke's left-back Morton, Jim Baltas simply nudged the ball right and accelerated past a slightly unprepared Morton. At this moment, Schalke's defense was thrown into chaos. It's important to note that Rostock's forward is none other than the veteran Hong, who just transferred for free from Hamburg last season. Standing at 192 meters, he often used his head to score goals for Hamburg, let alone against these youngsters from Schalke 04 in the regional Liga. Sure enough, Rostock's young Baltas took just a couple of steps before striking the ball hard with his right foot inside the penalty area. Facing Hong, who completely overmatched them in height, skill, and experience, the inexperienced Schalke center-backs Esther, Scott, and Webster, Jeffrey had no capacity to resist. The terrifying Hong easily overpowered them and headed the ball toward the goal. Beep. A whistle sounded. Schalke 04 was defeated just 1 minute and 3 seconds into the match by a goal from Rostock. On the Rostock bench, all the substitute players and coaches embraced each other in excitement. The goalscorer Hong, however, showed little celebration. He shot a cold glance at Schalke's center-backs Webster, Jeffrey, and Esther, Scott, who were still on the ground, and then slowly turned to walk back to his half. Damn Halem, is he out of his mind? I've said it countless times to use speed and quick passing to wear them out, yet he insists on charging in to find trouble. Daniel, seeing the team concede a goal so quickly, angrily threw away the water bottle in his hand. Shit. What kind of play was that? It was crap. Is this really Schalke 04? Though the tickets are cheap, it shouldn't be played like this just a minute in, and it's against a bunch of old-timers from Rostock. What were the defenders doing last night? No physicality at all. That guy might be from the Bundesliga, but he's already 37, and they can't even handle an old man. Damn, what kind of nonsense is this? Quickly conceding a goal not only left the head coach furious, but also prompted the few fans on the sidelines to start shouting insults. Subai turned to look at the crude behavior of his own fans, and was a bit surprised. You see, his previous encounters with the Bundesliga were all through television, where the fans would wear team jerseys, wave scarves, and show unwavering support. Unlike this group behind him, who were all crude and foul-mouthed. So this is the regional Liga. It's bad enough to insult, but sometimes when the play is too poor, these guys might even beat people up after the match. The substitute goalkeeper Smedley, Leaf quietly said while sitting beside him, beat people up after the match. Subai felt a chill run down his spine. This truly reflects the level of the War Machine Nation. Meanwhile, Daniel was still cursing on the sidelines while the opposing coach wore a broad smile. Subai turned to check the large screen on the sidelines. The glaring score of 1-0. Is this the regional Liga? It's much rougher than he imagined. In the subsequent match, both teams began to showcase their attacking styles. The ball flew back and forth between the two teams. Subai was watching to the point of discomfort. For a full 30 minutes, it seemed as if the ball had hardly rolled on the ground. A big kick to receive it, then play down the wing, followed by a breakthrough on the flank. Then it was just crossing from the byline. There was hardly any penetration through the middle at all. The ball seemed completely disconnected from the midfield. The match was incredibly dull. Apart from the rough actions and the occasional sound of the whistle, this opening match of the Regional Liga left Subai in awe. The average age of the players on the Rostock team is nearly 32 years old. Among these 11 players, 6 are retired players who have played for Rostock in either the Bundesliga or the Bundesliga. To put it nicely, they are retired players. To put it bluntly, they are some of the old and weak who have been eliminated by various clubs. However, even these aging players still dominate over the young squad of Schalke 04 on the field, especially in the midfield. The double defensive midfielders Chetkovic and Rashki have completely frozen Ben Keishi and Halim O'Shea. There were no passes or through balls. Even simple progress was extremely difficult. Although Rostock's defensive midfielder Chetkovic is not fast, his robust physique and rich defensive experience leave Halim O'Shea with no way to counter. The football at Halim O'Shea's feet was easily intercepted. Less than 20 minutes into the match, Schalke 04 had not managed a single decent attack. If it weren't for the decent performance of the two fullbacks, the score would likely have been 2-0 or 3-0 by now. Daniel was still on the sidelines loudly directing his players. However, no matter how hard he tried, the situation on the field remained the same. In front of the experienced Rostock team, Schalke truly resembled an U18 team utterly powerless against Rostock. In the 35th minute of the match, the continuous mistakes in midfield finally allowed Rostock to seize the opportunity. The stubborn Halim O'Shea, in his nth attempt to evade Chetkovic with a simple change of direction. Chetkovic executed a precise positional play and easily hooked the football away right in front of Halim. Immediately after, Chetkovic made a wide transfer, passing the ball to Stein on the left. It was the same tactic again. Stein found Rostock forward Hehenge, who leapt high in the penalty area with a diagonal long pass from 45 degrees in front of the penalty area. Without a doubt, the tall Hehenge continued to overpower Schalke's central defenders, forcefully heading the ball into Schalke's net. 2-0. Hush. Hush. Shit. What garbage. What level is that defender and the attacking midfielder? Damn it, don't embarrass yourselves at the Garden Stadium, just get off the field. As Rostock celebrated, the boos and curses from the fans in the stands echoed. Damn it. Halim, are you deaf? I told you to quickly pass the ball to the wing, can't you hear? An enraged Daniel no longer cared whether he would hurt Halim's feelings. He was roaring furiously from the sidelines. On the field, Halim, with his head down, was silent and dejected. Not just Halim. On the other side, Ben Keishi was equally dispirited. The entire Schalke 04 team resembled wilted flowers. At this moment in Yen country, Li Shua, who had been following the Yen country football forum, was searching for a live broadcast of the Regional Liga match by his computer. Unfortunately, there was no broadcast for this match at all. Most people sharing his thoughts were fans who had commented on the post made by Hao Junmin. In the current top 5 leagues, only Hao Junmin is still in the Bundesliga. In fact, he is the only player from Yen country playing in a mainstream overseas league. As for the youth, over the years, Yen country football has not produced any outstanding young talents. Compared to the numerous talents in Goryeo and Fusang, Yen country is indeed a bit miserable. Therefore, the sudden appearance of a player from the Regional Liga has given these fervent fans a glimmer of hope. Under Hao Junmin's post, many people commented begging for a broadcast of the Regional Liga. I'm on the scene. There's a black-haired player on the bench, but he hasn't played. He looks like that guy in the video. Damn, what a good guy. Hurry up and live stream the score. Suddenly interested in the Regional Liga. Exactly, hurry up and stream. I've been searching for half an hour, and there's no stream at all. Unfortunately, Schalke is currently trailing 0-2, not on the same level as Rostock, especially in midfield. It's awful. That number 9 is slow and turns slowly, and he loves to dribble. Just now he got countered and then scored with a header. Damn it. If midfield isn't working, let's put in our young guy, who I've seen his dribbling and passing. He could definitely handle the Regional Liga. Seriously, are these foreigners discriminating against us? If he has the ability, why not let him play? Bro, it's up to you. Hurry up and stream. Finally, there's a place to get information. At this moment, Li Shua was quietly watching the post, refreshing it over and over. He was so eager to fly to the scene to watch the match. There was no other reason. He simply wanted to know if our talented Yen citizens could perform abroad. The ugly match continued. The score of 2-0 allowed Rostock to relax more as they played. After trying to dribble a few times, Halim finally started to think. He began to avoid going head-to-head with Rostock's defensive midfielders. He and Ben Keishi started to attempt passing the ball to the wings. However, unfortunately, even on the wings, right winger Wheeler Anchi Luo and left winger Hardy Hand are equally powerless. As soon as they pushed forward, they would face a double team from Rostock. And so, the unsightly first half ended with the referee's whistle. Daniel angrily turned to prepare to head back to the locker room. The players on the bench were all planning to follow him back. However, as they passed by Daniel glanced at him. What are you going to do? Go warm up. After saying this, Daniel walked into the players' tunnel without looking back. Subai was stunned. Warm up? What's the point of warming up during halftime? Congratulations. Congratulations. Just as Subai was puzzled, the substitute goalkeeper, Smedley Lev, patted him on the shoulder and smiled. What are you congratulating me for? Don't you know? You're going to play in the second half, and you're going to come on directly. Smedley Lev's words brought a wave of excitement to Subai. Although he had made it onto the roster, he really hadn't thought about getting on the field. As Hao Junmin said, if a rookie wants to get on the field, you can't expect to not wait for a month or two of adaptation. That's impossible. He didn't expect his debut to come so soon. What Subai didn't know was that Daniel, who was already dissatisfied with Halim's ball-holding behavior, had had enough of his terrible performance in the first half. Rather than letting this guy continue to embarrass himself, it would be better to let this kid Su-Bai give it a try. At the very least, Su-Bai still had the chance to deliver a few threatening passes for Schalke. 0 shots in the first half. This was Daniel's most humiliating match. Holy cow, big news. That young man from Yin country is warming up. He's about to step onto the pitch. Brothers, get ready. Wait, wasn't halftime just called? Why is he warming up now? Seriously, players slated to enter at the start of the second half usually don't have time to return to the locker room, so they warm up right here during these 15 minutes. Haha, awesome. Let's see if the kid delivers. Guys upstairs, film some clips. Upload them to the thread after the match. Exactly, just focus on filming him. Though if he plays terribly, well, let's just say I'd rather not be embarrassed. Haha, don't worry. This is the German 3rd division. The level's roughly comparable to China's Super League. From what I've seen, this kid should hold his own in the 3. Liga. I think so too. The 3. Liga isn't particularly demanding, but the 2. Bundesliga. That's a whole different tier. Meanwhile, on the Yin Country Football Forum, countless fans were intently following Su-Bai. Elsewhere, Daniel had just stormed into the locker room, and in a fit of fury kicked over the tactical board standing inside. His teammates trailed behind like frightened quails, hunched silent, barely daring to breathe. Where was your tactical discipline? Where was your movement? Did you swallow dirt? Do you even remember what I said? Do you understand large-scale positional rotation? Quick passing, linking midfield and defense seamlessly. Did I not emphasize that? So tell me, what did you actually do? Hylam, have you got dung for brains? Fine, you're off the pitch. Enraged, Daniel roared like a lion. Though deeply reluctant, Hylam dared not utter a single word of protest. He knew full well Daniel's ironclad authority. If he challenged him now, the consequences would be dire. Soon the 15-minute halftime break came to an end. Both teams re-entered the pitch. Daniel summoned Su-Bai to the sideline. Su, your sole task is to pass. I've already briefed Whit Benedict and the others. Deliver the ball to them instantly. Remember, don't hold onto the ball. Su-Bai nodded firmly. At that moment, the 4th official raised the substitution board high. Su-Bai strode directly onto the pitch and took position in central midfield. Haha, he's on. He's on. Brothers. A young Yin national wearing sunglasses seated in the stands excitedly pulled out his phone and posted an immediate update on the forum. Wu Chang, a student from Yin country studying in the Chariot Nation, had come today to watch the Bundesliga clash between Schalke 04 and VfB Stuttgart. But arriving early with nothing else to do, he'd wandered into the stadium instead, intending only to pass time watching a 3 Liga match. To his astonishment, he discovered one of his compatriots was playing. In that instant, he became the live text commentator for the match, and the Yin Country Football Forum transformed into the very first broadcast platform for Su-Bai's professional debut. Yet Su-Bai remained utterly unaware that his debut was drawing such fervent attention back home. His mind was wholly consumed by the system's voice. The moment his cleats touched the turf, the system triggered a new mission. Ding! New system mission acquired. Flawless debut. Mission rank DSSS. Reward scale with completion level. Gazing at his teammates on the field, Su-Bai began calculating precisely what performance metrics might elevate his mission rating. Beep. A sharp whistle pierced the air. The second half of matchday 1 in the 3 Liga commenced. Schalke 04 versus FC Rostock. Rostock opened with possession. Their striker Hahanger immediately passed backward to attacking midfielder Bienlich. Then without hesitation, he surged forward toward Schalke's defensive third. Bienlich received the ball cleanly and charged straight ahead. Confronted by Whit Benedict's aggressive press, Bienlich effortlessly shifted the ball left with his right foot and glided past him. Next, he faced Su-Bai. Seeing Bienlich's tall, powerful frame, Su-Bai lunged forward instinctively. Yet regrettably, his current defensive attribute stood at a mere 58. Put plainly, that 58 rendered him little more than a static post. With just a single feint, Bienlich swept past him effortlessly. Fortunately, during halftime, Daniel had instructed defensive midfielder Lloyd Angelo to shadow Su-Bai closely and cover defensively when needed. Witnessing Su-Bai bypassed so easily, Lloyd Angelo instantly slid sideways, tackling Bienlich down along with the ball. Naturally, the referee promptly whistled the challenge as a foul, though no card was shown. On the touchline, Daniel wore a look of deep concern. He'd substituted Su-Bai partly in frustration. Now seeing how easily he'd been beaten, anxiety gripped him. What if this lad fails to distribute the ball effectively? Then Schalke's entire central defense collapses. What just happened? Was that fool just subbed off? Now they've brought on another black-haired stiff, Japanese, Korean. When did this guy even join the squad? Look at his build. What kind of footballer is he? One bump and he'll fly. 0 physical resilience. Ugh, Schalke's truly rotten to the core, recruiting just anyone. That kid was pure deadwood. Exactly. Even that earlier oaf couldn't pass or dribble, but at least he could absorb a few hits. Now this guy's on. The midfield has zero resistance. We're done for. Done for. Damn it. The senior team's pathetic, and now even the U18s won't let us breathe easy. The crowd in the stands buzzed with discontent. They couldn't fathom why Schalke kept recruiting East Asians. Last year's first-team signing had been useless. Now they'd imported yet another from Japan. To fans in the Chariot Nation, what is football? Football is a man's sport. Brutal physical duels, relentless collisions. That's what defines football. So what's this slender East Asian doing on the pitch? Surely he's here for comic relief. On the field, Rostock's free kick was punched clear by Schalke's goalkeeper, far beyond the penalty area. By sheer chance, the ball landed perfectly at the feet of Ben Kuish near the edge of the penalty arc. Kuish seized it, spun urgently, ready to launch a counterattack, only to find Rostock's right winger Baltas already bearing down upon him. With no choice, he quickly passed the ball sideways to Subai, stationed on the right side of the center circle. Subai rushed forward to receive it. Yet the instant he reached to meet the ball, he was stunned to see a golden passing trajectory materialize before his eyes, a line glowing with an unprecedented, unambiguous 100 success rate. Lifting his gaze slightly, he realized the line extended all the way to Rostock's goal. Golden path. 100% certainty. Without hesitation, Subai struck. No first-time control, no pause. Just a fierce, clean, right-footed drive launched directly into the ball. Is this guy here to be funny? With no one in front, he just randomly kicks the ball, extending his leg. At such a long distance, does he think he's Beckham? Just as the Schalke fans in the stands were complaining, they suddenly fell silent. It wasn't just them. Daniel, who was cursing his own players on the sidelines, also widened his eyes in shock. On the other side, the originally chattering group of players on Rostock's bench suddenly fell silent. They stared blankly at the field. They saw Subai's powerful kick soaring over the halfway line, suddenly beginning to plummet rapidly above the edge of Rostock's penalty area. The Rostock goalkeeper Hanks was clearly flustered at this point. Schalke, with 0 shots in the first half, had made him completely let his guard down. Thus his positioning had moved increasingly forward. Most importantly, just moments ago, it was Rostock's free kick opportunity, and he was still waiting to celebrate their goal. To his surprise, someone from Schalke 04 actually chose to shoot from that position. This is in the Regional Liga. Has he watched too many top 10 highlights? Initially seeing the height of Subai's shot, Hanks was literally laughing. With that technique, while his kick power was decent, the ball was still so high, it was surely going out of the field. However, it wasn't until the ball flew over his head that Hanks panicked. A frightening scene occurred. The football in the air was spinning violently and began to drop rapidly. At that moment, Hanks desperately ran towards the goal. Unfortunately, even with all his effort, the ball flew past him like a shooting star, just slipping through his fingertips. It drilled into the net. Beep. The referee at the center circle unhesitatingly blew his whistle to signal a valid goal. At that moment in the Garden Stadium, everyone stared blankly at the football that had flown into the net, speechless. The ball went in. Beautiful. It's a goal. Finally, Daniel's companion Wycliffe was the first to raise his hands high, shouting excitedly. Standing next to Subai, Ben Keishi was the first to excitedly rush over and hug Subai. Su, that was beautiful. That goal was stunning. Following that, Schalke's defensive midfielder Lloyd Ancairo and winger Hardy Hunt, almost all of his teammates, rushed over to Subai. They embraced Su by ruffling his hair vigorously. However, Subai on the field still hadn't reacted. Did he just score? This was the first time he touched the ball in his professional career. To his surprise, he scored with his first touch. This feeling, it wasn't as exciting as he had imagined. In fact, it felt a bit dull. At this moment, Daniel was also holding his head in disbelief. This guy is incredible. He actually shot from that position. That distance was about 65 meters right. He mumbled to himself. Beside him, assistant coach Wycliffe was wearing an excited smile. Boss, your substitution was magical. Just after the start, we equalized. Wycliffe's words suddenly made Daniel, who was still in disbelief, understand. Right? The fact that this kid could score was due to his keen eye for talent. At that moment, Daniel suddenly realized he was starting to like this hard-working kid from the Yen Kingdom. Initially, he thought putting this kid on was a bit casual, but now, this was not casual at all. This miraculous substitution was the value of Daniel's existence. He proudly turned to look at the fans behind him, who had been continuously complaining about Schalke 04. Did you see that? This is the power of a miraculous coach. With just one substitution, we magically equalized. However, it seemed that the fans hadn't reacted yet. There was no live broadcast, so there wasn't any replay on the big screen. Besides a staff member in the stands holding a camera, there were only a few reporters excitedly taking photos. In the stands, some people were excitedly celebrating the home team's goal, while others were bewilderedly asking those around them, "Shit, did you guys just see that goal? That kid was amazing. It was farther than Beckham's kick. Really, I swear to God, that shot was so beautiful. I've been watching Schalke's matches for almost 30 years, and this is the greatest goal I've ever seen." Damn it, it's all your fault, Hulk. You had to make me look at that broken phone of yours, and I missed a great goal, and there's no replay. Sorry, I was just complaining about this kid being trash. With just that goal, he's already way better than the other 10 useless players on the field. What's this kid's name? I don't even know his name. I think it's Bai. Su. Looking at the name, he should be from the Yen Kingdom. A few fans were excitedly watching Su Bai, who was surrounded on the field. The best way to let fans recognize you is to score. And at this moment, Su Bai had done just that. Moreover, I believe the fans present would not forget Su Bai's incredible lob from 65 meters away for a long time. In the crowd, Wu Chong was continuously filming Su Bai with his phone. Just as Su Bai scored, he became the most excited one, celebrating in the stands. That was a super lob from 65 meters away. Although it was in the Regionalliga, that goal definitely deserves to be nominated for the top 10 goals of the week. As the most authoritative football selection in the land of war chariots, most of the top 10 goals each week come from the Bundesliga, but Wu Chong believes that Su Bai's goal will definitely be nominated. A goal to fame. Back in the day, the heartthrob David Beckham became famous for his stunning lob. Who knows? At this moment, the shy Yen Kingdom youth could become the David Beckham of the Yen Kingdom. Our player is named Su Bai. He just came on, and with his first touch scored a super lob from 65 meters away. I recorded it on my phone. Later I'll upload it to my computer. So beautiful. Wu Chong posted a message. In an instant, the Yen Kingdom football forum exploded. 10 posts, 20 posts, 100 posts. Countless comments flooded in. Wow, is it true? 65 meters. Don't lie if you have the video, hurry up and post it. Damn, I said this guy could definitely score. Did you see that? This was the first match, first touch, my God. A goal to fame. If it's true, tomorrow, every newspaper in the world will have Su Bai's name. Although it's in the Regionalliga, such a super lob will definitely not be overlooked. It might actually lead to fame. Damn it, hurry up and get some media or something to live stream the Regional Liga. I'm anxious as hell. A super lob from 65 meters, even though I haven't seen the video, yet just hearing this news makes my blood boil. On the sidelines of Rostock's bench, head coach Akama looked dramatically at Su Bai, who was surrounded by others on the field. He had witnessed Su Bai's recent shot clearly. A group of people on the bench shouted that Su Bai was lucky, but he did not think so. That fellow had clearly looked up to observe the field before taking the shot. It was just a matter of a blink of an eye. However, that brief moment revealed the terrifying skill of the guy. Such precision could not be achieved by mere luck. If it could, the world would be filled with Beckham. Especially the way that kid kicked the ball. His right foot exerted force diagonally downwards. Most importantly, he used the power of the outer instep. The technique of using the outer instep is not something that can be easily mastered. Furthermore, to strike from such a distance at a diagonal angle is even more challenging. That kind of spin was meant to make the ball drop sharply at its peak. Looking at the smug Schalke coach Daniel on the other side, Akama felt a twinge of jealousy. That guy was truly lucky to have found such a promising talent. 41-year-old Akama just took over the position after Rostock was relegated last season. Although he had no prior coaching experience, his background was impressive. Since the age of 25, he had been working with the renowned coaching staff of Manchester United. He knew very well how that legendary golden generation of Manchester United became a fearsome force across the globe. In recent years, he had begun to make a name for himself within the Manchester United youth teams. Had he not been a local of Rostock and received a warm invitation from the club, he would not have suddenly come to coach in the third division. Watching the two teams return to their respective halves, Akama looked at Su Bai with anticipation. With such excellent footwork, he wondered what other surprises this young player had in store. As the match resumed, both teams continued to clash fiercely in midfield. Scoring right after entering the field made Su Bai earn the trust of his teammates. Thus, after regaining possession, forward Whit Benedict directly turned and passed the ball to Su Bai. Su Bai received the ball effortlessly and then passed it to Ben Kaishi beside him. Kaishi quickly pushed forward. Throughout training, Su Bai had rarely taken the ball himself. So seeing Su Bai directly pass the ball to him did not surprise Ben Kaishi. After receiving the ball, Kaishi pushed it forward with his right foot and charged ahead. Rostock's attacking midfielder Bainlich immediately rushed forward to press him. However, before he could close in, Ben Kaishi quickly nudged the ball with his right foot, passing it back to the supporting Su Bai. At the same time, he bypassed the pressing Bainlich and ran forward. Watching the rolling football, Su Bai showed no intention of stopping the ball. He moved his right foot slightly forward and fiercely struck the bottom of the ball with the instep. With his touch, the ball obediently curved past the Rostock right winger Baltas, who was coming in from the side. Moreover, the ball flew directly past Baltas right in front of him. After bypassing Baltas, the ball landed steadily in front of Ben Kaishi, who had evaded Bainlich. Great play. Daniel, who had been paying close attention to Su Bai from the sidelines, couldn't help but shout. Not only Daniel, but even the other Rostock coach Akama couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The height and landing of the ball were as if they had been precisely calculated. Running forward, Ben Kaishi did not need to make any adjustments. He simply followed his running direction, nudging the ball slightly forward with his right foot, directly charging into Rostock's territory. Now Rostock's defense was finally in a bit of a panic. Ben Kaiksi's speed with the ball was not slow, and soon he was close to the edge of Rostock's penalty area. Seeing the aggressive Ben Kaishi, Rostock's defensive midfielder Lashjagub immediately closed in. However, having developed a rapport with Su Bai during training, Ben Kaishi had no intention of getting entangled with Lashjagub. He flicked the ball with the outer instep of his left foot. The ball obediently rolled to the left right in front of Su Bai, who was making a run. Su Bai gently controlled the ball with his right foot, preparing to pass it. But at that moment, Rostock's defensive midfielder Chekovich, who had anticipated that Kaishi would pass to Su Bai, lunged in fiercely. Not only Chekovich, but even Baltas, who had just been bypassed by Su Bai, chased after him. A double team. On the sidelines, Daniel had just raised his right hand in excitement. However, upon seeing the double team, he abruptly lowered his hand in disappointment. Su Bai was still too young. He shouldn't have stopped the ball earlier, but should have passed it directly. Now facing the on-rushing Chekovich, Su Bai did not hesitate, performing an action that seemed etched in his bones. He lightly nudged the ball to the left with his right foot. As he evaded Chekovich's outstretched right foot, he pulled the ball back with his left foot, dodging Baltas, who was lunging in from the side. At the same time, in the moment he pulled the ball back, Su Bai touched it again with his right foot, gently nudging it forward, and the ball obediently drilled past Chekovich's left side. Chekovich was stunned. He turned in shock to look at Su Bai, who had slipped past him. This guy? He actually knew that move, and his speed and ball control were at such a level. That was the oil-fried meatball. He was no stranger to this move. He had transferred from La Liga and played against Barcelona when Mallorca hadn't been relegated. That prodigious Barcelona midfielder had used this very move to toy with Mallorca's midfield. The bizarre yet artistic motion had made that player one of the most formidable midfielders in the world. Why did he see the shadow of Iniesta in this black-haired Asian in the third division? On the field, Su Bai, after receiving and evading, charged directly to the edge of Rostock's penalty area. In that blink of an eye, not only did Daniel on the sidelines look dumbfounded, but the Schalke fans in the stands were already excitedly standing up. Beautiful. The kid from Yin country. That was a beautiful play. Just like that, let these Rostock country bumpkins know about our powerful Schalke 04. Score another one. Let these country bumpkins go home. Su Bai's performance was far from over. After getting past Chekovich, he no longer hesitated and directly pushed the ball with the instep of his right foot. The ball sped into the penalty area. At that moment, Schalke forward Whit Benedict, who had been lurking in the box, suddenly burst out from behind the Rostock defenders. Without hesitation, Whit Benedict lifted his right leg high. He struck the ball with great force. Even though Rostock's goalkeeper Hanks tried his best to block it with his outstretched arms, the ball unexpectedly drilled straight into the net. Beep. The referee pointed to the center circle, signaling the goal was valid. Good heavens. What's that young man's name? I mean the one who just made that pass. Absolutely brilliant. I've never seen such instinctive talent in a youth player before. That dribbling, that feint. Above all, his vision and passing. It's simply beyond what one expects from someone his age. Truly extraordinary. My word, Schalke has unearthed an absolute gem. From this moment on, old Jack is officially his lifelong fan. Oh, you old relic. You switch allegiances every match. Last time weren't you shouting yourself hoarse for Hiram? And yet you were the loudest critic just moments ago. That was while I was drunk. Doesn't count. This time I'm backing this dark-haired lad wholeheartedly. From now on I'm his diehard supporter. Drunkard. You say that every single time. The simplest way to win over fans. Score or assist. Clearly Su Bai, who had just entered the pitch, had already done precisely that. Almost single-handedly, he revitalized Schalke 04's entire midfield. Such superstar-level performance had already won over at least 1,000 Schalke supporters present in the stadium. Wu Chong stood amid the crowd, exhilarated as he listened to seasoned fans analyze Su Bai's play, every word relayed live to a ravenous group of Chinese fans on the forum. Su Bai just executed a dazzling nutmeg just outside Rostock's penalty area, then delivered a perfectly timed through ball to assist Schalke's forward. He now has 1 goal and 1 assist. I told you so. I knew he'd break through. Look at him. Unbelievable. He's been on the pitch less than 10 minutes, yet his stats are already phenomenal. Brilliant. No words left. That nutmeg followed by the incisive through ball. Absolutely breathtaking. Brother, did anyone record it? Please share. It's essential we relive that magic. Exactly. Record it, please. Without footage, I'll be itching all day. At last, China has produced a genuine prospect with real promise. Thank heaven. I recorded everything. Full coverage. Once home, I'll edit a highlight reel of Su Bai for everyone. Brother, please do. We're begging you. Me too, begging. Begging, +1. Keep pressing. Midfield, quick release, and ultimately feed the ball to Su. Lloyd. Enquiro. Mark your man tightly. The instant you intercept, deliver the ball to Su without delay. Daniel, thrilled by the equalizer, stood on the touchline, shouting instructions non-stop. From 0-2 to 22, Schalke 04 achieved the turnaround in under 10 minutes. In that instant, every Schalke player surged with electrifying energy. Whit Benedict, the forward who scored up front, ran tirelessly across the pitch, ignoring fatigue, scanning relentlessly for any opening the moment Schalke regained possession. Without realizing it, he had already placed full trust in the young Chinese debutant behind him. Unlike Daniel Rostock's head coach, Akama remained utterly composed, even as his team's lead vanished unexpectedly. Indeed, Akama wore an expression of serene calm. He merely strolled to the sideline and issued a few quiet, precise instructions to his players. Double team that Chinese youngster. Instantly, Rostock's formation shifted. Both wide midfielders edged slightly inward from their flanks. Chetkovic, one of the two defensive midfielders, advanced his position significantly, transforming from anchor into a central midfielder whose sole objective was Subai. Minute 57, just as Schalke 04 had clawed back from adversity, they were abruptly thrust back into crisis. Rostock's wide midfielders retracted centrally, while Chetkovic shadowed Subai with surgical precision. The fluid synergy Schalke had just forged dissolved instantly, like a serpent gripped at its vital spot, paralyzed and disoriented. Veteran Chetkovic anticipated Subai's movements flawlessly, always arriving first to block his receiving angles. With no passing lanes open, Subai faded entirely from influence. Conversely, Rostock began mounting sustained attacks against Schalke 04's defense. Minute 62, Rostock launched a renewed assault down the right flank. After beating Ben Kuish, Rostock's attacking midfielder Bienlich slid a diagonal pass to right winger Baltas. The young Baltas seized the ball and exploded down the right wing. A sharp cut inside deceived Schalke's advancing right back. Baltas then unleashed a ferocious right-footed cross into the center. Rostock striker Hahanger rose high and met it with a powerful header. Exquisitely struck, yet this time Schalke's goalkeeper Bobby Edgar, positioned well, managed a crucial one-handed save, pushing the effort wide of the post. Schalke 04 narrowly escaped disaster. On the touchline, Daniel watched, heart pounding. Damn it, track him tighter. Don't let him strike so freely. If you must foul him, are you made of wood? Furious at how easily Rostock had breached the right flank, Daniel erupted at Morton Jim. Seeing his manager's fury, Morton lowered his head in silence. Rostock earned a corner kick. Hahanger, the dominant, physically imposing striker, overpowered Schalke 04's backline in the box with sheer strength and aerial command. During this corner, Schalke's two center-backs remained glued to Hahanger, but even midair, they proved powerless against his leap and timing. Fortunately, Hahanger's header lacked its usual devastating precision. Though he connected cleanly, he sent the ball sailing over the bar. From this moment, Schalke's plight turned increasingly desperate. Minute 69, after prolonged struggle, Schalke 04 finally seized a counter-attacking opportunity, yet Ben Kuish's long pass lacked accuracy, landing instead at the feet of Rostock's deep-lying center-back Pierce. Daniel, enraged, hurled his water bottle to the ground. His furious outburst earned him a stern warning from the referee. Fortunately, fortune favored Schalke, for now. Though Rostock's attacks surged wave after wave, they remained frustratingly barren. 6 shots, 0 goals. On the pitch, Subai glanced at Chetkovic, who stood immovably close, then fell silent, bemused. His hair, completely white. In that instant, Subai understood. From then on, Chetkovic watched astonished as the previously subdued Subai darted unpredictably, like a nimble, elusive mouse. Chetkovic is already 34 years old this year. Although his physical condition is still acceptable, that is only in comparison to others in their 30s. If his stamina were truly sufficient, he wouldn't have been dismissed by Mallorca, ultimately finding himself in Rostock in the Regional Liga. Although he appeared unremarkable, that first long-range shot was indeed astonishing. Especially that subsequent shot just outside the penalty area. That through ball and the dribbling were definitely not feats that just anyone could achieve. However, this kid is still too young. After Akama signaled for him to come on, he was completely frozen for more than 10 minutes. For those 10 minutes, this kid was like a headless chicken running into walls. Whenever there was an opportunity to receive the ball, he would always intercept it first based on experience. Gradually, Chetkovic's opinion of Subai began to change. He had talent but lacked sharpness. However, given the kid's age, it's somewhat normal. For someone in their teens to appear in the Regional Liga and perform so well is already surpassing many of his peers. A genius like Messi does not appear just anywhere. All of this are merely Chetkovic's own thoughts. However, from the very beginning, Chetkovic was surprised to find that the seemingly clueless kid from the Yen Kingdom had seemingly found his footing all of a sudden. This guy started running around chaotically. He didn't stay in the center, he ran directly to the flank. This put Chetkovic in a bit of a bind. He was a central midfielder. Surely he wouldn't really follow this kid to the flank, because if he did, what would happen in the center for Rostock? Watching the cunning Subaj Chetkovic could only grit his teeth and stay put. Meanwhile, Subaj, who had moved to the flank, looked at his left back Sydney. Parker was also directly shouting for the ball. Initially puzzled about why Subaj suddenly came to his side, Sydney handed the ball to Subaj without hesitation. After all, the boss had said to pass the ball to Subaj and just follow orders without question. As Subaj received the ball in his own half, he looked up at the field ahead. Unfortunately, there were no threatening passing lanes. After all, it was too far from Rostock's backline. However, Subaj was not in a hurry. He leisurely dribbled the ball forward. Ben Kelsey on the left saw Subaj with the ball and hurried over. He knew that Subaj's dribbling ability was actually quite lacking. Seeing Ben Kelsey come over, Subaj immediately passed the ball without hesitation. Then Subaj began his magical movement again. Watching Subaj return to the center, Chetkovic smiled. This guy really was just running around chaotically. Chetkovic immediately moved closer to Subaj. However, just as he got close to Subaj, the kid moved again. He didn't even look at Ben Kelsey's position and directly dashed forward. Now, even Chetkovic couldn't understand. What was this guy trying to do? He was starting to feel a bit troubled. Clearly, Ben Kelsey was right in front with the ball. Was he going to intercept Ben Kelsey, or was he just going to run around with Subaj? While he was hesitating, Ben Kelsey didn't give him the chance to think. Seeing the direction Subaj was running, he directly kicked the ball over the top, sending it high over the somewhat dazed Chetkovic. At this point, Chetkovic panicked and quickly turned to chase Subaj, but turning around. At over 30, he had no real power to turn like an aircraft carrier attempting to change direction. By the time Chetkovic turned around, he despaired to find that the cunning kid from the Yen Kingdom was already close to receiving the ball. Benedict. Even before the ball had landed, Subaj was already shouting towards the front, calling for Benedict. Hearing Subaj's call, Benedict immediately sprinted forward, charging directly towards Rostock's backline. What is this guy trying to do? Could it be? The Rostock coach Akama had been closely watching Subaj from Subaj pulling wide to running around, finally to the Tunon with his teammate. Akama saw it clearly. Especially after hearing Subaj's loud shout, he finally reacted. He looked exaggeratedly at Subaj, who had raised his right leg high at midfield. That posture, like a shot, but he was still 50 meters away from the goal. At that distance, it was impossible. Bang! Without any hesitation. On the field, Subaj's right foot was already powerfully striking the ball. And at that moment, Benedict had already burst forward from behind the defenders. No offside. The ball struck by Subaj shot rapidly towards the rushing Benedict. Although Rostock had many experienced veterans, their biggest weaknesses were turning and speed. Young, strong, and incredibly fast-wit Benedict was their nemesis. During this time, wit Benedict had not shown because there was no one in midfield capable of sending a ball over the top for him. The unshackled Subaj became the last straw that broke the camel's back. On the sidelines, Daniel watched as the ball landed perfectly at Wit. Benedict was already excitedly raising his hands. A clear shot. Not just him, the fans in the stands were also excitedly standing up. They watched intently as Wit Benedict faced the goalkeeper. No surprises. Subaj's pass was too comfortable, and for the speeding Wit Benedict, Subaj's ball didn't require any adjustments. Accompanied by intense spin, Subaj's pass even rolled slightly forward, directly setting up Wit Benedict was relieved from the hassle of adjusting. Aiming for the lower right corner, Wit Benedict struck with his right foot. The ball sped into Rostock's net. 3-2. In the 70th minute of the match, Schalke 04 took the lead. Watching the referee signal for a valid goal by pointing to the center circle, Wit Benedict excitedly ripped off his jersey and charged towards the stands. A brace. This was indeed a brace. Although he scored 3 goals in the last season of the Regionalliga, he had never achieved a brace before. Beautiful. On the sidelines, Daniel shouted, jumping up in excitement. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands had already gone wild. Although it was the Regional Liga, this lightning-fast frenzied attack had already conquered these fans present. And Subaj, who provided the second assist, was smiling broadly as he charged towards Wit Benedict. What Subaj wanted was this feeling of controlling the game and sealing the match. In this moment, Subaj suddenly fell in love with this feeling. George, yes, it's me. Damn it, save some space for the sports front page later. I've discovered a big story here. I've got it recorded. A kid from Yen Nation. I found out he's the one who was eliminated by Dortmund, coming off the bench for Schalke 04. It's just over 20 minutes, and he's already made 2 assists and scored a goal. Yes. He's the one who got eliminated. Haha, this is definitely worth watching, especially since his first touch was a 65-meter super long-range lob. Damn, that was beautiful. On the stands, Jennings, a reporter from Gelsenkirchen Sports News, excitedly spoke into the phone. As a somewhat mediocre intern reporter, he naturally wouldn't be assigned to cover Bundesliga matches. Thus, he found himself here watching a rather uninteresting Regional Liga match. However, now he was as excited as Columbus discovering the New World. A Yen Nation player eliminated by Dortmund, a 65-meter super lob. No matter which point you look at, this is news material worth paying attention to. Who would have thought so many explosive highlights would be concentrated in one person? Like him, the other reporters nearby wore similar expressions. They frantically pressed the shutter buttons on their cameras, afraid of missing something. If it weren't for the fact that the match wasn't over yet, they would certainly have surrounded the protagonist of this story. At this moment on the field, Sübay had already become the offensive core of Schalke 04. With 2 goals and 1 assist, all the players began to trust him immensely. Not only Schalke 04's players, but even those from Rostock had all their attention focused on Sübay. Chetkovic finally stopped worrying about his reputation. At this moment, he resembled an insatiable monster closely following Sübay. However, it must be said that he was indeed getting old. The Yen Nation kid in front of him was too cunning. From the moment he started following him, this guy began to dart around non-stop. Initially relying on his experience, Chetkovic could keep up with him, but gradually his legs felt like they were filled with lead. Chetkovic was slowing down more and more. In contrast, Sübay was becoming increasingly excited. Having grown fond of controlling the pace of the entire team, Sübay realized just how extraordinary the system was. As he continued to move around, various passing routes unfolded like the radar screen of a fighter jet. What he needed to do was really simple. At the moment the most threatening passing route appeared, he just had to pass the ball to the teammate ahead. In the 75th minute of the match, after receiving a diagonal pass from the defensive midfielder Lloyd Ankelou, Sübay immediately made a long-range switch, sending the ball to the left flank, where the team's left winger Hardy was already speeding up. Under Hunt's feet, as a regional Liga team, Rostock wasn't the only team that employed long passes. Whit Benedict also possessed exceptionally excellent heading skills. The frantically sprinting Hardy Hunt, after deftly maneuvering past Rostock's right back, struck the football fiercely with his left foot. Whit Benedict leapt high, beating the somewhat exhausted Rostock central defender to the ball, powerfully heading it towards the goal. However, Whit Benedict's header was too accurate, and it was deflected by Rostock's goalkeeper Hanks, who used both palms to push the ball away from the crossbar. On the sidelines, Daniel watched as the goal that was within reach vanished, stamping his feet in frustration. That kid's vision is just incredible. That long-range switch was truly outstanding. Indeed, he didn't even prepare, just launched the ball without stopping, and the most crucial part is that the pass was so precise. This kid is truly remarkable. When did Schalke find such a good player? Who cares about that? With this level, if he practices for another year and a half, we might just have another Beckham on Schalke's first team. Beckham. You can't say he doesn't resemble him. That 65-meter super lob is just like Beckham's signature move. Today has been so lucky. When I get back, I'll have to brag about this to those who didn't want to come. Our Schalke youth team has produced a super genius. The Schalke fans in the stands were still crazily praising Sübay. Among the crowd, Wu Chong was overjoyed. This was the first time so many people praised a Yen Nation player in the football realm. At this moment, Wu Chong suddenly felt proud of his nationality. Wu Chong immediately transformed into an online broadcaster, streaming the fans' reactions and the situation on the field directly onto the forum. "Su, go take the corner kick." At this moment, Sübay, still standing in the front field in a daze, suddenly heard Daniel shout from the sidelines. Corner kicks and free kicks had all been predetermined before the match. Just like now on the field, Ben Kihi was the first choice for all the free kicks and corner kicks. Substitute players like Sübay usually didn't have much opportunity. But unexpectedly, Daniel began directing from the sidelines. Ben Kihi, who had already run to the corner area, also heard Daniel shout. Without any reluctance, Ben Kihi immediately put down the ball and ran to the front of the penalty area. Although he was the first choice, he was well aware that Sübay's passing was far superior. Seeing Ben Kihi leave, Sübay also stopped talking nonsense and ran directly to the corner area. At this time in the penalty area, players from both teams were packed together. Standing at 1.83 m, Whit Benedict didn't attract much attention. After all, compared to height, Rostock's 2 center-backs were nearly 1.90 m. Instead, Schalke's center-back Webster Jeffrey was targeted as a key mark. For a moment, the players from both teams seemed to be glued together. Sübay extended his right hand, signaling with a signal. He stepped back a few steps, then took a run-up. His right foot struck the football powerfully. Before Sübay passed the ball, he had already identified the perfect route. Looking at the signal Sübay made to the back post, all Schalke players immediately rushed towards it. However, the Rostock defenders were not to be outdone. Though they were a step slower, they still closely adhered to their marked players. The football soared over the front post. Watching the drop point, almost everyone rushed madly towards it. Rostock's central defender Pierce pushed away the Schalke player beside him and leaped high. Seeing the football getting closer, Pierce revealed a smile. This kid is still too young, actually kicking the ball into the crowd. He didn't know that this group from Rostock had come down from the Bundesliga. Confident, Pierce had already engaged his core and was ready to head the ball forward. But at that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Pierce stared in terror at the football mere inches from his face, only to realize with shock that it was spinning violently. Before his very eyes, it made an astonishing, impossible swerve, bypassing every single player as if guided by unseen force, soaring straight toward the edge of the penalty area. That spot. Not a single Rostock player stood there. Yet, one figure in Schalke's blue jersey stood motionless, poised like a statue. At that instant, even his expression flickered with disbelief. The ball arced down with uncanny precision, like a guided missile, landing perfectly at his feet. In a flash, as if snapping back to awareness, Ben Cahill, stationed at the edge of the penalty area, made no attempt to control the ball. Instead, he lashed out with his right foot in one fierce airborne strike. The shot carried immense power. Inside the box, everyone stood frozen, watching in awe as Ben Cahill executed a breathtaking volley, right beneath their noses. Propelled by his second surge of force, the ball blazed forward like a meteor, straight toward Henkester's goal, unimpeded, unstoppable. Only after the ball nestled into the net did Henkester, his view blocked, realize in despair that it was a goal. 42. A sharp whistle pierced the air, the referee confirming the goal. That single blast ignited the Schalke supporters in the stands like wildfire. They surged to their feet, roaring. Not with words, but with raw, soul-deep cries, primal, untamed, electrifying. On the touchline, Daniel erupted with exhilaration. He seized Wycliffe in a tight embrace, stammering incoherently, "Did you see that? I knew it. He's a genius. He actually thought to pass to Ben Cahill, and in such an utterly unimaginable way." Wycliffe, smiling indulgently at Daniel's overexcitement, replied, gently, "It's all thanks to your brilliant direction." Hearing such praise, Daniel's cheeks flushed, rarely seen and deeply sincere. Ben Cahill, who'd just scored that spectacular volley, celebrated alongside Whit Benedict. The moment the ball hit the net, he tore off his jersey in pure elation. This time he wouldn't celebrate alone. Like a man possessed, he sprinted wildly towards Subai, still lingering near the corner flag, and without hesitation tackled him to the ground. Then came Whit Benedict, Wheeler, and Grillo Hardyhunt. Even Sidney Parker from deep in defense, rushing in from all sides. They piled on top of Subai like a human pyramid, Schalke's players collapsing onto him in euphoric chaos. That pass was insane. You should have seen the stunned faces of those Rostock yokels. I just struck it instinctively, and somehow it went in. It's unbelievable. I'm certain this belongs in this week's top 10 highlights. Good heavens, it's absolutely miraculous. Ben Cahill kept babbling, still buzzing with adrenaline, while Subai, buried beneath the heap, felt anything but triumphant. Damn it, don't you idiots know your own weight? Get off me, I'm being crushed to death. But Subai's desperate groans went unheard. His teammates, breathless and jubilant, gazed up at the giant screen. 42. 80 minutes into the match, utterly surreal. They'd just defeated a team assembled from Bundesliga veterans. It sounded almost too incredible to believe. Outside Rostock's penalty area, several exhausted Rostock players had already collapsed onto the turf. Though competing in the 3. Liga, these young Schalke players possessed astonishing stamina, unfazed by fatigue, relentless from first whistle to last. Chetkovic, gasping for air, stared fixedly at Subai, buried beneath his jubilant teammates, his eyes wide with incredulous astonishment. He could not fathom encountering such an extraordinary player in the 3. Liga. This man was undeniably a prodigy. Every one of his passes was lethal, and his success rate, 100%, an astonishing, almost mythical statistic. Just 35 minutes on the pitch, and already 1 goal, 3 assists. Utterly mind-boggling. Even a prime Bundesliga star would struggle to eclipse such brilliance. After a long while, even the referee could no longer bear the spectacle, and finally intervened to rescue Subai. As teammates scrambled up trousers, Askew, Subai finally staggered to his feet, gasping for air. Haha, Sue, you'll get used to it. Give it time, you'll love it. Ben Cahill, grinning mischievously, couldn't resist teasing him. You'll pay for this, mark my words. Subai, never one to forget a grudge shot back, though his threat dissolved instantly into laughter. His teammates roared with amusement at his mock-sullen expression, and with the score locked at 42, the remainder of the match lost all tension, mere formalities. Rostock, already struggling to sustain full match intensity, naturally withdrew from contention. Experience, it seemed, came at the cost of endurance. On the touchline, Akama, facing his first defeat of the season, remained impassive. His gaze, however, never wavered from Subai. Though now Rostock's head coach, his heart remained forever tethered to red, the color he could never forsake. Once a Red Devil, always a Red Devil. Like every Manchester United fan, Akama had spent his youth immersed in Old Trafford's glory, and now his eyes burned with fervent, unquenchable passion. Manchester United will always need a Beckham. And here on the pitch, orchestrating the game with dazzling, effortless artistry, Subai was the new Beckham Akama had found for United. He could hardly wait for the final whistle, to dial Sir Alex Ferguson and deliver the news in 18-year-old Beckham. No Red Devil could resist such a revelation. As for Rostock, he'd done all he could. Physical exhaustion, this one immutable limitation, was beyond any tactical remedy. Fortunately, clubs like Schalke 04, fielding a youthful, dynamic squad, were rare in the 3. Liga. With this experienced, veteran-laden side, promotion to the 2. Bundesliga posed no insurmountable challenge. At last, the final whistle pierced the air by Yip. Schalke 04 U18, playing at home, triumphed 42 over a squad of seasoned Bundesliga veterans, thanks entirely to Su Bai's 1 goal and 3 assists. Su. The moment the whistle blew, Schalke 04's players lifted Su Bai onto their shoulders. It was their way of welcoming him, not as a newcomer, but as one of their own. In the stands, ecstatic Schalke fans had already begun hailing their new prince. Though he played only half a match, or rather less than half, this fiery young man from China had already captivated the hearts of Schalke's famously discerning supporters with sheer radiant brilliance. Wu Chong, standing among the crowd, filmed everything he saw. Su Bai hoisted high by his teammates, fans in the stands screaming his name with unrestrained passion. In that moment, the entire Veltins arena belonged to the dark-haired prodigy below. The reporter, Jens Jennings of Gelsenkirchen Sports Press, who moments earlier had been photographing from the stands, now sprinted down the stairs in pursuit. Waving his press credentials high, he charged toward the match's undisputed hero, joined by other journalists equally frantic, equally determined. They knew, no matter how dramatic the Bundesliga fixtures might be, that for this week at least this black-haired sensation would unquestionably shine as Gelsenkirchen's brightest new star. Su, M. Jennings, a reporter from the Gelsenkirchen Sports Gazette. May I have a brief interview with you? Jennings pushed his way through Su Bai's teammates to reach him. Haha, Su. You've truly become famous with just 1 goal. A reporter's already chasing you down. Ben Kuish chuckled, watching Jennings sprint straight toward Su Bai. Exactly. Su, you're buying drinks. Your very first match and already fielding press. Before Su Bai could even respond, Wycliffe charged forward and shoved Jennings aside. I'm sorry, but Su Bai is not available for interviews at this time. Seeing Wycliffe block Jennings, Su Bai felt no particular reaction. He knew well that youth team players were generally prohibited from speaking to the media by their head coach. After all, these players were still too young. Premature exposure to the press brought no benefit, only risk. How many prodigious talents had been derailed by reckless, boundaryless reporting. Besides, Su Bai's mind was entirely consumed by the system's chime, the sound of a completed mission reward. And all he cared about now was the final evaluation grade of his in-game objectives. He had already witnessed the system's extraordinary power, and would it bestow another full-level attribute upgrade? Nade realized something crucial: rather than rushing forward for shots, mastering ball control would serve him far better. The sensation of commanding the entire team from midfield was utterly exhilarating. Su Bai remained unperturbed, but Jennings could no longer contain himself. And though only an intern, he was a reporter for the Gelsenkirchen Sports Gazette. He dashed down from the stands onto the pitch so hastily his trousers had torn, only to be barred from conducting his interview. Yet as Su Bai disappeared into the tunnel surrounded by cheering teammates, Jennings sighed and turned away helplessly. He had enough material anyway, enough to craft a compelling feature on this newcomer. Not triumphant debut in his very first match. Meanwhile, Coach Daniel was in high spirits. And upon entering the locker room, he lavished praise upon every single player. Patting one on the back, commending another, he declared, "All right, tomorrow's a day off. You lads were absolutely outstanding. Rest well. Long live the boss, and long live the boss, and long live the boss." In hearing the announcement, the squad erupted into jubilant cheers. After all, this was only the German 3rd Division. Victory merited little more than a day off. In post-match press conferences, far too extravagant for such a league. Nor did journalists bother covering 3rd Division coaches. In seizing the shower break, Su Bai hurriedly logged into the system. The moment he entered, a melodious chime heralded his success in "Congratulations, host, on completing the perfect debut mission, in mission completion rank SSS. Congratulations, host. You've earned a golden chest, and please collect your reward promptly." And there it lay before him, a radiant golden chest shimmering within the interface. Su Bai's heart raced with elation, and without hesitation he clicked open the chest. A dazzling burst of golden light flared, and then a gleaming golden card materialized before him. "Congratulations, host. You've obtained the ultimate card injury immunity, and note upon activation the host will remain completely immune to injuries throughout his professional career." Reading the description, Su Bai nearly fainted from sheer euphoria. And this was nothing short of a divine artifact. An injury, the ultimate dread of every athlete. No matter how brilliant a player might be, injury could shatter him effortlessly. Ronaldo, once hailed as the greatest force in football, never surpassed Maradona solely due to relentless physical setbacks. His extraordinary yet fragile knees earned him both the title alien and the cruel epithet glass man. Such tragedies abound across world football. In gazing at the resplendent golden card, Su-Bai wasted no time. He tapped activate without pause. A surge of golden light enveloped him, and instantly his stats transformed. And beneath his existing attributes, a new line appeared. Injury resistance 100 nit took Su-Bai several long moments to regain composure from his overwhelming excitement. And he finished showering swiftly and boarded the team bus back to the club. But the bus hadn't traveled far before teammates began disembarking, one by one, until only Su-Bai and Wycliffe remained aboard. Ben Kuish and the others had gone off to celebrate. And they'd urged Su-Bai to join them repeatedly, but he simply couldn't afford it. And the money sent by his family was long spent. His club salary hadn't even been disbursed yet. Even if it had a weekly stipend of barely 100 wouldn't cover nights out with the squad. He knew full well where those fellows usually ended up after drinking, down at the corner. Nandy certainly had no intention of surrendering his precious first time in such a place. As the bus rolled slowly toward the club, Wycliffe broke the silence with quiet curiosity and Sue. Why didn't you go celebrate with them? Su-Bai faltered, caught off guard. And noticing his hesitation, Wycliffe quickly pieced together the likely reason. Don't worry about money. You earned quite a bit today. In 300 euros for the goal, 200 for the assist. Plus 500 euros for the win. That's 1,400 euros total for this match. And Wycliffe grinned as he tallied the sum. Su-Bai had only just learned such bonuses even existed. And so much, and that's because we play in the 3rd division. If this were the Bundesliga, you'd be rich overnight. And clearly the young man knew almost nothing about professional compensation structures. And your earnings should hit your account tomorrow. By the way, how's the team dormitory treating you? Wycliffe, who rarely spoke more than necessary, found himself growing unusually talkative around this earnest, diligent youth. And very well, sir. It's close to the training ground. I'm thoroughly satisfied with my current life. Though solitude lingered at times, Su-Bai genuinely cherished this purposeful, fulfilling rhythm. And if you face any difficulties, tell me. With that, Wycliffe turned away, falling silent once more. Su-Bai smiled faintly and gazed out the window. And by 5 o'clock, Gelsenkirchen streets were already teeming with people. Scores of fans clad in Schalke 04's royal blue streamed past the bus in the opposite direction. This city steeped in football tradition. Weekends were sacred festivals. Su-Bai glanced back at the receding garden stadium, eyes alight with longing, wondering when he'd finally stand there bathed in roaring adulation. The Bundesliga, and the senior squad. And that was where his true stage awaited. Upon returning to the club, Wycliffe headed straight to his office. Unlike Daniel as an assistant coach, he had to compile and organize all match-related records from that day's game. As for Su-Bai, the moment he arrived at the club, he hurried back to his dormitory. Checking the time, he dialed his family's number. When Su-Bai transmigrated, he seamlessly merged with the memories of this world. Su-Bai. Thus, he genuinely cherished his parents in this life. A modest family from a small county. Though his father appeared relatively affluent, his wealth was provincial in scale, utterly incomparable to tycoons of major metropolises. Xiaobai, you haven't called in days. Your younger sister misses you terribly. She even wanted to call, but feared disturbing you. Recalling his tearful little sister, Su-Bai felt a pang of longing too. By the way, Mom, my match bonus arrives tomorrow, roughly 14,000 RMB per game. I'll transfer it to you right away. Since your daughter wants a smartphone, get her the most expensive one. Oh, we're well off at home. Your father already bought that stubborn girl one. A high schooler doesn't need a top-tier phone. You're the one overseas, spending money everywhere. I've got plenty more matches ahead. I'll earn even more soon. Don't worry. I'll hang up now. International calls are expensive. You child. Su-Bai clearly heard his mother's choked sob. I'm hanging up now, Mom. I've got teammates calling me out for dinner. Tonight's French cuisine. Haha. After speaking, Su-Bai quickly ended the call. Yet even this usually resilient young man felt a sharp sting behind his eyes. Glancing at the clock, he wiped his face and sprinted toward the dining hall. Thanks to Daniel's special attention, Su-Bai's meals remained reliably served, even on club holidays. Though only simple boiled chicken breast, Su-Bai devoured it with genuine relish, bland as it was, it truly built muscle. The data showed no obvious change, yet Su-Bai himself sensed his body growing markedly stronger than before. After finishing his meal, he rushed without delay back to the training ground. 11 p.m. Wycliffe finally emerged from the office building, stretching languidly after a long day's work. That familiar sound again. Wycliffe turned, and there stood Su-Bai still tirelessly training on the pitch, repeating drill after drill. Unwilling to disturb him, Wycliffe smiled faintly and walked away. Meanwhile, at the hotel in Rostock, Akama finished his work and poured himself a cup of coffee. He closed the door, took out his phone, and dialed a familiar number. Hello? So late. You rarely find time to call me. The call connected instantly. A warm voice emanated from the receiver. Sir, I have some good news. Oh, what is it? Did you win your season opener? It's only the regional Liga, don't get complacent. No, we lost. To Schalke 04's U18 squad. Impossible. I recall you scoured the globe recruiting seasoned veterans. How could you lose to a U18 team? The voice on the other end sounded deeply skeptical. We didn't lose to Schalke. We lost to a single young player. Stop teasing. This is about a recommendation, isn't it? You see right through me, sir. A Yangwa national, scored 1 goal and delivered 3 assists, including an exquisite Beckham-style long-range lob on his very first touch. Even now recalling Su by left, Akama awestruck. A Yangwa national. Understood. I'll dispatch scouts immediately. With that, Sir Ferguson hung up. Just as I feared. Akama stared at the disconnected line and sighed wryly. His concern had been justified ever since Ferguson signed Don Fangua. He'd grown wary of Yangwa players. Brilliantly gifted, yet lacking ambition in Ferguson's view. It seemed Su Bai's timing was unfortunate. Still, Akama had done all he could. The outcome was no longer his burden to bear. That same evening, Schalke 04 senior squad opened their Bundesliga campaign, but before over 50,000 roaring home fans, they suffered a humiliating 30 thrashing by Stuttgart. Though they fielded a star-studded forward line of Huntelaar and Raul, Schalke's midfield was ruthlessly stifled by Stuttgart's ironclad defense. Across the full match, Schalke managed a mere 3 shots, and not a single one landed on target. Their catastrophic midfield performance drew audible boos from their own supporters. In the end, Magath, who'd entered the new season brimming with confidence, was forced to accept this devastating defeat. How Jun-min sat the entire 90 minutes on the bench. Many Yangwa fans watching live on television were bitterly disappointed, yet that disappointment proved fleeting. Soon Wuchang uploaded Su Bai's afternoon match highlights to the fan forum. Within minutes, his new post was pinned to the top. Comments and shares exploded across the board. The video opened with Su Bai's substitution. Mere seconds later, he unleashed an ethereal gravity-defying long-range lob from beyond the center circle, shattering Rostock's net. Then came his elegant nutmeg assist, followed by breathtaking through balls and seamless link-up play. Wuchang even scored the footage with the stirring soundtrack of world football. Holy hell, that's elite. Why is he playing regional Liga? Damn right. Finally, a true Yangwa midfield maestro. This kid's destined for greatness. His level is off the charts. I've watched football for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've seen a Yangwa player with such innate artistry. He dwarfs even Chun Tao from the 2005 U20 World Cup. Absolutely. He surpassed Chun Tao, who was ranked among the world's top 10 rising stars alongside Messi, only to vanish. But Su Bai? He's leagues ahead. Watch closely. Every pass he makes finds the perfect lane. His football intelligence is peerless. Ugh. I waited all night for Hao Juanmin only to watch him sit idle. Frustrating as hell. Until I saw Su Bai play. That's pure beauty. From now on, I'll stick to regional Liga. Bundesliga has no room for us Yangwa players. Regional Liga isn't even televised, and there's no online coverage either. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai Sports Weekly headquarters, Wan Hai, the chief editor of the football column, watched Su Bai's highlight reel with mounting exhilaration. After replaying it countless times, he seized his phone, energized. Li Shua, are you still in Germany? Go. Immediately. To Schalke 04's U18 squad for an exclusive interview. Yes, U18, not Hao Junmin. Track down a young player named Su Bai. I need his complete dossier. And don't rush back. Stay there a full week. Next week's Regional Liga match. I intend to secure broadcasting rights for Schalke. My team will contact you shortly. Wan Hai hung up, then promptly dialed the editor-in-chief of Sports Weekly. Damn it. Does the boss have a screw loose calling at this ungodly hour? Li Shuan muttered under his breath after hearing the dial tone echo into silence thousands of miles away in the War Tank Republic. Brotherly, what's going on? Why is the boss calling now? Xiao Wang looked up from his computer where had been editing footage of today's Bayern Munich match. The boss ordered me to Schalke 04 to find a young man named Su Bai to interview him. I cover Bayern's global superstars, not some unknown U18 prospect whose name hasn't even rippled beyond local headlines. As the flagship reporter for Sports Weekly, Li Shua couldn't help feeling profoundly underutilized. This kind of assignment. Just send a rookie. Ha. So are we going? Watching his editor vent, Xiao Wang stifled a grin. What do you think? Of course we're going. Or do you want to get fired? With that, Li Shua stormed out the door, muttering curses all the way. Brotherly, what about the draft? You haven't reviewed it yet. Huh. Just send it. I can't be bothered to read it. Xiao Wang sighed, then clicked send on the freshly finished interview draft as the door clicked shut behind him. Still curious, Xiao Wang opened the official website of the German Regional Liga, the third tier of German football. The moment he did, China's new supernova, a Beck-style chip shot, an instant stardom. Dominating the homepage was a massive photo of Su by mid-swing captured in profile as he launched a soaring arching strike. The next morning at precisely 5 o'clock, Su by rose, as always, washed his face with sleepy haste, and strode straight out the door. A crisp chill lingered in the air of the War-Tank Republic's September dawn. Gazing at the empty training pitch, Su by stepped forward without hesitation. With practiced ease, he switched on the floodlights. Then, ball at his feet, charged toward the dream he carried in every stride. Meanwhile, in Munich, where they were catching the 630 flight, Li Shuo and Xiao Wang had already packed their bags and risen before dawn. Before either could utter a word, Xiao Wang slipped into the car beside Li Shuo. "Brotherly, I've got explosive news. Last night I dug deep into this Su by fellow. Right now he's not just the hottest sensation in the regional Liga, he's the undisputed prodigy of Gelsenkirchen itself. In yesterday's regional Liga season opener he scored 1 goal and delivered 3 assists. Here, I downloaded the highlights onto my phone. Take a look." Xiao Wang thrust the phone into Li Shuo's hands. Drowsy and skeptical Li Shuo found himself unexpectedly intrigued by his assistant's fervor. Granted, the regional Liga is Germany's 3rd division, but its standard rivals China's top-tier Super League. To dominate there so spectacularly, his talent would rank among the nation's elite. No wonder the boss was breathing down our necks. Oh, and back home Chinese football forums are ablaze with talk of Su Bai. I downloaded this clip straight from one of them. Li Shuo tapped play. Within 5 minutes his expression shifted from mild doubt to stunned disbelief. Beside him, Xiao Wang snickered quietly. Good God, he's borderline unnatural. At this level he could hold his own in the Bundesliga. Not quite. His fundamentals still need refinement. But his passing vision and tactical intelligence, world-class without question. After decades immersed in football, Li Shuo saw deeper than any casual fan. Exactly, I thought the same. Last night, I checked the regional Liga site. Su Bai's photo was front and center on the homepage. And beneath it, a sea of unanimous praise from fans. This is the first time a Chinese youth player has ignited such wildfire abroad. As they spoke, the airport loomed into view. Munich to Gelsenkirchen is just an hour's flight. They ate breakfast midair, and by 8 o'clock touched down at Gelsenkirchen Airport. Flagging down a taxi, they arrived swiftly at Schalke 04's club gates, only to confront misfortune. The season had just concluded. The team was on break, and the gatekeeper flatly refused them entry. Even Li Shuo's press credentials from Sports Weekly proved useless. Watching the two nearly escalate into shouting, Xiao Wang shook his head and stepped forward. "Hi brother, we're looking for someone. A young Chinese lad, plays for the youth squad. Could you please let us through?" With a subtle motion, he slid a €100 note into the bald guard's pocket. Why didn't you say so earlier? You're friends of Su Bai from China. Go right in, he's probably still on the pitch. The guard knew Su Bai well, the quiet, tireless boy who lived on the training ground. Patting his pocket with a smile, the guard swung open the gates and cheerfully pointed them towards Su Bai's training field. Damn foreigner, bribed by cash alone. Li Shuo had seen it all and spun around to curse the guard in fluent Mandarin. "Boss, this expense needs reimbursement." Xiao Wang called after him. Fine, you're sharp, all right." If I weren't sharp, would you still take me everywhere?" Li Shuo smiled faintly and fell silent. Moments later, they reached Su Bai's training pitch. Thwack, thwack. Even before stepping onto the pitch, the sharp rhythmic thud of Su Bai's shots echoed clearly to their ears. Li Shuo scanned Su Bai, modest in height, slender in build. Honestly, surviving the physical brutality of the regional Liga without injury would be miraculous for a frame like his, yet somehow head dazzled beyond expectation. "Hey," Xiao Wang raised his voice to call out, until Li Shuo gently stopped him, gesturing instead for him to set up the camera. This was gold. Sweat glistened across Su Bai's brow, proof of hours poured into relentless practice. So they sat quietly on the grass filming, while Su Bai, wholly absorbed, kept training. After 15 minutes or so, Su Bai finally noticed the strangers at the edge of the pitch, cameras poised, silently watching. "Who are you?" As Su Bai began to speak, Li Shuo sprang up and walked over, extending his hand and his press badge. "Hello, Su Bai. I'm Li Shuo, reporter for Sports Weekly. My apologies, I hesitated to interrupt your focus. If you'd prefer, I'll delete every second of footage we've just taken." Su Bai accepted the badge and frowned. He disliked being filmed unannounced. Yet these were compatriots. That softened his resolve. "Hello." Su Bai offered his right hand politely, and into Xiao Wang's lens the very first interview of Su Bai's life was preserved forever. Li Shuo waved his hand, and Xiao Wang eagerly scurried over to Su Bai, cradling the camera in his arms. "Hello, Teacher Su." Xiao Wang's most distinctive trait was his smooth, flattering tone. He had initially considered addressing him as Brother Su or Brother Bai, but upon glancing at Su Bai's youthful appearance, he couldn't bring himself to use the honorific brother. Instead, Teacher Su slipped effortlessly from his lips. Su Bai flushed with mild embarrassment. Where on earth had that title come from? Shall we begin right away? Noticing Su Bai's drenched brow, Li Shuo quickly interjected. The morning air was crisp. If his sweat dried before filming began, the interview's visual impact would suffer greatly. Xiao Wang swiftly set up the equipment and handed the microphone to Li Shuo. Hello, Su Bai. I'm a reporter from Sports Weekly. It's truly an honor to be the first to interview you. Hello. The two shook hands before the camera and launched straight into the interview. Firstly, domestic fans are undoubtedly most eager to know how you became an official player for Schalke 04 U18. With that, Li Shuo extended the microphone towards Su Bai's mouth. From the Chinese Football Association's open tryouts to his time at Borussia Dortmund, and later how he was persuaded, almost charmed, by old GSC to join Schalke 04. Though normally reserved, Su Bai spoke with surprising fluency and confidence once prompted. After a considerable stretch, Li Shuo finally concluded the interview. Su Bai even took care to mention how Juan means mentorship and support. Thus, the interview drew to a natural close. Yet Li Shuo had no intention of wrapping up so soon. He also planned to film Su Bai training with teammates and capturing glimpses of his daily life. Those plans could wait. After all, his editor-in-chief had made no move to recall him. There was no urgency. Seeing the two men eager to depart, Su Bai offered only a perfunctory gesture of hospitality. His own training schedule demanded priority, and he was urgently determined to raise his attribute points. He simply had no time to entertain them. Emerging from Schalke's club grounds, Li Shuo exhaled in quiet awe. Damn it, this kid's different. He'll definitely make it. He glanced sideways at the Schalke crest above the entrance and muttered the words almost unconsciously. Haha, chief, I think so too. Raw talent and relentless dedication. He's the only one training alone across the entire club. Doesn't he ever rest? Enough chatter. Find us lodging pronto. I'm dead tired. Let's sleep first. Then you draft the interview piece and send it to the boss. At Xiao Wang's unabashed flattery, Li Shuo laughed and playfully kicked him. Inside the club, Su Bai trained intermittently until 11 o'clock. Finally drained of every last ounce of strength, Su Bai crawled back to his dormitory, collapsing onto his bed without even wiping the sweat from his brow, immediately entering the system. After raising his ball control stat to 68, his training points had remained stagnant these past 2 days due to match commitments. The unyielding system had awarded not a single point, not even a fraction, for his matches, shattering Su Bai's lingering hopes. He'd imagined matches might yield even greater gains than routine training. Yet this morning's session had fully replenished his training points once more. A crisp chime rang out. His ball control stat surged to 69. 6 days remained until his next match. With focused effort, he might just accumulate 8 additional points by then. At 75 ball control, he felt confident he could master the German 3rd division, even without resorting to flashy tricks. As his stats refreshed, his exhaustion vanished, instantly replaced by renewed vigor. And so, something astonishing occurred. Perhaps the dormitory's elderly gatekeeper watched in disbelief as Su Bai, who moments earlier had slumped past him like a lifeless dog, now burst forth again full of energy and purpose. Her hams hurried outside to observe him. Su Bai was in his estimation the most industrious young man he'd ever encountered, and he certainly didn't wish to see him collapse from overexertion on the pitch. But spotting Su Bai already deep in drills, her hams merely shook his head and said nothing. Recalling the other youth squad members, he sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, as Su Bai trained relentlessly under the blazing sun, Li Shuo grumbled his way out of bed at the hotel once more. Damn it, can't I get 1 hour of peace? Chief, you've slept at least 2 hours. I haven't blinked since yesterday. Xiao Wang retorted, watching Li Shuo curse under his breath. You're young. You shouldn't waste time sleeping. Is the interview draft ready? Done. Just waiting for your review. Good. Let's go. Time to pick up that rotund fellow. What the hell is wrong with our boss? He sends someone to negotiate broadcast rights and drags me along. I'm an editorial director, not a deal maker. I loathe Zhao Dong, the fat bastard. So sleazy, always leering. If he weren't deputy manager, I wouldn't give him the time of day. Xiao Wang listened in silent resignation as his boss vented. Soon they arrived at the airport, and there, sweating profusely and hurrying anxiously, stood a balding middle-aged man. Beside him stood his secretary, graceful, poised, and strikingly elegant. The moment Li Shuo spotted the man, his scowl vanished, replaced by an ingratiating smile. He stepped out of the car and opened the door. Oh, Manager Zhao, what an unexpected pleasure. It's truly an honor to welcome you in person. Yes, thank you for your efforts, Editor Li. Let's go. This country is sweltering. Nana, please take the front seat. Seeing Li Shuo step out, Zhao Dong wasted no time, ushering Nana into the passenger seat while settling himself in the rear. By protocol, he should have claimed the front seat, but rather than squeeze his beloved Nana between these two disheveled men, he chose the back without hesitation. Watching Nana enter the vehicle, Li Shuo followed suit. Let's head straight to Schalke Club. I've already called ahead. Zhao Dong spoke, and Li Shuo promptly translated for the taxi driver. Moments later, the car halted before the club's entrance. Unlike Li Shuo's solitary arrival that morning, the bald gatekeeper clearly expected visitors and ushered them through without delay. Zhao Dong was received by Jörg Pritzer, deputy general manager of Schalke 04. Both were seasoned businessmen. At first sight, Zhao Dong and Jörg embraced warmly, like long-lost comrades. Damn it, some people really do make others feel inadequate. Li Shuo muttered under his breath, watching Zhao Dong treat him as little more than a translator. After all, this was only the German 3rd division, and merely the club's youth team. Schalke naturally greeted this sudden influx of revenue with open arms, and a preliminary agreement was swiftly reached once of 0. For this season, Schalke's home U18 matches would be exclusively broadcast in Yin Kingdom by Sports Weekly, with Schalke bearing no obligations beyond granting permission. Once the contract was signed, Li Shuo offered to host Zhao Dong for dinner. But Zhao Dong, arm in arm with his glamorous secretary, declared they were heading directly to Munich for an inspection. Watching the pair rush off with palpable eagerness, Li Shuo hurried them to the airport. And just like that, sparked by a single pinned video on a forum, Yin Kingdom witnessed its first ever broadcast partnership for the German 3rd division. Su Bai, however, remained blissfully unaware of it all, from afternoon until nightfall. Barring brief meals, Su Bai trained, relentlessly, unwaveringly. The dismal defeat of Schalke 04's first team left Magath sitting on the edge of a storm. Before the match, Schalke 04 had spent nearly 30 million euros to acquire 8 new players, yet they suffered such a tragic loss. For the fans, this was the most unacceptable situation, especially considering the high-priced acquisition of Raul, the Prince of Bernabeu, who was eliminated by Real Madrid. Raul, who had 0 shots on goal throughout the match, faced heavy criticism from many Schalke fans. As for the others who barely got to play, they were criticized even more fiercely. This is also a common practice among fans of the national team. Regardless of how the team performs, criticizing the head coach or the players is simply a pastime for fans after meals. Of course, while the fans were berating the first team, the U18 youth team's stunning performance also brought them great joy, especially the emergence of the genius player Su Bai. Although the fans had no idea how this guy appeared, his remarkable 65-meter long-range lob was nothing short of spectacular. You weren't there, damn it, that kid from Yingwa scored immediately after coming on. The Rostock lads were terrified. When has there ever been such a crazy goal in the regional Liga? Not just that goal, after that the kid named Su Bai basically dominated the match. His technique is exquisite, especially his dribbling, just like Iniesta from Barcelona. 3 assists. And that was against defenders. In a corner bar in Gelsenkirchen, a group of fans who had just been angrily cursing the first team gathered around the drunken Frisch, engaging in lively discussion. Haha, Frisch, you aren't just drunk, are you? If what you're saying is true, this is better than our first team, considering Rostock is filled with a bunch of old demers just relegated from the Bundesliga. Exactly, Frisch has had too much to drink again. How could it be that magical? Looking at the disbelief from others, the disheveled Frisch stood up in anger. Damn it, the match was at noon. Oh, I went there for a drink. I swear that kid is really good. If you don't believe me, come with me to watch the youth team match this weekend. Such scenes appeared in many places in Gelsenkirchen. Like shipwrecked sailors adrift at sea, the first team's dismal defeat left these fans clutching onto the youth team as their lifeline. Moreover, the local newspapers also featured special reports on Su Bai's stunning performance in this match. Before they knew it, many Schalke 04 fans began to take an interest in this young player from Yingwa, who had made a remarkable debut in the Regional Liga. And the previously ignored Regional Liga tickets suddenly sold several times more than usual. Su Bai naturally did not know that after just 1 match, he was already gaining some fame in Gelsenkirchen. His mind was still filled with training points, and his life of 2 points and a line continued just like that. His teammates also began to admire this young lad from Yingwa, who dedicated all his time to training and self-improvement. Among them, the most obvious was Ben Kaischer. This guy directly moved back to the dormitory after returning from vacation. Although he didn't say much, his expression clearly showed that he was also inspired by Su Bai's relentless spirit. At 5 in the morning, Su Bai got up as usual and went out. However, soon the usually uninhibited Ben Kaischer remarkably appeared at the training ground alongside Su Bai. At Thursday's training ground, "Boss, have you noticed Su Bai is improving every day?" Looking at Su Bai, who was already quite adept at training, Wycliffe asked Daniel with curiosity. Indeed, especially his footwork. Compared to a few days ago, it feels like a world apart. At the very least now, every touch he makes is error-free. These 2 brothers would probably never know. In just 5 short days, Su Bai trained desperately, accumulating 6 points. He raised his previously pitiful ball control from 68 to 74 in 1 go. Moreover, he had already accumulated over half of his training bar. If he puts in some overtime tonight, he could earn another point tomorrow. 75. This is a watershed moment. Generally, the ball control values of midfield cores in lower-tier Bundesliga teams, or the top few teams in the two Bundesliga, hover between 75 and 80. With his ball control value pushed to 75, Su Bai could be considered quite high in the regional Liga. Thus, on the training ground now, Su Bai was an overwhelming presence among his teammates. The match this weekend. Looking at Su Bai, who was at ease, Wycliffe asked the question that Daniel was pondering. In the first match, Su Bai's performance was too stunning. Now, not only did he know about Su Bai, but other regional Liga teams had also started paying attention to him. He should start. I've given Harem Osha too many chances. Seeing the still clumsy Harem Osha, Daniel made up his mind. During lunchtime, Su Bai also received a call from Hao Junmin. After the last regional Liga match, Hao Junmin praised Su Bai profusely on the phone, making Su Bai feel a bit embarrassed. Hao Junmin also asked Su Bai to come to his house after training in the afternoon, as Li Qian had brought back some hairy crabs from Yingwa, thinking that Su Bai had nothing to eat alone, so he asked Hao Junmin to take Su Bai back. It must be said that in this unfamiliar country, only Hao Junmin's family could make Su Bai feel a hint of warmth. In the evening, Su Bai got into Hao Junmin's old car. Xiao Bai, you're now a little celebrity in Gelsenkirchen. Many fans are talking about you. As soon as he got in the car, Hao Junmin began. How stop it, I just got lucky. Come on, what do you mean lucky? Why don't I have your luck? But honestly, you really can. I watched your match video. Those passes were indeed beautiful. Hee, I think so too. Oh, you little guy, you get defensive when I call you fat. Also, there are people in the first team talking about you perform while the midfield in the first team is really unbearable. Maybe one day the old man will take an interest and recruit you directly to the first team. Are you kidding? How go? The first team is 100 miles away from me. Don't doubt it. Oh, to be honest, look at the first team now. Hard is getting old, and Bajelab. This guy is really not as good as you. In the last match, Roll ran into so much space, and this guy just seemed blind, unable to pass the ball at all. As for the others, the substitutes, to be honest, are even worse. Hao Junmin drove, while chattering about the first team's matters. At first, Su Bai felt that Hao Junmin was encouraging him, but as the conversation went on, his heart began to burn with passion. Bundesliga. If he trained a bit harder, raising his ball control to above 80, achieving max-level passing, and keeping up his stamina, he might really secure a spot on the bench in the Bundesliga. After all, this is the Bundesliga, a different level from the regional Liga. By the way, Roll also complained to me saying that those useless midfielders in the first team are truly not as good as you. Alright, this statement truly broke Su Bai's defenses. Who doesn't have an optimistic heart? If he could fight side by side with Raul on the field, considering Raul's goal-scoring ability in the penalty area, as long as he could pass the ball to Raul, the assist would definitely be guaranteed. Seeing Su Bai fall silent, Hao Junmin wondered if he had said something wrong. Xiao Bai, don't be discouraged. Your start is already much better than those kids back in our country. Just keep working hard. I believe you will definitely succeed. After returning from Hao Junmin's home, Su Bai hurried back to the training ground. Originally confused about why Su Bai was not in the dormitory bin, Kaishi, seeing Su Bai energized, followed him out. From 7 to 11. Finally, he pushed himself until the last breath. Su Bai finally returned to the dormitory satisfied. You really are a monster. You do this every day. Aren't you afraid of training yourself into problems? Looking at Su Bai, who was slumped on the bed bin, Kaisha admired him and said, I'm still young. I want a higher stage. After saying this, the exhausted Su Bai fell asleep directly. Watching the snoring Su Bai bin, Kaishi, a genius player from Schalke's youth training, fell silent. For the first time, he realized that in that country with a football desert, there was someone who would go to any lengths for their dreams. At 5 in the morning the next day, the alarm rang on time. Despite feeling sore all over, Su Bai gritted his teeth and climbed up desperately. The training bar was already at 74. After the morning training, it was likely to be maxed out, and then this bit of fatigue would be swept away under the system's refreshing effect. However, the usually tired Ben Kaisha this time was so exhausted that he didn't even hear the alarm. By the time he woke up, it was already 8 in the morning. If it weren't for Su Bai waking him, he probably would have slept until training ended. Looking at the still uncomfortable Ben Kaishi, he stared in amazement at Su Bai. This guy is truly a monster. It's Friday. The most crucial moment of the week has arrived. Although the main lineup of the team has long been decided, for the substitute players, this day at least brings a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they might luck into making the final roster. As long as one makes it to the final roster, at least the winning bonus is guaranteed. €300 may not be much, but it's certainly more than many people's weekly wages. Just like Su Bai, a useless player with a weekly wage of just over 100. Amidst the expectant gazes of everyone, Daniel walked into the training ground with Wycliffe, who was pushing a small cart. Standing in front of the already lined-up crowd, Daniel scanned his teammates. He said nothing, merely glancing at Wycliffe beside him. Wycliffe nodded and took out the black notebook that would determine tomorrow's match. Team A. Goalkeeper Bobby. Edgar. Left back Morton Jim. One familiar name after another was called out. However, when the name of the 10th player was announced, Wycliffe paused. This pause made Hylam O'Shea, who was still waiting for his name, anxious. O'Shea panicked. Ever since he was substituted in the last match, he had a foreboding feeling, and that feeling proved accurate, especially after seeing Sue Bai take control of the game. At this moment, Hylam O'Shea was utterly despairing. He knew he had lost his starting position. Sue Bai. Indeed. When Wycliffe announced the name of the last player on Team A, Hylam O'Shea looked despairingly at the frail figure behind him. There was no dissatisfaction to express. Even if there was, Hylam O'Shea dared not show it. Mr. Daniel was not as gentle as he appeared. If anyone dared to be a troublemaker, Daniel would be the first to pull the thorn, and he would do it ruthlessly. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Sue Bai stepped forward and received the training bib that symbolized his starting position. At the same time, Daniel also took out the tactical board. It's the same tactic as before, starting from the middle and moving to the sides. Sue, your dribbling has a somewhat crazy feeling, so try not to dribble too much, just stay around Ben. Kushi. Ben, when Sue Bai has space, try to pass the ball out. Both wings, pay attention to your space. Make runs when the opportunity arises. I believe Sue's passes will reach you quickly, and you, Benedict, don't just wait for headers. If there's an opportunity to break through behind, be decisive. Daniel's words shocked many. It wasn't just his tactics, it meant he was handing the entire team over to Sue Bai. In other words, from now on, the engine of the entire Schalke 04 U18 team would be this guy, Sue Bai. Every attack from the team would originate from him. Whether attacking down the flanks or penetrating through the middle, it would all be controlled by Sue Bai. This guy had only been with the team for a few days. Just over 10 days. The most uncomfortable emotion in the world is jealousy. At this moment, Hylam O'Shea was feeling this emotion to the fullest. He had been in U18 for 2 full years, and yet he couldn't compare to this kid's mere 10 days. He turned to look at Sue Bai, who appeared relaxed. He sighed helplessly. There's nothing to be done. This is the cruel reality of professional football. During the group training, team A completely executed Daniel's intentions. This strategy of placing all the pressure on Sue Bai unexpectedly alleviated the pressure on the other players. Sue Bai had no fixed position on the field. Wherever there was space, he would run there. And the moment Sue Bai received the ball, he could seize the opportunity and deliver the ball to the most lethal position in the shortest time. Watching Team A's fluid attacks, even Daniel was left somewhat stunned. Is this truly his team? Why do I feel like Sue Bai has become stronger again, especially in his ball handling? Looking at the core of his team, Daniel was also filled with confusion. In just a few days, Sue Bai had undergone a visibly transformative change. I noticed it too. This guy is truly incredible. At this moment, Wycliffe beside Daniel wore a similar expression. Meanwhile, at the Garden Stadium, Li Shua was showing the commentator from the Sports Weekly, who had just arrived, the makeshift broadcast room he and Xiao Wang had painstakingly set up over the past few days. Teacher Wang Tao, the conditions are a bit rough, so please bear with it. Looking at the somewhat shabby broadcasting room, Li Shua also felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, this is quite good, no worries, no worries. Wang Tao, who had resigned from the sports channel to start his own business, never expected that for a mere 500,000, he would end up signing with a soccer publication to commentate on a match in this distant war machine country. He must have gotten carried away thinking of starting a company, working hard for a year, only to end up relying on selling his house to pay off debts. This outcome is something no one can avoid. He imagined that although he had never officially commented on a match on the 5 channels, he was at least a well-known reporter at the main station. He had voiced many segments in world football. As for the most well-known Chinese voice in Pro Evolution Soccer, he had recorded several generations of it. Damn, life always has its lows, but his low point came a bit too suddenly. Looking at the narrow and outdated broadcasting room, Wang Tao put aside all his pride and dignity, directly sitting in the chair and getting ready. Region 3. He really wasn't familiar with it. The most important thing was that he knew there would be quite a few viewers for this broadcast. The hottest football figure in Yin country right now is Sue Bai. Especially after Sue Bai's long-range goals, he didn't know how the people of War Machine country reacted, but the people of Yin country were going wild. One after another, they shouted that the spring of Yin country football had arrived. What a Beckham of Yin country, or Xavi of Yin country. These nicknames were spreading online with great enthusiasm. However, as someone who truly understood football, Wang Tao knew that Region 3 wasn't as simple as it seemed. The most famous aspect here is not his technique. The most notorious aspect is his brutal fouls. Even if Sue Bai's skills are excellent, he still can't withstand the brutal tackles of the muscular men in War Machine country. Thus, Wang Tao was filled with worry for this suddenly emerging talent from Yin country. Teacher Wang, here are the materials for tomorrow's match, including information on the Magdeburg team and player details. I managed to find these, so there might be errors, please bear with me. Wang Tao quickly thanked him as he received the materials. This is exactly what he was currently lacking. If you asked him to commentate on the Bundesliga, he could easily do so for the dozen teams, but for Region 3, truthfully, he didn't know. Who the hell cares about who plays in Region 3? After apologizing to Li Shua and the others, Wang Tao flipped through the materials and began to jot down notes densely in his notebook. After all, there is a match in the afternoon. Subai surprisingly did not wake up early on Saturday morning. He only stirred awake at 8 o'clock. I thought this weirdo would still get up early today. Beside him, Ben Kaishi was already brushing his teeth. There's a match today. If I exhaust myself in practice, my coach would definitely be mad at me. Haha, you have a point. Hurry up and get ready. We can't miss the training at 8:30. With that, Subai quickly got up. After a quick tidy up, the two of them headed to the cafeteria. Breakfast consisted of bread and milk. After finishing in a daze, Subai and Ben Kaishi timed their arrival perfectly at the training ground because of the match. The morning training was basically just a warm-up. Daniel briefly discussed the issues the team needed to pay attention to, especially emphasizing the ruthless style of play of the opposing team Magdeburg. As the wildest team in the Regionalliga, Magdeburg is notoriously infamous. In all their matches, there has never been a situation without cards. Coming from a small town in the eastern part of the war chariot nation, Magdeburg is renowned as the descendants of pirates. They do not produce stars. The most famous here is the Butcher. Each year, several talented players end their careers at the feet of Magdeburg. Looking at the slender Subai, Daniel was quite worried. However, seeing Subai's expressionless face, Daniel refrained from saying much. At that moment, Subai truly felt nothing. If he had encountered such a team in his previous match, Subai might have felt a bit scared. But now with the injury immunity card from the system, how could Subai be afraid of their malicious fouls? In his past life, Subai often studied the materials from La Masia Film Academy. He imitated the dramatic falls and rolling techniques like Thomas' signature moves with remarkable precision. After a simple lunch, the players packed their things and prepared to board the team bus. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, to be honest, this was the hottest time of the day. But there was no way around it. There was only one pitch, and the first team needed to use it in the evening. It was too late to clean up. Thus, throughout the season, the Schalke 04U18 home games were the most challenging. Fortunately, there was air conditioning on the bus. Once on the bus, everyone felt a slight coolness. Around 1:30, the bus arrived at the stadium. They casually changed into a set of clothes in the locker room and sorted their equipment. The players also filed out of the locker room. In the players' tunnel, Subai finally saw the rumored Magdeburg team players. Sure enough, just as Ben Kaishi had said, this group of guys looked at them with fierce glares. Ben Kaishi even turned his head away when a huge man with tattoos and a big beard glared at him. That guy is their captain, Rosa Marshall, damn it. As the esteemed captain of Magdeburg, Rosa Marshall epitomizes these wild players. In last season's Regionalliga, it was this guy who directly snapped the right leg of Dortmund U18's talented player Alf from behind. And he only faced a penalty of 15 matches, while the unfortunate Alf had to bid farewell to football due to injury. Recalling what Ben Kaishi had said, Subai cast a disdainful glance at Rosa Marshall, who was gloating because Ben Kaishi was too scared to look him in the eye. Marshall's attention was quickly drawn to Subai's gaze, and he shot a fierce look back at him. Subai also defiantly glared back. Before the match even began, the tension between the two filled the entire players' tunnel. Seeing that Subai was not intimidated, Rosa Marshall chuckled and turned away. Be careful later, this guy is their defensive midfielder. Hardy, the left winger behind Subai, warned him quietly. Hunt also patted Subai's shoulder, giving a discreet reminder. Oh, Subai felt indifferent. Soon the staff signaled for them to go out. However, when they walked out of the players' tunnel, they unexpectedly found that today's Garden Stadium seemed different from usual, because compared to the last match, there seemed to be many more fans today. At this moment in the Yin Nation, on the official website of the Sports Weekly, the pinned live broadcast of the football match had already attracted many fans into the online streaming room. After all, the Sports Weekly had spent a lot of money, so the stadium generously provided them with the equipment usually used to broadcast first-team matches. At least in terms of clarity, it was no different from a Bundesliga match. Wow, there is indeed a live broadcast. Sports Weekly is amazing. This regional Liga broadcast is the first in Asia. Haha, I just saw Subai's interview in the newspaper a few days ago and didn't expect it to really happen. Go Subai, you are not fighting alone. I look at the increasing number of people in the streaming room. No kidding, even though it's Regionalliga, at least you are the only one playing abroad. How Junmin sat on the bench for the entire match with the first team. I wonder if he will get a chance to play in tonight's Bundesliga. What are you talking about? He didn't even make it to the 18-man roster. What chance does he have tonight? I can't be helped. Our level is just like that. Sangu was so impressive at Leuening. I didn't expect that after going to the Bundesliga, he couldn't even make the 18-man roster. Forget about Sangu. Let's focus on Xiao Su. I wonder how he will perform in this match. As long as he plays, I believe Magath won't ignore him. Maybe he will be promoted on the spot. Do you know the difference between Regional Liga and Bundesliga? Don't assume too much. If Xiao can hold on for a year in Regionalliga, it would already be impressive for him to find a team in the two Bundesliga to gain experience. Exactly, you're just a football blind. The gap between Regional Liga and Bundesliga is as vast as that between the Yin Nation team and the War Chariot Nation team. Got it. Now that you mention it, I understand. Looking at the comments in the streaming room, Wang Tao couldn't help but sigh. The current football in Yin Nation has been declining. The generation of Xiaojia is aging, but what about the younger generation? There isn't a single one who can stand out. Good evening, friends. I am your old friend Wang Tao. It is an honor to be invited by Sports Weekly to provide live commentary for this focused match in Regional Liga. As an established strong team in Regionalliga, Magdeburg has a remarkable record. Last season, Magdeburg ranked 9th in Regionalliga, and most of the players on the team are local talents from Magdeburg. Therefore, the most outstanding feature of these players who have been together since youth training is their tacit understanding and cooperation. And what everyone knows best is Magdeburg's ruthless style of play. Last season, Magdeburg received a total of 8 red cards and 27 yellow cards. The captain of the team for this match, Rosa Marshall, was suspended for 15 matches due to malicious fouls. In short, Schalke 04's youth team will face a very challenging match today. Wow, this is just disastrous, isn't it? Look at Xiao's physique. Can he withstand a kick from them? Forget about just one kick. I think even a bump would send him flying. Don't scare me. I came to see Su by dominate, not to see him get injured. At that moment in the stands, many fans were excitedly waving the Schalke 04 flags, cheering for these young players. Among the fans, a middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt was seriously watching the young Yin Nation player who had just stepped onto the field. Next to him, his bag prominently displayed the Manchester United emblem. The young man from Magdeburg, take down these pests. Damn it. Let these Magdeburg scoundrels roll back to their pirate den. The Garden Stadium, which can accommodate 50,000 fans, has at least 8,000 present today. This has never happened in a U18 match before. Especially their warm greetings towards Magdeburg. While these greetings are actually quite friendly for the Magdeburg players, at least there were no brawls breaking out on the field. You have to know that last season, due to Rosa Marshall's malicious foul, the entire Dortmund fanbase had already regarded Magdeburg as their enemy. In the second round of the Regionalliga, several crazy fans were in a frenzy over Magdeburg's bus, leading the Football Association to intervene and conduct their match behind closed doors. This could be considered a peculiar incident in the Regional Liga. The players from both teams are already standing on their respective halves. The main referee is communicating with the assistant referee. Check the time. Beep. The fans of Sport Weekly. The match between Schalke U18 and Magdeburg in the second round of the 2010-2011 Regional Liga has officially begun. First, let's introduce the starting lineups. The team in blue traditional jerseys attacking from left to right is Schalke 04 U18. Starting goalkeeper for Schalke, Bobby Edgar. Left back, Morton Jim. Center back, Esther Scott and Webster Jeffrey partnering. Right back, Sidney Parker. Defensive midfielder, Lloyd Ankilio. Attacking midfielder, Su Bai and Ben Kashi. Left winger, Hardy Hunt. Right winger, Wheeler. Single striker, Whit Benedict. Schalke 04 maintains their traditional 451 formation. On the other side, attacking from right to left in white jerseys, is Magdeburg. Starting goalkeeper, Hassan Ron. Left back, Beecher Rex. Center backs, Vanny Jonas and Robinson partnering with Webster. Right back, Dewey Hamilton. Double defensive midfielders, Rosa Marshall and Tobias partnering. Attacking midfielder, Kipling Jason. Left winger, Congreve Bowen. Right winger, Lind. Single striker, Matilda Neal. Magdeburg also sticks to their traditional 433 formation. As the match began, Magdeburg quickly initiated an attack. Their strategy was clear. Without any complicated tactics, they directly moved to the flanks. Utilizing the speed of the wingers and the height of the single striker Matilda Neal for traditional long passes and headers. This style of play is also the most common in the Regional Liga. Though simple, it is often the most effective. Matilda Neal passed the ball to the attacking midfielder Kipling Jason, then swiftly turned to charge into Schalke's center. Receiving the ball, Kipling Jason wasted no time. Noticing the right winger Lind Ogesig had already accelerated, he delivered a long pass. Lind Ogesig on the right side skillfully leaped up, using his chest to control the ball. Without waiting for it to drop, he took a step forward with his right foot, again accelerating from a standstill, charging towards Schalke's backline. Magdeburg is playing decisively right from the start. After receiving the ball in the center, there was hardly any transitional play. They directly sought the flanks. In today's football world, powerful Barcelona and the bullfighting nation, which succeeded in winning the World Cup, have proven with championship after championship that the mainstream of modern football has evolved from traditional long passes to possession-based football that stretches the opponent's space. Of course, these possession tactics are somewhat too advanced for teams in the Regional Liga. In the Regionalliga, the most practical remains this extremely simple traditional style of play. Last season, 68 of Magdeburg's goals were scored from headers after crosses from the flanks. Moreover, both of Magdeburg's wingers are incredibly fast players. Good goal. Just as Wang Tao was explaining Magdeburg's tactics, the right winger Lind Ogasig, who had just made a breakthrough, faced Schalke's left back Morten Jim. With a simple left feint and right cut using his speed, he directly got past Morten Jim. Continuing to charge with the ball towards the baseline, Lind Ogasig struck the ball fiercely with his right foot, sending it hurtling towards Schalke 04's penalty area. On the sidelines, Daniel watched as Morten Jim was easily bypassed, his heart nearly in his throat. He nervously stood at the sidelines, shouting for the midfielders to mark their men. Inside the penalty area, the tall Magdeburg striker Matilda Neal was already rushing towards the ball's landing point. The speed of the ball was extremely fast. Even though Matilda Neal had anticipated the landing point, he still couldn't reach it. Schalke's goalkeeper Bobby Edgar decisively charged out and punched the ball out of the penalty area. Dangerous situation. Magdeburg striker Matilda Neal, with his height and build, is already much stronger than Schalke's center-backs. And from the first attack, it is evident that in terms of attacking capability from the flanks, Magdeburg is indeed very excellent. Fortunately, the ball's landing point was not too ideal. The central Matilda Neal failed to win the first touch. Schalke's goalkeeper Bobby Edgar was also quite decisive in his approach. Thus, Schalke managed to escape this scare. Wang Tao's commentary was still quite professional. At the very least, he spent the entire morning memorizing the names of the players from both teams. Damn, Magdeburg's playstyle is simplistic, but their breakthrough ability is truly commendable. Just look at that guy on the right flank. His speed is really impressive. That's how the football in the Battle Wagon Nation works, and their youth training has improved over the years with local football teams almost everywhere from cities to small towns. Layer upon layer of selection means they have a talent pool that allows for various styles of play. Speedy wingers are very common in the Battle Wagon Nation. This is still in the Regionalliga. In the two Bundesliga, such purely speedy wingers hardly get any playing time. Just look at that cross. Even without pressure, it was delivered with such precision. Dude, this is the Regionalliga. If you're fast, skilled at dribbling, and can deliver crosses like that, you wouldn't still be playing in the Regionalliga. They say the Regionalliga is on the same level as the Chinese Super League, but frankly speaking, at least, it is a notch above the Super League. The ball that Bobby Edgar punched out landed right at the feet of Schalke 04's defensive midfielder Lloyd Ankilio, just as Daniel had said before the match. The moment he received the ball, Lloyd Ankilio looked towards Subai in front of him. With his right foot, he delivered a diagonal pass to Subai. Subai received the ball and turned around. He looked towards the front, but before he could take a shot, a powerful force came from behind. Subai was knocked down onto the grass. Beep. The referee blew the whistle. Although he had the injury immunity card, Subai was fine, but the pain didn't go away. Subai held his waist and turned to look at Rosa Marshall, who was standing beside him with a mischievous smile. Welcome to the Regionalliga, little monkey. Daniel watched from the sideline as the head referee merely called a foul, without even issuing a warning, prompting him to erupt in furious expletives. Damn it. Is that butcher trying to kill my player? And no card for that foul. And damn it. I knew it. Yet Daniel's complaints had no effect whatsoever, not even a ripple among the spectators in the stands. Many fans mocked Subai's frail physique, and how is he so paper thin? A mere bump sent him crashing to the ground. They said he was exceptional, so this is all he's got. And of course, players from Yingwe simply aren't built for football. With that frame playing in the 3 Liga, he's clearly here as a joke, and you can't even stand steady. What on earth are you doing playing football? And that foul deserved at least a yellow card. Magdeburg's was a blatant tactical foul, and yet the referee made no gesture whatsoever, and it seems the head referee's threshold for disciplinary action is unusually high tonight. And Subai must exercise extra caution. Wang Tao, watching live from the broadcast booth, wore a deeply anxious expression as he gazed at the fallen Subai. He'd anticipated such adversity before kickoff, but never imagined it would strike on Subai's very first touch. On the pitch, Ben Kaish and Lloyd Angrillo helped the fallen Subai to his feet. And are you all right? Lloyd Angrillo asked, studying Subai's furrowed brow. Moments earlier, Rosa Marshall, who had surged forward into attack, had charged straight at Subai's waist and slammed into him with full force. The impact was severe enough that even he might have sustained injury. Seeing Subai wince, Lloyd felt genuine concern. After all, this was only the opening minutes. If Magdeburg succeeded in neutralizing Schalke's offensive linchpin without even paying the price of a single yellow card, the match would effectively be over. And Daniel, pacing the touchline, wore the same look of deep worry, relieved only when Subai quickly regained his composure. I'm fine, just a little sore. Subai rubbed his lower back, then fixed a cold, unblinking gaze upon Rosa Marshall, already retreating toward her own half. For minutes into the match, Schalke earned a defensive set piece near their own goal line. NSU opted not to join the build-up, instead sprinting directly toward the opponent's half. At the referee's whistle, Lloyd Angrillo launched a towering clearance toward the forward line. At the intended drop zone, Ben Kaish leapt high ready to contest the aerial duel. Yet beside him, Magdeburg's attacking midfielder Kipling Jason rose simultaneously, needing both height and physical power. Ben and Kipling Jason were in entirely different leagues. And effortlessly, Kipling shouldered past Kaish, flicked the ball on with a precise glancing header, and directed it toward Congreve Bowen, Magdeburg's left winger. From the touchline, Daniel watched his team surrender possession so easily and barked in exasperation, "Damn it, keep it on the deck. Why insist on brute force battles when you're outmatched physically?" Meanwhile, Magdeburg's head coach, Jones, smiled faintly toward Daniel. And they were old acquaintances, having faced off twice last season. Back then, Magdeburg had claimed 1 win and 1 draw against Schalke. That narrow draw had hinged entirely on Daniel's star striker, a clinical finisher whose prowess had barely salvaged the point. This season, however, Daniel's ace striker had departed, while Magdeburg's core remained fully intact. Jones cast one brief, knowing glance at Daniel's frustrated scowl, then turned his attention back to the pitch. At that moment, Congreve Bowen received the ball and exploded forward, driving deep into Schalke's defensive third. The blistering pace of Magdeburg's 2 wingers formed the sharpest blade in their 3-Liga arsenal. Faced with Magdeburg's relentless surge, Schalke's backline dared not falter. Their entire defensive structure shifted swiftly rightward. Schalke's right back Sidney Parker gritted his teeth and charged forward. Now, longtime rival of Congreve Bowen, Parker knew exactly how dangerous he could be. So the instant he engaged Bowen, Parker dropped his center of gravity low and cut off the inside lane, sealing Bowen's path toward the center. Bowen didn't hesitate. Seeing his interior route blocked, he instantly swept the ball left with his left foot, then accelerated sharply, surging toward the byline. Parker stayed glued to him, his right leg coiled ready to intercept any cross. Magdeburg's commitment to the flanks is absolute. Both their attacking midfielder and target striker possess formidable aerial ability. For Schalke 04, whose weakness lies precisely in aerial defense, this tactic is pure torment. Schalke 04 must adapt their approach immediately, or conceding a goal is inevitable. As if on cue, the words had barely left his lips, Congreve Bowen feigned a cross with his left foot, deceiving Parker into lifting his leg to block. The moment Parker lifted his leg, he regretted it. Before him, Bowen, having drawn the reaction, dragged the ball backward with his left foot, pivoted smoothly around Parker's exposed flank and struck the ball ferociously with his right, launching it screaming into the center of the box. There, towering Magdeburg striker Matilda Neal soared skyward, rising above Schalke's central defender Esther Scott. With a thunderous downward header, she rocketed the ball toward goal. Schalke's goalkeeper Bobby Edgar stood helpless just yards from the line, powerless against the sheer velocity and precision of the header. The ball ripped straight into the net. 10. Magdeburg, away from home, had struck first. Oh dear, conceded already. Just 7 minutes into the match. Away side takes the lead within 7 minutes. There was simply nothing to be done about that goal. Neither flank nor central defense offered Schalke a shred of effective resistance. That was textbook long ball football, exploiting every gap in your fragile structure. Your right back fails to shut down crosses, your center backs crumble under aerial pressure. You simply cannot compete like this. Spectators in the stands erupted in waves of complaint, disbelief turning rapidly to dismay. Just moments earlier, they'd confidently vowed to humiliate these provincial upstarts, only to watch stunned as their team was overwhelmed and scored upon within 7 minutes. Daniel bowed his head in quiet resignation. These players had executed their duties admirably, yet this goal had been nearly unavoidable. Their central defender was simply too young, overwhelmed by the sheer stature and strength of Matilda Neal. On the pitch, Schalke 04's players stood dejected, watching Magdeburg celebrate wildly inside their own penalty area. Let's play through the ground. Pass it to me. Then for the first time, the usually reserved Bai approached his teammates. Given Daniel's authority, his teammates nodded readily in agreement. If they couldn't match Magdeburg airily, why waste energy? Better to abandon the air game entirely and dominate with intricate ground combinations instead. From the touchline, Daniel gave a slow, approving nod. That's what an offensive linchpin should do. Magdeburg's celebration ended swiftly. Both sides repositioned themselves in their respective halves. At the referee's sharp whistle, play resumed. Whit Benedict, hearing the signal, turned and passed cleanly to Ben Kaish, then surged forward himself. Kaish, receiving the ball, did not immediately seek out Bai, instead driving forward with purpose. Facing the advancing Matilda Neal, he calmly shifted the ball right with his foot, gliding effortlessly past her on the outside. not product of Schalke's famed academy, bypassing a lone forward posed no challenge. But the moment he slipped past Neil Magdeburg's attacking midfielder Kipling Jason lunged in, relentless and aggressive. Without hesitation, Kaish pushed the ball left with his right foot, sliding it perfectly to Subai at his side. In Kipling Jason, undeterred by the pass, spun instantly on the spot and charged full tilt towards Subai. And meanwhile, Rosa Marshall, the Magdeburg defensive midfielder who'd been tracking Subai all along, also exploded forward. In a heartbeat, Subai found himself trapped in a coordinated double team. This is going to be difficult. Both players outmatch Subai in physicality and experience. And against such pressure, quick, decisive distribution is the only sound option. In the broadcast booth, Wang Tao's anxiety spiked. And this was Subai's first true offensive orchestration since kickoff. If he lost possession or blundered here and Magdeburg scored again, the match would slip away. Worse still, Subai's confidence would suffer a devastating blow. And yet almost instantly, Wang Tao's eyes widened in astonished disbelief. He wasn't alone. Spectators across the Schalke stand stared slack-jawed at the unfolding scene on the pitch. Facing the converging double team, Subai showed no trace of panic, not even a flicker of hesitation, his dribbling rhythm utterly unchanged. First to reach him, Kipling Jason thrust his long leg forward to cut off the path, while simultaneously pressing his body tightly against Subai. The instant Jason closed in, Subai flicked his right ankle deftly left, the ball obeying perfectly, curling around Jason's outstretched leg. Subai leaned sharply left, slipping past Jason with seamless grace. But Rosa Marshall was already closing in, impatient, fierce, locking eyes with Subai before launching a brutal stomp toward his right foot. The strike was delivered with full force. Had it landed, Subai's slender right leg would surely have buckled. And at the very moment Marshall expected to hear Subai collapse in agonized cries. Subai pushed the ball forward right with his left foot, then retracted his right foot with lightning speed, evading Marshall's lunge, before delicately nudging the ball ahead with his right. Simultaneously, he darted with feline agility between the two defenders, executing a flawless elastico. Brilliant. What a magnificent run by Subai in an utterly astonishing elastico. Textbook perfection. Facing a double team, Subai moved like Iniesta incarnate, gliding effortlessly between the towering figures of Rosa Marshall and Kipling Jason. Wang Tao couldn't contain himself. He shouted aloud in the booth. And in the stands, the previously impassive middle-aged man snapped his head upright, eyes wide with shock. In an instant, Subai had already bypassed Rosa Marshall and Kipling Jason. Before him now stretched an open expanse of pitch. Without hesitation, he drove the ball forward with a fierce push from his right foot. He surged toward Magdeburg's defensive half like wind and lightning. At that very moment, Schalke 04's forwards erupted into furious acceleration. Familiar passing lanes flickered across Subai's vision, yet none promised high scoring probability. Refusing to act rashly, he pressed on, dribbling with relentless momentum. As Subai approached the edge of the penalty area, Jones, the Magdeburg head coach seated pitch side, finally lost the calm, steady smile he had maintained all along. He hadn't anticipated that this young man from Yin Kingdom possessed such extraordinary footwork. Stop him, Jones bellowed toward his players on the field. In truth, no instruction was needed. Seeing Subai charge forward with blistering intensity, Tobias Felix, the Magdeburg defensive midfielder, lunged straight at him. Yet the moment Felix drew near, before he could even make a move, Subai deftly shifted the ball rightward with his right foot, laying it perfectly for Benkhaith, who had timed his run to perfection. Simultaneously, Subai darted past Felix. Benkhaith instantly understood. Receiving the pass, he slipped a delicate through ball forward. Brilliant. That's a textbook 1-2. Subai denies Magdeburg any chance to foul. This decision is absolutely flawless. Subai lifted his gaze toward the ball, and in that split second, he spotted Whit Benedict, his team's striker, poised and ready in the forward line. Under the system's enhancement, a passing lane materialized before him, one boasting a 90-goal conversion rate. Without pause, he acted. His right foot lashed violently at the ball. Subai shoots. From this distance, the shot seems rushed. And this appears to be a low, skidding drive, far too hurried, though it may thread precisely between Magdeburg's two center backs. Its velocity leaves ample time for the goalkeeper to react and save. Commentator Wang Tao lamented live as Subai struck the ball. But moments later, not only Wang Tao, but every spectator who assumed Subai intended a direct shot, stood utterly dumbfounded. The ball skimmed the turf, spinning violently. After slipping past Magdeburg's central defenders, it struck the grass, and guided by its fierce rotation, curved sharply to the right. There, on the right, a towering figure emerged as if summoned from thin air. Whit Benedict, the striker long lurking unseen inside Magdeburg's penalty area, had materialized there like a phantom. The ball traced a luminous arc across the pitch, graceful as a rainbow, landing precisely at Whit Benedict's feet. The pass was nothing short of sublime. Benedict required no adjustment, simply pushed forward with his right foot. The ball obeyed, instinctively nestling cleanly into the back of Magdeburg's net. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Goal. Just 3 minutes after Magdeburg scored. From midfield, Subai executed a breathtaking elastico to dismantle Magdeburg's defensive line. Then at Magdeburg's doorstep, he delivered a dazzling rainbow pass. This strike defies belief. O'Neill, the score is level. In all my years watching football, this is the most perfect outside off-the-foot through pass I've ever seen. A rainbow. Subai has painted the most exquisite rainbow yet upon Garten Stadion's hallowed turf. As the referee's whistle confirmed the goal, the stands ignited with roaring fans. They leapt to their feet, screaming with unrestrained passion. Such a goal stirs the blood like few others. Flawless coordination crowned by audacious, incisive vision. Who would have imagined such sublime team football emerging from the rugged terrain of Germany's third division? On the touchline, Daniel exploded into celebration, arms raised high. As he sprinted toward his assistant coach, they embraced tightly. I knew it, he'd deliver. Absolutely magnificent. Words fail me. I cannot begin to describe this goal. Perfect. This is the Schalke 04 I envisioned building. Immediately after scoring, Whit Benedict charged straight towards Subai. He knew full well this goal belonged entirely to Subai. Even his own goalkeeper rushing out wouldn't have stopped him from finishing. Sue, you were incredible. I knew you'd find me with that pass. Brilliant. Sue, this pass was sheer brilliance. Benkhaith joined the embrace, followed by Hardy, Hunt, Wheeler, Anquiro, and even Lloyd Anquiro racing up from deep in defense to join the jubilant pileup around Subai. They ruffled his hair in pure elation. Incredible. Truly mind-blowing. No words needed. This is the most beautiful through pass I've ever witnessed. Damn, what mastery of technique. Passing with the outside of the foot is notoriously difficult. Yet he imparted such ferocious spin while still achieving the pace to pierce the gap between two center backs. It's not just pace, it's vision. Watch closely the moment Subai released the pass. That tall striker had just begun his run. Damn right. This pass is astonishing. Beyond doubt, it rivals Xavi's finest. No, it surpasses them. Unbelievable. We're witnessing this from a Yin Kingdom native. This belongs on any top 10 list. Unquestionably brilliant. Subai is extraordinary. From this moment on, I'm Subai's lifelong fan. Watching this third-tier German league is infinitely more thrilling than that lackluster Chinese Super League. Look at Magdeburg's players, stunned into silence. What pure joy. Exactly. Who would have thought a Yin Kingdom player could dominate abroad like this? He's undeniably the linchpin. Initially we thought he'd come to learn, but instead he's become the cornerstone. Commentator Wang Tao continued his ecstatic celebration, while Yin Kingdom fans glued to their screens erupted into euphoric chaos. For fans long accustomed to Barcelona's flamboyant possession play, witnessing such an improbable visionary passing display from a fellow Yin Kingdom native delivered profound visceral awe. What's his name? Is it Subai? Yes. He delivered a hat-trick of assists in his debut match. I knew he was a prodigy. At this level, what on earth is he doing in the third division? What is Magath buying? Is he blind? Can anyone in the first team execute a pass like that? Exactly. Their first team midfield is abysmal. Yet Subai has registered 4 assists in 2 matches. Does this caliber truly fall short of first team selection? But he's so young, perhaps another 2 years of development are needed. Nonsense. If the first team won't secure such genius, do they think rival clubs are blind? Schalke's supporters in the stands were utterly captivated by Subai's performance, from his elegant dribbles to that final visionary pass. This was unmistakably Bundesliga-level artistry. An older man wearing a Manchester United backpack opened his notebook and wrote, "Exceptional close control. Outstanding spatial awareness. A truly elite passer." Having inscribed those words, he settled back into his seat, eager to discover just how many more astonishing talents this electrifying young man from Yin Kingdom still held in reserve. In less than 10 minutes, both sides had scored a goal. The Schalke fans in the stands were still enthusiastically praising Subai's recent assist. After all, in the rough battle car country league, such beautiful assists are truly rare. They were accustomed to the collisions of muscles and various rough fouls. And that football that always flies high in the sky. This eye-catching ground passing and control truly brings a delightful feeling. Moreover, in today's world football, what is most popular is the tiki-taka played by Barcelona. Watching Subai being surrounded by everyone, the players from Magdeburg were equally frustrated. Especially Rosa Marshall, who had just been outplayed by Subai. At this moment, the irritable Rosa Marshall was already furious. The last person who dared to play with him like this was that poor fellow from Dortmund who had completely retired from football. Looking at the time on the sidelines, Rosa Marshall suddenly smiled. There was still plenty of time. with the referees urging both teams return to their respective halves. The match continued. After both sides scored a goal, the pace of the game suddenly slowed down. Schalke was wary of Magdeburg's flanks while Magdeburg shifted their defensive focus to the center. Magdeburg also began to play possession in their own half. Without relying on a bunch of rough guys from the German 3rd Division, how could they play possession without awkwardness? Soon unable to withstand this tedious rhythm, Magdeburg took the initiative. The receiving Tobias Felix made a big kick, sending the ball directly to the front. Although he aimed for Lin's right flank, his technique was indeed hard to command. The ball veered off in a ridiculous manner. It went straight out of bounds. Seeing his pass go wide, Tobias Felix raised his right hand to apologize to his teammates. Schalke 04 unexpectedly gained possession. And from this moment on, Schalke 04's real attack began. The fullback threw the throw-in to midfielder Ben Kishi. Seeing no one nearby, Ben Kishi boldly advanced with the ball. However, after just a few steps, Magdeburg's forward Matilda Neil was the first to rush over. The tall Matilda Neil had only one thought: to collide directly with Ben Kishi. Ben Kishi quickly responded, pulling the ball back with his right foot to evade Matilda Neil. Then with his left foot, he pushed the ball directly to the arriving Subai. He quickly ran forward. Subai received the ball and pushed it smoothly. The football landed steadily back at Ben Kishi's feet. The two began to frequently exchange passes in midfield. Their elegant 1-2s and possession play excited the fans on the sidelines. After all, Ben Kishi and Subai lived together, and they had already developed great chemistry on the training ground. Moreover, since Subai's passes were always incredibly precise, Ben Kishi didn't even need to adjust his movements. Thus, for a moment, Magdeburg had no means against the duo's possession. Even if they committed fouls, there would be no opportunity. They simply wouldn't give you a chance. As long as you approached, the ball would be passed immediately. As the two were about to bring the ball to the top of the large penalty area, the Magdeburg defenders no longer hesitated. Rosa Marshall and Tobias Felix rushed forward, while Magdeburg's attacking midfielder Kipling Jason also rushed back from the front. The three utilized their skilled cooperation to block the passing route between the two. Magdeburg is still quite shrewd. They let you two play possession around the midfield circle, but as soon as it gets near the penalty area, they immediately increase their numbers. With 3 players surrounding them, it would be very difficult to continue this possession. The ball has reached Subai's feet. Schalke's 2 wings also pushed forward, helping to create space for Subai in the center. Faced with the aggressive Kipling Jason and Rosa Marshall, Subai didn't dare to think too much. After all, whether in terms of physique or experience, he couldn't compare to these two. Just before the encirclement, Subai had already spotted the passing route. He struck the ball with the instep of his right foot. Before the encirclement could happen, Subai kicked the ball towards the center. And at that position, the retreating Whit Benedict was already waiting there. Seeing the cunning Subai directly flick the ball out, Rosa Marshall, who had initially prepared to teach Subai a lesson, could only turn and rush towards Whit Benedict. However, Subai was just waiting for this moment. Before Whit Benedict received the ball, he saw Subai's forward run in the direction of Subai's pass, meant he wouldn't need to adjust rushing before Rosa. Before Marshall could pounce, he pushed the ball with his left foot. The football once again returned to Subai's feet, and in that instant, facing the incoming ball, Subai curled the football with the arch of his right foot, exerting force with his right leg. He struck the ball fiercely towards the penalty area. The football soared into the air, flying over Magdeburg's last line of defense. Accompanied by a violent spin, the football traced an exquisite arc, landing on the left side of the penalty area. At that position, the advancing Schalke 04 left-winger Hardy Hunt had already appeared before the football. Without any hesitation, Hardy Hunt struck fiercely at the football with his right foot. The football bypassed Magdeburg's goalkeeper Hassan Ron and drilled into the net. 2-1. Beautiful. They took the lead. Once again, it was Subai's assist. After just delivering an exquisite rainbow assist with the outside of his foot for a teammate's goal, Subai again provided a deadly assist with his right foot. Beautiful. First with the outside of his foot, and now with the arc created by the arch of his foot. Incredible. This is definitely a master-level pass. Schalke's forwards are so lucky with Subai's astonishing passes. As long as you can find the space, scoring becomes the easiest thing. Incredible. This ball is simply a work of art. In the commentary room, Wang Tao was already a bit incredulous about what he saw. Having watched matches for so many years, it was the first time he had seen a player from Yin country deliver such passes. Moreover, it wasn't just luck. One could say it was fortunate for one instance, but what about twice? 3 times, 4 times? Including the 3 from the previous match, Subai had already provided 5 perfect assists in just 2 matches. Hardy Hunt's goal completely ignited the Garden Stadium. The Schalke fans in the stands jumped up in excitement. Although it was just in the German 3rd Division and merely the U18 youth team, such exhilarating attacks had their adrenaline levels soaring. On the sidelines, Daniel held his head in disbelief. He looked at Su-bai on the field with astonishment. It was too exaggerated. Whether it was the previous outside of the foot pass or this time's arch having all of this happen from a U18 youth team player was truly over the top. 5 assists. What an astonishing statistic. After scoring, Hardy Hunt crazily rushed towards Su-bai. As Schalke's left winger, although he had been participating in the attack, he often played the role of assisting. The feeling of helping the team take the lead was fantastic. Excited, Hardy Hunt directly picked up Su-bai around the waist. The teammates around them all rushed over to surround Su-bai. The middle-aged man in the stands this time did not open his notebook. He directly took out his phone and walked towards the tunnel. After dodging the fans' clamor, he dialed the number. He is a genius, an absolute genius. That vision and passing cannot be cultivated. He is only 17 years old. Manchester United needs him. The 23rd minute of the match. Schalke 04 has taken the lead. This goal originated from deep in their own half with Su-bai and Benkius completing 14 consecutive passes before Su-bai delivered a breathtaking right-footed curving assist. Hunt slammed the ball into Magdeburg's net. Both its aesthetic brilliance and decisive outcome left everyone stunned. This is the German Regional Liga. Even Bundesliga matches rarely feature such flawless team play goals. The passing rhythm, that final assist, absolutely sublime. The ball reached Schalke's players without requiring any adjustment or foot switching. Truly extraordinary. Blimey, you're absolutely right. That is astonishing. From pass velocity to trajectory, it was as if every detail had been calculated precisely. No readjustment needed. The ball seemed to glide instinctively onto their feet. Incredible. This isn't just well executed, it's masterful. Even in training, few achieve such effortless precision, and this is live match play. At the referee's prompting, Schalke's celebration ended swiftly. Thereafter, they displayed midfield possession and control identical to their training drills. As Daniel had instructed, every Schalke player instinctively passed to Su-bai the moment they gained possession, and Su-bai himself appeared everywhere across the pitch. He functioned as Schalke 04's central nervous system, orchestrating each teammate's movement. Meanwhile, Magdeburg stood on the opposite flank. Accustomed to aggressive physical defending, they were momentarily paralyzed by Schalke's rapid fluid possession, often passing before Magdeburg's defenders could even close in. The 37th minute. Through Su-bai's seamless link-up play, Schalke advanced the ball down the right flank all the way to the top of the penalty arc. The instant Magdeburg shifted their entire defensive focus to the right side, Su-bai seized the moment, launching another lethal long pass with his left-footed outside of the boot. The ball soared over every Magdeburg defender and landed perfectly at Hunt's feet on the unmarked left flank. Though regrettably, an overexcited Hunt missed the chance. Facing the goalkeeper unknown, Hunt blasted the clear opportunity high over the bar. Not only Hunt himself, but Schalke fans in the stands also covered their heads in disbelief. Oh no, Hunt, how could you miss that? Su-bai's third assist of the match, gone in an instant. Such a beautiful goal. How could it possibly go wide? The stretching run along the flank, then that exquisite outside of the boot pass. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Su-bai's presence has transformed Schalke 04's attack into pure artistry. Even Magdeburg, renowned for their ironclad defense, is utterly helpless against this one-touch rapid possession style. Every single one of Su-bai's passes appears precalculated. A genius, undoubtedly a prodigy. Wang Tao murmured in awe as he watched the replay. The touchline buzzed with energy. Watching Hunt blunder the unknown chance, Daniel hurled his water bottle to the ground in fury, watching a certain goal vanish before his eyes. Not only Daniel. Many fans grumbled aloud, bloody hell, what kind of rubbish winger is this? How can he miss such a sitter? That stunning pass from the Chinese lad. Wasted. I told you. He's wasted in the U18 squad. Get him promoted to the first team immediately, or someone else will snatch him away. Exactly. What on earth is Magath thinking? Such an exceptional midfielder, and he's still overlooked. Though fans vented frustration, Schalke retained full command of the match tempo. Once Schalke compressed their defense toward both flanks, Magdeburg suddenly found themselves at a loss for attacking solutions. Unable to break down either wing and reluctant to probe centrally. Magdeburg's physically imposing players excelled at tackling and fouling, but intricate footwork, that proved beyond them. Meanwhile, Jones frowned deeply as he observed the unfolding scene. He hadn't anticipated Schalke 04 would execute such refined possession football, yet soon his expression relaxed. His gaze locked intently upon Su-bai, the linchpin orchestrating Schalke's entire offensive flow. The first half ended swiftly. Schalke 04 entered the tunnel first, leading 21. Su-bai walked off the pitch arm in arm with Benkius, laughing and chatting. Schalke fans in the stands roared his name with unrestrained enthusiasm. Su, brilliant play. Keep it up, Su. Score a couple more in the second half, huh? Outstanding, Su. Fans never withheld praise, especially not for a player delivering such magical performances. In the dressing room, Daniel beamed proudly at his players. Before kickoff, he'd held little hope. After all, Magdeburg's ferocity was legendary throughout Germany. Often teams facing Magdeburg's relentless aggression preferred to concede rather than risk injuring key players. During halftime, Daniel used his tactical board to reinforce defensive discipline. Meanwhile, in the visiting team's dressing room, Jones raged at his squad. "You've fallen behind, shamefully, to a group of boys who haven't even grown facial hair. Possession football. Are you blind? Can't you see Schalke's possession is merely a decoy? Why chase the ball? That Chinese lad. Mark him tightly, relentlessly. Tackle hard. Let these Schalke kids know exactly who they're up against." Magdeburg. Jones, who already bore a fearsome countenance, appeared downright demonic as he spat out those words. Yet his tirade drew a satisfied smile from Rosa Marshall seated quietly in her chair. Soon the second half began. Daniel, buoyant and confident, had expected a commanding, emphatic victory. But it wasn't long before he realized his team's fluent attack had vanished. From kickoff onward, the referee's whistle became the match's dominant soundtrack. The 47th minute. Before Subai could even receive the ball, Magdeburg's attacking midfielder Kipling Jason charged in violently and brought him down. Though the referee issued only a symbolic warning to Kipling Jason, Magdeburg escalated their physicality without restraint. The 52nd minute. Benkius, while dribbling, was brutally tackled from the side by Tobias Felix, sent crashing to the turf with ball and body alike. Benkius clutched his ankle in agony. That foul ignited the already volatile tension between the two sides. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Whit Benedict charged straight toward the offending Tobias Felix. "Kid, what's your game?" Yet facing Benedict's furious advance, Tobias Felix stepped calmly forward, grinning nonchalantly. Rosa Marshall rushed in too. Players from both sides instantly jostled and shoved one another. Subai moved decisively, positioning himself squarely before Rosa Marshall. As the confrontation threatened to erupt into open conflict, the referee sprinted into the melee. He brandished a yellow card toward the recently offending Tobias Felix. Whit Benedict erupted in protest. That tackle deserved red, not yellow. What's wrong with the ref's eyes? His complaint proved futile. Instead, the referee raised his hand once more, producing a second yellow card for Whit Benedict. Seeing this, Daniel exploded with rage, storming toward the fourth official. "What kind of absurd decision is this? Is the referee blind? My player was assaulted with reckless brutality, and now my man gets booked." The fourth official relayed Daniel's outburst via earpiece directly to the referee, who, having just quelled the on-field chaos, now sprinted to the touchline. Confronting the furious Daniel, the referee withdrew a red card from his pocket. The 53rd minute. Benkius exited the pitch injured. Schalke's head coach Daniel was sent off for abusive conduct, leaving Schalke 04, once dominant, suddenly reeling. That was wildly undisciplined. Both Benedict's yellow and the manager's red are indefensible. Schalke's situation just grew far more precarious. Their starting defensive midfielder is out. Their head coach is dismissed. They still lead by 1 goal, but the match has just become infinitely harder. Wang Tao, watching the promising advantage crumble, felt genuine anxiety rise within him. What kind of incompetent referee is this? That tackle warranted red, not yellow. Bloody hell, is this guy from the Chinese Super League? He's definitely been paid off, sending off Schalke's manager. It's over. Game over. How can they possibly continue? Their star attacking midfielder is out, and now their manager too. U18 after all. So impulsive. Is their coach really this volatile? This is the regional Liga. Truly worrying for Subai. Look at the second half. Magdeburg isn't playing football. They're trying to cripple people. Subai, please stay cautious. Don't jeopardize your entire career for this match. After the confrontation subsided, play resumed. Benkius was replaced by substitute defensive midfielder Ward Clarence. Schalke reverted to a double pivot defensive formation. From this moment onward, Schalke 04's entire offensive strategy centered entirely upon Subai. From the 55th minute onward, the match turned abruptly. Without Danier directing from the touchline and bereft of their talisman Ben Kaishi, who could link with Subai, Schalke 04 unraveled. Schalke 04's once mercurial attack suddenly dissipated. Instead, Magadibo, long pinned in their own half, began an onslaught of relentless pressure. In the 58th minute, Magadibo's right winger dribbled past Schalke's fullback on the flank and launched a long pass into the center for the striker Madiurda. Near the towering Madiurda rose to meet it with a header of exceptional quality. Fortunately, Schalke's goalkeeper Bobby Adigia produced a brilliant save, punching the ball clear from the goal line. Magadibo earned a corner on the left. Kipling Jessen's delivery lacked precision, and Madiurda near reached the first ball, but his header was soft and tame, easily claimed by Bobby Adigia. Play resumed. Bobby Adigia's goal kick was comfortably claimed by Magadibo. Their attack surged back with renewed vigor. They looked passive. Schalke 04 had clearly lost their structure after being deprived of their core player. Since the restart, there had scarcely been a single coherent attack. Thankfully for Schalke, Magadibo's finishing was not clinical, otherwise the scoreboard might already have shifted. The priority now was to regain composure and find someone in the front third who could hold the ball. Wang Tao watched anxiously. Above all, Subai had not touched the ball in midfield for some time. Magadibo's ferocious pressing forced Schalke 04 into hoofed clearances. In aerial duels, Subai's slender frame offered him no advantage. Danier in the stands was pacing with fury, but the match officials kept a tight watch on him, denying any chance to pass a note to Wycliffe. In the 77th minute, after 20 minutes of siege, Magadibo finally broke through and scored. Again, it came from a long ball and a run behind the defense. Kangela Foboan delivered a superb cross from the left to the arriving captain Luosha. Maxier leapt high-muscled past Schalke's defensive midfielder Wout Kellerlin and nodded the ball into the far corner. Although there was the suggestion of a foul, the referee pointed to the center and awarded the goal. Luosha Maxier had restored parity. Luosha Maxier was ecstatic. Magadibo's players swarmed him in a wild celebration. By contrast, Schalke 04 were shell-shocked. Except for Subai's impassive face, defeat and frustration marked every other player. The problem had not been solved. Schalke's attack lay paralyzed. To defend like this was no solution. A draw was an unacceptable outcome. Wang Tao sighed helplessly as Schalke conceded. Magadibo's celebration was brief. They had no intention of settling for a draw. With under 20 minutes to play, one more goal to crush Schalke 04 was their true objective. Back at the center circle, Huut Banedijk hung his head. Banedijk, Subai called, just surge forward and I'll find you. You too as well. Make the runs into space, do not hesitate. Subai shouted to his three teammates in the attacking third. Huut Banedijk nodded at Subai's words, though his expression betrayed doubt. Subai was isolated in midfield with no support. Against Magadibo's pack of destroyers, what could he hope to do alone? Not only Banedijk, but the wide midfielders Hadai Hanti and Hualan Kiluo shared the same thought. Football is not a one-man sport. Facing the butcher-like midfield of Magadibo, even if Ha Wei himself were to appear, it would struggle to make a difference. Just as Huut Banedijk had expected, when the referee's whistle sounded, he passed the ball back to Subai and began his forward run as instructed. But what came was not the pass. The referee's whistle cut through, and before Subai could take 2 steps, Jipulin Jessen lunged in with a savage tackle. Subai crumpled, clutching his right leg and writhing in pain. Although the tackle was frontal, Jipulin Jessen plainly did not pull his studs away. The referee did not hesitate to show Jipulin Jessen a yellow card. This is beyond the pale, murmured voices around the stadium. People muttered that even in the rough lower divisions, such a reckless studs-up challenge deserved more than a yellow card. It left many incredulous. On the pitch, Subai slowly sat up as his teammates checked on him. Though he possessed an injury immunity card, the pain was inescapable. He waved them off and insisted he could continue. The free kick was not lofted but played short back to Subai, who picked the ball up and charged toward Magadibo's defensive third alone. He looked as if he intended to take on Magadibo's entire midfield single-handedly. Luosha Maxier smiled and without hesitation sprinted directly at Subai. Subai noticed him immediately. This time Subai did not attempt to dribble the ball away. He awaited Luosha's advance. Luosha Maxier, reckless, committed to a full-blooded sliding tackle. Subai appeared momentarily stunned, as if frozen in place. Luosha grinned. He already pictured the youngster clutching his leg in agony. He expected an easy outcome. But the instant Luosha's foot made contact, Subai sprang upward. Luosha was taken aback by the speed of his reaction. A crisp crack echoed. Luosha Maxier felt a searing pain. Both men collapsed to the turf. In that moment, Luosha knew he had miscalculated. He had fallen upon the seemingly harmless youngster. As Subai leapt, he bent his knee in midair. On landing, Subai, without apparent intent, dropped a single knee onto Luosha Maxier's ankle. The crack was unmistakable, the sound of a breaking ankle. Both players fell clutching their ankles. The referee immediately halted the match and hurried to their side. The referee signaled for the team doctor to enter the field at once. Oh no, voices rose from the stands. Subai. The commentators reported that the footage clearly showed Luosha Maxier first sliding into Subai's ankle, and that during Subai's airborne descent, he inadvertently landed on Luosha's leg. Both appeared to have suffered serious injuries. Wang Tao watched in dread, though his anger was not aimed solely at Luosha Maxi. This is outrageous. Is this football? I will appeal. This is attempted murder. They've tried to ruin my player. Danier in the stands raged. Danier, seeing Subai collapse in agony, seemed to lose his wits. To risk losing 2 key men in a single match was unbearable. Rosa Marshall was now drenched in cold sweat from the pain. As a notorious pitch butcher, he had long known. Like walking along a riverbank. that one day he too would fall victim to the very fate he'd inflicted upon others. Yet he never imagined he'd be brought down by this reckless, wide-eyed youth before him. Still, he took grim comfort in the fact that his tackle had landed squarely on the boy's leg. Not a total loss. After a brief examination, the team physician glanced down at Coach Jones and shook his head. Moments later, a stretcher was carried onto the pitch. Wincing in agony, Rosa Marshall turned to look at Subai beside him and froze. The young man from Yen country who moments earlier had writhed on the ground in excruciating pain now stood upright, as if unscathed. Rosa Marshall was losing his mind. It was impossible. Utterly impossible. He knew his tackle had connected. How could the boy possibly be unhurt? And just then that same youth, who moments before had worn an expression of pure agony, turned and smiled at him. That smile shattered Rosa Marshall's last thread of composure. He struggled to sit up, desperate to confront the arrogant Yen youth, only for a searing, bone-deep pain to lance through his ankle once more. Don't move. Your ankle is fractured. Any further motion risks permanent complications. The team physician quickly restrained the furious Rosa Marshall. But even greater devastation lay ahead. Countless flagrant fouls had finally pushed the head referee past his limit. This time Rosa Marshall's foul was unmistakably malicious, a deliberate attempt to cripple. Though still lying flat on the turf, the referee wasted no time pulling out the red card. Red card. At last the madness of Magdeburg has met its reckoning. A silver lining, our Subai appears unharmed. He's already back on his feet, playing short-handed, and with two midfielders already carrying yellow cards. This is undeniably good news for Schalke 04. Wang Tao, watching Rosa Marshall carried off the field, nearly burst into laughter, but as a professional commentator, he held himself in check. Yen fans, however, showed no such restraint. What sweet justice. This is utterly exhilarating. That kid Subai has incredible luck, taking such a brutal tackle and walking away unscathed while simultaneously ending that villain's night. Damn, something feels off here. Look closely. Wasn't Subai standing right there waiting for Rosa Marshall's tackle? Could this have been intentional? Whoa, true. Watch closely. The moment Subai was tackled, he instantly leapt upward, his knee landing precisely on Rosa Marshall's ankle. 666. Clearly intentional. Wait, no. Absolutely accidental. The fault lies solely with that despicable Rosa Marshall. Exactly. After being taken down like that, any real man would retaliate. Yen people walk tall, stand firm, and strike hard against scum like this. As Rosa Marshall was carried off, play resumed. Schalke 04 regained possession, and Subai stepped confidently forward to take the free kick. 38 meters from goal, slightly off-center, but lofted into the box, it would carry serious threat. Inside the penalty area, players from both sides crowded together. With one man sent off, Magdeburg grew visibly unsettled, especially with their captain now gravely injured and removed from the pitch. Tobias Felix and Kipling Jason both carried yellow cards. So much as a stray gesture dared not cross their minds. In contrast, Schalke 04 surged forward en masse. After all, Magdeburg had left no players forward. Every single defender rushed back to form a wall for the free kick. Beep. At the referee's whistle, players inside the box erupted into frantic shoving. Subai watched his teammates surge into position, then broke into a sprint and struck the ball fiercely with his right foot. Subai struck the free kick with the inside of his foot, imparting fierce spin on the ball. Inside the box, both teams charged desperately toward the anticipated point of impact. But the ball's violent rotation caused it to swerve sharply midair, throwing the frontline players into disarray. It curved cleanly around everyone, flying straight toward the far post. And precisely there, Hadai Hanter, too short to contest the aerial duel, stood unmarked. He didn't even need to leap. The ball struck his forehead like a perfectly timed header and rocketed into the net. Hozornron, Magdeburg's goalkeeper, who'd been fixated entirely on the near post, could only watch in despair as the ball drifted inexorably into the back of the net. 32. Schalke 04 reclaimed the lead in the 84th minute. The goal ignited the Garden Stadium. Fans erupted in wild celebration. Unbelievable. For fans who'd entered with little expectation for this U18 match, the sheer drama was staggering. From the heated clashes between teams to the relentless cascade of red and yellow cards, every twist electrified the crowd, especially this stunning comeback under pressure. After scoring, Hadai Hanter ripped off his jersey and sprinted wildly toward the touchline, where his Schalke teammates charged after him in ecstatic pursuit. Before he could even begin celebrating, Hadai Hanter was buried beneath a jubilant pile of teammates. Coach Wycliffe, serving temporarily as bench boss, even joined the celebratory scrum. Subai stood quietly watching his elated teammates and exhaled deeply. Indeed, the system's recommended passing trajectory had been flawless. Just moments earlier, that spot had been completely vacant, yet the system displayed an 85 goal probability. So Subai delivered the ball there without hesitation. While the entire stadium roared in celebration of the lead, a middle-aged man in the stands stared in disbelief and opened his notebook. He'd seen the goal with his own eyes. That space had been utterly empty, yet the boy had placed the ball there with uncanny precision. This wasn't mere accuracy, it was transcendent passing talent. Rather than targeting the congested front zone, he'd chosen the one spot where no one stood. How did he know his teammate would appear there? A lucky guess. Impossible. He'd observed Su Bai for a long time, and not a single pass from the boy had ever been random. In fact, Su Bai consistently anticipated the optimal receiving position mid-run, delivering passes that matched his teammates' stride rhythm and balance. A player with such mastery would never rely on blind chance. Master-level legend, exceptional talent. Snapping his notebook shut, the man rose and exited the stadium. There was no longer any need to watch the remainder of the match. That single pass sealed it. Manchester United must sign him. After regaining the lead, Schalke 04 retreated entirely. Magdeburg, with one player less, dared not come out to fight to the death. In the following minutes, both teams made several tentative attacks, but none posed any threat. With the referee's whistle, the second round of the Regional Liga ended with Schalke 04 facing Magdeburg at home. The score of 3-2 held until the final whistle. Although Schalke 04 emerged victorious, the team's core player Ben Kashi was injured and sent to the hospital. This dampened the players' spirits for celebration. After the match, Su Bai quickly rushed to the hospital with his teammates. At the hospital, Daniel had long been waiting outside the examination room. If anyone was anxious in the team, it was undoubtedly the head coach Daniel. After all, the new tactic of the team had just formed, and the only player who could coordinate so smoothly with Su Bai was Ben Kashi. If Ben Kashi were severely injured, what would happen to Schalke's future matches? Not long after, the doctor in charge of the examination also came out. Daniel immediately approached to inquire. "Doctor, how is Ben Kashi doing?" Seeing Ben Kaxi's anxious face, the doctor also took off his mask and smiled. "It's nothing serious, just a slight ligament injury. A 2-week rest will do." With these words, all the players let out a sigh of relief. Seeing all the players gathered at the hospital, Daniel called out and told everyone to return. Su Bai also stepped forward, glanced at Ben Kashi in the ward, and then turned to leave. In the first team, inside the head coach's office, Magath was patiently studying the team data of Cottbus. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the second round of Bundesliga against Cottbus was about to start. Although the formation and tactics had been confirmed a few days earlier, Magath was still repeatedly checking for any oversights. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the office door sounded. "Come in." Then assistant coach Hughes entered. Yif also walked in, holding a fax. "Boss, there's a transfer request from Manchester United." Hughes' words surprised Magath for a moment. Although the transfer window wasn't fully closed yet, it was just a matter of days. Moreover, even though the Bundesliga started earlier than other leagues, the Premier League was about to begin as well. Was there still time for a transfer? Adjusting his glasses, Magath took the document from Hughes and took a casual glance, becoming even more confused. In his view, the only players capable of attracting Manchester United's attention were one or two of his core players. To his surprise, he didn't even recognize the name on the fax. "Su Bai? Who the hell is this? His team doesn't even have this player." Magath looked puzzled. Hughes quickly explained. "Boss, he's a young player from Yen country who signed with our U18 team recently." "A young player? A U18 player from Yen country?" Magath suddenly became interested. It was well known that Ferguson loved to scout young talents. With the sudden transfer fax arriving, it was clear this young lad had caught the attention of that old fox Ferguson. "Is he from our U18 team? Do you know him?" "Yes, I know. He scored 1 goal and assisted 3 in the last Regional Liga match. And in the recently concluded second-round match against Magdeburg, he also had a hat-trick of assists." Hughes' words surprised Magath. 6 assists in 2 matches. Just that statistic was a bit frightening, although it was Regionalliga. Such data was not easily achieved. "Is there a video? Bring it to me." "Okay." Although it was a reserve match, Schalke 04's technical department recorded and archived footage of every game. Soon the footage of Su Bai's match began to play in Magath's office. From Su Bai's first touch of the ball, the magical lob strike commenced. Magath's previously relaxed right hand tightened into a fist. After that, Su Bai's outside foot curve assists and the various displays of football intelligence that crushed other players, along with his exquisite through balls. This made a hint of excitement flush across Magath's face. No wonder that old fellow Ferguson would take a liking to this guy. He hadn't expected such a talent to emerge right under his nose. Following that was the video of the recently delivered second-round match. Upon seeing Su Bai's free kick assist, Magath suddenly slammed the table. "It's over. Hurry. Quick, go find that young lad." Since Ferguson had issued a transfer request, he must have already contacted the kid privately. What kind of contract could the stingy Schalke 04 offer to a player he didn't even know? Perhaps with just a few $100,000, Ferguson could take him away with a buyout clause. Seeing Magath so agitated, Hughes also reacted. "All right, boss. But the league is about to start. What about us? Quick, find that kid. The league starts at 8, and I'm afraid he's already on a plane to Manchester. Just as Magath feared at that moment, Subai was sitting in a cafe at the entrance of a hospital with a middle-aged man from the field. Subai was a bit puzzled. He had only played less than 2 matches. Although his performance was impressive, was it really enough for Manchester United scouts to come specifically to watch him? Initially, he thought this guy was a fraud. It wasn't until he showed his identification that Subai reluctantly agreed to sit down and talk. Hello, I'm Carl. You can call me Carl. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a scout for Manchester United. Manchester United has been keeping an eye on you since your last match, and your performance in this match further convinced me that your talent does not belong in the dirty regional Liga. It's too dangerous here. You need a league that pays more attention to young players. Carl's words left Subai feeling somewhat puzzled. Was this guy for real? After all, it was Manchester United. Oh, was it that easy to get in? Hello, Carl. Subai politely replied, but after that he fell silent. This surprised Carl a bit. You see, among all the people he had met, whenever he mentioned being a scout for Manchester United, those young players would act as if they had taken a stimulant. They would almost immediately pack their bags to leave with him. However, this young lad from Yen country was a bit different. Anyway, a symbolic transfer request had already been sent to Manchester United. Now, he just needed to keep this young lad convinced. Thinking of this, Carl continued to wear his gentlemanly smile and chatted with Subai. You should know about the greatness of Manchester United. Like Cristiano Ronaldo, he also joined Manchester United at a young age. From then on, an era belonging to Cristiano Ronaldo began. Sir Ferguson is undoubtedly the best coach in the world at discovering young players' potential. I believe under his guidance you too will have a brilliant star path like Cristiano Ronaldo. After saying all this, Carl confidently looked at Subai. In his mind, no one could resist such temptation. After all, it was Sir Ferguson and Cristiano Ronaldo's road to fame. Though he was just painting a picture. I'm okay, I will consider it. I need to go back to training. Carl was taken aback. He never expected that someone could resist Manchester United's allure. Was this guy? The vast horizon is my love. Suddenly interrupted by a magical piece of music, Carl was pondering how to continue the conversation with the little fellow in front of him. Subai awkwardly nodded and took out his phone. Damn, this ringtone is so embarrassing. However, this phone is a second-hand gift from my dad, and the speaker is too quiet. I can't hear any other music at all. After expressing his apologies, Subai answered the call. Where are you? Mr. Magath from the first team wants to see you. As soon as the call connected, the voice of Wycliffe came through. What the hell is going on? Subai was a bit confused. A scout from Manchester United says he's interested in me, while on the other end the head coach of the first team wants to see me. Mr. Wycliffe, I have something going on outside. Are you saying now? Subai didn't directly say he was with the Manchester United scout. After all, he still had to play for Schalke, and if this scout was a fraud, Schalke already knew he was considering a transfer. His good days at Schalke would come to an end. He had just started playing matches, and he was still hoping for a system mission to trigger, giving him some explosive rewards. Just as he finished speaking, Wycliffe's phone seemed to be snatched away by someone. A strange voice came through. I am Mr. Magath's assistant. I know you were talking to someone from Manchester United, but I still hope you don't jump to conclusions. Mr. Magath wants to talk to you, and if possible, it's right now. What the hell? Subai was startled. Initially, he wasn't sure if this Carl was really from Manchester United, but now he was convinced. However, he suddenly found himself in a dilemma. After a moment of thought, Subai hung up the phone. Facing Carl, Subai revealed a sly smile like a little fox. Mr. Carl, it's like this. I have some matters to attend to at the club. Shall we talk later? Oh. All right, believe in yourself. Your talent can only shine at Manchester United, as Schalke is too small. Even if it's the first team, they can't compare with the great Manchester United. At Manchester United, you will have the chance to win the Premier League title, and even the Champions League title isn't out of reach. But at Schalke, perhaps the best outcome is to make it into the top 4 and just see the group stage of the Champions League. Carl wasn't foolish. He knew Subai would definitely inform Schalke about this. But Carl wasn't worried at all. Since Manchester United dared to send a fax, they weren't afraid this kid would give up on them. After all, it's Manchester United. Who would refuse Manchester United? After leaving his phone number, Subai left the cafe, hailing a taxi and heading straight to the club. At the entrance of the Schalke office building, Wycliffe and an unfamiliar person were standing there. Seeing Subai arrive, Wycliffe smiled and patted Subai's shoulder. He said nothing, but Wycliffe wore a proud expression, warming Subai's heart. Although he hadn't been at Schalke for long, Wycliffe had taken good care of him. Let's go, Sue. I just spoke with Hughes. Eve. After speaking Hughes, Eve hurriedly led Subai into the building. At the elevator, Eve pressed the button for the top floor. Although the first team and U18 coaching staff were in the same building, it was like 2 separate dining halls. The office floors for the coaching staff were also separated. The cruelty of professional football was evident in every aspect. Soon the two arrived at Magath's office. Eve opened the door and brought Subai inside. The office wasn't too large, with desks cluttered with piles of documents. On the television facing the desk, it seemed to be playing his highlights. Subai understood it was probably because Magath feared he might run off to Manchester United, so he quickly called him in to persuade him. "Take a seat." Magath glanced at Subai and said calmly. Subai sat down confidently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. After Subai sat down, the office suddenly fell silent. Magath stared at Subai while Subai maintained a stoic expression, staring at the old man with white hair. All right. Ultimately, this silent battle of gazes ended when Magath conceded. Looking at Subai's calm demeanor, Magath temporarily accepted this little fellow. No young player could withstand his gaze for so long, or at least in this regard, Subai was the boldest kid he had ever encountered. Genius. If you are meek, then what kind of genius are you? What promises did Manchester United make you? Magath spoke directly, getting straight to the point. They said they would raise my salary to 3,000 and allow me to train with the first team, giving me a chance to play in the cup matches. Subai's words left Magath at a loss for a reply. Manchester United's offer was too high. He didn't even dare to negotiate. Training with the first team is no problem, raising the salary to 3,000. Poor Schalke can't compare to Manchester United at all. Even if he wants to, the stingy manager won't agree. As for playing in the cup matches, that can be considered, after all, the cup matches aren't a priority for him. After thinking for a while, Magath adjusted his glasses. Reject Manchester United, you're still too young. If you go there, you definitely won't get a chance to play. They are aiming for a treble, and there are too many players in the first team, plus their youth team is filled with talent. You might not even get a chance to play. I can assure you that you will get playing time in the cup matches, but whether you can seize the opportunity depends on you. Tomorrow I will move you to the first team. As for whether you can get on the field in the league, that depends on you. After all, there is a league match tonight, and Magath didn't want to complicate matters. He straightforwardly stated the conditions he could offer. As for the salary raise, that's up to the manager in the Bundesliga. He didn't want to get involved. I wonder what this kid's response will be. All right, sir. I trust you. I will reject Manchester United immediately, without any hesitation. In front of him, Subai directly picked up his phone. Hello, Mr. Carl. I'm sorry, but I think it's a bit too early for me to join Manchester United. Perhaps I will consider it after the season ends. I still want to stay at Schalke this season. After politely declining a few times, Subai hung up the phone. Good boy, go back. I, Magath, am a man of my word. Seeing Subai's decisiveness, Magath smiled. At least this kid suits his temperament. After Subai left, Magath chuckled and continued to review his documents. Boss, what about this kid's contract? Eve asked after watching Subai leave. Let's give them a heads up and say Manchester United is trying to poach him. I believe they will consider revising this kid's contract. Understood. After saying this, Eve turned and left Magath's office. After leaving Magath's office, Subai felt lightheaded. Damn, I really hit the jackpot this time. That Carl guy didn't give me any promises at all. This was definitely a case of empty-handedly reaping rewards. Thinking of this, Subai couldn't help but want to shout out in excitement. The first team. Plus, I can be sure he'll get playing time in the cup matches. With that alone, I've struck it rich. At the main entrance, Wycliffe was still standing there, seemingly waiting for him. How did it go? Is it good news? Seeing Subai approach, Wycliffe asked with a smile. Yes, Mr. Wycliffe, the old man said he wants me in the first team and will let me play in the cup matches. Subai honestly told Wycliffe. Congratulations. From the day you joined the U18, I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Wycliffe patted Subai's shoulder, feeling emotional. He seemed to remember that struggling figure under the moonlight. Perhaps it was at that moment that this kid's path was already determined. Thank you for your care. Haha, it's a day worth celebrating. Go rest well. Yes. Thank you, sir. After saying this, Subai turned and left. Wycliffe watched Subai leave with a smile and shook his head. Now the one who must be feeling the worst in the entire club is poor Daniel. After finally establishing a new tactic, it will have to be aborted again. Thinking of this, Wycliffe couldn't help but chuckle at himself. He was still just an assistant coach for the reserve team. He didn't even know what his own path would look like, so why worry so much? There were still a lot of things to deal with. Wycliffe sighed and returned to his office. 9 o'clock at night. It was already dark. Wycliffe had just finished his work. Slowly walking out of the building, Wycliffe prepared to go home. However, on the training field, that familiar figure was still there. After leisurely finishing his cup of coffee, Carl basked in the gentle evening sunlight. Though Subai had been away for some time, Carl felt not the slightest trace of concern. Sure enough, Subai's call came shortly thereafter. By then, Carl was already contemplating whether to spend the night and head to Manchester the following day. After all, this was an official assignment. No reason to skimp on comfort. Yet what followed caught him entirely off guard. Subai flatly refused his proposal over the phone. Impossible. He had turned down Manchester United. That legendary club, the greatest football institution in the world. A global superpower standing shoulder to shoulder with Real Madrid and FC Barcelona. He He had refused. The disconnected line emitted a hollow, rhythmic beeping. Carl sat frozen in place, motionless. Before him the coffee cup still retained its warmth, but his heart had grown strangely, profoundly cold. Poor Carl remained blissfully unaware that his visit had not been in vain. At the very least, Su-bai had leveraged his presence to improvise a few convincing lines and secured his promotion straight into the first team. Fortunately, Carl remained ignorant of this truth. Had the seasoned veteran learned he'd been so effortlessly outmaneuvered by a 17-year-old boy, his heart would have done far more than grow cold. Yin State. Wang Tao returned home after completing his inaugural overseas broadcast. While Titan Sports Weekly had acquired broadcasting rights for home matches, they had made no arrangement for away games. Thus, Wang Tao's duties required only bi-weekly trips to the Chariot Kingdom. This flexibility was precisely one of the reasons he had accepted the role. No sooner had he stepped off the plane than he rushed straight to the headquarters of the program Football Across the World. It was Saturday, and tomorrow night's live broadcast loomed large. Though he had officially resigned from his full-time post, he remained deeply embedded in the production of Football Across the World. Technically, he now participated as an external contractor, responsible at minimum for curating the weekly Top 10 segment and handling all music editing. Rushing into the office, he found his team already hard at work. Duan Xian, the program's longtime director and host, sat attentively at his desk overseeing operations. This was simply Duan Xian's long-standing habit. Well, look who's back from making money abroad, old Wang. Did you bring along any blonde beauties? The moment Wang Tao entered, Duan Xian launched into playful banter. Having worked side by side for years, such teasing came as naturally as breathing. Moreover, when Wang Tao recently faced financial hardship, Duan Xian, without hesitation, transferred 3,000 yuan to him. Though modest against the scale of his need, the gesture moved Wang Tao deeply. Get lost, you old pervert. Any blondes I brought would be for you, not me. Haha, hurry up. Can you finish the top 10 in time? Don't jeopardize tomorrow's live broadcast. We're already past 10 o'clock. When have I ever let you down? By the way, add one more to the list, Chief Duan. Take a look. Where should we slot him in? As he spoke, Wang Tao pulled a USB drive from his pocket and plugged it directly into the computer. What's going on? The big boss himself rolling up his sleeves. Stop yapping and get over here. It's from the Regional Liga match I just broadcast. The Yin State kid, damn it. You won't believe it. He delivered another assist hat-trick. 6 assists across 2 matches. Utterly preposterous. Wang Tao's words instantly piqued Duan Xian's interest. He hurried over and took a seat beside the computer. Moments later, the screen displayed Su-bai and Ben Kehi's dazzling team goal. From deep in their own half, Su-bai and Ben Kehi executed a mesmerizing sequence of 1-2s and double passes, like magicians weaving through defenders. Then, with a sublime curling assist, Su-bai sealed the goal. Holy hell, that's absolutely insane. How is this kid this good? Granted, it's a team effort, but Su-bai clearly orchestrated the entire move. Watch how every pass originates from his precise spatial control. Most terrifying is the surgical precision of his passing, ball velocity, weight, timing, all calibrated as if by algorithm. And that final assist, pure masterstroke, elegant, decisive, flawless. Duan Xian's commentary drew the rest of the team crowding around the monitor. In seconds, silence fell over the group. Damn it. I just finalized the ranking. Now you drop this on us. Are you trying to kill us? Wanga, why didn't you send this yesterday? Why wait until now? Exactly. This belongs solidly in the top 3, whether judged by aesthetic brilliance or structural coherence. We'll have to scrap everything and start over. And so, within the headquarters of Football Across the World, home to the world's finest football programming, a band of dedicated, unshaven professionals settled in for yet another night of relentless caffeine-fueled labor. Schalke had lost again, this time narrowly 0-1. What stung most, however, was who had defeated them. Energy Cottbus, the newly promoted side from last season, had stunned Schalke 0-4 at home. Throughout the match, Schalke's attack resembled nothing so much as chaotic disarray. Midfield and forward lines operated in complete isolation. Huntelaar and Raoul formed a dual striker pairing, one famed for blistering pace, the other for technical finesse. Yet even this Champions League caliber frontline failed to breach Cottbus's rudimentary defense. A catastrophic midfield collapse prompted Raoul himself to erupt in expletives mid-pitch. As for the fans, they were even less patient. Especially after watching Su-bai's seamless orchestration with the U18 squad earlier that afternoon, the contrast with Schalke's abysmal midfield was unbearable. From the 17th minute onward, home supporters began booing their own team. And poor Magath fared even worse. While players endured scattered jeers, he bore the full brunt of furious targeted abuse. At full-time, legions of fans surrounded the team bus. Magath, hunted like a fugitive, scrambled desperately to evade the torrent of scorn. Damn Magath. Under his stewardship, mighty Schalke 04 has sunk lower than sewage, spending fortunes on a roster of utter mediocrities. Resign. He lacks the competence to lead Schalke. He's destroying its legacy. Why not promote the Yen State youth from U18? On the pitch, he outclasses Bujlab by miles. Resign. Fire Magath. Facing press cameras, Schalke's own supporters unleashed unrestrained fury upon their beloved club. None of this reached Subai, who remained sequestered at the club, immersed in rigorous training. After all, Magath had promised him a first-team berth, but frankly his current level fell woefully short of Bundesliga standards, especially his ball control. A rating of 75 might suffice against rough-and-tumble regional Liga opponents, but in the Bundesliga, he'd be hopelessly outmatched. Still, with a few days left, Subai resolved to push himself relentlessly, enough to scrape together 5 additional points. Once he reached 80, he'd at least stand a credible chance of earning his place at Schalke. In the second league fixture, Hao Jun-min remained benched. Magath insisted he convert to right back, but honestly Hao's physique and pace were ill-suited to the Bundesliga's long-ball high-tempo style. 2 matches without playing time. Even the perpetually optimistic Hao Jun-min began to worry about his future. Monday morning arrived early. Hao Jun-min rose before dawn, bade farewell to Li Qian, and drove his modest car toward Schalke 04. Changing into training gear, he stood quietly on the pitch. It was 8 o'clock, half an hour before scheduled training. One by one, Schalke's players began arriving. Hi Hao. Raoul approached with a warm smile. I read the papers. Young Subai delivered another assist hat-trick yesterday. Absolutely brilliant. Raoul's remark startled Hao Jun-min. He'd slept through the entire day yesterday, never even glanced at a newspaper. So Subai had dazzled again. I had no idea. Haha, you really don't keep tabs on your little brother. I watched the footage. It's undeniable he's leagues ahead of Bujlab. Raoul spoke without restraint, even though Bujlab stood nearby. Hao Jun-min flushed with embarrassment. Bujlab clearly heard every word, yet recognizing the speaker could only feign deafness. Moments later, Hus Yif and Magath strolled onto the training ground. To everyone's astonishment, a young man with jet-black hair walked behind them. Raoul reacted with calm indifference, but Hao Jun-min stared stunned. This was Subai. Effective today, we welcome a new member to the first team, Subai, promoted from our U18 academy. Magath announced matter-of-factly. Turning to Subai, he gestured for him to step forward. Subai did so without hesitation, standing tall and composed before the assembled squad. Hello everyone, I'm Subai from Yen State. I play as an attacking midfielder. Upon finishing, Magath led the applause. With a nod, Subai joined the formation. Instinctively, he positioned himself beside Hao Jun-min at the rear of the line. Meanwhile, Bujlab, who had just been publicly compared to him, turned sharply, his expression icy, locking eyes with the young man hailed as his superior. Iska Bujlab. At the age of 27, he plays as a central attacking midfielder. Last season, he transferred from Ligue 1's Monaco for €2.3 million. As the core of Monaco's midfield, he showcased his talents at Schalke 04. With his assistance last season, Schalke 04 achieved an impressive 4th place in the league. However, everything changed this season. Bujlab, with his slow footwork, seems to have been thoroughly studied by opposing teams. In the 2 matches played so far, whenever an opponent sends a closely marking defensive midfielder, Bujlab immediately resembles a headless fly. Whether dribbling or passing, he completely disconnects from the team, which has led many fans to view this once-beloved player from last season with different eyes. Already in a bad mood, Bujlab felt helpless upon hearing Raoul's criticism, but just as he had nowhere to vent his frustration, Subai suddenly joined the first team. Thus, Bujlab naturally took Subai as the target for his dissatisfaction. As the players applauded to welcome Subai, whether sincerely or just out of courtesy, at the very least, everyone was smiling and clapping. Yet Bujlab completely abandoned even the pretense of applause. In his eyes, how could a little kid from Yen country be compared to a League 1 talent like him? The 2 consecutive losses in the league not only made Magath a bit anxious, but even the first-team players lost the usual cheerfulness of training. After all, it was the first training session after the league ended, so Magath didn't arrange any internal matches. The players were each undergoing their recovery training. Subai quietly observed the first team. There were about 30 players in total. Among them, the main players were just those 11, while the other 20, aside from 2 goalkeepers, were all competing for the few available starting spots. The most numerous were the midfield players. Including Subai, there were as many as 5 attacking midfielders. And Magath always played with 2 defensive midfielders, which meant that only one player could take the field. The difficulty of this was simply hellish. Of course, compared to the listless Hao Jun-min, Subai had a slight advantage, as Magath had promised to let him play in the cup matches. Subai, you really did it. I was worried about whether you could maintain your form in the U18, and in just a few days you jumped straight to the first team. Looking at Subai standing in front of him, Hao Jun-min was filled with admiration. When he first saw Subai train, he felt the kid had potential, but he never expected that just a few days later he would indeed make it to the first team. How go, I'm just lucky. Listening to how Junmin's praised Su, I felt a bit embarrassed. To be honest, his entry into the first team was somewhat unexpected, but he couldn't tell anyone about it. Anyway, as long as he got through these few days, once his ball control reached 80, the Bundesliga should be sufficient, and by then, even relying on his own strength, no one would say anything. The morning training soon concluded. After having lunch with Hao Junmin at the cafeteria, Su Bai entered the tactical briefing room for the first time with the first team. Though it's called a tactical briefing room, it's essentially just a conference room with a very large television. The main players of the first team were seated in the front rows. In the Bundesliga, everything is hierarchical. Without strength, you must stay on the sidelines, even during lectures. Soon Magath walked into the room, and the previously noisy crowd fell silent. The assistant coach switched on the television, which displayed footage from the last match against Cottbus, clearly edited. The last match was my disgrace, and of course it was all caused by you. I don't want to say much more. In the next away match, I hope the issues I mentioned today don't appear again. First, let's talk about the midfield. Damn it, how many times did I say last time, don't complicate things in midfield, just pass the ball out quickly. Why wait? Look here. Saying this, Magath turned to the television and the assistant coach began to play the footage with the remote control. The footage showed Schalke 04's counterattack opportunity. Huntelaar in the front line had already made his run, but Bujlab, who had just received the ball, did not choose to pass immediately. Instead, he stopped the ball briefly with his left foot, then switched to his right foot before looking up to decide how to pass. This switch put the advancing Huntelaar in an offside position. At this point, Magath glanced at Bujlab, sitting below. Without saying much more, Magath continued to play the video. Next came the scene of Schalke conceding a goal. Nearly an hour of tactical explanation. Magath explained everything in detail from marking to the positioning of every player. Su Bai was truly astonished this time. To be honest, although he had played football for a long time, whether in Yin country or at Dortmund, he had never heard such professional tactical explanations. Magath's words opened a door for him. Many tactical concepts and positioning issues that he previously did not understand suddenly became clear. Hey, let's go, Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Seeing Su Bai still sitting there in a daze, Hao Junmin nudged him. Oh, let's go. I got a bit distracted. The old man is like this, a bit rigid. Everyone understands these issues, but he still goes over them after every match. But it's pointless to go over them. Just like that guy Bujlab, he won't change his footwork unless he's substituted. Who can change habits developed over so many years? Su Bai nodded. Hao Junmin was right. All the guys in the first team were experienced players. To be honest, some like Raoul might even have a better tactical understanding than Magath. For them, this kind of session was completely unnecessary. But for Su Bai, it was exactly what he needed. Currently, the reason he could make such good passes in matches was entirely due to the system. Without the system's passing lines, even if he had maxed out his passing skills, he wouldn't know when to deliver the right pass. His biggest flaw was his tendency to prepare for emergencies. Ever since he had the system, he always worried about what would happen if it suddenly disappeared one day. Now it was great. Magath was like his new tutorial, explaining the tactical arrangements from start to finish. After this, the players also went into the gym in 2s and 3s to work on their strength. Hao Junmin went too, but Su Bai had no time to practice that. Holding the ball, Su Bai once again entered the training ground, continuing his sweat-inducing training. Su Bai was also training successfully, upgrading his ball control attribute to 76. Now it all depended on the group confrontation of the following day. Just as Su Bai anxiously awaited the confrontation, Bujlab, who had just exited the gym, cast a glare filled with animosity at him on the training field. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? I need to check the weather report. Why are you changing the channel? Dad, it's Monday. I need to watch the World Football. Damn it, you little rascal. Every Monday, you act like a madman watching World Football, a bunch of people kicking a broken ball. What's the point? You'll just get scolded. You don't understand. I'm watching World Football, not the Chinese Super League or the Yin country team. No one is scolding me. Scolding? What do foreigners have to watch? There are no Yin country people. Why watch that stuff? Oh, you don't understand. In a neighborhood of Magic City Yin country, Li Xiaofeng snatched the remote control from his father as usual. Soon the opening theme of World Football began to play. Welcome everyone to tune in at 7:05 p.m. on Monday for the live broadcast of World Football. First, let's cover the major events in the football world this week. Like Li Xiaofeng, countless diehard fans in Yin country were gathered around their televisions. Although Yin country does not have the best football, they do have the best football programs in the world. Next up is this week's top 10 goals in the world of football. Goal number 10, let's watch Paris Saint-Germain's stunning volley, facing their city rivals. Number 9. Watching each goal, Li Xiaofeng was filled with excitement. Powerful long shots, super free kicks, and various skillful dribbles leading to goals. For football fans, World Football is like the new year. Goal number 3. From the second round of the German Regional Liga, Schalke 04 U18 presents a splendid team goal. Football is always the most exciting team sport. In last weekend's match in the German Regionalliga Schalke 04 versus Magdeburg, after a change of direction from the kickoff, our young talent Su Bai started the play continuously performing dazzling 1-2s with his teammates before delivering a stunning backheel pass from the right side of the big box to the unmarked left winger. Su Bai's pass painted a stunning rainbow across Magdeburg's iron defense. Excitement Index. Difficulty Index. Overall Index 4.5 stars. In this match, our young player Su Bai achieved his second consecutive assist hat-trick, helping Schalke 04 U18 defeat the visiting Magdeburg. Li Xiaofeng was stunned. What's going on? German Regional Liga. Yin country player. A goal so beautifully executed as a team play. The most important thing is a second consecutive assist hat-trick. Li Xiaofeng didn't even watch the subsequent goals and dashed straight into his room. What's wrong with this kid? He's fighting to watch TV, and now he's run back. Rushing back to his room, Li Xiaofeng immediately opened his computer and typed in Su Bai on the search engine. Clicking confirm. Soon numerous news about Su Bai filled his screen. Starting from the first match with the stunning long-range lob. One by one every assist. Li Xiaofeng watched them all. At this moment, he also discovered the pinned post about Su Bai on the Yin Country Football Forum. World football has millions of loyal fans in Yin Country, and the top 10 is everyone's favorite. Especially the crazy music of the top 10. At this moment, in the most exciting top 10 of world football, there was actually a Yin country player. Moreover, this goal was completely Su Bai's personal show, directing the teammates' runs with every pass. And that insane rainbow assist at the last moment. This was in 2010, the era when Barcelona swept the world's football fans. Every team wanted a super brain like Xavi. And Su Bai's sudden rise was like a tranquilizer for these fans who had been heartbroken by the national team. Countless Yin country fans began frantically searching for Su Bai's name online. Of course, Su Bai had no idea about all this. Due to the time difference, he had already gone to sleep. Ben Kashi was still in the hospital, so Su Bai was alone in the dorm. Although he had been promoted to the first team, Su Bai's training schedule had not changed at all. After the first team training ended during the day, Su Bai added another 6 hours of practice. It wasn't until he had exhausted all his physical energy that Su Bai returned to the dorm. At 5 in the morning, Su Bai got up on time, tidied up a bit. He opened the door and returned to training. Until 8 o'clock. Su Bai finally accumulated 10 hours of training points. Taking advantage of the gap, going to the first team training ground, Su Bai hurriedly raised his ball control to 77. Now Su Bai's entire body was almost datafied. All his training would be converted into training values. This means the system concentrated all his training together to quickly enhance a specific attribute. This was also the fastest way to improve himself. As soon as he arrived at the training ground, Su Bai saw Hao Junmin. Yo, the big star is here. Unexpectedly, before he could greet him, Hao Junmin directly asked him with a smile. What's up, Hao? Don't tease me, I'm not a big star. You little rascals still don't know. Last night World Football put you in the top 10. Several friends back home called me asking about you. Luaning asked me if you're interested in coming back to the country, and I directly turned them down for you. Hao Junmin's words shocked Su Bai. What's going on? How did I end up on World Football? Just you and that U18 kid passing the ball and then assisting. Seeing that Su Bai seemed a bit incredulous, Hao Junmin quickly added. Oh, that one, that's just how it is. Why did it make it to World Football? What about the other ones I didn't make? Oh, come on, you little rascal. This is telling you that you're fat and still breathing heavily. You don't know how many people envy you now. Anyway, on the forum, everyone is praising you to the heavens, and some even commented on the Yin Country U20 team's official website, urging them to call you up for the World Youth Championship qualifiers. The old man is coming. Stop talking. This old man has been on edge lately. Don't get on his bad side. While talking, Hao Junmin saw Magath walking over and quickly said. The originally chattering first-team players also shut their mouths and stood in line. At this moment, Magath was also walking towards everyone with a dark face. After 2 consecutive losses in the league, Magath has really had a rough time these days. The reporters were mercilessly denigrating Schalke 04, and of course, as the head coach, he had become a target. Not only were the reporters cursing his incompetence, but even the fans began to criticize him, demanding that Magath be fired directly. What was most frustrating was that he had no way to defend himself. Having lost to Coppus, what else could he say? Could he possibly argue that the fans didn't understand football and that there were reasons for losing? 10 laps. Without further ado, seeing the first-team players looking dispirited, Magath directly shouted for the stars to start the most hated laps around the training field. 10 laps posed no challenge for professional athletes. Still, most felt a faint weariness upon completion. For Su Bai, however, the effort elicited no sensation whatsoever. His baseline physical fitness score of 88 would rank him among Bundesliga-caliber athletes. Upon finishing the laps, Magath granted the squad a 10-minute relaxation period. Alright, split into teams for competitive drills. Team A and Team B remained unchanged. Magath placed great emphasis on intra-squad competitive drills. Given the depth of reserves, he routinely simulated the upcoming weekend opponent's formation during weekly training matches. Though Team B lagged far behind Team A, in overall caliber, these drills at least enabled Magath to identify specific areas requiring improvement within Team A ahead of match day. Regrettably, Su Bai, freshly promoted to the first team, lacked even the standing to join Team B. Meanwhile, Hao Junmin was assigned to right back in Team B. Renowned for his attacking prowess, Hao had long been regarded by Magath as a player of exceptional promise. Yet, frustratingly perhaps due to his innate temperament, he remained unable to integrate into the squad, even after half a season. The training match between Teams A and B commenced swiftly, and as usual Team A pressed relentlessly from kickoff. Schalke was no elite powerhouse, its bench depth was inherently limited. Many Team B players operated at only 2 Bundesliga level. Against such opposition, Team A dominated utterly. Yet today's session held an unusual twist. Bujelab, Team A's starting attacking midfielder, inexplicably targeted Team B's right flank repeatedly. In the 3rd minute, after receiving a cushion layoff from Huntelaar, Bujelab drove forward with the ball straight toward Hao Junmin's right side. Hao immediately stepped up to press. Yet Bujelab, renowned for his delicate touch, merely nudged the ball forward with effortless precision. It slipped cleanly between Hao's legs. A nutmeg, an act so rare in internal training that teammates had never employed it before. Widely regarded as the most humiliating form of dribbling past an opponent. Bujelab not only executed it against Hao, but then deliberately glanced provocatively towards Su Bai, who stood watching silently at the sideline. However, the amiable gentleman felt no indignation, only quiet resolve, as he turned and resumed his vigilant marking of Bujelab. Unexpectedly, Bujelab, though perfectly capable of clearing the ball, chose instead to dribble once more directly at Hao. Truth be told, assigning Hao to right back was ill-suited. A natural attacking midfielder, his defensive capabilities were profoundly underdeveloped. Thus, when confronting Hao a second time, Bujelab needed only a subtle feint left and cut right to unbalance him, then launched a soaring through ball into the penalty area for Huntelaar. Huntelaar struck with thunderous force. The ball rocketed into Team B's net. 10. No celebration followed. This was merely training. Yet Hao's face flushed with unmistakable mortification. At the sideline, Magath betrayed no expression. Raoul, however, sensed the shift instantly and glared incensed at Bujelab's self-satisfied grin. That glare caused Bujelab to hastily suppress his smirk. In the 7th minute, he surged again toward Hao's flank. The result repeated itself. Coordinating seamlessly with left-winger Annan, they executed a crisp 1-2, before Annan delivered a precise long pass to Raoul inside the box. Raoul met it with a serene, powerful header. 20. Within 7 minutes, Team B conceded twice, both breakdowns originating on Hao's side. Teammates began murmuring complaints. Magath's brow furrowed. Su Bai, observing from the sideline, grew visibly uneasy. Though unaware of the underlying tension, he clearly saw the attacker persistently targeting Hao, despite ample space elsewhere on the right. Thereafter, Bujelab escalated his focus, relentlessly probing Hao's flank, directing every offensive thrust exclusively toward that sector. 30. 40. In just 25 minutes, all 4 of Team A's goals stemmed from failures on Hao's side. What the hell is wrong with you? Finally, after the 4th goal, Matthias Schaber, Team B's goalkeeper, exploded in fury toward Hao. Hao, acutely aware of his own shortcoming, bowed his head in silence. But Schaber, misreading the gesture as contempt, charged straight at him. Are you even listening to me, you Chinese? Instantly upon closing in, he shoved Hao hard. Teammates rushed in to intervene. Damn it, CH. Before Schaber could continue his tirade, his jaw was seized in an iron grip, and before him stood the newly promoted Chinese youngster from the reserve squad. Say Chinese again, and I'll knock out your front teeth. One word, one tooth. Su Bai's gaze was glacial as he held Schaber motionless. Schaber froze, stunned. Though towering over Su Bai, he had never encountered eyes so unnervingly cold. That stare held the chilling certainty of lethal intent. Schaber flinched, utterly cowed. Accustomed to bullying gentle souls like Hao, he found himself paralyzed before Su Bai's defiant, unyielding presence. Break it up. What do you think you're doing? Magath stormed onto the pitch. Seeing Schaber pinned like a helpless chick in Su Bai's grasp, he recoiled in disbelief. Schaber stood 6'3", yet stood utterly immobilized by Su Bai's grip. Yet astonishment gave way to stern resolve. Su Bai had instigated trouble on his very first day. His arrogance demanded correction. Release him. Do you intend to assault a teammate? At Magath's arrival, Su Bai loosened his grip. Hao immediately stepped forward, shielding him. I'm sorry, coach. I caused this. Su Bai had nothing to do with it. Deeply moved by Su Bai's defense, Hao nonetheless panicked upon seeing Magath approach, fearing Su Bai might be demoted back to the U18 squad for stepping in. After all, Su Bai had only just joined the first team. How could Hao bear the guilt if his friend were punished for protecting him? It was Shaber spewing filth, calling him Chinese, and worse. Raoul stepped forward, unwilling to stand by any longer. Faced with Raoul's intervention, Magath fell silent. He had watched Hao's repeated targeting all along. But as head coach, what could he say? This was professional football. He couldn't order players to avoid exploiting a weakness. The fault lay solely with Hao's inability to rise to the occasion. Disgusted by the chaotic spectacle, Magath adjusted his glasses and walked away. His 30-minute drill was nearly over anyway. Recovery training fell outside his purview. Clearly, internal fractures had surfaced, but Magath, a veteran tactician, had long believed such factionalism essential to asserting his authority. Without rivalry, how could a manager's command truly resonate? As Magath departed, the clustered players dispersed silently. Shaber shot Su by one last venomous glare before departing with Bujelab. Atsuto Uchida, of Japan, had nearly approached Hao to offer comfort, but paused mid-step, sensing the unspoken alignment as teammates gravitated toward Bujelab. Thank you, Xiaobai. Huh. Tonight's on me. We'll feast together to celebrate Su Bai's promotion to the first team. Though newly arrived at Schalke, Raoul had weathered far more complex dressing room wars at Real Madrid, where politics ran infinitely crueler than anything Schalke's modest squad could muster. Recognizing Su Bai and Hao's imminent isolation by Schalke's native German contingent, Raoul immediately draped an arm around both. What's this talk? Count me in. At that moment, first-team midfielder Javi Gary joined them, instinctively perceiving the squad's shifting currents. As a Spaniard, he naturally aligned with Raoul. On the training pitch, Schalke's first team now stood starkly divided. Su Bai, Hao Junmin, Raoul, and Gary formed a tight-knit circle, conversing animatedly, while Uchida trailed quietly behind Bujelab and the cluster of German-born players. Chief, it seems the team is running into some issues. Hughes Ife walked into Magath's office after training concluded. Inside the office, the old man sat reclined in his chair, legs propped casually atop the desk, lost deep in thought. Seeing Magath remain silent, Hughes said nothing more. Ife wisely closed his mouth, placed the neatly organized documents on the desk, and quietly shut the door behind him as he left. To Magath, the team's current state barely warranted a second glance. Ever since leading VfL Wolfsburg to the Bundesliga title in 2009, Magath had harbored one unwavering ambition: to build a squad capable of conquering the Champions League. Yet Wolfsburg's board showed no such vision. At season's end, they sold off nearly the entire starting lineup, purely for profit. Disillusioned by the board's crass greed, Magath departed Wolfsburg with quiet resignation and joined Schalke 04, a club fiercely determined to win trophies. Schalke 04's midfield was now their most glaring weakness. What Magath sought was not a conventional playmaker, especially not after two lackluster matches. Bujelab's sluggish distribution had long since exhausted Magath's patience. His Schalke demanded a midfielder who could shift tempo instantly, a technician whose passing precision and speed were unmatched. At that moment, Su Bai flickered across Magath's mind, only to vanish just as quickly. Su Bai possessed fine passing ability, yes, but he remained too young, too raw. Magath resolved to wait until the winter transfer window, then he would secure the ideal midfield maestro. For now, let Bujelab form his cliques if he wished. He was little more than a grasshopper in autumn, brief, inconsequential, already doomed. As Raoul had promised, the four, Raoul, Hao Junmin, Su Bai, and Halado, drove straight after training to Gelsenkirchen's most luxurious French restaurant. Billamite Benelong. Its caviar, rich, briny, transcendent, was legendary. Naturally, its price matched its prestige. A modest dinner for four cost 2,000, and Hao Junmin and Raoul even playfully contested who would pay. Su Bai meanwhile stood aside, broke enough to pawn his own underwear, utterly excluded from such extravagance. At the table, Raoul exuded effortless charm and erudition, regaling Su Bai and the others with intimate tales from Real Madrid's dressing room. He spoke of the Samba faction versus the Spanish contingent of Casillas' rising generation, like an elder brother imparting hard-won wisdom without reservation. Only then did Su Bai grasp the truth: football was never pure. To belong, one must either possess Cristiano Ronaldo's staggering fame and brilliance, or emulate Atsuto Uchida, perpetually shifting allegiances like a reed in the wind. After dessert, Halado suggested hitting a nightclub. Su Bai politely declined, citing his age. It wasn't reluctance, he simply couldn't bear to squander precious training points. The meal had lasted nearly 2 hours. Catching a taxi, he arrived back at the training ground before 8 o'clock, already preparing for another session. In the days that followed, Su Bai repeated his drills with unwavering discipline. Strangely, internal tensions within the squad began to ease, almost miraculously. Of course, this harmony held only under Magath's watchful presence. Hao Junmin remained with the reserve team, Su Bai still officially a substitute. Not even a reserve in the usual sense, more a name on paper, granted 0 minutes, in training matches limited to 30 minutes total. On Friday morning, Magath announced the 18-man squad for the weekend's Bundesliga fixture. Subai, still unable to break into the reserves, was unsurprisingly omitted. Hao Jianmin, however, made the list. That same week, an unexpected incident occurred. Daniel, head coach of the U18 squad, was hospitalized. His collapse stemmed not from illness, but fury. Upon learning Subai had been promoted to the first team, Daniel suffered a heart attack on the spot. The players on the pitch were stunned. As the ambulance carried Daniel away, several wept openly, devastated. Just as the team showed signs of revival, disaster struck. Their star attacking midfielder injured, another departed, and now their coach lay unconscious. Upon hearing the news, Subai withdrew money and bought fruit to visit Daniel in hospital, though his presence seemed only to worsen the coach's condition. Renowned for his temper, Daniel couldn't help but relive his humiliation each time he saw Subai. 5 days of relentless training had earned Subai 6 attribute points. Just as Subai eagerly prepared to raise his ball control to 82, fate intervened. After reaching 80, the green plus sign vanished, gone without explanation. The system soon clarified attribute upgrades were capped. For Subai, all stats were currently restricted to a maximum of 80. Only once his overall rating reached 75 could he elevate any single attribute beyond that threshold. Worse still, points required for attributes above 80 doubled, where 10 hours previously yielded 1.30 were now needed. And the absolute ceiling, 85. Beyond that, the system offered no further guidance, leaving Subai thoroughly baffled. What a maddening system, imposing artificial constraints where none existed before. He dreamed of maxing out ball control first, then refining other attributes. Now he had no choice but to prioritize elsewhere. Still, 80 was more than sufficient for the Bundesliga, at least for now. Most Bundesliga players hovered between 75 and 80, though anything higher marked elite first-team centrality. Recalling PS 2022, Subai remembered Messi's peak rating 92, the undisputed pinnacle. Neymar trailed at 91. With ball control at 80 and Iniesta's oil-fried dumpling skill card, Subai could comfortably dominate ordinary matches. He was young. There was no rush. After all, instant mastery across all attributes would rob the journey of its meaning and its challenge. Truth be told, that last sentiment was little more than self-comfort. Who wouldn't crave effortless leveling, instant power, and loot raining from every screen? Attack 69, ball control 80, passing 100. Shooting 65, heading 68, set pieces 66. Curve shots 66, pace 80, shot power 75. Jumping 74, physical contact 72, stamina 88. Defending 58, tackling 65. Overall rating 70, age 17. As ball control ascended to 80, his overall rating rose accordingly. Now came the question, which attribute to strengthen next? Stamina needed no improvement, a shot power sufficed for current passing demands. Shooting. Though Subai dreamed of becoming a striker, pragmatism won to earn Bundesliga minutes sooner, he reluctantly shelved shooting upgrades. Passing routes remained available as an assist, so attack could wait. Yet it would inevitably rise. This crutch might vanish as suddenly as it appeared. After careful deliberation, Subai invested his remaining 3 points into physical contact. Like the Liga, the Bundesliga was brutal, blood and bone colliding relentlessly. Without respectable balance and physical resilience, ball retention was pure fantasy. Ding, ding, ding. 3 sharp chimes echoed as Subai expended all his hard-earned attribute points in rapid succession. Attack 69, ball control 80, passing 100. Shooting 65, heading 68, set pieces 66. Curve shots 66, pace 80, shot power 75. Jumping 74, physical contact 75, stamina 88. Defending 58, tackling 65. Overall rating 70, age 17. Smiling at his refreshed stats, Subai exited the system. Saturday arrived. Excluded from the matchday squad, he would attend his first live Bundesliga fixture as a spectator. As a member of the first team, Subai naturally did not need a ticket. Following his teammates, it was also Subai's first time sitting in the stands of the Garden Stadium as an observer. I don't know how the War Chariot National Football Association arranged things. In the first 3 rounds of the league, Schalke 04 played all home games. The following 4, 5, and 6 rounds are consecutive away games. Of course, this is not without its benefits. At the very least, Subai, who is not in the main lineup, can see firsthand what level his first team is at. It was not yet 7 o'clock in the evening. The Garden Stadium was already packed to capacity, even though the team had suffered 2 consecutive defeats. However, the Schalke fans remained loyal, excitedly waving their flags and cheering for their team. Ben Keki had just called Subai. In the afternoon's recently concluded 3rd Division match, Schalke 04 U18, missing both Subai and Ben Keki, was ruthlessly defeated by Hamburg U18 6-0. Ben Keki joked and scolded Subai for being unprincipled, abandoning the U18 team at a critical moment. Subai was left speechless. Speaking of which, even if he had gone, it probably wouldn't have made much difference. Without Daniel's on-field command, and without Ben Keki's cooperation. With just him alone, he would be unable to support the team. Hey, isn't that the kid from Yin Country in U18? Is that right? At this moment, a middle-aged man behind Su Bai suddenly shouted at him. Yin Country, looking at the other teammates around how Junmin was still on the bench. Are they talking about me? Su Bai turned to look. Haha, Su, you actually made it to the first team. Haha, I told you that scolding that old man Magath was useful. Look, just last week we talked about it, and this week you're in the first team. Why aren't you on the field? You're way better than that useless Bujlap. Seeing Su Bai turn his head, the middle-aged man became excited. He had personally witnessed Su Bai's dazzling performance in midfield in the last match. So he patted his chest excitedly, telling those around him how impressive Su Bai was in U18, while not forgetting to disparage their midfielders who had played like garbage in the previous 2 matches. Su Bai smiled, but dared not engage further. He did not want to be seen being involved with fans disparaging the coach and teammates. The match quickly began. The Garden Stadium, with over 50,000 seats, was completely full today. The frenzied home atmosphere left Su Bai in awe. This kind of shock cannot be felt through a television screen. Only by sitting in the stadium can one truly experience that shivering sensation. Today, Schalke 04 faced Borussia Mönchengladbach, who had also gone 2 rounds without a win. On paper, Schalke 04 was much stronger than Mönchengladbach, who had been lingering in the relegation zone. The match proceeded similarly. From the onset, Schalke 04 maintained complete dominance over Borussia Mönchengladbach. Even the midfield played effortlessly. After all, they were facing a group of opponents who were roughly at the level of the second division. Less than 10 minutes into the game, Bujlab made a cross from the right at a 45-degree angle, and Huntelaar scored ahead of the Borussia Mönchengladbach defender. Although the Borussia goalkeeper miraculously saved the ball at the last moment, the alert Roll scored with a follow-up shot, marking his first goal for Schalke 04. After scoring, the Prince of Madrid, as usual, elegantly kissed his ring and rushed towards the corner flag. Roll's goal ignited the Garden Stadium. Deafening cheers. Hysterical shouts. The fans on site waved their team flags wildly, swinging the scarves in their hands. In that moment, Su Bai felt as if his whole body was ignited. This is football. This is the true #1 sport in the world. Even basketball cannot compare to this top sport. Tens of thousands of spectators focused their gaze on the elegant and handsome man on the pitch. Su Bai shouted Raul's name just like the fans. In a daze, he looked at Raul, who was being watched by everyone. When would he be able to be like Raul? Raul's goal also sounded the charge for Schalke 04's offensive onslaught. Without high-pressing, Mönchengladbach could only be trapped in their half-suffering at Schalke 04's hands. Moreover, with no one defending him closely, Bujlab showcased his extraordinary passing talent. In the 15th minute of the match, receiving the ball, Bujlab carefully observed his teammates' movements and unhurriedly delivered a high-quality lob pass, finding the suddenly advancing left winger Annan. Annan did not stop the ball and unleashed a powerful volley. The football thundered into the Borussia Mönchengladbach net like a cannonball. Although the goal was scored, Magath on the sidelines showed no excitement at all. 2-0. After that, just before the end of the first half, Roll once again changed the score with a perfect flick. 3-0. With the lead in score, Magath also rotated the players in the second half. Hao Junmin came on as a substitute. Watching Hao Junmin standing by the sideline waiting to come on, Su Bai was overjoyed. He quickly took out his old camera and snapped pictures eagerly. After sitting out for 2 matches, Hao Junmin also showcased his attacking prowess. In the 62nd minute of the match, Hao Junmin used his agile footwork on the right flank to dribble past the Borussia fullback, delivering a long pass to Raul, who was making a run towards the goal. Raul deftly flicked the header. The football found the net. A hat trick. Meanwhile, Sangu also recorded his first assist of the season. After scoring, Raul excitedly rushed over to embrace Hao Junmin. Facing the countless media cameras on the sidelines, Sangu, being hugged by Raul, smiled shyly. In the end, the match concluded with a resounding victory for Schalke. Raul, who scored a hat trick, generously invited the entire team to the best nightclub in Gelsenkirchen for a night of indulgence. Su Bai, who originally didn't want to go, was pulled along by the slightly excited Hao Junmin, who had nabbed an assist. Unexpectedly, Su Bai, who rarely drank, became the strongest person that night. He successfully outdrank the team's renowned heavy drinker, the goalkeeper Neuer. This earned him some goodwill from many. After all, in the war chariot nation, a country obsessed with alcohol drinking capacity is sometimes an essential trait of a successful man. Of course, poor Sangu was the first to go down. Fortunately, Su Bai was there. After taking a taxi, when he carried Sangu back to his home, it was already 2 in the morning. Li Qian looked at the completely drunk Hao Junmin, feeling helpless. After unsuccessfully trying to keep Su Bai overnight, she could only remind him to be careful on his way back. The next day, Su Bai unusually did not wake up early. It wasn't until 11 in the morning that he rubbed his head and got out of bed. After eating something, Su Bai rushed to the training ground without stopping. After all, Thursday was the first match that Magath had promised him. First round of the War Chariot Cup. Schalke 04 vs. Hannover 96. Only 2 days left. Su Bai's debut in the first team is about to arrive. On Monday morning, the Schalke 04 team was engaged in recovery training under Magath's guidance. The joyous victory over the weekend had fostered a harmonious atmosphere within the team. At the very least, the previous day's confrontations had vanished. Bouzhelab even took the initiative to befriend Raoul, but Raoul did not respond much. He continued to hang out with Su Bai and Hao Junmin. Interestingly, due to being drunk over the weekend, he had unexpectedly become familiar with several teammates, especially with Neuer. A defeat at the drinking table had made him view Su Bai in a new light, constantly inviting Su Bai for another round. "Boss, how do we handle the cup match on Thursday? We are on a tight schedule, and after finishing with Hanover we have to head to Frankfurt." Looking at the schedule, Hughes was feeling overwhelmed. Damn the Football Association, what kind of ridiculous tournament format is this? 2 away games. Are they trying to exhaust us? Magath also had plenty of grievances regarding the association's arrangements, although he didn't pay much attention to the cup matches. But this is the first match, and if we get eliminated early from the cup, the fire that had just calmed among the fans is likely to flare up again. What if we let the team rest a bit? Should we split the team up? Hughes suggested, looking at the headache-inducing schedule. I guess that's the only way. Giving up on the cup entirely isn't realistic. Let Raoul and the others rest, start half the main players, and let the substitutes play the rest. Magath took out the squad list and began considering Thursday's starting lineup. About Su Bai, Hughes kindly reminded Magath, fearing he might forget the promise to give Su Bai a chance. "I know, let him play for half a game." Magath recalled his promise to Su Bai. Moreover, the kid had been getting closer to Raoul and the others lately, and he had been training hard. Giving him a chance in the cup match was not too much to ask. The question now was whether to let him start or have him come off the bench. He recalled how Su Bai had caught Matthias off guard. Magath couldn't help but smile at the thought of Su Bai's expression when he had grabbed Scheibel's chin. With that temper of his, if he wasn't given a start, he would surely think I was being stingy. With that in mind, Magath directly wrote Su Bai's name in the starting position. With the first team on the pitch, dealing with Hannover 96 shouldn't pose much of a problem. Next, Magath looked at the fullback position, pondering how to handle Hao Junmin. To be honest, he couldn't compete with the Japanese player Uchida. However, since this is a cup match, what should he do? Meanwhile, Su Bai, who was on the pitch trying to earn attribute points, was completely unaware that he had made it onto Magath's starting list. After a day and a half of training, by 11 o'clock that night, Su Bai had accumulated enough points. Without hesitation, he allocated all of them to his body balance. As his body balance reached 77, Su Bai felt his muscles hardening significantly, though the system's improvements did not visibly change his appearance. If he were to sleep and wake up with a fuller physique the next day, without Su Bai needing to explain anything, he would likely be whisked away to a lab for dissection. On Tuesday morning, Magath announced the 18-man squad for the trip to Lower Saxony's capital, Hanover. Both Hao Junmin and Su Bai made the list. Upon hearing Su Bai's name called, Hao Junmin and Raoul were genuinely happy for him for quite a while. Since they would be flying directly to Hanover, the morning training was mostly relaxing. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire Schalke 04 team boarded the plane to Hanover. After an hour or so, the plane landed at Hanover Airport. Speaking of Hannover 96, this club is actually a well-established team with a history of over 100 years. Hannover 96 was established on April 12, 1896, and the team was originally named Hannover 1896 Club. Of course, its historical achievements are somewhat inconsistent with its long-standing history. Since the establishment of the Bundesliga in 1963, Hannover has spent over 50 years primarily in the second Bundesliga. The team's only glory came in 1992 when Hannover 96 made a remarkable run, winning the National Cup and successfully avoiding bankruptcy. That year, Hannover 96 eliminated Borussia Dortmund, VfL Bochum, Karlsruhe SC, Werder Bremen, and Borussia Mönchengladbach, becoming the first second Bundesliga club to lift the DFB Pokal. That is the only notable achievement Hannover 96 can boast. Upon disembarking, the Schalke team boarded the bus sent by Hannover. Su Bai and Hao Junmin sat at the back of the bus. Raoul, not being on the squad list, did not come this time. Therefore, most of the team gathered around Bouzhelab. Su Bai found no interest in joining the commotion. Bouzhelab chattered about having many friends in Hanover, promising to treat the whole team to a good time after the match. Uchida smiled and followed closely behind Bouzhelab. Although he did not understand German, whenever Bouzhelab spoke, he would always respond with a bright smile. Seeing Uchida's fawning expression, Su Bai felt a wave of nausea. "Xiao Bai, when do you think you'll get to play in this match? I hope the old man gives you more time. Don't let it be just the last few minutes." Hao Junmin was entirely preoccupied with whether Su Bai would get to play and how he would perform. However, upon glancing at Su Bei's calm demeanor, he felt a bit speechless. After staying overnight at the hotel the next morning, Magath took the players directly to the AWD arena. Although Hannover 96 was a second Bundesliga team, the AWD arena was quite impressive. The AWD arena, which can accommodate 4,900 spectators, boasted facilities that met the standards of the Bundesliga. Upon arriving at the venue, Magath wasted no time. He instructed Hughes to announce the starting lineup. Forwards Huntelaar, left winger Annan, right winger Pliakos, attacking midfielder Su Bai. Before he could finish, Hao Junmin excitedly stole a glance at Su Bai. But while he was thrilled, Su Bai remained completely calm. At that moment, Hao Junmin could not have imagined that the usually exuberant Su Bai was left expressionless by the sudden voice of the system. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have achieved your first starting position with the first team. System rewards a perfect partner card, unlimited. P.S. The host can freely bind with a teammate before the match, enhancing that teammate's basic attributes by 20 and increasing the synergy value between the two by 100. Listening to the system's announcement, Su Bai was in a daze. Magath's starting list was still ongoing. Attacking midfielder Hao Junmin. This time, it was Hao Junmin who was stunned. This old man has changed his ways. How could he allow him to return to the attacking midfielder position? He would be partnering with Su Bai. Is this going to be the dual attacking midfielders of the Yin Kingdom's twin stars? Unlike the surprised Hao Junmin, Bujlab's previously cheerful face suddenly became serious. He turned to look at the happy Hao Junmin. He also glanced at Su Bai. Then with a cold expression, he turned his head away. Damn it, has the old man lost his mind? Letting two useless players start. Although Hannover 96 is weak, at least they are a team from the Bundesliga too. Can Bujlab's Schalke midfield compete with them? A useless fullback who can't even play a minute in a three-wheel league paired with a U18 kid to form the midfield. Thinking of this, Bujlab sneered. Now it's just a matter of seeing how these two waste players will be toyed with during the match. After the starting lineup was announced, the team's training on the pitch began. During the training, there was no competitive match. Magath simply provided some guidance to Su Bai and Hao Junmin on Schalke's regular playing style. The only role in midfield is to maintain a certain ball possession rate. At the same time, when opportunities arise, quickly pass the ball to the flanks. This was the task assigned to Su Bai and Hao Junmin, the dual attacking midfielders. Pulisic and Annan are both fast players for Schalke, along with Huntelaar's ability to seize opportunities. In Magath's mind, even if the midfield collapses, he still has the chance to substitute in main players in the second half to turn the game around. At 7 p.m. on Thursday, the first round of the German Cup was about to officially kick off. As the bus entered the AWD arena, Magath hurriedly made his way to the pre-match press conference. Although the cup competition is somewhat insignificant for Schalke 04, it is a major event for Hannover 96 and even the entire city. Having long been unable to vie for promotion, they have focused their efforts on the cup competition in recent seasons. After all, progressing in the cup not only satisfies the fans, but the prize money and high broadcasting fees are also considerable income for Hannover 96 throughout the season. Moreover, last season, Hannover 96 reached the quarterfinals of the German Cup. Although they were ultimately eliminated by Dortmund, it gave many fans hope for Hannover 96's return to the Bundesliga. Milne Marvin, the esteemed old coach of Hannover 96, has been in charge of the team for 4 seasons. While he has never reached the Bundesliga, he has managed to keep Hannover in the mid-table of the Bundesliga 2 with minimal investment. Seeing Magath's arrival, although he had been waiting for a long time, Milne Marvin still greeted him politely. There weren't too many media present, most of them were local reporters from Hannover. As soon as Magath took his seat, the reporters eagerly raised their hands. After returning a greeting to Milne Marvin, Magath pointed to a reporter. Mr. Magath, hello, I am Kevin from Hannover Football News. What are your expectations for this match against Hannover 96? A very standard question. Hannover is a very strong opponent. This match should be quite challenging. However, the reporter who should have ended the questioning directly interrupted Magath. Very strong, huh? But I noticed that you directly substituted 2 bench players in your starting lineup, one of whom was suddenly promoted from the U18 youth team. Do you really think Hannover is a strong team? The previously harmonious press conference instantly erupted. The starting lineup had been announced an hour before the match, so it should have been released by now. Clearly, this reporter had come prepared. While Magath remained unfazed, other reporters became quite excited. This is big news. A Bundesliga team looks down on a Bundesliga 2 team directly using youth bench players to face the opponent. With such a headline, no matter the outcome of the match, the click-through rate will definitely skyrocket. Meanwhile, Milne Marvin, who had been smiling, suddenly became serious. This was a golden opportunity. He had been worried about his bad luck in drawing Schalke. Unexpectedly, this old man Magath was here to offer warmth. If he plays all substitutes, Hannover 96 has a chance to progress. Although a bit pleased, the experienced Milne Marvin knew he must not show it. Especially in front of the media, he had to act like a tough Hanoverian. This situation was an insult to Hanover 96. Without uttering a word, the furious Milne Marvin stood up and left. The reporters frantically clicked their cameras as if they were on a death mission. Meanwhile, Magath, who was still on stage, felt a bit awkward. This old man, why did he just get up and leave in a huff? Magath was not foolish. Seeing that the press conference was turning into a one-man show, he also stood up and left. The reporters couldn't wait for such an opportunity. With a flurry of keystrokes, did Magath insult Hanover 96. U18 player starts. Hanover 96's disgraceful Battle German Cup debut against U18 Schalke. A slew of headline articles immediately appeared on various websites. Thus, a very ordinary German Cup match unexpectedly transformed into a battle of disgrace. Of course, Su Bai and Hao Juanmin, who were in the locker room listening attentively to Magath's tactical arrangements, were completely unaware of this. At 7:45 p.m. on Thursday, the entire Schalke 04 team also appeared in the player tunnel. The players from both teams looked serious in front of the cameras, accompanied by stirring music. The players from both teams held hands with the ball boys as they walked onto the field. However, to Su Bai's surprise, as soon as they stepped out, the Hanover fans in the stands began to boo loudly. This booing made Schmitz, the captain on the field, feel somewhat strange. After all, Hanover and Schalke had no grudges against each other. The two teams hadn't even faced each other in the German Cup over the years. Xiao Bai, don't be nervous, just treat it like playing in the regional league. They'll find ways to help you. Hao Junmin trembled and turned to comfort Su Bai. However, upon turning his head, he realized that Su Bai looked completely unfazed, instead watching him with keen interest. At this moment, Su Bai was internally complaining. Who was helping whom? After all, they were on the same side. With such a great opportunity, Su Bai confidently entered the system. Confirm binding Schalke 04, number 7 Hao Junmin. Confirmed. As the system prompted, Su Bai promptly bound the perfect partner card to Hao Junmin. At the same time, Hao Junmin suddenly felt as if he had been electrocuted. His previously trembling body suddenly calmed down. His gaze towards Su Bai also suddenly became strange. It was as if he suddenly knew what actions and postures Su Bai would take next. Poo. What is going on? Likewise, with the activation of the card, Su Bai instantly reacted as if he had played alongside Hao Junmin for many years. This system is truly remarkable. After both teams took a group photo, they headed towards their respective halves. Schalke 04 guessed the ball possession. Beep. The referee looked at his watch, communicated with the assistant referee through his earpiece, and then blew the whistle to start the match. After the whistle, Huntelaar turned and directly passed the ball to Hao Junmin behind him. Hanover forward Abdaleo charged towards Hao Junmin. Facing the aggressive Abdaleo, Hao Junmin deftly nudged the ball to the left, causing Abdaleo to lunge right. In that instant, Hao Junmin did not hesitate at all. With a violin-like motion, he pulled the ball to the right with his right foot. He then slipped past Abdaleo and charged forward. This fluid dribbling immediately left Magath, who had been watching Hao Junmin closely on the sideline, stunned. Not only Magath, but the assistant Hughes also seemed a bit shocked. Boss, has Hao become a bit different? That was a truly beautiful play. When did the unconfident Hao Junmin become so? At this moment, Su Bai, who was originally standing next to Hao Junmin, had already accelerated, following alongside Hao Junmin towards Hanover's backfield. Produced by the system, it must be a masterpiece. The perfect partner card not only enhances the tacit understanding between both parties, but more importantly grants a 20 boost to the basic attributes of the bound player. Even at this moment, the ball carrier Hao Junmin experienced a sensation he had never felt before. It was as if he had just outmaneuvered Hanover 96's striker Abdella. In the past, even if he had such thoughts, he would only consider a direct pass followed by a change of direction. He would never have thought to feint the clumsy giant first. What was even more astonishing was that Hao Junmin felt his speed had seemingly increased significantly. Faced with the rapidly advancing Hao Junmin, Hanover 96 dared not be careless. The team's attacking midfielder Schmidbach rushed forward immediately. Unlike Schalke, Hanover 96 had a limited number of players on the first team due to financial issues. Moreover, most of their players were known for being versatile. Sometimes when one player got injured and there was no suitable substitute, they had no choice but to let teammates step in. This is a common issue for most teams in the Bundesliga. Just like Schmidbach, although he was the main attacking midfielder, he often played in defensive midfield or as a fullback. Therefore, Schmidbach not only possessed excellent offensive capabilities, but his defensive skills were also unmatched by other attacking midfielders. In the very moment he charged toward Hao Junmin, Schmidbach positioned himself sideways, blocking the path between Hao Junmin and Su Bai. This move directly severed Hao Junmin's passing route. At the same time, Schmidbach extended his right foot, directly obstructing Hao Junmin's path with the ball. On the sidelines, seeing Schmidbach's professional defense, Magath could not help but furrow his brows. Indeed, Hanover 96 was not as easy as imagined. At this moment Magath began to worry. If Hao Junmin lost the ball, Schalke would push forward with their entire team, and losing this ball would instantly turn the tide. If Hannover 96 managed to score early, the outcome of the match would indeed be uncertain. As for the substitutes, Bujlab, who harbored no resentment for not starting, was also grinning with glee. He never expected Hannover 96 to have such a defense. To be honest, even he could potentially face a setback in this situation, let alone the Hao Junmin before him. This guy would probably instantly become the scapegoat of the team. However, just as everyone thought Schmidbach would directly take the ball from Hao Junmin. Hao Junmin, at the moment Schmidbach's right foot touched the ball, flicked the ball left with his right foot, while simultaneously pulling it back with his left, instantly turning on the spot. This turn left Schmidbach momentarily stunned. However, he was quick to react, lunging back at Hao Junmin as he turned. On Hao Junmin's side, he did not slow down at all, continuing to flick the ball with his right foot after turning, starting to dribble in the midfield. It was as if it was the magic of love spinning around. This spin left Schmidbach utterly bewildered. After passing Schmidbach, Hao Junmin, without looking up, made a diagonal pass, delivering the ball to Su Bai, who had rushed in front of him. Just before Hao Junmin made the pass, Su Bai saw a bright red passing route in the system's prompt. It was right between Hannover 96's two center-backs. And beside them, Huntelaar had already started to move. Su Bai positioned himself to meet the ball with no intention of stopping. He directly flicked his body and struck the bottom of the football fiercely with his right foot. The ball spun violently beneath Su Bai's foot, then bypassed Hannover 96's defensive midfielder Sergio Pinto. It raced swiftly towards Hannover 96's defense. At this moment, in front of the penalty area, Hannover 96's center-backs began to panic and turn around. There was no other reason, because beside them the crazed Huntelaar had already zipped past them. On the sidelines, Magath had already raised both hands in excitement. And the super goal machine from the Netherlands, Huntelaar, did not disappoint. Su Bai's pass was extremely precise. Huntelaar, who raced into the penalty area, didn't even need to stop the ball. He directly pushed it towards the lower right corner of the goal with his right foot. The Hannover 96 goalkeeper Robert Zieler, who had already committed to leaving the goal, could only watch in despair as the ball rolled into the net behind him. At this moment, the entire AWD arena suddenly fell silent. A goal. It was only 29 seconds in. What was happening? Countless Hannover 96 fans stared blankly at the big screen, momentarily at a loss. A stunning goal. This goal, both the pass and the final shot, were flawless. Hannover 96's defense was utterly ineffective against Schalke 04. From the fiery nation. Su. He pierced through the entire Hannover 96 defense with a mind-blowing outside off the foot back heel pass. That was an extremely genius pass. On the sidelines, the host from Schalke Sky Sports House had already begun celebrating wildly. They were the official partner of Schalke 04, and whether at home or away, they would always follow Schalke 04's lead. And this incredibly brilliant goal made House, who was used to Schalke's poor midfield, utterly thrilled. After the goal, Huntelaar excitedly ran up to Su Bai. At the same time, Anand Pryachikas and Hao Junmin also rushed over. The four embraced each other. "So you guy, that pass was fantastic. Did you see me making the run? What a genius pass." For Huntelaar, Su Bai's pass was simply incredible. If it were the slow Bujlab on the substitutes bench, his run would definitely have been offside, or the ball might not have reached him at all. He never expected that this fiery young lad, barely in his teens, could actually deliver the ball. "Haha, little Bai, you are amazing. The first touch is an assist, congratulations." At this moment, all eyes were on Su Bai, and on the sidelines, Magath wore an excited expression, even provocatively glancing at Milne on the other side. Milne, looking dazed, had been left speechless. To concede a goal just 20 seconds into the match was bewildering for Milne. What was happening? Didn't Schalke say they were fielding U18 youth team players and a substitute from the fiery nation? Were they not intending to give up the cup? Who were those two guys on the field, one dribbling like Xavi and the other passing a deadly over-the-top ball like Iniesta? Damn it, Magath must have deliberately set a smokescreen to confuse me. Just from those two plays, these two fiery players were clearly no rookies. Milne had confidence in his players. Although they struggled with offense, their defense was the foundation on which Hannover 96 relied for survival. They couldn't even hold out for a minute. This absolutely cannot be true. Magath calmly adjusted his glasses, his hands crossed over his chest. Of course, at this moment his heart was far from being as tranquil as it appeared. Just now, Su Bai's pass was truly stunning. Whether it was the technique of the pass or the timing, it was absolutely impeccable. One could even say it was perfection itself. This was exactly the type of midfielder he was looking for, with the explosiveness of Huntelaar and the goal-scoring awareness of Raul. If Su Bai could continue to hone his skills, even just maintaining this level would suffice. He could no longer control the trembling that had started within him. The Champions League, that was the place where he truly wanted to prove himself. The Bundesliga. He had already won the championship. It held no allure for him anymore. Now only the Champions League could attract him. The celebration of Schalke 04 was brief. Soon, with the referees urging both teams return to their respective halves, had barely a minute passed. At this moment the referee was also a bit surprised. It seemed this match would be one-sided. With the sound of a whistle the match resumed. At this time the commentator house had finally gathered Su Bei's information. Although he had just shouted Su Bei's surname correctly, he hadn't even remembered his name. Who would intentionally look up the data of a U18 youth team player? Su Bei is a talented player nurtured by our Schalke youth team. In the previous 2 matches of the regional league, he delivered an astonishing 6 assists. Compared to the always a step behind Bajelab, the young lad from Yen country has shown us the hope of Schalke 04. As a principled professional commentator, House has always been known for his sharp tongue. He had ridiculed Bajelab countless times during broadcasts for his tendency to adjust his pace. After the match resumed trailing by a goal, Hannover 96 sounded the horn for their counterattack. There were no special tactics. Hannover 96's only strategy was their long ball play. After receiving the ball, the attacking midfielder Schmiedbach made a direct long pass, sending the ball to the left flank. Left winger Kornov skillfully controlled the ball with his right foot, then turned and charged straight towards Schalke 04's defense. Schalke's right winger Puliasikas immediately followed closely behind Kornov. The speedster Puliasikas stuck tightly to Kornov's right side. At this moment Kornov felt uncomfortable. No matter how he sped up, he couldn't shake off Puliasikas, who clung to him like a leech. It wasn't just that. In front of him, Schalke's right back Uchida also surged forward. Although Uchida's character was questionable, his solid skills and reliable defensive capabilities forced Kornov to turn the ball out of necessity. There was no other choice. Schalke had grown accustomed to such wing assaults in the Bundesliga, naturally finding it easy against a second division team like Hannover 96. Reluctantly, Kornov had to pass the ball back to his team's defensive midfielder Laosh. On the sidelines, watching his players struggle against Schalke 04, the silver-haired Milne looked on. Marvin also anxiously shouted, "Pass it back, pass it back." Hearing the coach's directive, the receiving Laosh promptly passed the ball back to the defense. Hannover 96 began to reorganize their attack. Facing Schalke's defense, Hannover 96 clearly had no solutions. After all, on paper, Schalke is significantly stronger than Hannover 96. Today's Schalke midfield gives us a refreshing feeling. The Yen national team player Hao Juanmin, who transferred to Schalke last season, played an indispensable role in just now's goal. Hao Juanmin, who had always appeared as a fullback, unexpectedly performed so well after switching positions. I believe his performance in this match will surely earn him points in Maggott's heart. Since Schalke 04's goal, the two teams engaged in back-and-forth exchanges on the flanks for a solid 10 minutes. Especially for Hannover 96, trailing by a goal and consistently attempting rapid flank attacks, they did not expect Maggoth would arrange 2 speedsters on the wings as well. Whether in speed or technical skills against Schalke, who were accustomed to the Bundesliga, Hannover clearly had no way to cope. In the 18th minute of the match, Kornov, attempting to attack Schalke's left flank again, was finally dispossessed by the closely marking Puliasikas. After stealing the ball, Puliasikas didn't hold on to it, but directly passed it to Su Bei, who was in support. Su Bei controlled the ball, turned, and charged straight towards Hannover 96's defense. Seeing Su Bei, who had already provided an assist, charging forward with the ball, Hannover did not dare to be careless. Defensive midfielder Laosh rushed forward immediately. Moreover, this time Laosh didn't hold back. Facing the advancing Su Bei, he made a fierce sliding tackle. However, with 80 ball control, Su Bei showed no fear in the face of such a tackle. His right ankle flicked rapidly, and in an instant the ball was nudged to the right. At the same time, just as Laosh's right foot was about to make contact with him, Su Bei leaped into the air. This jump allowed him to evade Laosh's tackle. After that, Su Bei took control of the ball and began striding towards Hannover's defense. On the sidelines, witnessing Su Bei's reckless charge, Hannover's coach Milne looked panicked. Marvin was completely flustered. He frantically shouted for his players to move up. However, at this moment in Schalke's front line, it wasn't just Su Bei who slightly to the left was Hao Juanmin, to the left was Annan, and to the right was Puliasikas. There was also Huntelaar up front. A full 5 Schalke attacking players were all charging forward rapidly. Watching Su Bei charging with the ball, the Hannover 96 defenders felt powerless. Damn it wasn't just Su Bei in front of me, the other guys weren't pushovers either. In the end, seeing Su Bei break through to the edge of the penalty area, the team's center-back Christian Schultz had no choice but to rush towards Su Bei. However, at this moment Su Bei had already spotted the passing route. Huntelaar made a forward run, dragging another center-back Steven Cherundolo to follow him. The two wingers were also rapidly converging towards the goal. Seeing Christian Schultz rushing towards him, Su Bei moved his left foot. Simultaneously, his eyes shifted to the right towards Puliasikas. Oh no. In an instant, the experienced Christian Schultz immediately sensed Su Bei's intention. he was planning to pass the ball directly to the right flank. Without a moment's hesitation, Christian Schultz immediately lunged towards Su Bei's right side. But then a despairing situation occurred. The cunning young lad from Yin country, instead of passing right, nudged the ball towards the center with his left foot. At the moment, he looked to the right. This ball. A feint to the right. This despicable kid actually learned from Ronaldinho. The ball was passed to the center to Hao Junmin. At this moment, Hao Junmin found himself utterly unmarked. One center back was lunging at Su Bai while another was following Huntelaar. Without any hesitation, Hao Junmin unleashed a powerful right-footed shot on the ball. The ball struck perfectly. It soared towards the goal like a cannonball, with a 20 boost to his attributes. Hao Junmin's original shooting stat of 72 had directly risen to 86. This stat was undoubtedly at the top level of the 5 major leagues. Without any surprises, even though Hannover 96 goalkeeper Robert Zieler threw himself desperately, the ball still slipped past his fingertips. The ball hit the back of the net. 2-0. Guguol. Guguol. Oh my god, the ball is in. 2-0. From Yin country, Hao received a pass from his compatriot, delivering a powerful shot that once again changed the score. Less than 20 minutes into the match, the formidable Schalke 04 had already scored 2 goals. Watching the ball fly into the net, House in the commentary booth was so excited that he stood up. Meanwhile, over 50,000 Hannover 96 fans stared blankly at the big screen. 2-0. Is this the gap between the Bundesliga and the second division? But these are 2 players from Yin country. Wasn't it said that Yin is a football desert? Why does the powerful Hannover 96 appear so vulnerable under the feet of these 2 Yin players? The moment of scoring. Hao Junmin was momentarily stunned. Although he had scored many goals in the Yin country league, and even for the national team, this was his first goal after going abroad. In an instant, Hao Junmin wildly rushed toward the sidelines. He directly took off his jersey. Unlike Huntelaar, countless doubts had surrounded him since the moment he went abroad. Even in Yin country, fans still held no hope for him. Unlike Su Bai, he had gradually made his way from youth training to the second division and then to the top league. He had worked hard, even giving up a high salary in Yin country to take a meager salary at Schalke 04, one that couldn't compare to what he earned domestically, all in pursuit of his dream to play abroad. At this moment, Hao Junmin shouted crazily at the camera. Though he didn't know what he was yelling, he was still venting something wildly. Su Bai and all of Schalke 04's teammates rushed over. On the sidelines, Magath also looked a bit surprised, staring at the scoring Hao Junmin. This guy. I must say Hao Junmin's performance today was outstanding. In fact, Magath had high expectations for this reserved and introverted guy since he signed him. However, despite having good footwork, this guy was indeed too reserved, even shy to some extent. Thus, after half a season, even though he had worked hard, Hao Junmin still did not gain Magath's recognition. The right-back position he originally held was given to Uchida Atsudo, who had just transferred in. Seeing the excited Hao Junmin, Su Bai couldn't help but smile secretly. I bet Hao Gun never expected that he would perform so well. It was all thanks to him. From this moment on, the match became a showcase of Schalke 04's attacking and defensive skills. At every position, Schalke 04 was crushing Hannover 96. Their reliance on wing breakthroughs was also tightly suppressed by Schalke. In the 24th minute of the match, Schalke 04 was back with a vengeance. Hao Junmin dribbled past Hannover's forward Abdullahi and attacking midfielder Schmidbach in midfield, then made a diagonal pass to Su Bai. At this moment, Hannover, wary of Su Bei's deceptive passes, focused all their defensive efforts on him. The team's double defensive midfielders Sergio and Pinto were closing in on Su Bai. Not just the double midfielders, but the left midfielder Kanin was also rushing in. Triple team. On the sidelines, Magath looked concerned as he saw Hannover paying so much attention to Su Bai. After all, this was the little guy's debut match in the first team at Schalke 04. The biggest flaw of young players is their mental resilience. Often when faced with a triple team, they cannot execute their moves and get robbed. However, Magath's worried expression quickly vanished. On the field, Su Bai faced the 3 defenders without a hint of panic. With an 80 ball control attribute, his footwork was as if he had been reborn. Facing the first to rush and Sergio Pinto, Su Bai first tilted his body to the right, then used the instep of his right foot to nudge the ball to the right. This deceptive feint caused Sergio Pinto to believe Su Bai would directly take the sideline. Thus, Sergio Pinto instinctively extended his left foot, trying to block Su Bei's breakthrough path. But unexpectedly, just as he extended his foot, Su Bai suddenly pulled the ball back. This left Sergio Pinto in an awkward position, legs wide open, looking defenseless. Fortunately, another Hannover defensive midfielder, Losch, had rushed in from Su Bei's left side, and the previously flustered Sergio Pinto felt relieved. Losch, known for his aggressive playing style, was not as easygoing as his teammate. He harshly extended his left leg towards Su Bai regardless of whether he could intercept the ball, as long as he could mark Su Bai. What he didn't expect was that almost simultaneously with Losch's leg extension, Su Bai astonishingly used the tip of his left foot to deftly poke the ball forward. With that poke, the ball obediently slipped through the gap between Sergio Pinto's open legs. At the same time, Su Bai abruptly accelerated, almost brushing past Sergio Pinto on his left. This poke not only left Losch stunned, but also caught Conan, who had just arrived to surround Su Bai completely off guard. In an instant, Su Bai deftly maneuvered his way out of the three-man encirclement. Fuck. What a perfect dribble. Yen Country Su. Oh my god. This is a gift from the heavens to Schalke 04. What a crazy move. At this moment, Yen Country Su is like a dancing sprite on the AWD competitive field. This is a three-man encirclement, incredible. The commentator House was so astonished he couldn't close his mouth. Not only House, but even Magath looked shocked. This was a debut match, yet he performed such a wild dribbling display with such ease. This guy. At this moment, Su Bai on the field had not yet stopped his performance. After getting past Sergio Pinto, the passing route before him turned bright red. On the left flank was Annan. Without hesitation, Su Bai put power into his right foot, forcefully pushing the ball with his instep. Seeing Su Bai bulldozing past his double defensive midfielders, Hannover's center-backs panicked. At the same time, Huntelaar made a sudden sprint toward the penalty area. This forced Hannover's center-back Christian Schultz to desperately follow Huntelaar. Fortunately, having learned Su Bai's passing habits, Christian Schultz positioned himself behind Huntelaar. He directly blocked the passing route between Su Bai and Huntelaar. Especially after seeing that Su Bai's pass was a ground ball, Christian Schultz finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, in an instant, Christian Schultz's eyes widened. What the hell, this Yen Country kid's passing direction was actually behind him. What was happening? He had only started running after Su Bai passed the ball. Why did this guy dare to pass towards him? There were no Schalke players in his position. At this moment, the ball Su Bai passed shot into the Hannover 96 penalty area like a lightning bolt. Like a sharp knife, it pierced through Hannover 96's defense, directly reaching the small box. The ball did not find Huntelaar. At that moment, a black figure indeed appeared before the ball. It was number 16. Schalke 04's left winger Annan. Suddenly bursting out from the left flank, Annan encountered no interference. With his right foot, he struck the ball's bottom corner. Annan struck with his right foot. The ball soared like a shooting star, entering Hannover 96's goal. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, pointing to the center of the field. The goal counts. Schalke 04 scored their third goal in the 25th minute of the match. 3-0. At this moment, the smiling young lad from Yen Country had performed an astonishing assist hat-trick on his debut, taking less than 25 minutes. At this moment, the once boisterous AWD arena fell into an eerie silence. P.S. Although I have to get up early for work, seeing the Great God certification made me jump out of bed to add a chapter. Many thanks. Of course, I must also thank the gifts from other readers. Annan. What a marvelous goal. Annan scored the third goal for Schalke 04 with a graceful lob shot. Similarly assisted by the young player Su from the Flame Nation. A hat-trick of assists. This young lad from the Flame Nation, who is making his debut in the German Cup, has captivated all Schalke 04 fans with his dazzling performance. A masterful pass that even anticipated the movements of the Hannover 96 center-back. It found its way into the most lethal position in the penalty area. Incredible. This is definitely a performance worthy of being listed among the top 10 goals of the week. The quiet AWD arena suddenly erupted in wild cheers. And that voice was coming from House at the live broadcast booth. Not far from him, Schalke 04's coach Magath, with a head full of white hair, was at a loss as to how to celebrate. Unbelievable. Can a lad under 18 achieve this? Such a calm mind and technical skill, especially that last through ball. Genius. This is true genius. At this moment, Magath remembered that this was only the third match for this young lad. In just 3 matches, this guy has astonishingly delivered 9 assists. It's terrifying. Even if Xavi were here, he wouldn't have such a crazy efficiency. Perhaps this lad can really do it. At this moment, a wild thought suddenly flashed through Magath's mind. His gaze turned towards Su Bai, who was now surrounded by Annan and other players on the field. The score of 3-0 seemed to have completely extinguished Hannover 96's will to resist. However, Hao Junmin, who scored the first goal, seemed to still be hungry for more. After that, Hao Junmin and Su Bai began to play various intricate passing games in Hannover 96's half. In the 35th minute of the match, after several 1-2s between Su Bai and Hao Junmin unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the penalty area. The ball grazed the post and flew out of bounds, sending a chill of sweat down the spines of Hannover 96 fans present. The complete paralysis of the flanks left Hannover 96's offense directionless. The goal kick taken by the goalkeeper was quickly intercepted by Schalke. The match had turned into a one-sided attack and defense drill. At this moment, the gap in strength between the Bundesliga and the two Bundesliga was unmistakably evident. In the 42nd minute of the match, Süle once again delivered a deadly pass at the edge of Hannover 96's penalty area. A highly disguised ground ball reached the rapidly advancing Huntelaar. However, this time, Hannover 96's goalkeeper performed brilliantly, doing everything he could to block Huntelaar's close-range shot. Huntelaar turned to Süle with an apologetic expression, raising his hand. With the referee's whistle, the first half came to an end. The 3-0 score brought smiles to the faces of the entire Schalke team as they entered the player tunnel. Just moments after missing Süle's crucial through ball, Huntelaar approached Süle by wrapping an arm around him as they walked off the field together. "Süle, your performance today has been outstanding. That last pass was my fault. I shot it too straight. Otherwise, you would have had a 4-assist game." Huntelaar, holding Süle, spoke bashfully. "Haha, just pass me a few more in the second half, and it will be fine." As he said this, the team's right winger Plijazikas joined them. "Süle, you're being too biased. Look, Ann and Huntelaar, and even your own how Junmin have scored, but you haven't given me a single good ball. Just pass one to me, and if I score, I'll treat you to an F cup tonight. If that's not enough, I'll get you two." The sly Plijazikas approached with a fawning expression. They are all sharp players, especially someone like Plijazikas who hovers on the fringes of being a substitute. Scoring and statistics are their only pathways to becoming starters. And now, compared to competing desperately with others, there is a quicker way. Anyone with a normal brain wouldn't miss it. A playmaker capable of delivering such lethal passes is undoubtedly someone every attacking player wants to please. However, at this moment, the expression on Bujlab's face following Süle was terrifyingly dark. His eyes were fixed on Süle in front of him. Jealousy. At this moment, he was filled with jealousy. As a Bundesliga-level playmaker, he had noticed Süle's first assist. In terms of passing alone, this lad from the Flame Nation, who is not yet 18, is indeed much better than him. If he were on the field, Schalke would certainly not have such fluid attacks as they do now. Especially when he saw the group of fair-weather friends who had originally surrounded him suddenly flock around that lad from the Flame Nation. In the locker room, Magath was smiling, waiting for his players. "Well done, boys. Especially you, Süle. What a brilliant first half." The usually stingy old man praised Süle today with a thumbs up. This made Süle, sitting in the middle of the crowd, feel a bit shy. Seeing Süle's expression, the teammates also laughed. In the second half, Bujlab and Perlkrug will come on, replace Süle and Hao Junmin. "I want to continue the attack. Same tactics as the first half. From the midfield, let Hannover 96 tremble at the mere mention of Schalke 04. Magath's substitutions suddenly silenced the locker room. Everyone began to ponder the old man's intentions. Although it's a cup match, everyone knows that letting substitutes play is to conserve the stamina of the main players, since there is a league match on the weekend. But why are the main players Perlkrug and Bujlab coming back on in the second half? What is this maneuver? Is it some kind of strategy? Many players seem to understand something as they looked towards Bujlab. Similarly, Magath's words also made Bujlab clearly understand what the old man meant. Is this a blood change? Using a cup match for an experiment? Was this planned in advance, or is it a spontaneous decision? At this moment, Bujlab had no time to think about these things. His heart was filled with a sense of crisis. Meanwhile, the players who had been surrounding Bujlab were now looking at Süle, who appeared relaxed with meaningful expressions. This guy is only 17. Could it be that he really is about to become Schalke 04's new core? Although his performance has been outstanding in terms of age and experience, he and Bujlab are not even on the same level. Unlike others at this moment, Sangu happily wrapped his arm around Süle. "Xiaobai, damn it, the old man is planning to promote you." Of course, these words were spoken in Chinese by Hao Junmin. "No way, but I am a bit puzzled as to why Bujlab was brought on and the tactical approach hasn't changed at all." The two exchanged whispers back and forth. Magath smiled as he watched the players' reactions in the locker room before turning to leave. Competition breeds vitality. A calm fish tank cannot raise fierce sharks. What Magath wants is a beast that can tear off a piece of meat from a big club. I must say, Magath's use of two attacking midfielders from Yen country is indeed the highlight of this match. The often overlooked Hao Junmin under Süle's guidance exudes confidence whether in ball control or scoring. And Süle completed a total of 52 passes in the first half. It's important to note that not a single one of those 52 passes failed. A 100 pass success rate. This is a terrifying statistic that is hard to believe. Thanks to Süle's involvement, Schalke 04 delivered the most spectacular match of this season. On the sidelines, although it was halftime house, as the broadcaster showed no signs of resting. He had to report all the statistics from the first half. At this moment in Gelsenkirchen, even though it was just a cup match, all Schalke fans were gathered in front of their televisions, keenly watching their home team. This kid is indeed capable. This is the kind of midfielder Schalke 04 should have. Haha, I heard that this kid was eliminated by Dortmund, but who would have thought he would perform so brilliantly? Dortmund must be regretting it to death right now. Damn it, it would have been better if this kid had played earlier. Look at the first 2 league matches, Kotbus even managed to beat us. How come Magath only figured it out now? That Hao Jun-min is also good. Last season I felt he was useless, but it turns out it was just a matter of position. Now in midfield his footwork is delicate, and he can control the ball. His synergy with Su is really impressive. If this continues, there is still hope for this season. At the very least, the offense looks much better. Although they are playing against Hanover, this attack is indeed refreshing. This Subai kid is way better than that Bujlab waste. Every time I see him with the ball I get anxious. Damn it, he can't even make a single pass. Magath has finally come to his senses. Not letting that guy play has made the match much more enjoyable. However, soon the fans who were just excited felt as if a cold water was poured over them. Because Magath actually substituted in Bujlab, who had been mercilessly criticized by the fans. Apart from Raul, it was purely the same lineup as in the first 2 league matches. On the sidelines, Milne Marvin watched as Magath suddenly changed the entire lineup to the main players, gritting his teeth in anger. That damned old man. It is already 3-0. Are they still going to push Hanover 96 to the brink? This is Hanover 96's home ground. Fine. Since you are unkind, I will be ruthless. Milne Marvin quietly signaled his assistant coach to pass on the message. The boss said don't let Schalke leave AWD Arena so comfortably. They all come from that environment of the second Bundesliga. Although the head coach's words were ambiguous, everyone understood what they meant. Beep. With the sound of the whistle, the second half of this German Cup match officially began. After all, it's a first-team match against Hanover 96. Schalke continued to firmly control Hanover's flanks, just as they did in the first half. With Hanover 96 losing their width, they began to engage in a fierce battle in the midfield against Schalke. In the 47th minute of the match, Schalke's main attacking midfielder Bujlab received a pass from the back and attempted to penetrate from the center with the ball. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when Hanover's forward Abderrauf charged in without hesitation, crashing into Bujlab. Bujlab let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. Abderrauf is a top striker for Hanover. Though not particularly fast, his biggest strengths are his heading and physicality. Standing at 1.9 meters tall with robust muscles, he would have no problem playing rugby. Just that body accelerating to crash into Bujlab, one can imagine the impact. Poor Bujlab lay on the grass for a long time without making a sound. It wasn't until the referee rushed over to ask if he needed a stretcher that Bujlab finally caught his breath. I'm fine. Even though he was hit badly, Bujlab could not leave the field. This match was crucial for him in the competition against that kid from Yin Country. Clenching his teeth, the tough Bujlab struggled to stand up. However, poor Bujlab had no idea that this was just the beginning of his nightmare. Once back on his feet, Bujlab took a free kick accurately, finding Annan on the left. However, at this moment, nearly all of Hanover's defenders were clustered there. There was no possibility whatsoever of making something happen on the flanks. Seeing no room for breakthroughs, Annan pulled the ball back and passed it to his teammate behind him. After some back and forth, the ball returned to Bujlab's feet. Looking at the crowded Hanover 96 players standing in front of the goal, Bujlab was at a loss. He could only keep passing the ball back and forth with Per Kruger, who had just come on. This is the difference. Besides the long-range transfers and this ineffective ball control, the clumsy Bujlab hasn't even made a single threatening pass. Has Magath lost his mind? Why use this unimaginative player instead of the outstanding kid from Yin Country? Looking at the fact that Schalke hasn't had a single threatening attack for over 10 minutes, House in the broadcasting booth was already losing control, just like during the league commentary. House's sharp tongue began to unleash. At this moment, Bujlab on the field was also anxious. He knew that all Schalke fans would be comparing him to the kid from Yin Country who played in the first half. But what could he do? He couldn't understand why that kid from Yin Country could deliver so many penetrating passes in such circumstances. He tried his best, but apart from being crowded out in the back, he saw no openings. Moreover, that bastard Huntelaar seemed to be deliberately working against him. There wasn't a single decent run. In the 69th minute of the match, Schalke 04, which was still pressing but had not achieved any decent attacks, finally showed a flaw. Bujlab, who had been carrying the ball and looking for opportunities, made a mistake. Hanover 96's midfielder Sergio Pinto, taking advantage of the moment, slid in with a tackle. The slide tackle was extremely sudden. Bujlab hadn't noticed Sergio Pinto approaching from his side at all. The ball was instantly snatched away by Sergio Pinto. Without any hesitation, Sergio Pinto launched the ball towards the right flank. The Hanover winger, who had been lurking near the center circle waiting for an opportunity, shot out like an arrow. This time, the entire Schalke team panicked. At this moment in the backline, only the lagging main center-back Metzelder was left, and he was still in the center. Besides, his abysmal speed posed no threat to Schladraff. The lightning-fast Schladraff quickly rushed into Schalke 04's penalty area. After dribbling past the advancing Neuer, Schladraff shot with his right foot, sending the ball into the open net. 1-3. Schalke 04, who had been unable to score, unexpectedly conceded a goal to Hannover 90's counterattack. On the sidelines, Magath's face had turned darker than ever. However, at this moment, the culprit for the conceded goal, Bujlab, lying on the ground, no longer cared to look at Magath's dark expression, because he desperately realized that a sharp pain was radiating from his left ankle. It seemed that he had been injured from that tackle. In the second half, as a substitute, facing one fierce tackle after another, he ended up getting injured. Most importantly, it seemed that he was losing badly in the comparison with Subai. In that moment, Bujlab's heart could only express his pain with one sentence: "Who could be worse off than me?" Watching the team concede a goal, Magath, filled with anger, directly threw his water bottle to the ground, cursing under his breath. Boss Bujlab seems to be injured. Magath, already unable to contain his fury, turned to see Bujlab lying in the midfield and helplessly slapped his forehead with his hand. Ali Karimi, go in and replace him. After seeing the team doctor shake his head, Magath reluctantly substituted Bujlab. On the stretcher, Bujlab covered his face with his hands, being helplessly carried onto the ambulance. A terrible performance. Bujlab showcased his aircraft carrier-like reaction speed to the fullest. It was his incompetent mistake that allowed Schalke to concede another goal. His entry was a complete disaster for the previously smooth Schalke 04 midfield. Of course, we still wish Bujlab a speedy recovery. Now all Schalke 04 needs to do is hold on to the hard-earned victory from the first half. The sharp-tongued House showed no sympathy for the injured Bujlab. Even as Bujlab was being taken off on a stretcher, House continued to berate him, while Ali Karimi, a defensive player, came onto the field. Schalke completely transformed from an all-out attack to a strategic defense. The 20 minutes of the match quickly came to an end, although Hannover 96 exerted every effort to break through Schalke's defense afterward. Unfortunately, they were up against the defense of Bundesliga champions. In the end, the score of 3-1 was maintained until the final whistle. After the match, Magath took the team on a night flight to Frankfurt. Sunday evening would be their Bundesliga match against Frankfurt. The DFB Pokal was merely ancillary for Magath. The most important thing was the league that was about to start. Schalke 04, with 1 win and 2 losses, still lingered outside the top 10 in the league. Other first-team players also flew to Frankfurt that same day. On the plane, all Schalke 04 players were exhausted and fast asleep. However, Magath and Hussein had no time to sleep. With less than 3 days until Sunday due to the match, they would need to give the players half a day of rest tomorrow, leaving them with only a day and a half to prepare for the game against Frankfurt. Of course, if they followed the original formation, a day's time would be sufficient. But the unfortunate injury of that damned Bujlab was a setback. As he was still lying in a hospital in Hanover for examination, Magath had no choice but to leave the team doctor there to take care of him. "Boss, how should we play in midfield?" Hussein quietly asked Magath while holding the tactical board. To be honest, this question left Magath at a loss for an answer. This kid Subai indeed performed impressively in the match. But now Schalke was not facing a second-division team like Hanover. They were up against Frankfurt. Last season, Frankfurt finished 8th in the league. Moreover, this season Frankfurt had strengthened their squad significantly in every position. Even Schalke 04 might struggle to withstand Frankfurt's home advantage. I wonder if Subai can handle it. Let's talk about it tomorrow. With that thought, Magath furrowed his brows and fell silent. Seeing the old man's expression, Hussein also pursed his lips and quieted down. 2 hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Frankfurt Airport. Subai was awakened from his sleep by Hao Junmin. By the time they arrived at the hotel, it was already 2 in the morning. Subai and Hao Junmin were assigned to the same dormitory. Upon entering the room, the two collapsed onto their beds and fell asleep. However, when 6 o'clock arrived, Subai reflexively got out of bed. Hao Junmin, shirtless, was startled by Subai. "Why are you up so early?" Seeing Subai quickly getting dressed, Hao Junmin squinted and asked, "How good you sleep your sleep? Ew, I need to train. As soon as it's past 6, I can't sleep anymore." Being in a hotel, Subai had no place to practice, so he could only do push-ups on the hotel floor. "Damn, what good are those push-ups for? How go I can't help it if I don't train, I feel restless all over." Subai certainly didn't dare to tell Hao Junmin that these push-ups counted as training time. He could only gloss over it. However, as he practiced, Hao Junmin found it hard to stay asleep. This little brother was so diligent. He was only 23 this year, an appropriate youth for the U23 team, and he couldn't fall behind. Hao Junmin, not to be outdone, also started practicing on his bed. Subai was panting heavily as he practiced. Meanwhile, the bed creaked under Hao Junmin's efforts. At 10 in the morning, Magath also called for the team to gather. After practicing and sweating, Subai took a shower. He and Hao Junmin left the room together. However, at the door, Neuer and Metzelder, who lived nearby, seemed to block their way. Especially Neuer, who kept peering into their room. "No one's coming out," Neuer asked while peering inside. "What people?" "There's no one." Subai was a bit baffled by the question. Suddenly, Subai understood. This damn situation. At that moment, Hao Junmin also walked out fully dressed. Hi, good morning. Hao Junmin greeted Neuer with a smile. Departing from the hotel, Magath led the entire team onto the bus heading to the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena. As soon as Raoul saw Hao Junmin get on the bus, he happily sat down next to him. How? The match was fantastic. I watched half of it on TV. If Su Bai and Hao Junmin performed well, the happiest person in Schalke 04 was undoubtedly Raoul. After all, these two guys could be considered his close subordinates now, especially in this extremely insular Schalke 04. Though he was already familiar with Raoul's praise, Hao Junmin still felt a bit shy. And you, Su, you're amazing. Looking back at Su Bai, Raoul smiled and extended his right hand to shake hands with him. If you can get on the field in the match the day after tomorrow, you have to give me a few of those killer passes. An excellent forward loves nothing more than a midfielder like Su Bai who can deliver deadly passes. Yes, definitely. Unlike the shy Hao Junmin, Su Bai showed no timidity. Raoul's words truly resonated in everyone's ears on the bus. Bujlab's injury and Su Bai's stunning performance, especially Raoul's endorsement, caused many who originally followed Bujlab to shift their attention to Su Bai. P.S. There will be a big update tonight. Please send some gifts. The bus quickly arrived at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena, which boasts 5,200 seats. Today, Schalke 04 will be training at this venue all day long. After all, they had just played a cup match. Magath did not assign the players any troublesome tasks. Even the warm-up laps were directly omitted. Although the training was of a relaxed nature, many players still gathered at the sidelines discussing with Hugh Zifu. Sure enough, after a short while, Magath instructed Hugh Zifu to push over a cart filled with yellow vests. Everyone come over. Hugh Zifu shouted loudly. The players hurriedly crowded in front of Magath. Neuer, Metzelder, Uchida Etsudo, Houds, Schmidt. One by one the names were called out by Hugh Zifu. Roll. Huntelaar. It was still the original starting 10. Only the unfortunate Bujlab was missing. Finally, Hugh Zifu smiled and looked at the calm-faced Su Bai in the crowd. Su Bai. This call caused many to turn their gaze to the last. Upon hearing Hugh Zifu's call, Su Bai hurriedly walked forward and took the yellow vest representing the starting position from Hugh Zifu. The starter. The 17-year-old starter. And it was at the powerful Schalke 04 in the Bundesliga. At this moment, many were filled with admiration. Everyone knew that Su Bai was just barely 17 years old. The youngest player record in the Bundesliga was held by Jürgen Friedel. Dramatically, Jürgen Friedel made his debut at 17 years and 194 days as the substitute goalkeeper for Frankfurt. He first appeared on the field for Frankfurt on March 20, 1976. This Bundesliga record had been held for a full 34 years. Now this long-standing record was about to be rewritten by a young lad from the Yin country. Regardless of how he performed on the field, at the very least, after this match, the entire War Chariot Nation would know that Schalke 04 had a super talent who was only 17 years old. In the team, Hao Junmin, who did not get the starting position, felt no disappointment at all. He was genuinely happy for Su Bai. After announcing the starters, Magath specifically guided the main players on their positioning. It was only after Su Bai stood on the field that Magath realized. This kid Su Bai was truly a gift from the heavens. Every pass was so precise. Most importantly, Su Bai's passing speed. He basically passed without stopping the ball. This point was crucial. A striker like Huntelaar, when matched with a midfielder like Su Bai, was simply like a fish in water. Moreover, Roll on the right was even more impressive. With his exceptional shooting skills and elusive movement, looking at the 11 players on the field, Magath suddenly felt as if he had upgraded from a BB gun to a cannon. Boss, this kid on the field seems to be far more useful than Bujlab. The sharp-tongued Hugh Zifu looked at the field, not forgetting to mention the unfortunate Bujlab. Magath turned to look at Hugh Zifu, curling his lips. Bujlab. Huh, what a joke. At this time, far away in Hanover International Hospital, the unfortunate Bujlab was lying on a hospital bed, painfully undergoing treatment from the doctors. Suddenly, Bujlab sneezed a few times. Was someone thinking of him? Yin country. Duan Xian and the staff of Channel 5 arrived at the airport. Today is Friday, and they needed to reach the War Chariot Nation before Saturday. There was no other reason. It was because the news of the Yin country's twin stars shining in the German Cup had already reached back home. It was like an oasis suddenly appearing in the desert. The thirsty fans of the Yin country were frantically searching online for any news about this match. However, unfortunately, without broadcasting rights, even if the fans scoured the entire internet, they could only find a few pictures from the scene. In the photos, Hao Junmin was surrounded by Schalke teammates after taking off his jersey. There were also a few pictures of Su Bai passing the ball. But even these few photos went viral online in the Yin country. This was not the third league. This was definitely the German Cup. Although they faced a team from the second division, this was still a top-level event in the War Chariot Nation. Continuing his assist hat trick in the German Cup, especially with both Yin country twin stars appearing together. It was like the previous Premier League derby between Zheng Ji and Sun Jihai. Such a shock was unprecedented. Xingor, are we really going to Frankfurt? Isn't there also a Bayern match? Assistant Xiao Wang holding a camera closely followed Duan Xian. Nonsense, what's the point of broadcasting Bayern? The higher-ups said that news from Schalke has come out and Su Bai and Hao Junmin are both on the roster. Now all the fans nationwide are waiting for their Bundesliga debut. If we don't broadcast Schalke, what are we broadcasting Bayern for? Upon hearing Duan Xian's words, Xiao Wang was also excited. Xingu, do you think there will be a twin-star scene in the Bundesliga? I'm really looking forward to it. I don't know, but both should get playing time. Su Bai has a higher chance as the Schalke midfielder is injured. Haha, truly a blessing for the Yen country. This injury is so timely. Xingu, they're injured. How can you say that? Pa, I'm just relaying the sentiments of the fans. How could a righteous commentator like me wish for someone to get injured? Haha, in my opinion, that lad Labra should just be out for the season with a serious injury. How otherwise once he returns, we'll lose the playing opportunities we've worked so hard to gain. The two continued their banter until they reached the boarding gate. Hey, Xingu, isn't that Teacher Wang? At this moment, Xiao Wang also pointed to a slightly plump man wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses. Haha, it really is. Hey, you rascal. Seeing a familiar face, Duan Xian also called out to greet him. Seeing Duan Xian, Wang Tao hurried over. Are you also going to the War Chariot Nation? Commentating for Bayern. Yes, I'm going to the War Chariot Nation, but not to commentate for Bayern. What about you? What are you going to the War Chariot Nation for? Upon hearing Duan Xian's question, Wang Tao's face turned awkward. I'm going to commentate for Schalke 04. Teacher Wang, what a coincidence. Xiangu and I are too. Are we on the same flight? Xiao Wang was also delighted to hear this. Wang Tao was very generous, and if he could go with him, it would definitely be a good chance for a treat. Ahem. I still need an hour. That's not right. The flight to Frankfurt is about to take off. Don't ask Xiao Wang, ha. Your teacher Wang signed a contract to commentate for the 3rd League youth team, so he has to take the flight to Gelsenkirchen. Duan Xian also realized this, and as a mischievous friend, he naturally had to mock him. Damn, just go ahead and laugh. Xiao Wang suddenly remembered a joke that had appeared online a few days ago. The president of Sports Weekly spent $1 million to monopolize the broadcasting rights for Su Bai's matches in the Yen country, and then spent hundreds of thousands to invite Wang Tao to commentate. However, unexpectedly, Su Bai played only one match and directly ascended to the next level. The president of Sports Weekly was so furious that he spat blood on the spot. Enough, hurry up and prepare for your broadcast. The audience numbers are bound to be unimaginable. Side comparisons can be infuriating. Looking at the smug Duan Xian, Wang Tao shook his head helplessly and sat back down in his seat. Taozie him off, you wait slowly. P.S. also really no lies. At the end of September 2010, the 4th round of the Bundesliga officially kicked off. In the matches that concluded on Saturday, Bayern Munich continued to dominate, crushing Cologne with a score of 40 at home. Moreover, the imperious Borussia Dortmund also secured a 30 victory over Freiburg. Meanwhile, Werder Bremen surprisingly drew 0-0 at home against Hoffenheim. In short, the top teams from last season have remained firmly in the first tier after 4 rounds. However, Schalke 04, having signed Raul and invested heavily in acquiring several strong reinforcements this season, found themselves in 12th place with 1 win and 2 losses. With only 18 teams in total, they were perilously close to the relegation zone. Therefore, the media across the nation focused their attention on the upcoming match between Schalke 04 and Eintracht Frankfurt on Sunday. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the bus carrying the players from both teams arrived successively at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena. Now all the media were keenly following this crucial match concerning Schalke 04's ranking. The press conference venue was already crowded with excited journalists. Magath walked in slowly, his expression calm. The head coach of Eintracht Frankfurt, Stefan Hoeneß, was already seated on the stage. In the Bundesliga, there are only a few head coaches, so Magath and Hoeneß were already familiar faces. Nodding in acknowledgement, Magath sat down directly. As soon as the main subject arrived, the journalists eagerly prepared to ask their questions. Looking at the chaotic press conference, Magath furrowed his brows. He knew what these journalists wanted to ask. Now the entire Bundesliga knew that Schalke 04 was going through tough times. The team's poor performance was compounded by the injury of their main attacking midfielder in the last German Cup match. Everyone was waiting to see Schalke's embarrassment. Mr. Magath, with your main attacking midfielder injured, what do you think your chances of winning against Eintracht Frankfurt are? The first journalist from the Frankfurt Sports News wasted no time in asking. In football, there are no guarantees of victory until the match is over. I only know that my players will give their all against any opponent. To be honest, Magath was also feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation facing Eintracht Frankfurt. After all, Stefan Hoeneß had managed to secure 8th place last season with a squad that was only half Bundesliga quality. Not only was his coaching ability commendable, but the players he managed were also quite capable. What made things even more troublesome was that this season Eintracht Frankfurt had acquired 4 key players from the 3 teams that were relegated last season. In the first 3 rounds of the league, Eintracht Frankfurt had 2 wins and 1 draw, remaining unbeaten. Now facing Frankfurt, it was hard to say whether Schalke could win. Are you suggesting that you plan to take a gamble, using the players from the last German Cup match? This question drew a light chuckle from the journalists present. In the last German Cup match, Schalke 04 had oddly fielded 2 players from the foreign team who performed decently. However, they were only facing Hannover 96 from the 2nd division. Moreover, it was merely a cup match with little significance. Such matches lacked real evaluative value. The difference between the Bundesliga and the 2nd division was not just a matter of 1 letter. And speaking of the foreign team, they were notoriously known as a football desert. Relying on them, Schalke was up against a well-equipped Bundesliga team. How I use my players is my business and has nothing to do with you. Magath was clearly irritated by the journalist's unreasonable questioning. He was not known for his patience. He shot back directly at the journalist from the Frankfurt Sports News. Seeing Magath's darkened expression, the other journalists quickly shifted their focus. Mr. Hoeneß, do you know about Schalke 04's foreign players? At this moment, Stefan Hoeneß looked rather awkward. To be honest, this journalist was being quite annoying. It was an obvious trap. If he said he knew them, it would be a way to help Magath out. But if he said he didn't, it would just be adding fuel to the fire. Magath had a thin skin, or it could be troublesome to offend him, especially since they would see each other often. There are many good players from the foreign team like Yang Chun, who helped us Frankfurt a few years ago, and Xiao Jiai. However, I'm not very familiar with the foreign players currently in Schalke 04. Stefan Hoeneß cleverly sidestepped the question, responding to the journalist. The chaotic press conference came to an end. Magath walked into the locker room with a dark expression. Victory. I must win this match. Damn Frankfurt. I want them to know that Schalke 04 is not to be trifled with. Upon entering, Magath immediately began to roar. Seeing their coach so agitated, the Schalke players knew that their boss had been provoked during the press conference. The players, who were originally lighthearted, all sat up straight. Sue, let these damn Frankfurt journalists get a good look at you. I want you to completely control the midfield. Attack. No need for defense. I want you all to attack. Magath's roar unexpectedly ignited the team's passion. From that moment on, all the Schalke 04 players became transformed. As they left the locker room, all the Schalke players remained silent until they reached the player tunnel. Even the Eintracht Frankfurt players could feel the murderous aura emanating from Schalke's entire team. TV5. TV5. Good evening, friends. This is the live broadcast of the 4th round of the Bundesliga. It's the match between Eintracht Frankfurt and Schalke 04. I'm your old friend Duan Xian. To support the home team Eintracht Frankfurt, please send a text saying A to 106-622-2481. To support the visiting team Schalke 04, please send a text saying B to 106-622-2481. Fans who guess the correct result may have the chance to receive a special Bundesliga gift pack from our program team. Here, let me share some good news with everyone. In the recently announced starting lineup, our player Su Bai is among them. At just 17 years and 59 days, Su Bai has become the youngest player in Bundesliga history to appear. Both teams have entered the field accompanied by the stirring music of the Bundesliga. At this moment, the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena had transformed into a sea of red. With over 50,000 seats, not a single one was empty. The home team's fans sang the club's anthem, waving Eintracht Frankfurt flags to cheer for their team. Su Bai also held the hand of the ball boy, stepping onto the Bundesliga pitch for the first time. Ding dong. Triggering system task. Bundesliga debut. Task difficulty unknown. Task reward unknown. As soon as he entered the field, Su Bai heard the system's voice in his mind. This caught him off guard. It was the first time he encountered a task and reward with unknown difficulty. Su, relax, don't be tense, just treat it like that cup match. Looking at Su Bai standing still, Raoul, who was following behind, thought that Su Bai was nervous. Patting Su Bai on the shoulder, he said, hee, I'm not nervous, I just zoned out. Thanks, Raoul. Raoul's concern warmed Su Bai's heart. In his previous life, Raoul was his idol. As the Prince of Bernabeu, he had always been so elegant and deadly, especially with his classic celebration of kissing his wedding ring after scoring, which had captivated countless fans. Born in 1977, Raoul is already 33 years old this year. In the twilight of his career, after Real Madrid informed him that they would not renew his contract, he accepted a transfer to Schalke 04, who had just finished in the league's top 4 and secured a Champions League spot last season. In his heart, he still did not believe he was old enough to be kicked out. Therefore, in order to continue proving himself in the Champions League, Raoul resolutely came to the unfamiliar land of war machines. Looking at Raoul, Su Bai silently used the perfect partner card on Raoul in the system space. Since Hao Junmin was not on the field, it was better to let Raul enjoy it rather than waste a card use opportunity in a match. Sure enough, after Su-bai used the card to bind Raul, who had initially appeared calm, suddenly frowned. The players from both teams quickly stood at their respective halves. The referee also lowered his head to check his watch. Beep. A whistle blew. 5 channels. 5 channels. To the fans in front of the TV. With the referee's whistle, the match officially began. First, the starting lineup for both sides. The Schalke 04 starting goalkeeper in the traditional blue jersey, no. 1 Neuer. Left back, no. 13 Schmitz. Center backs, no. 21 Metzelder, and no. For Haut's partner. Right back, no. 22 Uchida. Defensive midfielder, no. 12 Pele Kruger. At the attacking midfielder position, we have our young player, no. 24 Su-bai. Left winger, no. 40 Annan. Right winger, no. 20 Plyazakas. On the front line are no. 25 Huneler, and no. 7 Raul. Schalke 04 lined up in their traditional 442. On the other side, Frankfurt's starting goalkeeper, no. 22 Farman. Left back, no. 4 Mike Franz. Center backs, no. 23 Russ, and no. 24 Young partner. Right back, no. 14 Amen. Single defensive midfielder, no. 27 Perman Schwegler. Attacking midfielder, no. 28 Xavieras, and no. 31 Kittel partner. Left winger, no. 10 Halil Altintop. Right winger, no. 21 Jekas. Single striker, no. 20 Lord. Home side, Frankfurt lined up in a relatively strong 433. First, Frankfurt has possession. The home side, Frankfurt, had no intention of probing as soon as the match began. The team's forward Lord directly passed the ball behind him, then rapidly surged toward Schalke's backline. On Schalke's side, Raul and Huntelaar charged towards the ball-receiving Frankfurt attacking midfielder Xavieras from the left and right. However, the cautious Xavieras had no intention of engaging directly. Facing the oncoming Raul, he sidestepped and passed the ball to Kittel on the left. After receiving the ball, Kittel took a big step and began to charge toward Schalke's center. Su-bai, as the attacking midfielder, naturally rushed forward immediately. However, at this moment, Su-bai's poor defensive attributes were no match for the battle-hardened Kittel. Kittel flicked the ball with his right foot and immediately turned. In an instant, Su-bai was directly outmaneuvered by Kittel. After passing Su-bai, Kittel continued to charge forward without hesitation. Fortunately, before the match, Magath knew that Su-bai's defense was nearly non-existent, so Schalke's 2 wingers were closely positioned to the midfield, ready to participate in defense at any time. Seeing Su-bai being outmaneuvered, Schalke's left winger Annan quickly moved close to Kittel. Su-bai was also undeterred and immediately turned to chase after. Faced with the 2-man attack, Kittel had to slow down his pace. He flicked the ball behind him with his right foot, turned, and slowed down the pace of the attack. Su-bai still needs to put in some effort on defense. After all, Schalke primarily plays 442, and as an attacking midfielder, he also has defensive responsibilities. Of course, Su-bai is still young. His main role on the field right now is offense. Watching Su-bai being so easily bypassed, Duan Xin quickly explained, as most of the national fans were gathered in front of their TVs watching. After regaining control of the pace, Kittel with the ball began to slowly push it toward the center. Then, spotting an opportunity, he diagonally pushed with his right foot, passing the ball to Frankfurt's left winger Halil Altintop. Like most mid to lower-tier Bundesliga teams, Frankfurt did not have any complex attacking tactics. Long passes and crosses were their most common approach. The incredibly fast Halil Altintop surged down the left flank immediately after receiving the ball. On the right side of Schalke, Plyazakas also quickly closed in. In terms of speed, Plyazakas, who came from Bremen's youth training, had never been afraid of anyone. After sprinting for a while, Halil Altintop felt the pressure from Plyazakas. Seeing that breaking through the side was hopeless, he directly sidestepped and passed the ball to the center, where the team's attacking midfielder Xavieras was rapidly advancing. After receiving the ball, Xavieras did not stop it. Seeing the center forward Lord making a quick run behind Schalke's center back, he delivered an over-the-top pass. The pass was extremely sudden. The Schalke center back Metzelder, who was originally closely marking Lord, turned around and panicked to find that he had already lost control of him. Facing the football dropping from the sky, Lord no longer hesitated and took an acrobatic shot. The ball shot toward the Schalke 04 goal like a cannonball. At this critical moment, Schalke's goalkeeper Neuer dove and stretched out his right arm with all his might, just managing to graze the ball with his fingertips before it was about to go past him. With that slight touch, the ball ultimately grazed the post and flew out of bounds. Just 1 minute into the match, the frantic attack from Frankfurt had already left the Schalke 04 players in a cold sweat. Looking at Frankfurt's incredibly fast attacking pace, Su-bai finally understood what the Bundesliga was all about. Compared to the Regional Liga and Hannover 96, the mid-tier Frankfurt was on a completely different level from them. And this is just mid-tier. What about Bremen? Or the youthful Storm of Dortmund? Or the mighty Bayern Munich, the superpower of the Bundesliga and a world-class giant? Wow, what a great shot. The quality of this shot is extremely high. The 24-year-old Frankfurt striker Lord scored a total of 11 goals last season. Among those 11 goals, there were even 4 headers. He has a keen sense of goal and excellent ability to capitalize on headers. That is Lord's characteristic. It seems that Schalke 04's defensive pressure in this match is not small. With Neuer's heroics in goal, Frankfurt also earned the first corner kick of the match. Inside the penalty area, Frankfurt and Schalke 04 players crowded together. The one taking the corner kick, Kittel, after hearing the referee's whistle, powerfully kicked the ball toward the near post. The corner kick taken by Götze flew towards Schalke's goal with intense spin. Watching the football approaching in an instant, Neuer rushed out without hesitation. Since the day he became a goalkeeper, Neuer has never had the awareness of where a goalkeeper should stand. In his view, not only within the penalty area, but even throughout the entire backfield. In his judgment, as long as he could control the football immediately, he would charge towards it without hesitation. The ball's landing point was slightly biased towards the goalkeeper. Therefore, facing the rapidly approaching football, Neuer managed to intercept it before Lode could reach it, striking the ball forcefully out of the penalty area. However, just as all the Schalke players sighed in relief at the landing point of Neuer's clearance, Frankfurt's right winger Džekas appeared there unexpectedly. Without any hesitation, with a beaming smile, Džekas struck the ball with his right foot at its bottom as it arrived. The ball sped away rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the football darted into the unguarded Schalke goal. Google. At the moment of the goal, the DJ at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena immediately erupted into frenzied shouting. Simultaneously, the entire stadium felt as if it had been ignited, with over 50,000 fans celebrating wildly. Džekas, who scored the goal, sprinted towards the northern stand of the stadium. There gathered the most fervent, loyal fans of Frankfurt. Seeing Džekas rushing over, the Frankfurt fans began to chant his name passionately. Overjoyed, Džekas raised his hands high, proudly standing on the field, accepting the adoration of the fans alongside his rushing teammates. Oh dear, that ball. What bad luck. Neuer's charge was fine, but the only regret is that the ball was so unfortunate. Sübay was just on the other side. If Neuer had angled his punch slightly, the ball could have reached Sübay's feet. Huntelaar in the front line is certainly quick on the counterattack. Conceding a goal at the start, now the game is troublesome. Watching Schalke 04 so easily breached by Frankfurt, Duan Xian couldn't help but sigh. On the sidelines, Magath, who had been confident from the start, furrowed his brows. Schalke's defense had done everything it could, but in such an unexpected situation, there was truly nothing that could be done. Who could have known that Neuer would directly hand the ball to the opponent? But it was an unavoidable situation. Having managed to clear the ball from the penalty area in that instant, Neuer had already performed excellently. Unlike the frustrated Magath on the other side, Frankfurt's head coach Steele Hall was all smiles. Originally, he had cursed the heavens for Lode's missed shot for a long time, but unexpectedly the heavens were quite forgiving, as within a minute they had delivered such a huge gift to Frankfurt. With a beaming smile, Steele Hall secretly glanced at his old friend, especially after seeing Magath's tightly furrowed brows. As Steele Hall's smile widened. Relying on a 17-year-old kid with no Bundesliga experience, he truly wondered what that old fellow was thinking. Frankfurt's indulgent celebration lasted more than 3 minutes. Finally, under the referee's urging, they slowly began to walk back to their half. Facing the situation of conceding a goal right at the start, the Schalke players were all visibly gloomy, especially Neuer, who stood at the goal. Beep. As both teams returned to their respective halves, the referee blew the whistle to restart the match. As the whistle blew, Raul turned and passed the ball to Sübay behind him. In the 7th minute of the match, Sübay finally touched the football for the first time. However, just as he received the ball, Frankfurt's forward Lode charged towards him. Following closely behind him was Džekas, the right winger, who had just scored. Double team. At this moment, Magath's gaze was fixed on Sübay as he received the ball. It's important to note that letting Sübay start was a huge pressure for him, not only regarding the team's performance, but also at this delicate moment with factions within the team. Sübay's starting position clearly indicated to other players that in the comparison between Lebrado and Sübay, he had ultimately chosen the 17-year-old Sübay. This was indeed a gamble. If it succeeded, everything would be fine, but if it failed, he would not only face the fans' doubts, but more troubling would be how to handle Lebrado's return from injury. Even if Lebrado said nothing, he would surely lose authority in the dressing room. A coach who has lost authority can only face one outcome. Not only Magath, but even Frankfurt's coach Steele Hall was closely watching Sübay. He wanted to see what abilities this young kid, who was placed on the starting list by his old friend at all costs, truly possessed. And far away in Yen country, millions of Yen country fans were also eagerly watching Sübay. On the field, facing the charging Lode, Sübay showed no signs of nervousness. He skillfully pulled the ball to the left with his right foot. This maneuver allowed him to dodge Lode's challenge. However, at that moment, Džekas, who was closely following Lode, lunged towards Sübay's left. At the same time, Lode, who had missed, also made another attempt. The two quickly positioned themselves on either side of Subai like a pair of scissors, pinching him in. Seeing Subai being double-teamed, the team's defensive midfielder Pel Kruger immediately moved up to support. After all, this was Subai's first appearance in the Bundesliga. However, just as Pel Kruger arrived beside Subai made his move. He faced the double team and first pulled the ball backward with his left foot. Then he quickly flicked the ball to his right side with the heel of his left foot. This maneuver allowed him to evade the diving Jekas. Simultaneously, as the football was gently nudged to Subai's right, his whole body tilted to the right. This tilt immediately caused Jekas and Lode to lower their centers of gravity, blocking Subai's right side. However, just as they lowered their centers of gravity, Subai forcefully pulled his body back. He pressed the sole of his right foot on the football and smoothly passed it back to the center. Then, with a gentle touch of his right toe, the football obediently darted through the legs of Jekas, who had completely lost his balance. At that moment, Subai smoothly slipped past Jekas, who had already lost his balance. Pel Kruger, who had come to support, was stunned. Not only him. At that moment, Magath on the sidelines was also stunned. As for Steelhall, who had just looked down on Subai, he was now utterly shocked. Beautiful. Beautiful. A perfect dribble. Subai used an unbelievable juggling move to bypass Jekas, the scorer, for Frankfurt. Incredible. In a very short time, Subai flicked the football back and forth with his heel. Just like Iniesta's famous nutmeg. But Iniesta used the instep and toe. Yet Subai used his heel. This kind of dribbling has definitely never been seen before. So unbelievable. This was Subai's first touch in the Bundesliga, and his first dribble. It's incredible. A genius, absolutely a genius. Duan Xian watched. At that moment on the field, after dribbling past Jekas, Subai suddenly noticed a red passing lane in front of him. Probability of scoring 85. Without any hesitation, Subai struck the football hard towards the front line. The football soared like a beautiful rainbow, racing towards Frankfurt's backfield. At that position, a blue number 7 sprinted madly towards the landing point, with the perfect synergy boost. At that moment, Raul seemed to be 10 years younger. With each step, he could feel the strength in his thighs that had vanished years ago. Frankfurt center-back Russ had originally been following Raul closely. Before the match, Steelhall had personally said that Raul would be left to him. Of course, facing such an easy task, Russ had no reason to refuse. However, just as he rushed towards the falling ball with Raul, he desperately realized. This 33-year-old veteran was completely different from what the coach had described. The speed of his acceleration and explosive power. He did not resemble a 33-year-old player at all. Russ was only 28. He never imagined that he would be forced into such a desperate situation by a 33-year-old veteran. Despite giving it his all, Russ found himself in despair, having no chance to even grab Raul's shirt. Just at the edge of the penalty area, Raul finally caught up with Subai's pass. Facing the rapidly descending football, Raul hesitated not at all, striking the ball fiercely with his right foot. In that instant, Raul seemed to kick away all the shadows of his past forced exile from Real Madrid. Bang! Raul's shot even produced a resounding crack. The football beneath his foot, after visibly deforming, violently sped toward Frankfurt's goal like a meteor. This falling leaf shot entered the left upper corner of Frankfurt's goal without any obstruction. 1-1. Just 3 minutes after Frankfurt scored, Schalke 04 equalized the score thanks to the dream connection between Subai and Raul. Beautiful. The ball is in. The ball is in. Raul. A magnificent goal, an unparalleled volley. At the moment Subai passed the ball behind, 33-year-old Raul seemed to have rejuvenated by 10 years, executing a stunning volley in front of the penalty area, leveling the score. So beautiful. From the moment the match began and Raul passed the ball to Subai, he dashed straight toward Frankfurt's backline, as if they were telepathically connected. It was as if Raul knew that Subai would definitely pass the ball right in front of him. And Subai executed an astonishingly skillful dribble to bypass the Frankfurt forward Lode and number 21 Jekas before delivering a breathtaking cross. Schalke 04 achieved this goal solely through the extraordinary synergy between the two. Raul's goal silenced the home fans who had been proudly singing Frankfurt's team song. Countless people turned in shock to the large screen at the sidelines. There, the replay of the goal was being shown. In the footage, the fiery-haired young man from Yen Nation was skillfully maneuvering the ball at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena as if strolling in a park. After that, he delivered a spectacular assist to Raul. At this moment, all the Frankfurt fans didn't even know the name of this suddenly appearing young man. They only saw the letters on the back of his jersey. Subai, just like before. As the football flew into the net, Raul elegantly raised his right hand, kissed the wedding ring on his right hand, and ran towards the traveling Schalke 04 fans. The few thousand Schalke fans had already begun to celebrate wildly. Raul! 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 They chanted Raul's name over and over again. In that moment, they were undoubtedly happy not only because of Roll's goal, but they also saw the barren midfield of Schalke suddenly blossom. So dreamlike, whether it was the dribble or this assist. On the sidelines, Magath immediately jumped up excitedly like a child after the goal, raising his fists. Boss, you were right, Sue, by his fantastic display is truly incredible. Next to Magath, Hughes was equally thrilled. As Magath's assistant coach, his fate was always tied to Magath's, and he knew how worried Magath had been lately. And Sue, by just like in the novels, was truly sent by the heavens to save them, to save Schalke 04. Dear fans, latest news: thanks to this assist, Sue by has once again broken the record for the youngest assist in the Bundesliga after breaking the record for the youngest appearance. At 17 years of age, the record Sue by has broken will undoubtedly be remembered in the annals of Bundesliga history for a long time. At this moment, Sue by is the pride of all of us from Yen Nation. Duan Xian flipped through the news that had just been released, already so excited he didn't know what to say. Although it wasn't the first time a person from Yen Nation appeared in the Bundesliga, nor the first time for an assist from someone from Yen Nation. But at this moment, like countless fans from Yen Nation, he saw the hope of Yen Nation football. Roll's goal brought the two teams back to the same starting line. The referee quickly blew the whistle to restart the game. Frankfurt came back with a vengeance, once again pressing forward against Schalke 04. After all, they were playing at home. The full press from Frankfurt still put pressure on Schalke 04. Starting from the 7th minute, the frantic Frankfurt began their siege against Schalke 04. Even Huntelaar and Roll had to retreat to their own half for defense. In the 12th minute of the match, Frankfurt's number 28 attacking midfielder Zavalas and number 31 Kittel made several continuous passes in Schalke's half, and Kittel spotted an opportunity, launching a long pass with his right foot to find Frankfurt's right winger Yekes, who was unmarked on the right. After controlling the ball with his chest, Yekes adjusted slightly, then struck the ball fiercely with the instep of his right foot. The ball cleverly flew over Schalke 04's left-back Schmitz's head. The suddenly darting Frankfurt forward load also struck the ball towards Neuer's goal before it even touched the ground. However, the shot lacked precision and flew harmlessly into the stands. Frankfurt missed one of their best chances after failing to score. Goal kick for Schalke 04. Neuer's goal kick landed in the midfield area, but just as Sue by jumped up, Zavalas, who had charged in from behind, intercepted the ball and headed it to Lode ahead. After receiving the ball, Lode immediately turned and charged toward Schalke's backline. However, after only a couple of steps, Schalke 04's midfielder Pearl Kruger appeared right in front of him. Facing the fiercely defending Pearl Kruger, Lode didn't dare to go in alone. He slowed down slightly and passed the ball to the left side to the advancing left winger Halil Aldingtop. Frankfurt has been launching relentless attacks during this period. Schalke 04's defense looks a bit shaky. It's still a defensive issue. Under the dual forward tactic, it feels like Schalke's competitiveness in midfield has diminished significantly. Sue Bay's physique and defense are both his weaknesses. Right now, the most suitable tactic for Schalke 04 should be either a double attacking midfielder or a double defensive midfielder setup, reducing one forward. This could alleviate some of the defensive pressure. Duan Xian's words made the fans in front of the television understand. After all, in the minds of the fans, Schalke 04 was indeed stronger than Frankfurt. Of course, compared to the behemoth Bayern Munich, Schalke 04 had no advantage, but in comparison to mid-table teams like Frankfurt, they were undoubtedly a dominant force. Sue Bay's attack was indeed beautiful, but the defense was really lacking. It feels like Sue Bay is dragging Schalke 04 down on defense. Is Schalke really looking this weak because of Sue Bay? Damn, is the person above stupid? Duan Xian already said that the main reason now is Magath's lineup. The dual forward setup enhances the front line's impact, but significantly reduces midfield competitiveness. Exactly, Magath is a championship-level coach in the Bundesliga. Who does he not understand football? At this moment, many fans from Yen Nation commenting on the live stream were also expressing their views. Frankfurt's aggressive offense left Sue by feeling somewhat helpless. His defense was truly subpar, and it was fortunate that during this time two wingers were constantly helping him cover, otherwise Frankfurt would have definitely turned Schalke 04 into a sieve right in midfield. The defense was temporarily held, but the offense was also lacking. Frankfurt's overwhelming pressure pushed Schalke back into their own half. He couldn't even receive the ball. Under the intense pressing, Neuer could only kick the ball long to midfield, but upon reaching midfield with his jumping ability and physique, he was no match for those two Frankfurt players. As a result, for a time, Schalke was completely on the back foot. Even Sue Bay noticed this, and Magath on the sidelines had long since been aware. Roll. Seeing Roll actively pressuring in defense, Magath shouted for him, then gestured slightly towards the midfield, indicating for Roll to retreat from the forward position to the shadow striker position to support Sue Bay. Roll nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Frankfurt's offense continued. After passing the ball to the left flank, Frankfurt pressed forward with full force. In the middle, Zaviras and number 31 Kittel both surged forward, reaching right in front of Schalke's penalty area. Uchida Takuya immediately rushed towards the ball-carrying Halil. Altintop closed in. Facing Uchida Takuya, Halil Altintop felt no significant pressure. He nudged the ball to the left, slipping past Uchida Takuya. Altintop easily pushed past Uchida Takuya. The slender Uchida was no match for Halil Altintop in terms of physique. Seeing Halil Altintop pass him so quickly, Uchida panicked a bit and grabbed Halil with his right hand. Altintop's shirt. With that pull, Halil Altintop fell to the ground. Beep. A whistle sounded. The referee stopped the match and issued a yellow card to Uchida Takuya, who had his hands spread in front of him in a gesture of innocence. Seeing Uchida receive a yellow card so early, Magath on the sidelines could only shake his head in resignation. In the 20th minute of the match, Frankfurt was awarded a well-positioned free kick opportunity. Of course, this good position was for a cross, as Frankfurt's primary free kick taker Kittel naturally stood over the ball. At this moment inside Schalke's penalty area, the players from both teams clashed again. However, this time Kittel's free kick was poorly struck and it was forcefully headed out of the penalty area by Schalke's central defender Metzelder. By chance, the football landed right in front of Su Bai at the edge of the penalty area. The closest Frankfurt player to Su Bai, Jekas, immediately rushed towards him. Seeing the ball flying towards him and Jekas charging at him, Su Bai did not stop the ball, but instead flicked it towards Raul with his instep. At the same time, he sprinted forward, accelerating towards midfield. At this moment, Frankfurt was a bit flustered. After all, with Frankfurt pressing heavily, there were only two players left in their defense, the defensive midfielder Perman Schwegler and the central defender Russ. In contrast, on Schalke 04's side, Su Bai, Raul and the forward Huntelaar were already racing towards Frankfurt's defense. After receiving the ball, Raul turned immediately, not giving Frankfurt's defensive midfielder Perman Schwegler a chance to close in. He pushed the ball towards the middle and then smoothly bypassed Perman Schwegler. Seeing that the cunning Raul didn't even give him a chance for a tactical foul, Perman Schwegler could only turn helplessly and continue chasing Raul. Su Bai sprinted forward decisively, and Raul's lateral pass was perfectly timed. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Bai pushed the ball with his right foot at the first touch, pushing it diagonally forward. This ball was still aimed at Raul. The simplest yet most effective to known. Su Bai and Raul's seamless cooperation left the battle-hardened Perman Schwegler utterly helpless. At this moment, Raul had already dashed into Frankfurt's half. Su Bai's pass appeared right in front of him, while behind him Perman Schwegler was still desperately chasing. Raul himself found it strange today he was in remarkably good form. Whether it was his speed, which he usually struggled with, or other aspects, it was as if it felt like he had suddenly become many years younger. At this moment, his legs seemed to be filled with strength, and with each step it felt like he had an endless supply of energy. Raul carried the ball and charged towards Frankfurt's penalty area. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters. The Frankfurt central defender Russ, who had originally been tightly following Huntelaar, helplessly gave up on Huntelaar as he turned to rush towards Raul, who was about to shoot. And this was the opportunity Raul had been waiting for. Just as Russ charged towards him, Raul used his right foot to slightly tap the ball sideways. The football rolled past Russ and towards the goal. At this moment, Su Bai had already rushed to the front of the penalty area. In front of him, there was only the goalkeeper left. Su Bai was now face-to-face with the goalkeeper. Though it seemed desperate, Frankfurt's goalkeeper Farman gritted his teeth and charged straight at Su Bai. On the sidelines, Magath, seeing Su Bai with a clear shot, was so nervous that his heart felt like it was in his throat. Not only Magath, but Duan Xian, who was in the commentary booth, was also feeling his heart race. He suppressed the urge to shout and focused intently on Su Bai. This was a clear chance. If Su Bai could score, he would become the youngest goal scorer in Bundesliga history. At that time, Su Bai would truly become the Grand Slam holder of all records for young players in the Bundesliga. The youngest player to appear, the youngest starter, the youngest assist provider, and the youngest goal scorer, all achieved in a single match. At that time, Su Bai's name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the entire land of football. That scene, he had never even dared to think of it before. In front of the television, countless fans from Yen country had already anxiously closed their eyes. They were afraid that this boy who brought them hope would miss this goal. They were even more afraid that the flicker of hope in their hearts would once again be extinguished by the cruel reality. On the field, facing the rushing Frankfurt goalkeeper, Su Bai, however, showed no signs of panic or nervousness. He made a motion to shoot with his right foot. As Farman dove to the right, he quickly flicked his right ankle. He deftly pulled the ball to his left. Then with his right foot, he gently nudged the ball, easily bypassing the rushing Farman. Facing the open goal, Su Bai gently pushed the ball with the instep of his right foot, and the football slowly rolled into the net under the gaze of over 50,000 fans at the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Arena. Beep. A whistle sounded. The referee pointed towards the midfield, declaring the goal valid. Beautiful. Beautiful. The ball is in. Su Bai. Subai feinted past the goalkeeper and then slid the ball into the empty net. This is Subai's first goal in Digia. Incredible. When facing the charging Phalanxview goalkeeper, Subai remained unflustered with a supremely practical false shot, and true flick he sent the keeper the wrong way. A heart of steel without a doubt. With that goal, Subai made it clear he is far more than merely a passer. A new record is born. Subai, in the same match, did not only become the youngest to appear to start and to assist in Digia. He also claimed the astonishing record as the youngest scorer in Digia. Undoubtedly, after this match, the world will know that Shark 04 has unearthed a supernova from Yinghua. At the moment Subai scored, Duan Xian, who had been holding himself back, erupted into a frenzied roar. Nothing is more intoxicating than seeing a compatriot score on one of the highest stages of world football. At that instant, far away in Yinghua, the men's dormitory of Jingdu University exploded with earth-shaking shouts. This match had been promoted on Channel 5 for days. Though billed under Yinghua's twin stars, in the end only Subai took the field. That did nothing to dampen the fervor of Yinghua fans. These football-obsessed youths stayed up through the night to witness the match every fan in Yinghua was watching. Amazing. Damn, that strike was exquisite. Subai is phenomenal. Beautiful. Beautiful. Hell, this is Digia. What a debut, and Subai is only 17. Haha, that's my Lauer's assist. Subai and Lau are starting to toy with it, each taking a turn. Scenes like this were playing out across many parts of Yinghua. Fans had waited so long. How Junmin had been at Shark for over half a year as the only Yinghua player in the 5 major leagues. How Junmin had kept Yinghua supporters waiting for months. Yet to everyone's surprise, a 17-year-old unknown boy burst onto the scene. With one dazzling display after another, he ignited the flame of hope in every Yinghua fan's heart. For them, Subai's arrival felt like finding an oasis in the desert. At Phalanxview Commercial Bank Stadium, Subai, having scored his Digia debut, was beside himself with joy. He had always dreamed of being a forward. If he hadn't damnly misallocated his max attribute points, he might already have been tearing up Digia. Excited, Subai tore off his shirt and charged toward the corner flag, facing more than 50,000 Phalanxview supporters who had been roaring about attack moments before. He bent both knees and slid on his knees. Under his flowing black hair, Subai performed the archer's bow celebration he had secretly practiced countless times. Lauer, Hengtelaer, Annan, and Polyakikas hurried to his side and surrounded him in celebration. What a fine finish. How that strike needs no praise. Subai's brazen celebration instantly drew an impassioned response from the Phalanxview terraces. Fuck you. Fuck. A barrage of such insults began to echo through the stadium. But held in the center, being embraced by his teammates, Subai had no time to hear them. On the touchline, Maggot, who had feared Subai might miss, watched the goal with the glee of a child. Pumping his fists, Maggot leapt on the spot. Boss, heart of steel. This kid was born with nerves of iron. Incredible to remain that composed on his debut given that chance. And he's only 17. Maggot's equally excited assistant coach's words struck home. Maggot's excitement was about more than Subai's goal. His bold gamble had paid off. Regardless of the final result, the core lineup he imagined for the Champions League was emerging. Subai was precisely the kind of midfielder he wanted, composed, quick and precise in passing, and above all endowed with an astonishing tactical vision. These are the qualities of a world-class midfielder. The 2-1 scoreline left the once overconfident Phalanxview players who had planned to dispatch Shark at home feeling deflated. That had just been their attacking chance. They did not expect Shark to seize a counter and steal a goal. As the referee blew to restart play, suddenly trailing Phalanxview became more frenzied. Nearly the entire side poured forward, compressing their defensive line close to the center circle. From the 23rd minute on, Shark 04 found itself increasingly on the back foot. The double number 10 partnership of 28 Zoalasi and 31 Jitter had been honing itself at Phalanxview for 3 seasons. Their understanding and technical touch suffocated Shark's midfield. The defensively limited Subai could not provide much protection. Not even Lauer and Hengtelaer, who dropped back to help, could change the situation. The decisive factor was Phalanxview's full-throttle push forward. Both fullbacks began to surge forward frequently to assist, which made Annan and Polyakikas on the flanks hesitant to abandon their positions and cover for Subai in midfield. In the 29th minute, Jitter brushed past Subai and with his right foot slipped a diagonal pass that found Yekasi on the right. The instant Yekasi received the ball, with Shark's charging left back, Schmitz, bearing down, he used his right foot to push the ball forward. The ball evaded Schmitz as Phalanxview's right back Amir accelerated, shook off Annan, and drove the ball forward with his right, racing into Shark's defensive third. In a flash, Shark's right flank was torn open. At the same time, Zoalasi, Jitter, Phalanxview forward Loada, left winger Halier, and Erdingtapu surged toward Shark's penalty area. Danger. Phalanxview's central initiated flank penetration is exquisite. The 20-year-old Amir delivers a fine cross. Shark must beware Phalanxview's aerial threat. On the pitch, the unmarked Amir near the byline showed no hesitation. He drove his right foot through the ball and sent it toward the middle. The delivery was blistering and carried a subtle outswing, bending noticeably in the air. Inside the box, four Falangfu players leapt together. Likewise, Sherk's centre-backs Myserd and Huoidc and defensive midfielder Payer Keluoj rose together toward the falling ball. Christoph Metzelder. As a key centre-back for the national team of the former War Chariot Kingdom, he was also the esteemed captain of Borussia Dortmund. At 30 years old, although his prowess has declined, he remains one of the Bundesliga's most formidable centre-backs. The cross sent by Amir has curved its way to him. At the moment Metzelder jumped, he realized that Frankfurt forwards Lord and Zavalas were also leaping beside him. Just as the players contested for the header, Zavalas discreetly pulled Metzelder's jersey with his right hand in midair. Metzelder, who was exerting force, suddenly lost his balance. Meanwhile, the football flew right in front of them. With Metzelder out of the way, Lord easily seized the first touch and powerfully headed the ball. Lord struck the ball with great force. After changing direction, it shot towards the goal like a bolt of lightning. Neuer in front of the goal didn't even react. The football zipped into the net. Beep. A whistle sounded, and the referee pointed to the center circle indicating the goal was valid. Upon hearing the whistle, the entire Commercial Bank Stadium erupted. The Frankfurt fans, who were just feeling down from Subai's goal, immediately celebrated wildly, their spirits lifted. They frantically waved the scarves emblazoned with the Frankfurt emblem. However, at that moment Metzelder was furious. He angrily rushed towards Zavalas, who was turning to celebrate with him. "You coward, using such despicable tactics." Facing Zavalas, who had dragged him, Metzelder unleashed his fury. Although the referee didn't see the incident in the penalty area, the Schalke players were well aware. In an instant, Hauds Perlkruger and goalkeeper Neuer rushed towards the referee. That was a foul on the play. "This damned player pulled Metzelder." Neuer pointed at Zavalas. In the face of the referee's unjust decision, knowing a reversal was unlikely, the players couldn't help but voice their complaints. At this moment, Metzelder was still beside Zavalas. Zavalas pretended to be innocent, raising his hands, while Frankfurt players quickly surrounded him. Defensive midfielder Perman Schwegler stood directly in front of Zavalas. "What do you want, you worthless person who was thrown out?" Upon hearing this, the already furious Metzelder went wild. After all, the phrase "thrown out" carried significant weight for a discarded Real Madrid player. Metzelder, who returned to the Bundesliga after being discarded by Mourinho, was most unwilling to discuss his time at Real Madrid. However, Perman Schwegler's words hit Metzelder's sore spot like salt in a wound. "You damned guy, do you want to be beaten?" Old Metzelder grabbed Schwegler's shirt with his left hand and raised his fist, ready to knock him out. The hot-tempered Schwegler showed no fear and directly pushed Metzelder in the face with his right hand. The two were on the brink of a fight. At that moment, Subai, who was originally in the midfield, suddenly ran forward. He was adept at fighting and had to get involved when his teammates were in a brawl. His target was Schwegler, who had just pushed Metzelder. Players from both teams frantically clustered together, shoving each other. As Subai was about to dive into the crowd, a figure suddenly hugged him from behind. "Don't go in, you've got a yellow card." Raoul, holding Subai, quickly whispered in his ear. Upon hearing this, Subai suddenly realized he had already received a yellow card for his celebration. If he got another, it would be troublesome. Seeing Subai calm down, Raoul breathed a sigh of relief. Beep, beep. The referee, sensing the situation was escalating, blew his whistle. The referee rushed into the crowd and immediately pulled out a red card from his pocket. First, he showed it to the fist-raising Metzelder, then quickly turned to show it to Schwegler. Both sides received a red card. With these two red cards issued, the previously impulsive players on both teams immediately calmed down. Especially as the referee's search for the next player to penalize both teams quickly dispersed. On the sidelines, Magath, seeing his team concede a goal and being reduced to 10 men, was furious. However, despite his anger, Magath wisely refrained from complaining to the fourth official. At that moment, he did not want to be the scapegoat and risk being sent off by the referee. "Hey, Metzelder is losing his cool." This was indeed a foul by Frankfurt, but that guy Zavalas is too sly. He turned his back to avoid the referee's sight. The referee couldn't see Zavalas' actions. Since the goal has been counted, Metzelder doesn't need to dwell on it any longer. "And you, Subai, you've already got a yellow card. Why are you charging in so recklessly?" Luckily, Raoul kept an eye on you. "You're still too young. In such situations, you should avoid the crowd. Look at Uchida, who is hiding in the corner. That attitude is the right one. This attitude is what you should have." Duan Xian commented sarcastically while watching the slow-motion replay. "Haha, teacher Duan, I suspect you're being sarcastic, but I have no evidence." Subai, this brother knows how to handle things. If there's trouble, he really steps up. Haha, teacher Duan is right. It's all Subai's fault for being too young. However, if this young man didn't act impulsively, how could he be called a young man? Unlike that little wimp, he's mastered the art of patience. The entire Schalke 04 team had Uchida, who showed no signs of action, not even intending to join the fray. That's true clarity in this world. Doghead. I wonder what would have happened if Bai had rushed in. With his small frame, he probably couldn't withstand a punch from Schwegler. That's not necessarily true. Sometimes fights don't rely on size. What a pity Bai has already achieved so much. If he had rushed in just now and got a red card, he could have set the record for the youngest red card in Bundesliga history. Wow, you upstairs are too ruthless. Haha, you reminded me Bai's achievement collection is now Bundesliga's youngest yellow card record. In the 35th minute of the match, both teams were penalized one player, each, due to the conflict. The number of players on the field is now 1010. The score is 2-2. This time, both teams have returned to the same starting line. As he watched his players enter the tunnel, Magath and Steelhorst immediately restructured their formation. On Schalke's side, Huntelaar was substituted for defender Sergio Escudero. On the other side, Frankfurt made no substitutions, but simply moved forward Zavala's back to the defensive midfielder position. This is going to be interesting. Both teams are now playing with a single defensive midfielder and a single attacking midfielder. The personal duel between Bai and Kittel is on. Both teams bizarrely began playing with a single attacking midfielder. The two teams stood poised on their respective halves of the pitch. The referee blew his whistle once more to restart the match, and Roll turned to pass the ball to Bai behind him. After receiving the ball, Bai did not immediately distribute it. Instead, he surged forward with it toward Eintracht Frankfurt's defensive third. The first Frankfurt forward to close in on him was Lode. With ball control now at 80%, Bai remained utterly unruffled. With his right foot, he flicked the ball left. Then, spotting Lode lunging desperately toward his left side, he instantly tapped it right again with his left. In an instant, the rapid left-right feint shattered Lode's balance entirely. Having glided past him with ease, Bai charged forward with long, purposeful strides. To create greater space for Bai's dribbling run, Roll had already darted deep into Frankfurt's defensive zone, leaving the midfield momentarily depleted. In response, Frankfurt withdrew both wingers inward towards central areas to tighten defensive coverage. Seeing how effortlessly Bai had bypassed Lode, they reacted swiftly. Harald Al-Dintop, Frankfurt's left winger, immediately sprinted towards Bai, yet the moment he reached him, Bai unleashed a graceful lofted through ball directly to Einen, who was already accelerating down the left flank. The inward shift of Frankfurt's wingers had left their entire flank dangerously exposed. Seizing the golden opportunity, Einen accelerated like lightning toward Frankfurt's defensive third, while Bai without hesitation angled sharply leftward into support. The two sides are clearly playing with fire. Even after a red card, they're still attacking recklessly. For fans, this is precisely the kind of electrifying match that thrills the soul. Einen possesses not only blistering pace, but also exceptional dribbling ability and pinpoint passing. Key reasons why he has firmly anchored Schalke 04's left flank. Yet, just as Einen surged relentlessly down Frankfurt's right flank, their right winger Yekes closed in and tripped him cleanly while he was accelerating. Since Yekes and Einen were level at the moment of contact, the referee merely halted play, issuing no caution or yellow card. Watching such a promising attack abruptly snuffed out, and with no disciplinary action from the referee, their bench coach Magath exploded in furious expletives. From that moment onward, the match grew increasingly disjointed. Crisp passing vanished, and every dribble was met instantly with a tactical foul. Within 10 minutes, the referee had blown his whistle 6 times, 3 fouls apiece. Then, with the halftime whistle piercing the air, the first half ended. Players drifted in 2s and 3s toward the tunnel. In the dressing room, Magath still wore the sharp edge of lingering anger. After taking a breath, Magath hurriedly seized the tactical board. In the second half, we'll build up exclusively through the flanks. Naturally, you control the entire tempo of the match. When central pressure mounts, simply drift wide. Einen, you and Priasikas must push forward proactively while maintaining central defensive responsibility. Remember, Bai will deliver the ball. Your sole task is to read the space and surge into it. And both fullbacks, hold your positions deep. Do not advance. As Magath launched into a torrent of tactical instructions, Bai listened intently, absorbing every detail. Others, however, stared at Bai in quiet astonishment. All they truly heard was one phrase: you control the tempo. This amounted to entrusting the entire Schalke 04 side to him. A 17-year-old boy, making his very first Bundesliga appearance. Was he really expected to take command in his debut? How deeply did the old man trust this youth? Especially among the unused substitutes, envy burned fiercely in their eyes. The 15-minute halftime break passed swiftly, so swiftly that even as staff urged Schalke onto the pitch, Magath was still speaking. The second half will be an absolute test of endurance for Bai. As the lone attacking midfielder, the pressure upon him is immense. He must orchestrate offense at all times and serve as the first line of defense. Though his defensive instincts remain unrefined, I believe wholeheartedly the best defense is relentless attack. If we can dominate Frankfurt offensively, victory remains highly probable. At least up front, Roll stands leagues above Frankfurt's load. As both teams re-emerged onto the pitch, Duan Xian urgently signaled advice to Su Bai, though Su Bai, immersed in focus, heard nothing. Beep. At the referee's whistle, the second half began. Roll spun instantly and passed the ball to Su Bai behind him, then surged forward. Su Bai received the ball without hesitation, shifted sideways, and slid it horizontally to Priasikas on the right. Lode, who had rushed forward to press him, could only watch helplessly as Su Bai darted past. Priasikas held the ball for no longer than a heartbeat, lifted his head, saw Su Bai already arriving beside him, and instantly pushed the ball forward into his path. Frankfurt's attacking midfielder Kidder instantly closed in on Su Bai. Simultaneously, Harald Aldintop, who had just begun tracking Priasikas, wheeled around and charged straight at Su Bai. Frankfurt hadn't rested during halftime. Their coach Stillerholz had issued one unequivocal directive: focus all efforts on this young Chinese midfielder. By any means necessary, neutralize him. Once he's silenced, victory will tilt decisively toward Frankfurt. In a blink, Su Bai found himself double-teamed, Kidder pressing tight body-to-body, while Aldintop bore down from the side. No flashy tricks, just raw physicality. Though slender, Kidder brimmed with confidence. He drove forward, intent on using sheer strength to halt Su Bai dead in his tracks. But the moment he leaned in, Kidder froze in disbelief. This seemingly fragile Chinese youth refused to yield an inch. No matter how hard he pushed, Su Bai stood immovable, rooted like stone. What on earth was happening? By then, Aldintop had already arrived. Aldintop paid no mind to his teammate's shock. Extending his long leg, he swept it around Su Bai, hooking for the ball. Just as the ball seemed within reach, Aldintop froze stunned. At the precise instant he attempted the hook, Su Bai executed a sudden stop, and with his right foot sole gently dragged the ball backward behind him. That abrupt halt, coupled with the drag, sent Kidder, who had committed fully to the tackle, toppling helplessly onto the turf. Aldintop panicked. Ignoring his fallen teammate, he whirled around, desperate to recover. Yet the moment he pivoted, Su Bai moved again. His right foot glided across the ball like a violin bow, drawing it smoothly leftward. The ball obediently curved past him. Already straining from his violent turn, Aldintop staggered, then collapsed completely under the weight of Su Bai's subtle, devastating feint. Su Bai didn't pause. As the ball settled to his left, he nudged it forward with his left foot and exploded past the fallen Kidder. Brilliant. Su Bai. That dribble was pure magic. Having absorbed Kidder's physical challenge, he halted instantly, evading the double team. Then with a violinist's grace, drew the ball left past the recovering Aldintop. Now before him lies open space, vast and inviting. And in that very instant, a radiant red passing lane blazed suddenly into view before Su Bai. Scoring probability 87%. Without hesitation, Su Bai struck the ball's base with the inside of his right foot, the sphere rocketing like a comet toward Frankfurt's right side penalty area. The shot soared over Frankfurt's entire backline. For minutes, Su Bai had drawn all defensive attention to the left flank, leaving that right side corridor utterly vacant. No defender covered it. Just as Magath had instructed, Ainin Everidi to surge forward was already thundering toward that exact spot. From the touchline, Magath clenched his fists tightly, overcome with exhilaration at Su Bai's flawless execution under extreme duress. Before Ainin now stood only Frankfurt's flustered goalkeeper, rushing out in desperation. For all goalkeepers, the unknown breakaway remains their greatest fear. This direct duel against a professional striker offers even world-class keepers less than a 10% chance of making a save, unless of course the attacker deliberately aims at the goalkeeper himself. And Nan watched Frankfurt's goalkeeper Kevin Trapp charge forward with unruffled calm. With his right foot's instep, he delicately chipped the ball toward the bottom right corner of the net. The ball arced cleanly past Trapp, struck the post, and rebounded into the back of the net. Goal. The second half has barely begun, and Schalke 04 has already scored the go-ahead goal. And Nan made no mistake after receiving Su Bai's visionary pass, a perfectly weighted chip into the bottom right corner. What an extraordinary assist from Su Bai! With sheer individual brilliance, he drew the entire Frankfurt defense toward him, then slipped a decisive pass through two converging challenges. His vision is nothing short of astonishing. Without even glancing up, he dispatched the ball to the unmarked left flank. Clearly, Su Bai had already mapped in Nan's diagonal run before the double team even formed. A masterclass in spatial awareness and tactical foresight. 1 goal, 2 assists, in just half a match. Unbelievable. Su Bai is only 17, and this is the Bundesliga. Unbelievable. At the very moment the ball crossed the line, commentator Duan Xian erupted into ecstatic roars inside the live stream. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That pass pierced the entire defensive line single-handedly. That vision, that composure, that command of the game. This is unmistakably world-class midfield artistry. A top-tier club must sign him immediately. Schalke force simply cannot contain such genius. Manchester United is the only logical destination. Sir Alex Ferguson's legendary eye for nurturing young talent speaks for itself. Just look at Cristiano Ronaldo's meteoric rise. With that guidance, Subai will undoubtedly become the next global icon. Nonsense. Chelsea is the true cradle of prodigies. The Blues are where elite talents are forged. Don't bother arguing. We've already secured the deal with Schalke. The transfer is imminent. Let's stay grounded. It's only match day 1. Though Subai shows immense promise, talk of elite clubs is premature. He'll need 2 or 3 full seasons to mature. Precisely. A move now would relegate him to the bench. Better to anchor himself at Schalke, earn Champions League experience, and refine his craft over several seasons. On the pitch, Nan sprinted wildly toward the corner flag, unleashing unrestrained celebration. Subai, Raul, and teammates rushed joyfully to join him. That pass was absolutely flawless. I knew you'd find me. Overcome with exhilaration, Nan lifted Subai off his feet in a jubilant embrace. On the touchline, manager Felix Magath danced like a child, pumping both fists triumphantly into the air. Subai's vision defied belief. Even Magath hadn't anticipated such audacity, threading the needle amid suffocating pressure without so much as lifting his head to survey the field. This was pure, unadulterated genius, the hallmark of a truly transcendent midfielder. Meanwhile, across the pitch, Frankfurt's head coach Friedhelm Funkel stood in stark contrast. Holger Stahl hurled his water bottle to the ground in fury. Damn it, didn't I order you to mark that Chinese kid tightly? Are they dead? If you can't win the ball, at least commit a foul. He'd spelled it out clearly at halftime, yet this slender teenager still eluded them effortlessly. Frankfurt's players hung their heads in shame, watching their furious coach rage on the sideline, especially Kittel, the playmaker who'd been directly tasked with shadowing Subai. Kittel stared blankly at the Chinese youngster who moments earlier had fainted backward, sending him stumbling off balance. Bewilderment clouded his gaze. How could anyone have placed that pass so precisely under such duress? He'd watched Subai closely. He hadn't raised his head once before striking the ball. No glance, no hesitation, just instantaneous, instinctive execution. Was it preternatural anticipation, or sheer staggering luck? As Schalke seized the lead, Frankfurt grew increasingly desperate. Resuming play, Frankfurt launched relentless assaults down Schalke's flanks. Their allure-nothing intensity momentarily unsettled Schalke 04's rhythm. Sensing the danger, Magath ordered a full defensive retreat across the pitch. In the 52nd minute, Frankfurt's left-winger Halil Altintop dribbled past Atsuto Uchida and fired a low cross into the box with his left foot. Alert striker Lode rose first to meet it. Yet Manuel Neuer, positioned flawlessly, leapt forward and punched the ball clear with both fists. Subai and Kittel converged on the dropping ball as it descended. But Kittel, starting from a more advanced position, reached the ball a split second earlier, tapping it once before unleashing a ferocious swiveling volley. The shot exploded with shocking suddenness. Inside the box, no defender reacted in time. The ball rocketed toward goal. Fortunately, Kittel prioritized power over precision, sending his effort narrowly over the bar. A collective sigh of relief rippled through the crowd as the ball soared into the stands. On the touchline, Magath wiped cold sweat from his brow. Undeterred, Frankfurt surged forward with renewed vigor, wave after wave of attack. In the 63rd minute, they returned to the same target. Atsuto Uchida. Already booked, he dared not risk a reckless challenge, and against the quicker Altintop, his legs were beginning to betray him. Magath glanced toward Hao Jianmin, who stood warming up vigorously on the sideline. How? Magath beckoned him over. Mark Altintop tightly. Don't hesitate to use physicality. A yellow card is acceptable. Just shut down his crosses and stick to him like glue. After whispering final instructions, Magath substituted Uchida for Hao Jianmin. Here he comes. The moment fans have long awaited has arrived. In the 65th minute, Schalke 04 introduces Hao Jianmin, replacing the struggling Japanese defender Uchida. At last, China's twin stars stand together on the Bundesliga stage. Let us watch history unfold. In the live stream, commentator Duan Xian burst into exuberant cheers at Hao Jianmin's entrance. After all, never before had 2 Chinese players shared the pitch in Germany's top flight. For Chinese supporters, this transcended mere sport. It was national pride in motion. Go Hao Jianmin. You may not yet rival Subai's brilliance, but your presence alone makes us proud. Play boldly without reservation. Exactly, go for it. Subai weave combinations with Hao Jianmin. What an electrifying night. Months of anticipation culminating in this historic dual debut. Inside Frankfurt's Commerzbank Arena, however, Hao Jianmin's introduction brought no immediate shift in momentum. Though his confidence had grown following last week's performance, without the catalytic boost of his perfect partner ability card, his form remained solid, but firmly within the range of a Bundesliga substitute. Fortunately, Altintop, having exhausted himself with repeated surges down the left, was visibly fatigued, easing the pressure on Hao Junmin. By the 75th minute, Frankfurt's prolonged offensive efforts began to exact a toll on their stamina. After comfortably gathering a feeble long-range shot, Neuer launched a swift throw to Hao Junmin, who had just entered the fray on the right flank. Magath signaled emphatically from the touchline. The counterattack had begun. Hao Junmin, having received the ball, surged forward with determination. As a right-back, his duties extended far beyond mere defense. Having just entered the match as a substitute, he possessed abundant stamina, and thus committed himself wholeheartedly to the attack. Halil Altintop, Eintracht Frankfurt's left winger, immediately rushed toward Hao Junmin, who however had no intention of challenging him. Hedon, spotting Su by slightly retreating to receive, Hao Junmin instantly played a diagonal pass with his right foot, then continued his darting run. Watching Hao Junmin streak past him on the flank, Halil Altintop whirled around and gave chase, simultaneously anticipating the passing lane between Su Bai and Hao Junmin. Su Bai had initially intended to return the ball to Hao Junmin, but upon noticing Halil Altintop's alert positioning, he instantly abandoned the idea. Dragging the ball sharply and pivoting, Su Bai drove forward alone. Halil Altintop, momentarily disappointed by Su Bai's caution, hesitated. The instant Su Bai received the ball, Ainen, Schalke 04's left-sided midfielder, in forward role, instantly turned and sprinted forward without hesitation. Su Bai nudged the ball forward slightly, then delivered a precise diagonal push with his right foot, beating defender Kittel, who was charging toward him, and laying the ball perfectly at Priaxka's feet on the right flank. Simultaneously, Su Bai veered wide around Kittel and accelerated forward. Kittel, though thwarted, remained undeterred, immediately wheeling about to shadow Su Bai closely. Just as Stefan Hall had shouted from the touchline, from this moment onward, even fouling would be justified. He would cling to this young man from Yen State like a second skin. Priaxkas, who had originally planned to feed the ball back to Su Bai, abandoned that intention the moment he saw Kittel dogging Su Bai's every step. With a crisp nudge forward using his right foot, Priaxkas burst into motion, his formidable attacking prowess long established as a hallmark of Schalke's flanks. Confronted by Zaviras, the Eintracht Frankfurt defensive midfielder, who lunged in aggressively, Priaxkas calmly cut the ball left with his right foot, evading the challenge. Then with his left foot, he propelled the ball forward, slicing past Zaviras on his flank. The dribble was nothing short of spectacular, and with Zaviras bypassed, Eintracht's central and defensive midfield zones lay utterly exposed. Moving with astonishing velocity, Priaxkas wasted no time, surging forward in a single explosive stride, driving deep into Eintracht's defensive half. Seeing Priaxkas charge down the pitch, Kittel, who had been tracking Su Bai, panicked. He abruptly reversed course and hurled himself toward Priaxkas with all his might. Meanwhile, Priaxkas, dribbling forward, had already been glancing sideways at Su Bai. Spotting Kittel bearing down, he instantly shifted the ball leftward with his right foot. The ball curved gracefully past the on-rushing Kittel, rolling towards Su Bai. Meanwhile, back on the right flank, Hao Junmin, having passed to Su Bai moments earlier, had kept his head down and charged forward relentlessly. Though uncertain whether he'd receive the ball again, he gritted his teeth and sprinted with unrelenting ferocity, heedless of midfield developments, focused solely on one imperative: forward. Within seconds, Hao Junmin had stormed into the arc of Eintracht's penalty area. Glancing left towards Su Bai, he instinctively plunged straight into the box. Su Bai, receiving Priaxkas's pass, smoothly advanced the ball forward with his right foot, whereupon a vivid crimson passing lane suddenly materialized before him. That trajectory was it aimed right. Without hesitation, Su Bai struck the ball fiercely with the outside of his right foot. As Su Bai unleashed his full power, the ball visibly deformed under the impact. A thunderous crack echoed. The shot resembled a blistering drive. Yet having soared over Eintracht's defensive line, the ball, spinning violently, abruptly swerved midair. It arced uncannily toward Hao Junmin, who had already hurtled into the box, and continued his relentless run. "Brother Hao!" Su Bai roared. That shout arrested Hao Junmin's forward surge. Instinctively, he turned his head, just as the ball struck his forehead with perfect, improbable timing. Su Bai had struck it with near-shot intensity. Instantly, Hao Junmin's mind went blank. What had just happened? Something had flown in from the sky. The ball rebounded sharply off Hao Junmin's head. Eintracht's goalkeeper Fabian Farman, who had already sprinted out to intercept the curving shot, froze in disbelief. For the ball had struck Hao Junmin's head first, then ricocheted in a sharp, unexpected angle, soaring cleanly over Farman's outstretched head. Farman spun in despair, only to watch the ball trace a rainbow arc into the top right corner of the net. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air as he pointed decisively toward the center circle, signaling a valid goal. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. It's in. Hao Junmin. A moment of pure madness has arrived. This marks the first ever Yen State connection in Bundesliga history. Two players from Yen State moving in flawless unison have secured a pivotal goal for Schalke 04. Subai's pass was perfection incarnate. It drew the most exquisite rainbow across the Commerzbank arena. And at its radiant terminus stood Hao Junmin, already storming into the box. Hao Junmin didn't even attempt a shot. The ball sailed past the charging goalkeeper and nestled seamlessly into the net. Stunning. This is a new chapter in Yen State's Bundesliga legacy. It's Hao Junmin's Bundesliga debut goal, and Subai's third assist of the match. Another assist hat-trick. Unbelievable. Subai has now shattered records for youngest goalscorer, youngest assister, and youngest to record an assist hat-trick in Bundesliga history. The annals of the Bundesliga now bear the indelible imprint of Yen State. Watching the ball nestle into the net, Duan Xian erupted into unrestrained ecstasy. He screamed hysterically in the live stream, as if releasing years of pent-up frustration. Viewers' comments were swiftly cleared per protocol. No reader interaction remains in the translated output. Viewers' comments were swiftly cleared per protocol. No reader interaction remains in the translated output. Viewers' comments were swiftly cleared per protocol. No reader interaction remains in the translated output. Viewers' comments were swiftly cleared per protocol. No reader interaction remains in the translated output. Viewers' comments were swiftly cleared per protocol. No reader interaction remains in the translated output. Viewers' comments were swiftly cleared per protocol. No reader interaction remains in the translated output. On the pitch of the Commerzbank Arena, Raul was the first to react, charging exuberantly toward Hao Junmin, still dazed from Subai's thunderous strike. Poor Hao Junmin hadn't yet regained his bearings when a towering blue-shirted figure loomed before him. No further action needed. Raul expertly tackled Hao Junmin to the ground and pinned him beneath his weight. Seeing Raul lead, Ainen joined in without hesitation. Soon Priaxkas, and even Subai, joined the jubilant pileup. Schalke's players formed a gleeful human pyramid right inside Eintracht's penalty area. At the touchline, manager Felix Magath was beside himself, his face flushed with exhilaration. Boss, your substitution was pure magic. Hao scored within minutes. An extraordinary decision. Assistant coach Hughes offered. Indeed, well-timed praise from an assistant coach often strengthens team cohesion. Already euphoric, Magath swelled with pride and turned deliberately towards Stefan Hall on the opposing bench. Especially upon seeing Hall, enraged, furious, vanish into his own substitute's dugout. Magath's elation intensified. Slowly, Hao Junmin's consciousness began to recover bit by bit, although his mind was still filled with thoughts of what was flying in the sky, birds or clouds. However, the sound of a group of people gasping quickly pulled Hao Junmin back to the harsh reality. His frail body could not withstand such a group of burly men. Hao Junmin lifted his head to take a look. At that moment, although Raul was drenched in sweat, an excited smile appeared on his face. Hao, you are amazing. Brother Hao, you're incredible. Your first goal. You have to treat us tonight. Okay, this part doesn't need translation, as Subai was speaking in Chinese. First goal. At that moment, Hao Junmin also began to realize. It meant he had scored a goal. Was that not a bird or a cloud just now? Was it soccer? He scored. Thinking of this, Hao Junmin's body, which had been tortured and battered, suddenly trembled with excitement. He had waited too long for this day. Half a season, countless days and nights. Finally, this day had finally arrived. Hao Junmin envisioned the scene he had always fantasized about, celebrating after scoring. But at this moment, it seemed that although he had scored, the celebration was a bit different. After a long while, his teammates finally got up one by one, still reluctant to leave. There was no other reason. The referee had already come over to urge them. The Frankfurt players had been complaining for a while. Soon the match resumed. However, Schalke 04, having gained a 2-goal advantage, no longer had any intention of attacking. All Schalke players, including Raul at the front, retreated to their half. The Frankfurt team, which had been attacking frantically for nearly 80 minutes, had also reached a critical point in their stamina. Therefore, in the last 10 minutes, the score between the two teams did not change. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match in the fourth round of the Bundesliga came to an end, with Frankfurt facing Schalke 04. The match is over. Congratulations to Schalke 04 for winning a crucial match. Similarly, congratulations to Subai for his 1 goal and 3 assists, which is enough to earn him the title of best player of the match. This way, Subai's record as the youngest will add another achievement. Of course, we must also congratulate Hao Junmin for scoring his first goal in the Bundesliga. This ordinary Bundesliga match has ended, but the road ahead for Subai and Hao Junmin is still long. I hope they can carry the expectations and hopes of all our Yen Nation fans and forge a path of their own in the Bundesliga. Indeed, as soon as the words were spoken, the live statistics already selected the best player of the match. Subai. Without surprise, he became the best player of the match. Subai, who had been interacting with his teammates and Schalke fans who came to Frankfurt, also heard the name announced. Haha, Su. Congratulations. First match, and already the best player. You are truly amazing. Hearing Su-bai's name, his teammates all gathered around him. Su-bai looked at his teammates' congratulations and felt a bit embarrassed for a moment. Although Su-bai had always been thick-skinned, to be surrounded like this felt, to be honest, a bit overwhelming. A bit too exhilarating. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the task Bundesliga debut. Task completion level SSS. Congratulations, host, for receiving equipment treasure box rewards. Su-bai was stunned. What the hell? Isn't this a live system? Isn't it supposed to be points or skills? Why is there equipment? What is this for? However, seeing so many cameras surrounding him, Su-bai also suppressed the urge to enter the system and open the treasure box. The Yen Nation's live broadcast continued. Su-bai stood on the sidelines accepting the trophy for best player presented by the Bundesliga. Haha, amazing. Su-bai is amazing. Debut breaking records and receiving a trophy. This is definitely a chosen one. In Fuso Nation, there was Nakata Hidate Hoshi. Finally, our Yen Nation has produced a Su-bai. Haha, Su-bai is only 17 years old. Following a normal development trajectory, Su-bai's achievements will definitely surpass those of Young Was. No matter what the future holds, at least I now have the motivation to stay up late every weekend. When will the next match come? I can hardly wait. Seeing Su-bai with the trophy on the live broadcast, even though it was already past 2 in the morning, the fans were still excited. This was still the first time for most people to see the Best Player award being presented. Of course, this was also related to the delayed broadcast from the 5th channel. However, even if the match had ended, almost all the fans were reluctant to turn off their televisions, because after the broadcast ended, there would still be highlights of the match. At that time, they could enjoy Su-bai's extraordinary performance once again. That concludes the live broadcast of this match. I am your old friend Duan Xian. Everyone, see you next week. He turned off the camera. Duan Xian in the broadcast room also cheerfully put down his headphones. Brothers, let's go find a place to have a drink and celebrate tonight. He'll cover the expenses for the whole event. An excited Duan Xian was unusually generous this time. In the past, this kind of arrangement would only be made by Wang Tao. At this moment, an excited Duan Xian suddenly remembered the Wang Tao he had encountered at the airport. I wonder what that guy is doing. Speaking of Wang Tao, hired by the Sports Weekly at the other end of the War Chariot Nation, he had also just finished the live broadcast of the 3rd Division and cursed as he turned off his headset. Damn it, only 47 people watched 4 comments, and they are all saying how miserable I am. Tauga, shouldn't I find a place according to the rules tonight? Seeing that his boss was a bit unhappy, Xiao Wang hurriedly approached. Drink. What the hell is there to drink? In buying a plane ticket back to the country, what is this all about? Compared to Wang Tao, Daniel, who was watching the painful score of 4-0, seemed to have some signs of his recently recovered body relapsing. It was too tragic. Schalke 04 U18, lacking Benki Shi and Su-bai had been completely reverted back to their original form. Throughout the match, Daniel only repeated those familiar phrases. Halim, you useless piece of trash, how did you pass the ball? You bastard. Fuck. However, at this moment in the entire U18 team, the one who missed Su-bai the most was Halim, who had returned to the starting lineup due to Su-bai's departure. At least when Su-bai was around, no one would scold him like this. At the Frankfurt Commercial Bank Stadium, Magath looked at the score of 4-2 on the big screen, smiling with satisfaction. Seeing his old friend Steeler Hall walking towards him, he proudly approached. You old-timer, when did you find such an amazing young player? Congratulations, you won the match. But be careful, don't let Bayern dig up such a good seedling this winter. Facing the smug Magath, Steeler Hall didn't intend to let his old friend enjoy the moment for too long. Sure enough, just after shaking Magath's hand, as soon as he heard the other party's words, the smile on Magath's face disappeared immediately. Haha, it seems to be true. This guy's buyout clause must be very cheap. After releasing his hand, although they lost the game, Steeler Hall still turned around and walked directly into the player tunnel with a smug expression. Boss, it seems that Su-bai's contract has not been modified yet. The buyout fee of 500,000 can be easily met by any team during the winter transfer window. I got it. Damn it, that group of vampires in the club's upper management are really stingy. After saying this, Magath furrowed his brows and immediately followed him into the player tunnel. Based on Su-bai's performance today, things are going to be troublesome. Although they had won the match, Magath felt no joy at all. Steeler Hall's words had pierced his still warm heart like a dagger. Bayern Munich. To Magath, they were nothing but thugs of the Bundesliga, shameless bandits, even the very embodiment of the league's moral corruption. The club where he had once forged Wolfsburg's miraculous championship triumph was later devoured whole by the ravenous Bayern Munich, leaving not even a trace behind. He could still vividly recall the day after he and Wolfsburg's executives had solemnly pledged, hands on hearts, that the team would reach at least the Champions League semifinals the following season. On that very next day, the club's star striker and starting defensive midfielder were both sold to Bayern Munich. From that moment onward, Magath's most hated team was born. A team that treated the entire Bundesliga as its own self-service supermarket, taking whatever it pleased, had become his inescapable nightmare. "Boss will accompany you to the press conference?" Hughes IFF asked, glancing at his watch as he watched Magath frown deeply. Time was running short. The players were still buzzing with exhilaration inside the dressing room. Yet their head coach stood motionless outside, lost in thought. Hughes IFF's words snapped Magath back to reality. Having originally intended to bring Sue-Bai along, Magath instantly recalibrated his decision. Better to guard against thieves who covet than those who steal. No, he mustn't become too famous just yet. Wealth concealed is wealth preserved. With that, Magath strode forward and threw open the dressing room door. "Raul, get ready. We're heading to the press conference." The players who had been teasing Sue-Bai moments earlier about whether he'd blush under his first barrage of media scrutiny were suddenly taken aback. A post-match press conference was the exclusive privilege granted to the man of the match, a golden opportunity for fame and fortune. Beautiful women, luxury cars, high-end designer goods. Sue-Bai had earned the honor. So why Raul? Magath couldn't possibly explain himself before so many witnesses. He shut the door firmly behind him. Raul turned instead to comfort Sue-Bai. "Sue, the old man truly cares for you. Keeping young players away from the press is how he protects you. Train hard. You'll get your chance soon." "Yeah, I'm fine." Sue-Bai hardly cared about interviews at all. His mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of his treasure chest reward. No time for press conferences whatsoever. Soon after, Raul followed Magath toward the press conference venue, but hadn't even reached the entrance when an unusual clamor spilled from the conference room. Raul blinked in surprise. This was merely an ordinary Bundesliga fixture. Why did it sound like a horde of journalists had gathered? Inside, the scene was astonishing. Aside from a single podium, every inch of the room was packed wall-to-wall with people. And those journalists, ravenous, relentless, surged forward the moment Magath entered, thrusting microphones wildly toward them. "Mr. Magath, could you please give us a detailed introduction to that player from Yin country?" "Mr. Magath, we understand this young Yin national was promoted from the U18 youth squad, but he's only played 3 official matches. Do you have any further details?" "Mr. Magath, why isn't Sue-Bai attending the press conference?" Though every question began with Mr. Magath, it was clear the reporter's sole focus was Sue-Bai. Raul glanced at Magath's tightly furrowed brow, puzzled. Why did the old man look so grim? They'd just won, and possessed a prodigious young talent like Sue-Bai. Shouldn't he be grinning from ear to ear? Why did the old man look so grim? They'd just won, and possessed a prodigious young talent like Sue-Bai. Shouldn't he be grinning from ear to ear? Once Magath and Raul took their seats, the frenzy intensified, until commercial stadium staff hastily deployed additional security personnel, gradually restoring some semblance of order. Once order returned, Magath casually pointed to one journalist. "Hello, Mr. Magath. I'm Hanks from the Munich Sports Gazette. It's a true honor to be granted the first question." "Munich." At the mere mention of the name, Magath flinched, his expression growing even more strained, his nod hesitant and guarded. "Mr. Magath, the question consuming every fan's mind is your Yin national midfielder, Sue-Bai, who scored 1 goal and delivered 3 assists tonight. Could you tell us more about him? After all, no fan in the Tank Nation knows when Schalke 04 unearthed such a dazzling midfield genius." Magath hesitated, then leaned into the microphone, lips pressed tight. "What? Dazzling? No. You've all misunderstood. He's no dazzling prodigy. He's thoroughly average. Utterly average. Aside from decent passing, his physique, speed, technical control, even his shooting and fundamentals, are abysmal. He only played because Labraka was injured and we lacked midfield options. Schalke's sole genius is the injured Labraka. Sue-Bai has countless areas needing improvement. Tonight was simply a stroke of luck. He's genuinely average." Having spoken, Magath exhaled deeply, only to find the previously chaotic room fall utterly silent. Not only the journalists. Raul beside him stared with undisguised dismay. What on earth was happening? Shouldn't they all be nodding in sudden enlightenment? Why did everything feel so off? I've just bluntly listed all Sue-Bai's flaws. Why do they still seem unconvinced? They must not have understood. Magath cleared his throat and spoke again into the mic. "Sue-Bai is only 17. He needs years to adapt to the Bundesliga's pace." Magath's inner monologue. "You Bayern bandits. Did you catch my meaning? He's only 17, still a minor. Give me 3 years. Let me mold him first, then take him at 20. Please, just 3 years. 1 match proves nothing. He requires far more time to grow." With that, Magath pushed the microphone away. Yet the journalists remained frozen, expressionless, as if silently saying, "You crafty old fox. I don't believe a word of it." Indeed, the Munich Sports Gazette reporter who'd first questioned him raised his microphone again. "Mr. Magath, are you suggesting that a 17-year-old, scoring 1 goal and delivering 3 assists, achieved this against Stiller Hall's fiercely combative Bundesliga powerhouse? More importantly, was this performance somehow despite his inability to adapt to the Bundesliga's rhythm? Then, if he does adapt, would his future performances become truly extraordinary? Hearing this, Magath nearly fainted. It's over. Everything had gone horribly awry. Now it was inevitable. By tomorrow, no, within hours, the entire world would know Magath held a generational prodigy in his hands. England, Manchester. Carl has been unusually gloomy lately. Ever since he returned from the Chariot Kingdom, he hasn't felt happy. As a scout for Manchester United, he has discovered many promising talents over the years. Although few have made it, at least the ones he found for the youth team are truly talented players. With Sir Ferguson's prestigious name, no one has ever been able to escape his persuasion. Of course, except for that kid from the Flame Country. Thinking of Sue Bayern, Carl's anger flared up, especially when he saw the newspaper in front of him. Marca, as the best-selling football newspaper in all of Europe. Marca from the bullfighting country covers not only La Liga, but also has sections for each of the top 5 leagues. And at this moment on the Bundesliga section, a huge photo occupies almost a third of the space. The subject of the photo is the kid from the Flame Country who turned the tables on him. 1 goal and 3 assists. He dominated all of Schalke 04's goals, breaking records for the youngest player to appear, the youngest starter, the youngest scorer, the youngest assist provider, and even the youngest to achieve a hat-trick of assists, along with multiple Bundesliga records for the youngest yellow cards. It must be said this kid has become a sensation. The newspaper detailed all of Sue Bay's match records at Schalke, even mentioning how he was cast aside by Dortmund only for Schalke 04 to pick him up. Carl has watched Sue Bay play live, and he knows much more about him than what is written in the newspaper. In the morning, he received a call from the club saying that Sir Ferguson wanted to see him. Carl understood it must be about Sue Bay. Yesterday's match, combined with Magath's praises afterwards, had made Sue Bay the focal point of discussion in the global football scene today. For Sir Ferguson, a collector of young talents, how could he let go of a super midfielder like this? Cristiano Ronaldo went to Real Madrid, but Ferguson has no intention of retiring yet. He wants to build a third generation of a super Manchester United, and what he needs most right now is an engine. Mr. Carl, the Sir is ready for you. The young female secretary smiled as she informed him. Carl. Okay, thank you. The secretary was quite pleasant to look at, but at that moment, Carl had no time to care about why the old man liked to find such decorative pieces, especially since her smile looked so fake it was nauseating. Was there a hint of schadenfreude? Turning around, Carl nervously knocked on Ferguson's office door. Ferguson's temper is known worldwide. Even David Beckham could provoke him. For a scout like him, dealing with his failures would be a matter of a single sentence. Come in. Upon hearing Ferguson's response, Carl carefully opened the door. Have a seat. The white-haired Ferguson, wearing glasses, called out without looking up. Carl sat down. Above the old man's head hung that giant team photo. In the photo were a young David Beckham, ginger-haired Scholes, and Giggs. Perhaps for the old man this photo is the proudest achievement of his life. Akama called me. That kid from the Flame Country has landed in the Bundesliga and performed well, hasn't he? It seemed he had finally finished his work. Ferguson put down his pen and looked at Carl. Yes. Carl sighed in relief at Ferguson's gentle expression. At least the old man seemed to be in a good mood today. Last time you said that kid rejected you. I didn't think much of it what actually happened. Last night Ferguson received a call from Akama, who inexplicably congratulated him, leaving Ferguson a bit confused. After talking for a while, he finally realized that Akama was referring to the kid from the Flame Country he had recommended to Manchester United. And he had just put on an unbelievable debut performance in the Bundesliga. In Akama's view, it was a foregone conclusion that Manchester United sent a scout to poach a kid from a third-tier youth team. Until Ferguson mentioned that the kid from the Flame Country had rejected Manchester United, and excited Akama awkwardly hung up the phone. However, Akama's words piqued Ferguson's interest. The old man unusually opened up the computer he rarely used and searched for videos of Sue Bay's matches. Especially after seeing Sue Bay's assist from the right side, without looking up, the old man was so excited that he dropped the teacup from his hand. In his decades of coaching Manchester United, he had nurtured countless outstanding disciples, from wing wizard Giggs to super midfielder Scholes, and even the world's #1 Cristiano Ronaldo. But in his heart, there was only one person he was most proud of. That person was David Beckham, who was stolen away by that damned Victoria. The passes that were precise to the extreme, and the free kicks that created the era of the bending ball. Those were the most unforgettable moments of his coaching years at Manchester United. Manchester United had its golden generation and the resurgence with Ronaldo. Although he is old, his heart is still young. In this era, when everyone is praising Barcelona's possession play, Sir Alex Ferguson wants to topple Barcelona from that pedestal. However, right now his team is still missing an important piece of the puzzle. A piece that can calculate all the chips. And upon seeing Sue deliver that stunning pass, Ferguson felt a spark. It seemed he had found his chip, the engine for Manchester United. In the forward line, he has the explosive little Rooney, on the left flank is Nani, and on the right is Valencia. Yes sir, that kid said. Seeing in Carl faltering in front of him, Ferguson's expression turned displeased. Did you issue a bunch of empty promises again? Ferguson's words instantly made in Carl, who was already anxious, lower his head. Go take my sincerity. If he comes to Manchester United, I am willing to give him a starting position provided he can handle it. And all contract details, signing fees, can be given a green light. The genius clause is also fine. If you can't negotiate, just stay at Schalke. After saying this, Ferguson lowered his head and continued to look at the documents on his desk. There were no excessive words, and even his tone was quite gentle. However, when Carl left Ferguson's office, he was already drenched in sweat. As a scout for Manchester United, he enjoys the most leisurely yet comfortable job. His salary is the highest in all of England, and he loves this job. Facing the still professionally smiling secretarian, Carl picked up the newspaper on the desk and turned to walk out of the office. Hey, book me a ticket to the Chariot Kingdom. Now, right away. Wake up, Xiaobai. How Junmin called out to Subai, who was still fast asleep. Is it time already? Subai opened his eyes and reached for his phone on the nightstand. Goodness, already 11 o'clock in the morning. Recalling last night's wild escapade, Subai rubbed his still dizzy temples and sat up. I told you not to overdo it. You insisted. How Junmin chuckled watching Subai's disheveled state. The team won, and Lao Air was so elated he insisted on treating everyone. How could I possibly refuse? After yesterday's match, Lao Air had taken the entire squad to Frankfurt's largest nightclub. The moment they arrived, Neuer challenged Subai to a proper showdown, claiming his previous loss had been solely due to insufficient nourishment. Thus, one side boasted Schalke's legendary goalkeeper, the other its newly ascendant midfield prodigy. They seized beer bottles and began their duel without hesitation. They drank until a group of blonde women entered. How Junmin panicked, fearing Li Qian might return home and uncover something amiss. So he hastily dragged Subai away under the pretense of needing the restroom and fled back to the hotel. I'll get ready first. We need to be at the airport by noon. With that, How Junmin turned and left. Watching him go, Subai finally seized the chance to check his system reward. He smoothly accessed the system. There, nestled obediently, sat the treasure chest containing his mission reward. Without delay, Subai eagerly tapped open the gleaming golden chest. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the protective iron underwear. Iron underwear item tier, silver. Effect: IA man's most vulnerable region demands ironclad protection. Wearing it, you shall never again fear injury to that delicate zone. Unyielding resilience shall become your creed. Effect 2: though this iron underwear appears utterly unremarkable and may chafe slightly when worn, it is said those who don it are often blessed with astonishing strokes of luck. Subai stood utterly dumbfounded. Iron underwear. What on earth was this? Was the system mocking him, giving him literal iron underwear to wear? How would he face anyone in public? Fortunately, he soon noticed a new icon appearing beside his previously singular attribute panel. With a light tap upon the iron underwear displayed before him, the icon instantly rendered a virtual avatar identical to himself, with the iron underwear perfectly positioned where it belonged. Seeing no further changes, Subai exited the interface with palpable disappointment. At 2 p.m., Schalke's entire squad returned to the club, and Magath promptly announced the team's temporary dissolution, granting everyone a day off. Wait a moment. Just as Subai joined the others preparing to head back to his dormitory for some well-earned rest, Magath called out to him. Once all others had departed, Magath cut straight to the point. I've already coordinated with the club on your behalf to increase your salary and arrange more suitable accommodation. Now that you're a full-fledged first-team player, staying in the dormitory feels rather inappropriate. Magath offered what he believed was his gentlest smile, yet the deep creases across his weathered face only intensified his resemblance to a shrewd trafficker. No need, coach. I'm perfectly content with my current setup. The cafeteria is nearby, and so is the training ground. Subai wasn't foolish, having just delivered an outstanding performance. Magath's sudden warmth clearly betrayed his fear that Subai might leave. True, his current contract paid modestly, but it granted him freedom. A 5-0 release clause, frankly, was the very guarantee of that liberty. Gazing at Subai, who feigned complete ignorance, Magath was left speechless. As a Bundesliga championship-winning manager, he simply couldn't bring himself to beg, tears in his eyes. Please don't go. I need you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Seeing Magath had nothing further to say, Subai turned and walked away. Magath offered a wry, bitter smile before retreating to his office. Others could rest, but he had no such luxury. The matter of Subai's contract hung over him like a sword suspended by a single thread. Until resolved, he wouldn't sleep soundly. terrified he'd wake to find Bayern's 5-0 check already cleared and Subai gone. To his astonishment, the moment Magath opened his office door, a familiar figure awaited him. Ginnis, Schalke 04's club manager. Huh, I knew you'd be here. The match last night was extraordinary. Schalke hasn't mounted such dazzling attacking play in years. Did you know? The club's upper management has already decided to award both you and the team a substantial bonus. Signing you was unquestionably Schalke's wisest decision yet. With you on board, Schalke 04 will undoubtedly reclaim its former glory. Upon spotting Magath, Ginnis flashed his trademark professional smile and launched into effusive praise. Don't bother, he's playing dumb. He has no intention of renegotiating his contract. Magath needed no guesswork to deduce why Ginnis, normally impossible to schedule, had materialized in his office. Seeing Subai's stellar performance, he'd come to lobby for a contract revision, hoping to profit handsomely down the line. Come now, don't joke, Felix. He's only 17. What does he truly understand? Is it his agent stirring things up? If it is his agent, then it's simple. Just give me his contact details. I'll handle it myself. Ginnis blinked, genuinely bewildered by Magath's visible distress. Logically, a young player delivering such a standout performance should leap at the chance to revise his contract after a few words of praise from the head coach. Yet reality proved far less optimistic. That boy has no agent. He's entirely independent, lives in the dormitory, earns barely over 100 euros weekly. And worst of all, his release clause is set at 5,000. Damn it, 5,000. I could buy him outright with my own money. Magath's fury erupted, not at Ginnis, but at the sheer absurdity of the situation. His roar left Ginnis unfazed, but the words 5,000 struck him like a blade to the heart. 5,000. A prodigy who'd just delivered a hat-trick of assists in the Bundesliga, Schalke's brightest new star, was priced at $500,000. That's more tempting than any viral discount campaign. Perhaps I should speak with him myself. For money, Ginnis cared little for dignity. It shouldn't be too late, surely. Receiving no reply from Magath, Ginnis hurried out of the office. He knew exactly where Schalke's dormitory was, yet in all these years he'd never once stepped inside. Just as Subai lay down, his familiar ringtone sounded. He climbed out of bed and glanced at his phone. A familiar caller. Manchester United scout anchor. What did he want? Knock, knock, knock. Dear Sue, are you in there? This is Ginnis, Schalke's manager. Glancing between his ringing phone and the persistent knocking at his door, Subai sighed and reluctantly rose. What on earth was happening? Were they all converging at once? Subai first opened the door. At the entrance, Gianni smiled at Subai, who was holding a phone. He felt a slight displeasure in his heart. After all, Gianni's was the team manager. It was quite rude for him to come personally and answer someone else's call. Mr. Carl, I'm sorry, there's a guest here. Should I call you back later? What? You came all the way from Manchester? Hearing this, Gianni's panicked. What was going on? Manchester? Coming all this way specially? This must be an attempt to poach. The displeasure on Gianni's face vanished instantly. He immediately changed his expression, even appearing somewhat flattering. After hanging up the phone, Subai welcomed Gianni's into the dormitory. It was very simple, one could even say shabby. Gianni's observed for a moment before sitting directly on Ben Keix's bed. There was no choice, the room was too small to have a place to sit. Yesterday's match was spectacular. It was a performance worthy of a genius. Subai smiled, but didn't respond. He knew what this guy was up to as soon as he arrived. Not just him, even the one who just called in, Carl, had the same intention. Seeing that Subai was ignoring his conversation, Gianni's felt a bit awkward. After all, he was the team manager of Schalke and had never actively discussed such matters with anyone, especially not with a 17-year-old kid in a player's dorm. The last time he took matters into his own hands was when he negotiated with Real Madrid to get Raul and Metzelder for free. However, under the temptation of money, Gianni's couldn't care less about his own dignity. I want to discuss the contract issues on behalf of the club. Your performance in the last match was outstanding, so the club has unanimously decided to give you a raise and arrange accommodation for you. In short, the club will take care of all your logistical issues. After all, with your current performance, staying in the player's dorm is somewhat beneath you. Seeing Gianni's hypocritical smile, Subai knew he was just trying to deceive him. Mr. Gianni's, I am very satisfied with my current life. I'm still young and not at the age to enjoy life. I want to live at the club so I can spend more time training. This was not a lie. Living right outside the club meant he was next to the training ground and someone would cook for him. For someone eager to train, it was indeed the perfect arrangement. Now Gianni's was in a bit of a dilemma. Why was Subai not following the usual script? Normally, when a manager spoke in such a low posture, which young person would not be grateful? They would be eager to offer their loyalty to the club. But this kid was so calm. This was a raise money. Could he really be indifferent to it? Well, all right, but at the very least your salary needs to be increased. Otherwise, if others find out Schalke is offering their core midfielder just over 100 in weekly wages, it would be a laughing stock. Your annual salary should at least be €1 million to be reasonable. I will consider it, sir. After saying this, Subai looked towards the door. Giannis couldn't sit still. He awkwardly smiled, then stood up. All right, I won't disturb you. As Giannis turned around, the smile on his face instantly vanished. Damn kid, so cunning. Is he planning to make a lion's share demand? At this moment, Subai was also contemplating his future plans. He hadn't thought about transferring right now. However, Schalke was not a long-term place. Whether it was the team's investment or the club's higher-ups' expectations, they were only hoping for a Bundesliga championship at most. As for the Champions League, it seemed not only had their higher-ups not considered it, but even the fans hadn't thought about it much either. This was the gap between a mid-tier team and a powerhouse. There was no rush to change the contract, which was most advantageous for Subai. Now the initiative for transfer was entirely in his hands. No matter where he goes next, it would be entirely up to his own will. As for money, as long as his abilities improved, he would be the one calling the shots. With that thought, Subai got up, tidied up a bit, and went to the training ground again. His body balance hadn't reached 80 yet. Once he got his body balance to 80 in the coming days, he would need to improve his defense a little. It had been quite frustrating recently. As for the World Football on Monday, there was no news more explosive than Subai's performance on the Bundesliga stage. The world of football has never lacked top forwards. However, top midfielders are rarely found, especially those who can control the rhythm of the game and deliver deadly passes. Barcelona's possession play has left the entire world at a loss as to how to respond. Since they couldn't beat them, they decided to join them. Thus, top clubs in various leagues began to experiment with Barcelona's possession style. However, no matter how they tried, they could never grasp the essence of it. Unfortunately, not every team has a brain like Xavi. Subai's emergence has perfectly illuminated the path for all the powerhouse clubs. Inside the FC Bayern München building, head coach Louis van Gaal was studying game footage brought by the technical department. Sir, this is Yang was Subai's first official Bundesliga match. In the previous DFB Pokal and 3 Liga matches, his performance has been outstanding. Technical director Isenkos said while standing in front of Van Gaal's desk. Behind him, the large screen displayed various passing routes of Subai. To make it easier for Van Gaal to watch, the technical department processed the video specially. Out of Subai's 127 passes throughout the game, only 2 failed due to teammates' errors. All other passes were successful. Moreover, the most important thing is that this guy's passes are always the most perfect choice under the circumstances. Isenkos pointed at the screen, looking incredulous. Our conclusion is that this guy is a genius, at least in terms of passing. His talent is unprecedented. He can be considered a world-class top player. Of course, he has many shortcomings as well, such as weak physical confrontation, slow speed, and almost zero defense. After saying this, Isenkos stepped aside and stopped talking. Van Gaal had been staring at the large screen from the beginning, constantly fast-forwarding or pausing. His eyes gradually became more intense. Sir, I have already inquired through special channels and found out that this guy only signed the cheapest professional contract with Schalke, and his buyout clause is only 500,000. Mika Erlwin, who was responsible for transfers, spoke up. Although Mika Erlwin spoke very seriously, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. Even Van Gaal, who had been serious, was taken aback. 500,000. Is that even money? Go arrange it, make contact privately. I believe you want reject Bayern Munich. Not just Bayern at this moment. Inside the building of Borussia Dortmund, located in the same city as Schalke. In the team manager's office, a series of roars erupted. Damn it. I am the laughingstock of the world, you know. I sent a supernova right to the doorstep of our arch-rival. Ankerer hurriedly arrived in Gelsenkirchen. However, to his disappointment, no matter how many times he called, Subai's phone was always unanswered. He wanted to go directly to the club to find Subai, yet the bald and stout man at the entrance refused to let him in. Poor Ankerer could only wait pitifully at the club's entrance for Subai. After all, he was a Manchester United scout. When had he ever experienced such humiliation? However, recalling Ferguson's words, Ankerer could only swallow his pride. Who isn't a baby? It's all for the sake of living. It wasn't until around 5 in the afternoon that Subai, exhausted from training, returned to the dormitory and discovered the 30-plus missed calls on his phone. Upon picking it up, he saw that all the calls were from Ankerer. Subai then remembered that he seemed to have promised to meet him. He quickly returned the call. Oh, dear Sue, good afternoon. Subai initially thought Ankerer would complain, as it was said online that foreigners are usually punctual. However, hearing Ankerer's friendly tone made Subai smile as well. It seemed that no matter what one does, strength is the most important. If you want others to respect you, you must be stronger than them. It's not about saying how the air in foreign lands is fresher than at home, as if that would help one blend in. Sorry, Mr. Carl, I went to training and didn't bring my phone. Thank you for waiting. Not at all, I just arrived. Haha, is it convenient? Him at the club's entrance. Already quite tired, Subai glanced at the 30-plus missed calls and felt a bit embarrassed as he slowly got dressed and walked out of the door. Sheldon, did you get the shot? Is it that kid from Yin Country? Got it, it's him. Haha, big news. I checked, and this guy is Anchor, Manchester United's top scout. Sitting for 4 hours outside Schalke, he finally meets the genius young star from Yin Country. This headline is explosive. Inside a black car parked at the Schalke club's entrance, a pair of young individuals with cameras excitedly shouted as they captured the scene of Anchor and Subai meeting. There are paparazzi everywhere in the world. Unlike the gossip about celebrity scandals, fans in Yin Country are more interested in the gossip of star players, leading to many paparazzi making a living from secretly photographing football stars. It's worth noting that in recent days, Subai has been the hottest topic in the entire Yin Country, but since he returned to the club, he hadn't stepped out the door, leaving the excited reporters with no leads. Sheldon and his companion, planning to try their luck at the club entrance, unexpectedly managed to capture such explosive footage. Let's go follow them. Subai and Anchor were naturally unaware that their meeting had already caught the attention of the reporters. Upon seeing Subai, Anchor immediately embraced him warmly. "Su, I told you, you're definitely a genius. Your name has already spread across Europe after just one match." Without realizing it, he showered Subai with compliments. In terms of conversation skills, Anchor far surpassed the likes of Jenny's, who only sat in the office thinking about how to make more money. "Thank you." Subai was quite thick-skinned. He knew Anchor was just flattering him, but he still accepted it without hesitation. "Haha, Su, you are different from other people from Yin Country that I know. You are a very honest person." Seeing Subai being so shameless, Anchor couldn't help but smile awkwardly. "Let's go, I've already booked a cafe, we can have a good chat." After hailing a cab, the two quickly arrived at a nearby cafe. "Su, let's get straight to the point. Your talent really isn't suited for staying at Schalke 04. Here there is no environment to cultivate champions. Wasting your talent here is absolutely detrimental." The British are known for being direct in their speech. As soon as they sat down, Anchor got right to the point. "Last time you rejected me, I completely understand your thoughts. After all, what I said was too one-sided, but this time is different. I am here with Sir Ferguson's sincerity. Sir Ferguson means that as long as you come, there will be a starting position for you. As long as you can secure your place, a new lineup will be built around you." Compared to Schalke 04, Manchester United excels far too much in terms of financial resources, influence, and even team history. Furthermore, Sir Ferguson has decided to activate the genius clause for you to play. Even if you have no national team experience, you can still play. As for the contract, the Sir is also ready to offer you a salary that you will be satisfied with. Compared to Schalke 04, I believe the conditions offered by Manchester United are absolutely incomparable. Anchor finally finished laying out Manchester United's terms after a long speech. Most of it was Ferguson's original words, but the cunning Anchor had tweaked some parts. After all, whether Subai accepts Manchester United is crucial to his own livelihood. After hearing Anchor's words, Subai was taken aback. He initially thought Anchor would come like Jenny's to take advantage. However, from what he said, Manchester United was indeed showing genuine interest. This shouldn't be the case. He had only played one match, and although Ferguson was wealthy, he shouldn't be placing such importance on him. What Subai didn't know was that looking back over the last decade in football, while frontline stars are abundant, what about midfielders? Among current players, when it comes to top midfielders, only Italy's Pirlo, Brazil's Kaká, and Ronaldinho, whose form has severely declined this season at AC Milan, remain. Moreover, from a positional standpoint, Kaká cannot be considered a traditional playmaker. His strongest attribute is his attacking ability. Outside of that, only Pirlo remains as a top midfielder. The significance of a top midfielder to a team is undeniable, especially for a young player like Subai, who at just 17 years old can exhibit such incredible passing talent. Previously, it was merely because he was in the regional league where the match intensity was insufficient and Subai had been an unnoticed supporting player. But now it was different. Being able to perform a hat trick of assists in the Bundesliga coupled with overwhelming attacking talent made all the difference. Even Ferguson, far away in Britain, looked forward to Subai's future. Hence, top coaches like Magath and Ferguson wanted to bring him under their wing. The azure sky is flying, old fool. Just as Subai was hesitating on how to respond, his phone rang again. Anchor was startled by the sudden ringtone. Subai nodded apologetically and then answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Subai? I'm Matthews, a scout from Bayern Munich. I wonder if you have time to meet with me privately. Of course, I will keep our meeting confidential." What was going on? Subai glanced awkwardly at Anchor in front of him. Manchester United was still at the table, and now Bayern was coming too. When did the big clubs become so cheap? "Ha, did you get it? They seem to be having a great time chatting. Hurry up, we need to get this news out. Manchester United digging a hole is getting interesting." Watching countless photos of Subai and Anchor smiling brightly, Sheldon, hiding in the corner, excitedly drove towards their newspaper building. Subai did not meet with the so-called Bayern scout. After all, the poor anchor was still sitting in front of him. However, his broken phone was too loud, and it was clear that Anchor heard everything the Bayern scout said. This made the atmosphere quite awkward. Just a moment ago, Anchor had compared Schalke unfavorably with the great Manchester United. Well, now what? When it comes to history, Bayern is much stronger than Manchester United. So I still stand by my words. Manchester United is genuinely interested in you. As long as you nod, Manchester United will secretly give you a signing bonus first. It's definitely not a small sum. Anchor was getting anxious. Bayern's involvement made him realize that his competitors were definitely going to increase. But I'm really happy playing at Schalke right now. Oh, I have no intention of transferring this season. Remembering how he had previously tricked this poor Anchor Sue, Bai felt a pang of conscience. In his mind, he needed to continue solidifying his strength this season. At the very least, he needed to improve the necessary attributes for the midfield. He aimed to raise his overall rating to above 80. Offensive values, defensive values, foot strength, and shooting all needed to be boosted. He couldn't just rely solely on the system's redline value to get by. I know. So I'm not forcing you to leave Schalke immediately. We can privately sign an agreement after this season ends, or during the winter break, you can join Manchester United. Anchor no longer hoped to take Sue Bai directly. His only hope now was to at least sign a verbal agreement with Sue Bai. I know about Manchester United's sincerity, and I will consider it. If I decide to transfer, I will notify you first. After saying this, Sue Bai got up and left. Anchor wanted to retain Sue Bai, but his hand, which was suspended in midair, fell helplessly. He had said everything that needed to be said. He even talked nonsense about a signing bonus that he had no right to promise, but seeing the attitude of this kid, it was clear that money did not matter to him. Thinking this, Anchor helplessly sat down. Waiter, bring me a bottle of red wine, and remember to give me a paper bill. Life felt like pulling wool. Recalling Ferguson's words, Anchor sighed helplessly. Perhaps this was his last chance to fleece Manchester United. Back at the club, Sue Bai resumed his regular training routine. To avoid distractions, Sue Bai turned off his phone. At that moment, a sensational piece of news suddenly broke online. Schalke's superstar meets with Manchester United scout superstar, release fee of 500,000. In the past few days, Sue Bai had been the hottest new star in the whole of the battle vehicle country. Now, with the revelation of a secret meeting with the Manchester United scout last season, it could be said that it stirred up quite a storm. In Maggot's office. Damn it, I knew it. Useless. Useless 500,000. That old bastard Ferguson could take Sue away for just 500,000. Damn bloodsuckers, now you'll have something to cry about. Maggot, who was roaring madly, no longer cared if anyone outside was eavesdropping. Boss Sue Bai's phone is still off. Hughes, who had tried many times, said helplessly to Maggot. Mr. Maggot, there's new information. Bayern can't make a move. But the person hasn't arrived yet, though they have privately contacted Sue Bai. Suddenly, the office door was flung open, clearly making this news even worse. A moment of helplessness and fatigue caused Maggot to slump directly into his chair. Is everyone in such a hurry? We've only played one match. Damn it. Just as everyone was at a loss, Hughes. IFF suddenly seemed to think of something. Boss, we have a way. Why not let Howe try to retain him? Hughes. If's words instantly revived Maggot's spirits. Although Sue Bai was like the delicious meat placed at Schalke's door, anyone could take a bite. However, if they could do enough work on Sue Bai's side, other clubs would be powerless no matter how strong they were. Quick, find Howe. He'll talk to him. No, I'll call directly. At that moment, Maggot felt like he had grasped a lifeline. Tell me, have you been looking for those big bear women? Come over, let me see why you sleep like a dead pig as soon as you get home. You're acting strange. Look into my eyes. Am I being deceived? Why not look at me? Don't you love me anymore? Your eyes don't have me in them. You really don't love me anymore. I've been with you since I was 16. It's been so long. When you had no money, I worked to earn money for you. Do you have no conscience? Pa, don't think you can brush me off with a handbag. Am I that kind of materialistic woman? This Hermes bag is from last season's discount collection. You really don't love me anymore. Hey, there's a new model out. Get away, don't disturb me from looking at the bags. Where did you find this magazine? It looks pretty good. Hao Junmin looked at Li Qian, who had regained her smile, and helplessly put on his pants. Why is everyone so aggressive? Shouldn't a good temper be loved in such a humble way? Take the train to La Sha. The phone rang. Hao Junmin picked up his phone and was surprised to see it was Maggot. This was the first time in ages. Meanwhile, Li Qian, who had just been looking at fashion magazines, also approached cautiously. Who is it? Is it that big bear woman? What the hell is going on? Hao Junmin shot a glance at Li Qian. It's Mr. Maggot. With that, Hao Junmin directly picked up the phone. How can you find Sue Bai? His phone is off. About his transfer, I hope you can persuade him well. He is the core of my team, without exception. Now is too early for a transfer for him. At the very least, he shouldn't go to other teams this season. There's no position for him at Manchester United or Bayern. Going there would just be a waste of time. Rather than sitting on the bench, he might as well stay at Schalke, where I will create a strategy just for him. rambling on and on. Magath finally finished speaking. Hao Junmin was stunned. He had just taken a nap. Why did it suddenly feel like the world had changed? Is Xiao by transferring? And it's Manchester United? What's going on? Didn't we just play a match together yesterday? At this moment, Li Qian hurried to the computer and turned it on. Explosive news was popping up on the desktop, especially the photos of Su by chatting happily with the Manchester United scout at the club's entrance. There were also pictures of the two meeting secretly in a cafe. The headlines were each more shocking than the last. Schalke trader Su Bei's departure to Manchester United is settled. Manchester United welcomes second genius from Yin country. Compared to King Dong-su, is the true genius. Hao Junmin hurriedly got up wanting to go out. After all, Magath had assigned him quite a few tasks. But Li Qian suddenly called out to him. Don't rush to leave. First, I want to ask you a question. Hao Junmin looked at Li Qian, who had never been so serious before, and stopped in his tracks. Wife, don't make a fuss. This is a big deal. I know it's a big deal. I just want to know, what does Su Bai mean to you? Teammate, friend, comrade, or something else? Hao Junmin was stunned. Hao Junmin stepped out in a daze. Li Qian's words left him unsure of how to respond. His acquaintance with Su Bai was indeed not long. In fact, their time spent together was very short. However, it must be said that in this unfamiliar country, when he first saw a teammate speaking Chinese with black hair, the sense of belonging was overwhelmingly strong. This was something he had never experienced in his home country. And this junior had no awareness of being a junior at all. During their first meeting, he was merely a substitute on the U18 team. During their second meeting, this guy directly trained with the first team. After that, he made an assist hat trick in the starting lineup, and soon the head coach called him to discuss tactics centered around him. Moreover, news about him spread everywhere throughout the war vehicle country. Manchester United. Bayern. What are those? They are dreams that countless professional players dare not even hope for in their lifetime. And this guy achieved all of this in just over a month. This junior was here to slap him in the face. Don't you see that everyone in Yin country is mocking him now? People are different. Some score goals relying on skill, while others do so relying on sheer luck. Driving his old Volkswagen, Hao Junmin sped his way to the club. However, after knocking on the door for a long time, he discovered that Su Bai was really not in the dormitory. This guy had no friends at all. Filled with confusion, Hao Junmin went downstairs. How? Looking for Su. He went to practice. He left a long time ago. The dormitory manager kindly reminded Hao Junmin. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Hao Junmin hurriedly headed toward the training ground. Sure enough, at the training ground, he heard that familiar voice. Even drenched in sweat and panting heavily, the guy was still repeatedly practicing the most tedious basic skills. After waiting for a while, Su Bai finally noticed Hao Junmin sitting by the sidelines. Oh, Hao Ge, why are you here? Are you here to practice? Why aren't you wearing training gear? Seeing Hao Junmin, Su Bai quickly ran to the sidelines. Damn, you little brat are hiding out here while it's chaotic outside. Old man Ma is worried sick. He called me to say he can't find you. Looking at the calm Su Bai, Hao Junmin felt somewhat speechless. What's wrong? Does the old man want to get close? Why the rush? When no one else was around, Su Bai dared to joke around a bit, being young. Haha, I need to tell a secret. You have a crush on old man Ma. Puff, please, I think it's not just old man Ma. The whole team has a crush on you. Get away from me. All right, let's get serious. The old man asked me to advise you not to go to Manchester United. There's no place for you there. It would just be a waste of time. However, those were the old man's exact words. I originally planned to advise you, but when I was leaving, your sister-in-law asked me, what do you mean to him? I thought about it for a long time. I didn't know how to answer her. But just now I figured it out. You know what? I was terrible at studying since I was young. My parents saw I had no talent for academics, so they enrolled me in a sports school to practice athletics. At that time, practicing athletics could at least earn some extra points for college entrance exams. With some connections at home, I could at least get into a decent university. However, as I was practicing, suddenly the coach told me to switch to football. Do you know why? Because I was too shy. To be honest, I lacked the courage for those speed events. The coach said I had no passion. But unexpectedly, once I started practicing football, I excelled. From the very beginning, I was the best in the city with the highest talent. Then I transferred directly from the city sports school to the provincial school. After that, my life was a journey of accolades. At that time, I thought I was a genius, better than anyone else among my peers. I was outstanding. Later, I joined the provincial youth team and was noticed by professional clubs. Back then, I had a dream to lead the national team, which was criticized for being worthless, to break through in Asia. To be honest, during those years, I met several good teammates, especially in our youth national team. You know about the 2005 World Youth Championship, right? At that time, under Clausen's guidance, the strengths of our group were fully unleashed. Shen Tao's midfield play, Zhu Ting's forward position, Zhao Zura's defensive midfield, as well as Gao Ling and Feng Xiaoting. We young people really kicked well. At least during that World Youth Championship, the whole world knew that the Yin country youth national team wasn't a weak team. During that time, all we could think about was going abroad to play and becoming the pioneers of Yin country's football rise. However, you know what happened later. All of us, because we signed rigid contracts with domestic clubs, and the offers we faced were so outrageous that they scared foreign teams away, so none of us succeeded in going abroad. Then in the Chinese Super League, gradually, everyone changed. It wasn't that they didn't want to go out, but they couldn't due to their contracts. By the time they could control themselves, they suddenly found that their abilities had already declined. I came to Schalke when I was 23. Although that's not too old, my achievements are just like this, that most I can be a substitute in Schalke. But you are different. Schaubite. To be honest, seeing the current you, I'm reminded of those people we used to boast about in the dormitory back in 05. Chen Tao said he wanted to be a midfielder, like Zidane, dazzlingly feeding the forwards with exquisite passes. Zhao Shiri, after scoring that super long-range shot, was proud for several days, saying he wanted to be Yin country's Eshin, rescuing the team with explosive long-range shots. But that was already 5 years ago. The things we said back then sound ridiculous now. Our abilities couldn't even compete in Asia. Now, as for your sister-in-law's question, I have an answer. What do you mean to me? You are my hope. No, it should be the hope of all of us from 05. At the very least, in our dreams, we all imagined entering Manchester United or Bayern. Haha, enough talking, damn it. I brought old Maggoth's words, but my and your sister-in-law's thoughts are the same. Follow your own heart. No matter what choice you make, both of us will support you. Subai quietly listened to every word that Hao Junmin said. What does a dream mean to a person? Those who have never experienced true reality might say that as long as you work hard, dreams are bound to come true. However, when you reach the age where you can truly make your own decisions, you may find that dreams are merely dreams. How go? What's wrong? Did your sister-in-law find out about what happened that night? Damn, don't say such things. Your sister-in-law just checked on me. If I create something out of nothing, I might die. Haha, how go? I won't leave for now, but I also won't renew my contract. Schalke has no ambition to win the championship. They just want to keep me tied to the team to sell me for a good price. I'll wait until the season ends to see. Well, alright, do it your way and don't mind what others think. Seeing Subai joke like this, Hao Junmin also smiled. Originally, he was worried that Subai would get a bit lost because of this, but unexpectedly during this time, he nearly brought himself to tears. By the way, how good did your sister-in-law go to school? Damn, your sister-in-law graduated from a serious finance university. What do you mean, did she go to school, eh? Haha, I was just asking, finance university. What did she study? Subai seemed to have thought of something. What's up? Why are you asking this? Looking at Subai suddenly asking about his wife's education, Hao Junmin was also puzzled. I suddenly had an idea. Oh, I don't have an agent. Why not let my sister-in-law get a junior agent certificate? Sign us both. I'm so annoyed all day long. Hao Junmin was stunned. What the heck? Is there such a way to take advantage? I worked hard to enlighten you and instill some motivational talk, and you turned your sights on your sister-in-law. P.S. This chapter also explains the reason for writing this book. The 2005 World Youth Championship was the most regrettable opportunity for me. Many people say the age was altered, but look at how Juanmin, if age was altered, he would be 35 this year, and still playing, so those players indeed. Said a lot. I hope everyone doesn't scold me. Once things settle down, I will add more. After bidding farewell to Hao Juanmin, Subai arrived at Maggoth's office. He was unaware that his meeting with Ankarer had been exposed by the media, though it didn't hold much significance for him. However, it was somewhat unprincipled on Maggoth's part. After all, engaging in private discussions with other teams during the season is a major taboo for professional players. Nonetheless, Subai wasn't too worried. The trash contract he received was a result of Schalke trying to save money. Now, with various teams looking to take advantage, it could only be said that Schalke was reaping what it sowed. He wasn't so overly sentimental as to foolishly hang on to Schalke 04. If Maggoth were to blame him for contacting other teams, and even choose to bench him, he would immediately call Ankarer. According to Ankarer, he might not be a starter, but given his current abilities and rate of improvement, it wouldn't take half a year to secure a starting position at Manchester United. Knock, knock, knock. However, when Subai knocked on Maggoth's door, he realized how unnecessary his worries had been. Upon seeing Subai, the previously slumped-over Maggoth immediately straightened up. So you're not here to say goodbye, are you? Don't listen to that old bastard Ferguson, he just wants to fleece you. I've already devised a detailed strategy for you. In the next match, you will be our sole offensive core. I will arrange for a defensive midfielder to safeguard you. Just focus on orchestrating the game. Maggoth rambled on like a neglected wife. This made Subai, who was already a bit embarrassed, feel even more awkward. Boss, I didn't plan to leave. That Ankarer was the scout who approached me last time, and I rejected him. This time he specifically came to say he wanted to meet me. You know me, I'm shy and easily embarrassed, so I just met him briefly. What about the contract? Boss, I will consider the contract, but right now what I want is to win the championship with Schalke this season. Subai's words ignited a fiery passion in the old man's heart. The Bundesliga championship. That was the reason he came to Schalke. After all, Schalke had been around for a century, but had never won a championship. An excited Magath grabbed Su Bei's hand and led him to his desk. Exiting Magath's office, Su Bei felt a bit dazed. He couldn't understand why the old man was particularly talkative today, completely unlike his usual authoritative self. He even explained the tactics he had been researching recently. Well, I must admit Magath's tactics gave Su Bei a refreshing feeling. To fully unleash Su Bei's offensive capabilities against the formidable opponent Werder Bremen, this weekend Magath directly employed a new 42-31 formation. He moved the impactful Huntelaar to the left and placed Raul in the center. While balancing offense and defense on both flanks, he added a protective midfielder Baumjohann. His sole purpose was to enhance the defense, thereby completely liberating Su Bei in the center. This also relieved Su Bei, who had been troubled by the team's defense. As long as he didn't have to worry about defense, he could attack freely. At 5 p.m. on Monday, Schalke 04's official website released the latest news. The club's rising star Su Bei has no intention of transferring and will remain at Schalke 04. This news immediately dispelled all rumors regarding Su Bei's transfer. The fans who had been restless and ready to protest outside the club also calmed down. However, this superficial news could only fool the naive Schalke fans. Teams interested in Su Bei knew that while he hadn't declared a transfer, he also hadn't signed a new contract with Schalke. At the very least, Ankerer, who was still staying at a hotel near Schalke, had not received a dismissal notice from Manchester United. For 4 days, Su Bei continued the monotonous training and life at the club. During these 4 days, he also gained a total of 5 attribute points. Looking at his attributes, Su Bei unhesitatingly allocated all his points to his physical balance, raising it to 80. Although his defensive rating of 61 was still terribly low, it wouldn't take many weeks for him to completely say goodbye to being treated like a wooden post. On Friday afternoon, Su Bei boarded the plane to Bremen with the entire Schalke team. Sunday's match would be a tough battle for Schalke 04. Compared to their previous opponent, Frankfurt, Werder Bremen was a true Bundesliga powerhouse. Founded on February 4, 1899, Werder Bremen has a history of over 100 years. Unlike Schalke, which has never won a Bundesliga championship, Werder Bremen boasts 4 Bundesliga titles. Although Bremen may not be as financially powerful as clubs like Bayern Munich or Borussia Dortmund, which spend lavishly on star players, they are renowned for their ability to spot talent. Throughout the Bundesliga, aside from Dortmund's youth training system, Bremen has mostly relied on its own youth players as the foundation of their team. From the youth team, Bremen trains players with a unified tactical approach and tenacious playing style. This strong defensive counterattacking tactic allows all youth players to seamlessly transition into the first team. Of course, there may be individual skill differences, but the overall strength of the team remains largely unaffected. Thus, there is a saying in the Bundesliga: in the entire world, only Werder Bremen is unaffected by player injuries because they can immediately form a new team. On the plane, Su Bei, Jiumin and Raul sat in a row. The recent uproar about Su Bei's transfer meant nothing to Raul. In his view, if Su Bei had any sense, he wouldn't hastily make a transfer at this time. As for the end of the season, by then he might even retire, and that would be beyond his concern. Now, the only thing that interested him was the sudden resurgence of his form in the last match. "So I've been feeling strange lately, you know. When you passed me that ball last time, I felt like I had turned back the clock by over 10 years. My speed and everything else changed so drastically. But after the match ended, that feeling mysteriously disappeared. I even took the time to have my personal doctor check me thoroughly, but it was no use. My body is still the same as before." Jiumin perked up. "Hey, I felt that way during the last cup match too." "Raul, did you feel it too? Wasn't there an initial electric feeling throughout your body?" "In that match, I felt like I changed a lot. The dribbling moves I rarely used before came easily to me. How can I describe that feeling? It was mystical and very comfortable." "How? It turns out you're my good friend. You also felt that comfortable sensation. It's so amazing. I just wonder if we'll both feel that electric charge in this match. That youthful feeling is fantastic." Su Bei felt a bit awkward looking at the two in front of him. What on earth is going on here? How am I supposed to use this card in this match? "PS him back. He'll update more tonight. A bit of encouragement would be appreciated. Working hard for love." After arriving at the hotel in Bremen arranged for Schalke, Jiumin lay on the bed still pondering his peculiar feelings. Stop overthinking it. Be confident and treat the Bundesliga like the World Youth Championship back then. Su Bei's words seemed to open a window for the troubled Jiumin. "Wow, Xiao Bei, you're right. Damn it, I was a super winger in the World Youth Championship 5 years ago. Haha, go to sleep tomorrow. The coach will announce the starting lineup. Xiao Bei, wait for me to wreak havoc." Watching the silly Jiumin really go to sleep, Su Bei couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Sometimes being silly truly brings happiness. At 5 in the morning, Su Bei got up as usual to do push-ups, and Jiumin skillfully followed suit, shaking the bed. During this time, due to Su Bei's presence, Hao Junmin fully integrated into the team that was mercilessly pushing themselves. It must be said that this kind of intense training was indeed beneficial for the 23-year-old Hao Junmin. At least his lower body strength had significantly improved. Su Bei's sister-in-law could fully attest to this. At 9 in the morning, Su Bei opened the door to the familiar scene. This time, however, in addition to Neuer and midfielder Raul had also joined the eavesdropping ranks. "We are just training our bodies." Although Hao Junmin was a bit silly, he sensed that his teammates had misunderstood him this time. Hearing Hao Junmin's explanation, Raul nodded in belief. The Weser Stadium, which accommodates 4,000 spectators, was not far from the hotel where Schalke was staying. In less than 15 minutes' drive, Schalke's bus arrived at the stadium. Since there had been prior communication with the venue, this training was conducted in a fully closed manner. After all, Magath wanted to implement his new formation, and he didn't want Bremen to know in advance. As soon as they got off the bus, the frenzy of reporters surrounded them like rabid dogs seeing a bone. Before the others even got off the bus, Magath was already besieged by reporters at the door. "Mr. Magath, what do you think about the reports that Manchester United and Bayern have privately communicated with Su Bei? Will the team impose any penalties on Su Bei?" "Mr. Magath, media reports say that Su Bei's weekly wage is still over 100 and his buyout clause is only 500,000. Is that true?" "Mr. Magath, will the Yangua boy be unable to play in this match due to the transfer controversy?" Faced with the frenzied reporters, Magath couldn't be bothered to respond. After shouting for security to disperse the reporters, he finally let everyone hurry inside. Earlier on the way here, Magath had already stated that no player was allowed to accept interviews. So even if the reporters shouted until they were hoarse, not a single player from Schalke stopped in their tracks. Especially Su Bei, after getting off the bus and seeing the eager eyes around him, felt a wave of anxiety. Once inside the stadium, Magath wasted no time. He called over Hughes to announce the starting lineup. As expected, in the past few days, Magath had practiced the new formation for a long time. The only change was on the right-back position, where Hao Junmin, who had scored a goal in the last match, replaced Uchida Atsudo. He then moved Huntelaar to the left, substituted Annan, and made Baumjohann the midfield workhorse. No other positions changed. Magath didn't conduct any training matches on the field. He merely practiced the protective coordination between Baumjohann and Su Bei a few times. I must say the defensively formidable Baumjohann is like a midfield bulldozer. Standing at 183 meters, he may not be the tallest, but he is undoubtedly a muscular powerhouse. Although Su Bei couldn't see the balance attributes of this guy's body, the explosive muscles at the very least suggest a balance rating above 90. With such a meat shield, Su Bei immediately felt much safer. After a whole day of practice, he happily earned another training point. Without much consideration, Su Bei continued to improve his defense. The fifth channel in Yin Country has been extremely busy lately, because Su Bei and Hao Junmin's performance in the match truly dazzled the Bundesliga, causing the midnight broadcast to break viewership records. As a result, the fifth channel directed all its broadcasting resources towards Schalke 04. They even stopped airing Bayern's matches, and on Friday, Duan Xian and his team directly headed to Bremen. On television, the fifth channel has been promoting this high-stakes Bundesliga showdown since Monday, spending a whole week on it, making it seem as if Schalke is destined to win the championship. However, the effects of this promotion are clearly visible. The fan base in Yin Country is enormous, especially when they can watch their players in the Bundesliga. This also led to an unprecedented surge in advertising prices during that time slot on the night of the match. Advertisements from Li Ning Meters Bonwei Ichuan and Derwei were fiercely contested for just a few seconds of airtime. In short, for the fans, Sunday night is definitely a night worth staying up for. Moreover, on October 5th, the domestic audience is still in the holiday period. On that day, countless fans were already glued to their TVs by midnight. Good evening, friends. Welcome to the live broadcast of the fifth round of the 2010-2011 Bundesliga season. I am your old friend Duan Xian. First, let's stick to our old tradition. To support the home team Werder Bremen, please text A to 106-622-2481. To support the visiting team Schalke 04, please text B to 106-622-2481. Fans who guess the correct result will have the chance to receive a special Bundesliga gift package prepared by our production team. Alright, the Schalke 04 bus has arrived at the Weser Stadium. As you can see from the camera, the stadium is already packed to capacity. Werder Bremen has maintained an unbeaten record in the first 4 rounds of the league with 3 wins and 1 draw, currently ranking 3rd. And Schalke 04, thanks to their victory in the previous match, has quietly climbed to 6th place in the league. The strength of both teams should be considered evenly matched. For the fans who have just started following the Bundesliga, you might not know much about Bremen, but I believe you are all familiar with Claudio Pizarro on the team. Claudio Pizarro, born in 1977, started his career at Bremen, then played for Chelsea and Bayern, finally returning to Bremen. Although he is already 33 years old this year, he still maintains an impressive scoring efficiency in the first 4 rounds of the league. Scoring 3 goals in 4 matches is indeed an impressive feat for a 33-year-old veteran. In this match, it's uncertain whether Schalke 04 will let Raul play. If Raul starts again, it will certainly create a dramatic moment between the two teams. After all, Raul is also 33 years old, and it remains to be seen who will prevail in this battle of aging forwards. In the locker room, Madjate offered no rousing speech. As the hour approached, he merely admonished Bao Muyuehan on a few things to watch. Then he patted the players on the rear and sent them out. In the players' tunnel, Su Bai and Hao Junmin stood together quietly awaiting their entrance. The Bulai players on the left kept turning to steal glances at him one by one, the scene reminding one of school days when a senior bully would look to his leader before a fight. Xiao Bai, be careful. Looks like Bulai may have you marked. Hao Junmin had of course felt their gazes. Ha, it's fine, Hao Ji. We're not without backup, right, Yuehan? Looking at the guileless Bao Muyuehan beside him, Su Bai gave him a friendly pat. Don't worry, Su. Anyone who dares touch you, and he'll break his legs. Not just 2, but 3. After saying that, Bao Muyuehan shot an angry glare at the Bulai players. Bao's words sent the Sha Air Ku players into a burst of laughter. For Bao Muyuehan, who had scarcely had chances to play, Su Bai's arrival felt like the answer to a long-begged prayer. His footwork was crude and he lacked passing ability. His only strength was tenacious defending, no match for even the modest passing skills of Pierre Kalugu. Madjate, ever an advocate of attack, had never entertained a double-holding midfielder formation. Thus, in the first 4 rounds, Bao Muyuehan had no opportunity at all. Unexpectedly, a spring breeze from Yen Guo awakened that withered little shoot in him. To Bao Muyuehan, Su Bai embodied his reason for being at Sha Air Ku. Whoever harmed Su Bai would answer to him first. If Su Bai were injured, Bao would lose his chance to play. Thinking that, Bao Muyuehan turned and looked at Su Bai with heartfelt affection and murmured, "Thanks." Channel 5. Fans watching at home, this is the 2010-2011 Bundesliga Round 5, Yinda Bulai hosting Sha Air Ku 04. The players are already standing in their respective halves. First, the starting lineups. The home side, Yinda Bulai starting goalkeeper no. 1 Wei Zhe. Left back no. 16 Miles Kai Air, Shi Airway Site, center backs no. 3 Pei Li Pa Sa Ning and no. 29 Mo Te Sa Ku. Right back no. 8 Kulai Min Si Fu Li Ci. Double holding midfielders no. 44 Ba Gu Fu Leda and no. 22 Tua Air Si Tung Fu Lin Si. Attacking midfielder no. 14 A Luan Heng Te. Left winger no. 18 Young talent Fei Li Ku Si Kuluo Si. The right winger is the rising star no. 7 A Nua Tual Wei Chi, newly arrived this year from Dutch side, Te Wen Te. The lone striker is the veteran no. 24 Ku Lao Di Ao Pai Sa Luo. Yunda Bulai may line up in the traditional 433 formation. On the other side, wearing the traditional blue kit, Sha Air Ku 04 have made significant changes. Starting goalkeeper no. 1 Nua Air. Left back no. 13 Shermi Ci. Center backs no. 21 Mei Su Air Da and no. 4 Huawei De Si. Right back no. 14 Hao Junmin. Double holding midfielders no. 12 Pei Air Kulu Gu and the seasoned debutant no. 35 Bao Muyuehan. In the attacking midfield position is our country's young talent no. 24 Su Bai. Left midfielder no. 25 Hung Ti Lane Air. Right midfielder no. 20 Pu Li Yichi Kasi. Up front is no. 7 Lao Air. Sha Air Ku 04 have deployed a brand new 4,231. At that moment, the referee glanced at his watch and silently awaited the time. With the referee's whistle, the match began. The side in possession, Yunda Bulai did not surge at Sha Air Ku from the first whistle. After all, Bulai coach, the 49-year-old Tuiomasi Sha Fu, knew full well his team, whose average age neared 30, feared nothing more than exhaustion. So their tactic was to draw opponents into their tempo like a leopard hidden in the grass. When the prey relaxed, they would strike swiftly and decisively. At the touchline, watching their hosts refrain from an all-out opening assault, Ma Jia Te frowned in mild surprise. Bulai forward Ku Lao Dao Pai Sa Luo laid the ball back to the attacking midfielder and then unhurriedly ran into Sha Air Ku's rear third. Receiving the ball, Yunda Bulai's attacking midfielder, A Luan Hung Te, first turned the ball away from Lao Air's press, then shifted his body and passed to his left teammate Fei Li Ku Si Kaluo Si. Born March 12, 1991, the young Fei Li Ku Si Kaluo Si came through the Luo Si Tua Ku Youth Academy. Fast and gifted at penetrating defenses, he did not choose to recklessly surge forward when confronted by Sha Air Ku's right midfielder Pu Li Yichi Kasi. Instead, he calmly pulled the ball back pass to his own holding midfielder Tuer, Si Tung Fu Lin Si, then curved around Pu Liachi Ka Si and jogged toward the flank. Pu Liachi Ka Si was momentarily unsure if he chased the ball toward Tuer Si Ting. What about the young Kaluo Si, who had slipped behind him? But if he turned, the recipient Tuer Si Tung would face no pressure at all. And in that instant of hesitation from Pu Liachi Ka Si, Tuer Si Ting took a touch forward and then launched a booming long ball toward the young Kaluo Si, who had just run past him. At the same moment, the previously languid Bulai Mei side seemed to receive a signal and accelerated in an instant like a leopard springing from the grass upon its prey. Swift and ferocious, the veteran Ku Lao Dao Pai Sa Luo led the charge into Sha Air Kes penalty area. Receiving the ball, young Kaluo Si wasted no time and sprinted down Sha Air Kes right flank. Watching the frenzied surge, Hao Junmin, feeling that familiar jolt, also rushed to meet him. Bulai Mei's sudden acceleration. One must say that after a decade plus under Tuoma Si Sha Fu, Bulai Mei had become a machine of impeccable coordination. Such instantaneous quickening demands supreme team understanding to prevent the formation from coming apart. The 433 suits this allowed all defend approach perfectly. Hao Junmin had just come on and was not fully warmed up. Whether he could handle Bulai Mei's lightning flank Kaluo Si was uncertain. As Kaluo Si charged at Hao Junmin, Duan Xian immediately offered Hao an out. After all, this was Hao Junmin's first Bundesliga start, and Duan Xianzai's temperament was Hao's greatest weakness. What he did not know was that before the referee's whistle, Su Bai had already activated a perfect partner card on Hao Junmin. Su Bai had hesitated over whom to bind the card to, glancing at Lao Air, who might suddenly reclaim his old spark. Su Bai quickly bound it to Hao Junmin, deciding not to bind Lao Air casually again. Once in a while was fine, but if he kept doing it, he might be discovered. So to be safe, it was better to choose the guileless, easily misled Hao Junmin. With all attributes boosted 20%, Hao Junmin faced the onrushing Kaluo Si without fear. He took up position, dipped his left shoulder, clung to Kaluo Si, locked his left foot in the runner's path, and with one fluid motion hooked it. In a single encounter, Hao Junmin effortlessly stole the ball from beneath Kaluo Si's feet. Kaluo Si stood stunned. He had not expected this slight-looking man from Yingguo to take the ball so readily, but Kaluo Si quickly turned and launched an immediate counter-tackle. But Hao Junmin gave him no chance. The instant he reclaimed the ball, he scooped the underside with his right foot and sent a long pass toward the unmarked Su Bai in the center. The ball fell rapidly towards Su Bai in midfield. By then, Su Bai had noticed the perfect passing lane highlighted by the system. Facing the descending ball, Su Bai made no control. Adopting the posture of a volley, he struck the ball fiercely on the half volley with his right foot. The pass carried enormous power. The ball shot like a cannonball toward Bulai Mei's right defensive flank. In that zone, Hung Tae La Air, who had lurked on Sha Air Kes' left flank from the outset, sprang into action. The ball veered past Bulai Mei's compressed defensive line and its markers. Inside the muscular men's bar in Gelsenkirchen, countless Schalke fans, bare-chested and covered in tattoos, excitedly stood in front of the television. Recently, life has been somewhat tumultuous for these loyal Schalke 04 supporters. After witnessing the fourth round of Schalke's fluid attacks, these fans were so exhilarated that they couldn't sleep all night. Especially after seeing Su Bai dominate the game in midfield, the Schalke fans seemed to suddenly glimpse the hope of becoming champions of the Bundesliga. That would be the Bundesliga championship. From the time of their grandfathers to now, they have reached middle age, with many holding their own children, yet still tightly clinging to Schalke 04, who have never won a Bundesliga title. This Hao has been performing well lately. His defense is clean and sharp, much better than that of the Japanese player. Indeed, the players from the Fire Nation are quite capable. I remember the Frankfurt player Yang Chun and that master of direct free kicks from Koppis, who could score directly from corners. Haha, I still think that the Fire Nation's Su is the best. His passing is so beautiful. Just a few days ago, it was said that Manchester United and Bayern were trying to poach him. Thankfully, the club managed to keep him. That really scared me. I agree. If he were poached right after debuting, I would definitely smash the club's building windows. Suddenly, amid the previously subdued bar, a frenzy of shouting erupted. A group of burly men in the bar stood up and began to celebrate hysterically. Countless bottles were smashed on the floor. However, the bar owner remained indifferent, even joining this group of crazy fans in smashing bottles. Meanwhile, far away at the Weser Stadium in Bremen, Su Bai's decisive pass flew to Huntelaar's feet in the blink of an eye. With exceptional speed and striking ability, Huntelaar hardly needed to adjust before unleashing a powerful shot with his right foot against the aggressive Bremen goalkeeper Weiser. The football shot through the air like a meteor and sped into the net behind Weiser. When Weiser turned to look at the goal, the football had already rolled out from the net. Beautiful. Incredible. The ball is in. Only 1 minute and 41 seconds into the game. Schalke 04 has broken through Bremen's defense with a lightning-fast strike. Huntelaar didn't waste Su Bei's deadly pass. A swift stroke to the throat. Terrifying efficiency. From Hao Junman's interception to Su Bei's precise pass, and then to Huntelaar's goal. In less than 7 seconds with just 2 passes, Schalke 04 has scored. An unbelievable connection. Especially Su Bei's assist, he made an astonishing lob pass with a spectacular posture from near the center circle. Su Bei single-handedly tore apart Bremen's solid defense. Watching Huntelaar's clean finish brought excitement. In the live broadcast, Duan Xian instantly erupted into an ecstatic shout. At this moment, over 40,000 fans who were originally fervently cheering for the home team in the stands of the Weser Stadium widened their eyes and fell silent. It was too sudden. Schalke's goal came too quickly, catching them off guard. Many Bremen fans were still habitually waving their Bremen flags. However, the ones celebrating wildly on the field were not the home players, but rather the Schalke 04 players dressed in blue jerseys. After scoring, Huntelaar did not rush to the sidelines or the stands. Instead, he sprinted straight towards Su Bei. Upon reaching Su Bei, Huntelaar excitedly knelt on one knee and signaled Su Bei to place his right foot, which had just delivered the assist, on his knee. Teammates rushed to join Huntelaar and Su Bei. Seeing Su Bei's somewhat bewildered expression, Huntelaar directly lifted Su Bei's foot with his hand and placed it on his knee. He then performed a shoe-shining gesture. At this moment, countless reporters on the sidelines pointed all their cameras at Su Bei, who was standing at the center circle. Shoe-shining celebration. Friends familiar with Serie A must know this special celebration gesture. In the 1997-1998 season, in the first round, Inter Milan came back to beat Brescia 21, with Recoba scoring 2 stunning long-range shots. During that match, Morello shined Recoba's shoes, becoming a celebrated moment in football. Shoe shining has become an ultimate recognition of a shooter's skills. But for the scorer to shine the assist provider's shoes, this is a first in world football. Su Bei's incredible assist has clearly completely conquered Huntelaar. For an excellent forward, a passer like Su Bei is absolutely their favorite. With Su Bei's help, Huntelaar scored his first Bundesliga goal. On the sidelines, Magath was already beaming with joy. At this moment, he glanced at his players on the field before turning again to the big screen where the replay of the goal was playing. Su Bei's pass was truly stunning. Just from that one pass, Su Bei's extraordinary vision was clearly revealed. At this moment, Magath felt both excited and troubled. Although this pass brought him a goal, it also sent a message to all the major clubs in the world that a genius was on the market. A super midfielder prodigy at just 17. And he is only worth 500,000. Come on, experience the exhilarating feeling of discounted prices at Schalke 04's supermarket. Haha, amazing. Su Bei is incredible. That pass was breathtaking. Did you see that? The dream connection of the Fire Nation's twin stars. Hao Junman's interception was also brilliant, clean, and sharp. This goal belongs to the Fire Nation. It was simply outstanding. At this moment, countless fans of the Fire Nation who were glued to their televisions had already started cheering wildly at home. For those who stayed up late, Su Bei and Hao Junman's performances were the greatest reward. The score of 1-0 stood out glaringly on the big screen at the side of the field. The veteran Claudio Pizarro, who had just been in Schalke 04's penalty area, was now intently watching Su Bei, who was surrounded by stars. That pass was indeed impeccable. The coach was right. This kid from the Fire Nation is different from all the midfield players Bremen has encountered in the past. Compared to Huntelaar or Raul, this kid is Schalke 04's most dangerous player. Every touch he makes has the potential to change the score. Although Bremen has made ample preparations against Su Bei in recent days, they didn't expect that Su Bei's first touch would be an assist. And it was such a crazy assist. The match has just started. Keep an eye on that kid. Claudio Pizarro said coldly as he walked to his team's defensive midfielder Bargfried. Understood, Captain. He'll make that kid know this isn't Gelsenkirchen. This is Bremen's Weser Stadium. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the match resumed. After falling behind at the start, Werder Bremen did not play cautiously after the whistle blew. Instead, they charged forward, pressing Schalke 04's defense. The frenzied attack by Werder Bremen has truly begun, launching a fierce onslaught against Schalke. After carefully studying Schalke's previous match, Thomas Schaaf keenly identified a gap in their midfield defense. Watching his players fiercely assault Schalke's midfield, Thomas Schaaf cast a cold glance at Magath nearby. Although Magath added an extra defensive midfielder to plug the gaps in his midfield, the new formation lacked time to gel. Unlike the playmaking style of Su Bei, the 24-year-old Werder Bremen midfielder Aaron Hunt, born in 1986, possesses exceptional explosive attacking capabilities. Today, in Thomas Schaaf's tactical system, his role is that of a dagger aimed directly at Schalke's midfield. Faced with Su Bei's immediate charge, Aaron Hunt deftly nudged the ball to the left, accelerating past Su Bei with ease. Despite Su Bei's display of tenacity, he was ineffective. Even trailing behind Aaron Hunt, he posed no threat. However, in his moment of excitement, Aaron Hunt, seeing no good passing options, audaciously played the ball back, spinning in a showy manner. This spin left Subai grasping at air. Just as Subai intended to turn, the flamboyant Aaron Hunt decided to perform a bicycle kick right in front of him. This provocative move irked Subai. Not one to be easily bullied, Subai was just about to retaliate when someone else made the first move. Seeing his precious teammate being toyed with, Subai's pet Bomjon could no longer stand by. With long strides, Bomjon charged toward the showboating Aaron Hunt. With a thud, Bomjon fiercely knocked both Aaron Hunt and the ball to the ground. Subai looked at the fierce Bomjon, filled with trepidation. That was truly brutal. Just moments ago, Aaron Hunt was triumphantly flaunting his skills, but now he was writhing in pain on the grass. Such a collision naturally led the referee to halt the match. However, the honest Bomjon exhibited no additional aggression. The referee merely gave Bomjon a slight warning and let the matter rest. Yet seeing no card issued, Aaron Hunt, who had just been feigning injury, immediately got up to complain. Other Werder Bremen players gathered around the referee, chattering and beginning their reprimand of Bomjon. "Don't worry, Su, you don't need to concern yourself with defense. Oh, I've got this." Calmly walking over to Subai, Bomjon patted him on the shoulder in a comforting gesture. At that moment, a warmth filled Subai's slightly bruised heart, especially when he saw Bomjon's serious gaze that conveyed understanding. In the 7th minute of the match, Werder Bremen earned a free kick from a less than ideal position. Aaron Hunt took the free kick, not sending it directly into the penalty area, but instead passing it to the right winger Arnautovic. After receiving the ball, Arnautovic took a few steps forward before returning it to the approaching Aaron Hunt. Werder Bremen continued to dominate the midfield against Schalke. Defense is still a problem. Although Subai's attacking ability is unquestionable, Werder Bremen is set on exploiting the weaknesses in the midfield where Subai plays. Even though Magath arranged a double defensive midfielder formation, the biggest risk now lies in the coordination issues between No. 2 Pearl Kruger and No. 35 Bomjon, who is making his season debut. It's important to know that a double defensive midfielder setup tests team chemistry the most. Unlike the simple positioning needed for double center backs, their defensive zones are much larger. Without sufficient practice, the double defensive midfielders can sometimes have adverse effects. As soon as the words left his mouth, Werder Bremen indeed seized the gap between Pearl Kruger and Bomjon. Receiving the ball, Aaron Hunt swiftly turned and charged toward Schalke's backline. Bomjon also surged forward without hesitation. However, just as Bomjon was about to reach Aaron Hunt played the ball to his left foot, passing it to the advancing defensive midfielder Torsten Frings. Then he sprinted behind Bomjon. In a typical double defensive midfielder setup, the other midfielder would instinctively move to support their teammate as they advanced. However, Bomjon was charging too fast, leaving Pearl Kruger no chance to react. With a simple 1-2, Torsten Frings quickly passed the ball to the rampaging Aaron Hunt. At that moment, Pearl Kruger, another defensive midfielder from Schalke, was still focused on the left flank. In an instant, Schalke's right side was completely breached by Werder Bremen. On the sidelines, Thomas Schaaf watched in excitement as his tactics bore fruit, dashing to the edge of the field, his fists clenched and a fervent flush on his face, eagerly awaiting the moment of his tactical success. The lightning-fast Aaron Hunt dashed to the edge of Schalke's penalty area, forcing Metzelder, who had been closely marking Claudio Pizarro, to abandon his opponent and rush toward Aaron Hunt. And the cunning Aaron Hunt was ready for this moment. With his right foot, he nudged the ball forward, which rolled past Metzelder to the unmarked Pizarro. The 33-year-old veteran did not squander this golden opportunity. He aimed at Neuer's goal and pushed the ball forward. Despite Neuer's desperate attempt to dive and block the shot, the ball grazed his fingertips and rolled into the net, brushing against the post. Beep! A whistle sounded. The referee pointed to the center circle to signal that the goal was valid. At that moment, the previously silent Weser Stadium erupted as if it had been ignited. Gulu. Claudio P. Izar. Oh! The stadium DJ at Weser Stadium erupted in a deafening roar. All the Werder Bremen fans in the stands celebrated wildly. The scoring Pizarro leaped over the advertising boards and into the crowd of ecstatic fans. In an instant, Pizarro was engulfed by the celebrating throng. Oh no, a goal conceded. I said it. The double defensive midfielder combination in the midfield would have issues. I didn't expect them to be breached so quickly by Werder Bremen. Bomjon rushed too eagerly on that play. He should have communicated with Pearl Kruger beforehand. This is the reason for the lack of chemistry. Seeing how they had just taken the lead and were now equalized, Duan Xian wore a bitter expression. Wow, teacher Duan, your jinxing skills are too powerful. Just a single comment, and they concede a goal. Haha, this isn't the first time. Didn't you notice? As soon as teacher Duan draws attention to Schalke, they concede a goal. The jinxing ability has been activated. Damn, I'm dying of laughter. It's still a problem with the midfield defense. There's no way a super strong offense only leads to relatively weak defense. Just as all the fans from Yen Nation lamented Schalke's concession far away in bullfighting country in Barcelona, sitting in his luxurious mansion, the star Messi wore a face of shock. At this moment in front of him, Thomas Schaaf clenched his fists tightly and raised them triumphantly above his head upon witnessing the goal. He had succeeded, right through the center. Through relentless drills in recent days, his team had pierced Schalke's defensive line with a penetrating central assault. Schaaf turned proudly toward his counterpart on the opposite bench, Marcus Babel, and especially relished the sight of Babel's furrowed brow, chin propped pensively in hand, his expression steeped in bitter frustration. Meanwhile, on the pitch, the affable Baumjohn approached his teammate with deep remorse. "It's all my fault. I rushed forward too recklessly." Yet facing the dejected Baumjohn, Per Kruger showed not a trace of reproach. Having himself climbed slowly from the substitute's bench, he understood that burning urge to prove oneself in one's debut appearance. He also knew that such a mistake might erode Baumjohn's confidence, further worsening his performance with each passing minute. Thus Kruger, who normally wore an unyielding stern countenance, surprised everyone by breaking into a warm smile and gently clapping Baumjohn on the shoulder. "It's fine, we're only level, not behind. Baum, don't blame yourself. Truth be told, it was my own ineptitude. No matter, we'll score again." Baisu stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Baumjohn's shoulder. Surrounded by such compassionate teammates, the burly Baumjohn felt tears welling up in his eyes. Prompted by the referee's urgent whistle, play resumed swiftly. Schalke 04 did not rush their attack. In Babel's current tactical framework, offensive impetus flowed entirely through Baisu. The midfield's orchestration remained paramount. Yet the moment Baisu received the ball, chaos erupted. Claudio Pizarro launched himself fiercely at Baisu the instant the referee's whistle blew. The very instant Baisu collected rolls past Pizarro, collided with him mercilessly. No hesitation, no restraint. Like Baumjohn earlier, Pizarro added no extraneous motion, but neither did he hold back. In an instant, the powerful Pizarro sent Baisu crashing onto the turf. Beep. The referee had no choice but to halt play. As with Baumjohn's earlier infraction, Pizarro escaped unpunished, not even a caution. A malicious tackle like that, and no yellow card. The referee's judgment is highly questionable. Yet, judging by the officiating standards thus far, from the first half onward, it's clear this referee permits generous physical contact. Though such leniency has long been customary in the Bundesliga, Germany's football culture has gradually evolved from traditional long ball tactics toward refined technical artistry. Consequently, purposeless fouls have grown increasingly rare in modern matches. Still, Baisu must tread carefully. Pizarro's foul reveals Bremen's deliberate, premeditated strategy. As Duan Xian had predicted, Babel, already tense on the touchline, grew visibly more anxious. He had recognized Bremen's intent. Their plan was simple: disrupt Baisu through calculated fouls, neither severe enough to warrant cards nor mild enough to be ignored, solely to fracture Schalke's attacking rhythm. From that moment, the match fragmented into disjointed bursts. In the 26th minute, after receiving a diagonal pass from Baumjohn, Baisu executed a deft pull-in turn, gliding past the lunging Pizarro. Immediately thereafter, Bremen's attacking midfielder Aaron Hunt launched a ferocious front-end tackle. Though Hunt aimed for the ball, his follow-through brought Baisu down hard. The referee halted play once more. Hunt's right boot had hooked squarely around Baisu's right leg. Though Baisu possessed injury immunity, pain remained unshielded. Baisu collapsed, clutching his calf in agony. Schalke's players erupted in protest. Huntelaar, the scorer of Schalke's recent goal, watched his chief playmaker writhe in pain and charged straight toward Aaron Hunt. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Enraged, Huntelaar confronted Hunt, who, incensed in turn, rose instantly and locked foreheads with him chest to chest. "What are you trying to pull, eh?" Within seconds, players from both sides swarmed around Baisu, shoving and jostling. The referee sprinted between them, blowing his whistle urgently. Sensing the situation spiraling, the referee brandished yellow cards. First to Hunt for the reckless tackle, then to Huntelaar for instigating the confrontation. Both sides were punished equally, but the referee's intervention came too late. The match's volatile tension had already ignited fully. After regaining his composure, Baisu rose and re-entered the fray. Thereafter, midfield duels devolved into a grim pantomime of repeated fouls. In the 30th minute, Bremen's wide attack was halted by a foul committed by Priatskas. In the 35th minute, after another fruitless Bremen assault, Pizarro repeated his ploy, tripping Baisu as he received the ball in central midfield. The seasoned Pizarro quickly gestured to the referee, insisting his action had been unintentional, and once again fortune spared him a yellow card. In the 39th minute, Baisu passed to Priatskas on the right flank. Schalke surged forward, only for Bremen's left winger Felix Cruz to launch an uncompromising sideways tackle, felling Priatskas cleanly. Cruz's challenge struck Pryatskas squarely on the right ankle. The referee issued a yellow card, but simultaneously summoned the stretcher team to carry Pryatskas off the field. Babel, watching helplessly from the touchline, vented his fury at the fourth official, though his complaints proved utterly futile. After examining Pryatskas, the club doctor shook his head resignedly at Babel. With no alternative, Babel substituted Atsuto Uchida for the injured player. He also advanced Junmin Hao from right back to right midfield. Right midfielder. This is actually Hao's natural position in the Chinese Super League. Offensively, I believe Hao contributes far more in advanced roles than defensively. Now all eyes turn to whether Hao and Baisu will spark synergy up front. If their partnership yields results, Pryatskas' injury may yet prove serendipitous. As a seasoned commentator, Duan Xian consistently reframed misfortune into hope for fans. Professor Duan, that was brutal. Last time you claimed Labrador's injury paved the way for Baisu. Now poor Pryatskas bears the burden. Labrador. Rumor has it he's still recovering in Frankfurt Hospital. I wonder what he'll think upon returning. His name isn't Labrador, you internet trolls. His real name is Bujelabu, but admittedly Labrador does roll off the tongue more easily. Hao's advancement to midfield is thrilling, but Bremen's aggression is astonishing. Since their goal, the match has stuttered incessantly. Baisu now hesitates even to receive the ball. Each touch invites an immediate substitution-driven foul. Evidently, Thomas Schaaf of Bremen is a true tactical mastermind. Unable to contain Baisu's vision, he simply denies him the chance to distribute. Relying on innocuous card-avoiding infractions you can scarcely penalize. Seeing his teammates from Werder Bremen glancing at him with their peripheral vision, Su Bai wore a helpless expression. He played awkwardly. Every time the system indicated the optimal passing route, Werder Bremen would always interrupt his passes with fouls. What troubled him the most was the defensive midfielder Bargfried from Werder Bremen. As soon as Su Bai crossed the halfway line, Bargfried would immediately stick close to him. Born in 1989, Philipp Bargfried may only be 174 meters tall, but his physique is much stronger than it appears. At the very least, Su Bai had tried, and he simply could not withstand this guy. Moreover, Bargfried was not only physically strong, but also extremely agile with his feet. His defense was impenetrable. To be honest, with Su Bai's 80-ball control, trying to get past him was quite a challenge. Every time Su Bai carried the ball to midfield, he would face Werder Bremen's double marking and fouls. He had no chance to pass forward. The first half of the match ended at this rhythm. Schalke 04 and Werder Bremen were tied at 1-1. In contrast to the relaxed expressions of the Werder Bremen players, the Schalke players were all frowning. Raul in the front hadn't even taken a single shot on goal. After entering the locker room, Magath did not hesitate to pull out the tactical board. Don't just wait. So try to hold the ball, less it's best to pass in one touch. Don't think about directly assisting. Werder Bremen is mainly targeting your forward passes. You need to set the rhythm for the whole team. And you Huntelaar, when you go to the wing, it's not about scoring, you need to learn to coordinate with Raul. Magath's words suddenly made Su Bai realize. Ever since he had the passing routes in the system, he always chose the route with the highest goal probability to pass. This made his passes in the front field lethal every time. However, after being specifically targeted in this match, he finally understood why everyone said football is not a one-man sport. Whether it's Huntelaar or Raul, they relied too much on his passes. Not just them, the entire Schalke team was in a state of waiting for him to pass. And being targeted meant that Schalke 04 was completely frozen like a race car without an engine, looking good but unable to move. There are not only one passing route, and that thing is dynamic. What does dynamic mean? It means it is filled with randomness. It doesn't necessarily have to be just one way to score. The passes with lower scoring rates only indicate the success rate of that pass leading to a goal. If he tried passing to other routes, more red or even direct scoring routes might appear. Thinking of this, Su Bai's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. In the distant land of Spain, bored Messi was aimlessly pressing the remote control while watching the Bundesliga broadcast and received a cup of water handed by his girlfriend. Leo, how's that interesting player you told me about earlier? Anto, nestled in Messi's embrace, asked. Oh, just that stunning pass at the beginning, but then he became rather ordinary average ball control and slow speed. That pass was probably a fluke. Looking at the passionate gaze of his beloved girl in his arms, Messi directly turned off the television. He was only slightly surprised by that Bundesliga player's pass. Of course, what Messi didn't know was that in the subsequent Champions League, soon the players from both teams were back on the field. Magath looked solemnly at his disciples on the field. Although he had said a lot during halftime, he didn't know if his disciples would take it to heart. Now he somewhat regretted his blind formation change. The instability of the double defensive midfielders along with Su Bai being frozen had put Schalke completely at a disadvantage. He knew that the cunning Thomas Schaaf had prepared more than just this. Since he could find the flaws in his formation, his countermeasures would definitely keep coming. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the second half of the match officially began. Raul immediately passed the ball to Subai behind him. Pizarro charged towards Subai just like in the first half. However, before he could get close to Subai directly turned and passed the ball to Baumjohann behind him. Pizarro persistently charged towards Baumjohann. The moment Baumjohann received the ball, he was a bit stunned. What's going on? Why did Subai pass the ball to him? The whole team knew how poor his ball control was. Give it to me. Soon Subai ran to Baumjohann's side, shouting to take the ball back. Receiving the ball confirmed Subai's suspicion. In the passing routes that had just appeared in front of him, the one with the lowest scoring probability was Baumjohann behind him. After receiving the ball this time, the previously established passing routes in the front field had been refreshed. Indeed, every time after a pass, the passing routes that appeared in his system would refresh randomly. Thinking of this, Subai smiled, carrying the ball and charging towards the Werder Bremen midfield. As soon as he passed the midfield, Bargfried rushed towards him. However, Subai didn't even wait for him to get close. He directly sidestepped and passed the ball to Hao Junmin on the right, then rushed forward. At this moment, the passing routes in front of Subai began to change continuously. Meanwhile, Bargfried was in a difficult position. Although the coach had mentioned that his main task in this match was to closely mark Subai, at this moment Subai was completely off the ball. What was there to mark? On the other side, the player who received the ball, Hao Junmin, was not hesitant at all. Originally, he had been boosted with confidence by Subai plus the enhancement from the perfect partner card. At this moment, Hao Junmin seemed to have opened all 8 gates, excitedly rushing crazily down Werder Bremen's left wing. Felix Kruse, the right winger from Werder Bremen, was horrified to find that Hao Junmin, who had just been in front of him, had disappeared. Looking up, Hao Junmin was already about to reach the edge of the penalty area. Facing the advancing Werder Bremen, left back Mikel Sylvester. Hao Junmin lightly flicked the ball to the right. As Mikel Sylvester shifted his weight to the left, Hao Junmin immediately pulled the ball back, and with a flick of his right ankle sent the ball to his left side. Simultaneously, Hao Junmin swiftly slipped past Mikel Sylvester. In front of the ball that Hao Junmin had passed, Subai appeared. With the perfect partner card in effect, their tacit understanding had increased by 100. Since Hao Junmin broke through from the wing, Subai had always been on his left side. Hao Junmin's ball control attracted all of Werder Bremen's defensive forces. And this last horizontal pass was like the finishing touch. At this moment, 2 red passing routes appeared in front of Subai. On the left, Raul with 89 probability, and on the right, Hao Junmin, who had slipped past Mikel Sylvester with 87. Without any hesitation, Subai effortlessly curled his right foot under the ball. Accompanied by a violent spin, the football flew over the heads of Werder Bremen's number 3 Petri Passanen and number 29 Mertzacker. Behind them, Raul had already appeared at the spot where the ball was about to land. With his right foot tense, without waiting for the ball to land, Raul fiercely struck the ball. Without any spin, the ball shot out like a cannonball towards the goal guarded by Wies. In an instant, the football passed Wies and drilled into the bottom corner of the goal. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, pointing to the center circle to signal that the goal was valid. Just after the start of the second half, Schalke 0-4 took the lead with Raul's goal. 2-1. The ball went in. Beautiful. A connection by Raul. This pass was exquisite. Raul did not waste Subai's brilliant assist. With a powerful shot, he changed the score. Schalke 0-4 took the lead again. The breakthrough by Hao Junmin was also very impressive, and his Naluk cross was the essence of the entire attack. Hao Junmin showcased his offensive talent as he transitioned from a fullback to an attacking midfielder. And Subai's final lob was the finishing touch. That goal was truly magnificent. Raul's strike immediately made the commentator Duan Xian excitedly shout out. However, what was unexpected was that Raul, who had just scored, frowned and showed no sign of excitement. He didn't even perform the most basic celebration. Something's off. Tisk still not right, there's no feeling. Subai, who rushed to Raul's side first, was a bit puzzled by Raul's calm demeanor. What's wrong with this guy? He just scored, yet he feels nothing. Has he scored too many goals to still feel excitement? However, Hao Junmin could not think too much and jumped up from behind, playfully riding on Raul's back. On the other side, Huntelaar also rushed over. Seeing his teammates gathering, Raul finally raised his right hand and began to kiss his ring. On the sidelines, Magath was also excited to see a goal so early in the game, jumping for joy. Scoring right at the start is surely a testament to the brilliance of this magical coach, right? Haha, this kid has really figured it out. In such a short time, he already knows how to use teammates to create space for himself. Boss, under your guidance, this kid's progress is truly astonishing. Beside him, the supporting actor Hughes nodded in agreement without changing his expression. The originally boisterous Weserstadion fell completely silent due to Raul's goal. Just like the beginning of the first half, Schalke always managed to rewrite the score with a lightning strike at the start. Why, when our team clearly had the upper hand, did Schalke score again so quickly, even without making any adjustments during the halftime? Unlike the fans who felt a bit frustrated, Bremen's coach Thomas Schaaf had the relaxed expression on his face vanish instantly. This kid. He stared intently at Su Bai on the field. He couldn't believe someone of this age could have such strong game-reading ability. He had studied the tactics against Su Bai for a long time, and the first half had shown good results. But in just a halftime break, this kid figured it out. This kid doesn't even touch the ball. As soon as it reaches his feet, he immediately passes it out. Then he waits for an opportunity to move. He is only 17 years old. It's impossible for him to possess the on-field adaptability that only experienced veterans have. Even if Magath talked to him during halftime, he couldn't possibly change his playing style directly. One must know that changing one's playing style takes considerable time. How could someone change so drastically in just 15 minutes? However, looking at the score on the big screen, Thomas Schaaf could no longer afford to worry about his tactics. Attack! He waved his hands at the dejected Bremen players, signaling his team to launch a fierce attack against Schalke 04. With the restart of the match, Bremen, who was trailing, indeed transformed. The previously slow pace suddenly quickened. The Bremen defensive midfielder Bargfried, who had been marking Su Bai, also abandoned his task and charged past half the field to initiate an attack. Having tasted success in the middle, Bremen still intended to find a way through the center. In the 49th minute of the match, Bremen's attacking midfielder Aaron Hunt, after dribbling past Su Bai, made a clever diagonal pass to the advancing Bargfried. This time Baumjohann first communicated with Pearl Krupp before charging forward. Faced with Pearl Krupp, Bargfried dared not treat him like Su Bai, and without waiting for Baumjohann to get closer, immediately used his left foot to pass the ball horizontally to the right side for Arnautovic. Arnautovic pushed the ball forward a bit, then accelerated from a standstill, dashing towards the left flank of Schalke 04. Meanwhile, Bargfried, Aaron Hunt, and even Pizarro, who had been lurking in the front line, all rushed into Schalke's penalty area. Although Bremen focused on penetrating the center today, they did not abandon their long-standing strategy of attacking from the flanks. Born in 1989, Arnautovic is only 21 years old. He debuted in the Eredivisie, where he shone by scoring 5 goals and providing 9 assists in a single season, leading to his transfer to Werder Bremen this summer for €10 million. Quick and technically skilled, especially with a precise long pass. This allowed him to fit seamlessly into the star-studded Werder Bremen as a starting right winger without any adjustment period. Facing the aggressive Schalke 04 left-back, Schmitz, the young Arnautovic merely nudged the ball to the right and utilized his extraordinary speed to easily bypass Schmitz. With his extreme speed, Schmitz couldn't even hold on to Arnautovic's shirt. On the sidelines, Magath panicked. Watch the center. Regardless of whether the players could hear him, Magath shouted loudly from the sidelines. At this moment, Bremen had gathered 4 attacking players in Schalke's penalty area. Having bypassed Schmitz, Arnautovic no longer hesitated, and with his right foot, he struck the ball hard from below. The ball immediately soared towards Schalke 04's penalty area. Danger! After conceding a goal, Bremen launched a massive counterattack. After drawing Schalke's defense to the center, they quickly switched to the flanks. The 21-year-old rookie utilized his powerful breakthrough to penetrate Schalke's weak flank. Arnautovic's pass flew into the penalty area in the blink of an eye. The ball's landing spot was a bit behind right where Bremen's frontline assassin Pizarro was positioned. Metzelder and Pizarro both jumped to meet the ball. However, as the ball entered the penalty area, it slightly curved due to the intense spin. This minor arc prevented Metzelder from getting the first touch. Pizarro blasted a header. The ball shot towards the goal like a meteor. Pizarro excitedly watched the ball he had struck. After making contact with the ball, he knew it was a certain goal. The force and angle were such that no one could save it. Not just him. At that moment, over 4,000 Bremen fans in Weserstadion stood up in excitement. They clenched their fists and took deep breaths, as if preparing to roar in celebration of a goal. On the sidelines, Magath was even a bit afraid to watch. A header so close and with such power was almost a guaranteed goal. On the other side, Thomas Schaaf had already started celebrating with his fists raised. Metzelder, who missed the touch, turned away in self-reproach. In this critical moment, scientific research indicates that the fastest reaction time for humans is approximately 0.25 seconds, while specially trained goalkeepers have a reaction time of around 0.1 seconds. The time it takes for a person to blink ranges from 0.2 to 0.4 seconds, yet within such a brief span of time. Even the Werder Bremen fans on the sidelines barely had time to blink. Neuer, in front of the Schalke goal, exaggeratedly extended his right fist to punch the ball out of bounds. Pizarro had barely jumped before he landed. Neuer astonishingly deflected the ball away. Beautiful. A save for the ages. Neuer. Oh my God. Incredible. Neuer on the goal line made an unbelievable save against Pizarro's close-range header. I can't believe it. This certain goal was actually saved. The great Manuel Neuer. At just 24 years old, Manuel Neuer He saved Schalke 04. At this moment, Pizarro instinctively covered his head. He couldn't believe what had just happened. How could such a header be saved? In the penalty area, Neuer, after punching the ball away, excitedly roared at Pizarro. Dominant. Crazy. Almost a bit frightening. At this moment, Neuer was like a god descending upon the earth, unstoppable. Schalke teammates Metzelder Houds and Pellkruger excitedly rushed toward Neuer, celebrating with chest bumps. Sometimes a crazy save can uplift a team's morale more than a goal. Not just Pizarro. At this moment, Thomas Schaaf, who had raised his fists to celebrate, was also filled with disbelief. His previously raised hands awkwardly dropped. The over 40,000 Werder Bremen fans in the stadium turned their heads in astonishment towards the big screen. There the replay of Neuer's save was being shown. Even in slow motion, they could hardly imagine that someone could react so quickly. This had already surpassed human limits. In the 50th minute of the match, Werder Bremen earned the first corner kick of the second half. Although Arnaud Hunt's corner kick was of good quality, Pizarro couldn't generate enough power due to Metzelder's interference. The ball was directly seized by Neuer in front of the goal. In the 51st minute, Schalke 04 regained possession. The Schalke attack began. Neuer first threw the ball to Uchida Atsudo on the right flank. Cautious Uchida did not blindly rush forward, but passed the ball to Hao Junmin, who had come to support from the flank. Just as Hao Junmin received the ball, Pizarro charged forward. Faced with the rushing Pizarro, Hao Junmin remained calm, first flicking the ball to the left, avoiding Pizarro's outstretched foot. Then he smoothly pulled the ball back behind him. This move forced Pizarro to quickly shift his weight to prepare for another kick. But at the moment of pulling the ball, Hao Junmin pushed it slightly forward. This little adjustment caused the rushing Pizarro to lose his balance. Without any intention of stopping, Hao Junmin used his left foot to carry the ball along the sideline, and then quickly turned to accelerate. Beautiful this play. Hao Junmin is becoming more confident with each kick. Look, he's improving. It's been less than half a year, and Hao Junmin's skills have undergone a qualitative leap. The most important thing is that his confidence has risen. Our players often lack this kind of confidence. Hao Junmin hadn't run far with the ball when he spotted Werder Bremen's attacking midfielder Arnaud Hunt rushing towards him. This time, Hao Junmin chose not to dribble past him. Instead, he turned to pass the ball to Su Bai, who had come to support on the left. Arnaud Hunt was undeterred and immediately turned to charge at Su Bai. However, Su Bai had no intention of attempting to dribble past. Seeing Arnaud Hunt rushing over, Su Bai quickly turned to pass the ball to his teammate Pellkruger behind him while swiftly turning. He ran towards Pellkruger's left. Watching Su Bai play the ball again, Arnaud Hunt had no choice but to charge towards Pellkruger. Upon receiving the ball, Pellkruger clearly saw Su Bai's intention to make a run. Without hesitation, he lightly pushed the ball back to Su Bai with his right foot. In just 3 seconds, Arnaud Hunt was like a frantic fly, unable to touch the ball amidst the passing and control of Su Bai, Hao Junmin, and Pellkruger. Other Werder Bremen players, seeing Su Bai preparing to play in midfield, also took action, directly rushing towards Su Bai. As the coach said before the match, as long as they blocked Su Bai's passes, Schalke would be like a toothless tiger. However, the now enlightened Su Bai had no intention of giving them a chance to mark him closely. At the moment he received Pellkruger's pass, Su Bai made another quick pass. This time he passed the ball to the waiting Baumjohn behind him. Over here. Unlike others, Su Bai, upon seeing Baumjohn receive the ball, quickly bypassed Pizarro and ran towards Baumjohn. Baumjohn clearly heard Su Bai's call. Although he was a bit clumsy and not very good at attacking, he instantly passed the ball as Su Bai instructed. Once, twice, 3 times. The match began from this moment. A scene unfolded at the Weser Stadium that left everyone in disbelief. Su Bai darted around like a mischievous sprite. The defender Bagfried, who had originally been tightly marking Su Bai, was terrified to find he could no longer keep track of him. This cunning young lad from the Yen Kingdom was everywhere on the pitch, from the backfield to midfield, from the left flank to the right flank. Without taking a single step, he managed to push the ball directly to the edge of Werder Bremen's penalty area through countless passes within a short time. 30 continuous passes. Su Bai was like the tip of a compass needle. Although the ball was elsewhere, the center of the ball remained under his control. Beautiful look at that passing and controlling. Every pass from Schalke 04 was purposeful. Starting from the right, Su Bai continuously moved the ball, orchestrating the entire Werder Bremen defense. It's already 30 passes. The ball is back at Su Bai's feet. It all started with Hao Junmin. Su Bai continued to pass and receive the ball uninterruptedly in the midfield and defense. After each pass, he would immediately dart into space to receive the ball again. Before receiving the ball, he would plan his passing route in advance based on the system. One quick pass. This left Bagfried, who was closely marking him, anxiously scrambling without a solution. Just as he received Hunelar's return pass, Su Bai spotted Hao Junmin suddenly accelerating down the right flank. Without stopping the ball, he powerfully struck the bottom of the ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball obediently soared flying over the heads of Werder Bremen's center-backs Petri Passanen and Mertesacker. With a spin of distance, the ball drew a magnificent arc right in front of Werder Bremen's goal. Meanwhile, Hao Junmin, who had suddenly activated on the right flank, was completely unmarked. In this moment, Werder Bremen's goalkeeper Wies panicked. Ignoring everything else, Wies rushed towards Hao Junmin. Not only Wies, but all the Werder Bremen defenders, including Petri Passanen and Mertesacker, raced towards Hao Junmin. The Werder Bremen left-back Michael Sylvester, who had been marking Hao Junmin, even threw himself in front of Hao Junmin in an attempt to block his shot. However, Hao Junmin did not wait for the ball to land. With a sweeping motion of his right foot, he directed the ball to his side. That position. Raul was now unmarked. Hao Junmin, a selfless pass. He passed the ball to the unmarked Raul. Facing an open goal, Raul shoots with his left foot. Beautiful. The ball is in. The ball is in. Beautiful. 3-1. Hao Junmin's assist. Raul scores his second goal. A great goal. An absolutely Barcelona-style display of passing and control. A perfect tiki-taka. After a lengthy 32 passes, Schalke finally saw Raul score into an empty net. This is definitely one of the top 10 goals of the week. Undoubtedly. So beautiful. Subai with his singular effort connected the entire Schalke 04. Incredible. At this moment, the goalscorer Raul excitedly rushed towards the selfless Hao Junmin. Thank you, Hao. Raul opened his arms and embraced Hao Junmin tightly. Just now Hao Junmin could have taken the shot himself. However, the selfless Hao Junmin passed the ball to him. Holding Hao Junmin, Raul felt a bit moved, although many people passed him the ball. But this kind of selfless friendship made him feel it was priceless. At the sidelines, Magath was already grinning from ear to ear. He knew that Subai understood what he had said during halftime, but he did not expect Subai to achieve this level. It was insane. This was the unique tiki-taka of Barcelona, the most popular playing style in world football. Many teams have tried to mimic it, but until now no team has been able to truly master Barcelona's tiki-taka, because they lacked Xavi, Iniesta and Busquets. However, it was unexpected that this tiki-taka appeared in the Bundesliga, and it was on Schalke 04, a team that had never won the Bundesliga championship. The most terrifying part was that all of this was accomplished by just one person on the field, a 17-year-old rookie who had played less than 10 professional matches. Genius. At this moment, Magath was at a loss for words to describe Subai. However, joy did not last long before Magath's heart ached again. Damn it. This kind of genius is worth 500,000. I can only use him for a year at most. Meanwhile, on the other side, Werder Bremen's coach Thomas Schaaf wore a bitter expression. He did not expect that the tactics he had set up would be perfectly countered by this kid in front of him. He knew that perhaps from this moment on, facing the Schalke players celebrating in the penalty area, his team had completely lost the courage to compete with Schalke. 3-1. Although there are only 50 minutes in the match, I believe Schalke should be fine for this game. Subai's link-up play is incredibly valuable. He has become the engine of Schalke 04. Tomorrow, no, perhaps after the match, Schalke 04's performance will definitely attract the attention of major clubs. The Champions League group stage is coming soon. Schalke 04's only opponent in Group B is the French team Lyon. I believe that with the current Schalke 04 advancing out of the group stage is not a problem at all. Perhaps Schalke 04 will play the role of dark horse in this Champions League. The Champions League is the true battlefield for testing stars. I wonder what kind of performance Subai and Hao Junmin will have in the Champions League. Watching the replay repeatedly, Duan Xian was filled with anticipation. He had been commentating football for many years, and the Champions League matches were countless. Finally, one day, he could commentate on a Champions League match featuring players from Yen Nation, and perhaps even two of them together. This is the Champions League, the highest stage of professional football. Damn amazing, that goal was so explosive. Haha, 30 shots, what a concept, and Subai accounted for most of them. Incredible. In the Champions League, finally, our Yen Nation players can compete, not just marginal players. At that time, Subai might even face off against Xavi and Iniesta. Not just Barcelona, but also Real Madrid, haha, Manchester United, Chelsea, Bayern, Inter Milan, AC Milan. Just thinking about it is exciting. Damn, it's only 50 minutes and the Champions League is still a week away. You guys are getting ahead of yourselves. Damn, still a week. Haha, that means there's a lot to watch. I can't wait any longer. Champions League, hurry up. I want to see Subai deliver a decisive pass in the Champions League, haha. On the field, Schalke's celebrations continued. But at this moment in the stands, many scouts who came to the scene could not sit still. Although Schalke had clearly stated that Subai had no intention of leaving, everyone knew that Schalke 04 could not keep Subai. So before this match, scouts from La Liga, the Premier League, Serie A, and even League One had gathered here. They needed to observe Subai closely to determine whether he had any value. And at this moment, they saw hope. A hope that could defeat the Universe team. and this hope only required a buyout fee of 500,000. A young player with super midfield potential, no major club could resist his allure. Even if it wasn't 500,000, it could be 5 million or more. In the eyes of the major clubs, Su Bei's value on the pitch was already immeasurable, and the huge market of Yen Nation behind him was even more enticing. That's a supermarket of over 1 billion people. Just look at how the Houston Rockets became wealthy after acquiring Yao Ming. Which team isn't envious? That was just the NBA. Football is undeniably the #1 sport. If a major club has a main player, or even a core player from Yen Nation, just the advertising fees and jersey sales revenues would be incredibly enticing. Not to mention a young player who can connect the whole team and deliver decisive passes at crucial moments is incredibly attractive. In front of over 40,000 silent Werder Bremen fans, excited scouts dialed the phones in their hands. Just as Thomas Schaaf had predicted, 2 goals behind, and they conceded those goals under overwhelming passing control. Such a blow caused Werder Bremen's morale to completely vanish. After the match resumed, Werder Bremen's frantic attacks disappeared without a trace. In the 54th minute of the match, unwilling to give up, Werder Bremen began to counterattack. Aaron Hunt started to make plays in the midfield. He first easily dribbled past Su Bei, and then charged forward with the ball. However, this time Baumjohn did not give him a chance to react. The crazy Baumjohn directly slid in and tackled, knocking the football away from Aaron Hunt's feet. Quickly getting up, Baumjohn passed the ball to Su Bei without hesitation. Receiving the ball, Su Bei immediately sent a long pass to Hao Juanmin, who had advanced on the right. However, Werder Bremen also retaliated with a sliding tackle. In the 59th minute of the match, Schalke, utilizing patient passing, once again penetrated to the edge of the penalty area. However, this time Werder Bremen did not give Su Bei a chance to pass. Mertesacker, who burst out of the penalty area, directly knocked Su Bei down. The referee issued a yellow card to Mertesacker. Schalke 04 was awarded a free kick in the attacking area. As the team's primary free kick taker, Huntelaar shot the ball directly high into the stands. Originally, Huntelaar wanted to let Su Bei give it a try, but recalling his own pathetic free kick skills, Su Bei also solemnly refused. "This is your opportunity, I'm not that greedy." Looking at Su Bei's serious expression, Huntelaar nodded with a touch of emotion. Accurate passing, exceptional talent, and most importantly, a selfless heart. Truly a great and pure person. Afterwards, the two teams resumed the intermittent rhythm of the first half. However, Werder Bremen played more impatiently due to the deficit. On the contrary, Schalke 04 became increasingly outstanding. Su Bei's presence was felt all over the field. Schalke 04 constantly passed around Su Bei. Blindly frantic pressing was also draining the stamina of Werder Bremen players. In the 71st minute of the match, after completing a 1-2 with Huntelaar in the attacking area, Huntelaar shot explosively, and the ball grazed the post and flew out of bounds. And from this moment on, the age disadvantage of Werder Bremen finally manifested itself. The frantic pressing and attacks left Werder Bremen already at a physical disadvantage, completely exhausted. Schalke 04 officially took control of the match. Incredible. I never expected to see such a perfect tiki-taka style in a Bundesliga team. It is well known that the tiki-taka tactic originated during Johan Cruyff's tenure as the coach of FC Barcelona from 1988 to 1996, later developed by Louis van Gaal and Frank Rijkaard, and adopted by other La Liga teams. Since 2008, Pep Guardiola has taken the tiki-taka tactic to its zenith with Barcelona. Starting from 2008, the national team of Spain, modeled after Barcelona, swept across Europe and the world. This tactic, combining both aesthetic appeal and practicality, has made a remarkable contribution to the development of world football. Duan Xian marveled at Schalke 04's performance on the field. Starting from the 71st minute, Schalke 04, fully accustomed to Su Bei's single-core model, began their dazzling display in the front line. Su Bei connected the entire Schalke 04 with his exceptionally precise passes. Even the unassuming Baumjohann started to weave in and out in midfield. The relentless pressing by Werder Bremen completely vanished as the already exhausted players retreated back to their half. He couldn't comprehend what made that slender boy from the Yen Nation so extraordinary. He had been running tirelessly since the first half, why did he still look so full of energy now? While his own legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Watching his teammates run out of stamina, coach Thomas Schaaf immediately substituted Baumjohann and Torsten Frings. However, these substitutions proved futile. Schalke 04 continued their possession play for a full 6 minutes. No matter how hard Werder Bremen fought to win the ball back, they failed to touch the football. In the 77th minute, Su Bei found another opportunity. With a delicate lob, he bypassed Werder Bremen's right back Clemens Fritz. The speedy Huntelaar received the ball and made a horizontal pass to Raul, who surged into the center. Raul executed a sliding shot in front of the goal. The football rolled past Wies into the net. 4-1. With Raul's goal, the match lost all suspense. Seeing the inevitable outcome, Thomas Schaaf sat back down on the bench. At the same time, Magath and Hughes were standing on the sidelines dumbfounded. Even Magath couldn't find the words to describe his feelings. That boy from the Yen Nation was too insane. He had brought a tactic that the whole world would find hard to replicate to his team, unlike anyone else. Magath was aware of the playing habits of all his disciples, just like Pell Kruger on the field. This guy was a right-footed player, and every pass Subai made to him was perfectly rolled into his right foot's range, requiring no adjustment or even basic steps. Not just Pell Kruger, even the equally clumsy Baumjohann felt the smoothness of passing as Subai controlled the ball speed, allowing the unassuming Baumjohann to enjoy the exhilarating feel of Barcelona-like possession. It was utterly insane. Everyone received the passes they were most comfortable with without having to do anything. Just like in routine passing drills, they only needed to extend their feet to kick the ball back. From the path to the ball speed, Subai had controlled everything to perfection. It was unimaginable how he accomplished all this. In the 83rd minute, Subai and Hao Junmin once again executed a perfect 1-2 combination on the right flank. Hao Junmin, pulling towards the baseline, made a right-footed horizontal pass, and Huntelaar suddenly surged into the box to finish. 5-1. Hao Junmin's second assist. Schalke 04 scored 4 goals in the first half. They utterly crushed Werder Bremen. With the birth of the 5th goal, Schalke 04's offense finally came to a halt. Both teams symbolically consumed the last moments of the game in midfield. With the referee's whistle, the match concluded. This is the result. 5-1. This is a scoreline that countless people could not have imagined before the match. Schalke 04 actually crushed them at Werder Bremen's home. Raul scored a hat-trick. Huntelaar netted twice. Subai and Hao Junmin accounted for 4 assists. As the match ended, Thomas Schaaf helplessly shook his head and walked towards Magath, who still looked somewhat dazed. Congratulations, you found a genius. Although not very familiar with Magath, Thomas Schaaf graciously congratulated him. Thank you. Magath still hadn't quite recovered. Others might only see Subai orchestrating the team on the field, but he saw much more than that. He still couldn't understand how one person could achieve such precision in passing. On the field, the victorious Schalke 04 players gathered to thank the fans who had come to Bremen with the team. That was beautiful. I can say without exaggeration that your passing is the best I've ever seen, bar none. Raul, embracing Subai, couldn't help but praise him. He had seen his fair share of storms and had played with many midfielders. Zinedine Zidane, David Beckham, Guti, and even Xavi and Iniesta. Haha, not at all. Subai felt a bit shy hearing Raul praise him so highly. It was a great victory. For the desperately needed points, Schalke 04 cherished this win. Not long after returning to the locker room, Raul was called by Magath to attend the post-match press conference. From being discarded by Real Madrid to becoming Schalke's top scorer, he had just scored a hat-trick in the Bundesliga. Raul undoubtedly deserved to be the man of the match. As soon as he entered the press conference, the reporters raised their hands in a frenzy. There were so many highlights in this match. Not only did Subai continue his magical performance, but another Yen Nation player, Hao Junmin, also began to shine. Even more exciting was Raul's resurgence in the Bundesliga. All of this was incredibly appealing to the reporters. Mr. Magath, you used 3 Asian players in this match. This is unprecedented in the Bundesliga and even in Europe. Is it because you prefer Asian players? Mr. Magath, how is the contract renewal with Subai progressing? Mr. Raul, how would you evaluate your 3 Asian teammates? The reporters were eagerly raising their hands, shouting their questions. Upon hearing a question not directed at him, Magath excitedly kicked the ball to Raul. Thank you very much. Regarding the previous question, Mr. Raul, could you please evaluate your 3 Asian teammates? How do you view their level? The reporter called on by Magath asked straightforwardly. All the reporters directed their cameras toward the superstar who had just scored a hat-trick in the Bundesliga. Uchida Atsudo is a very excellent fullback. His defense is solid and his ability to assist is decent. And what about Hao Junmin? This guy Hao Junmin is the shyest person I've ever met. Although he has decent skills, he always plays very cautiously. However, since scoring his first goal, he has really come into his own. He is only 23 years old, still a very young player. As long as he keeps it up, I believe he has the capability to establish himself in a strong Bundesliga team like Schalke 04. The reporters were frantically clicking their cameras. A superstar evaluating his teammates was big news. Although everyone knew that such evaluations were mostly flattery among all of Schalke, only Raul had the qualifications to make such assessments. After all, he was the prince of Real Madrid. So what about Subai? Seeing Raul holding back, the reporters raised their heads in anticipation, waiting for him to continue. Subai. I can only say he is an extraordinary young man. At least when it comes to passing, I have never seen anyone better. Lauer shrugged and spoke into the microphone with casual ease. Yet his words landed like a detonator. The previously chaotic press room fell into an abrupt, stunned silence. Never seen anyone better. Who is Lionel? The Prince of Real Madrid, a former member of the Galacticos. In his team, which midfielder was not a master of passing? Mr. Lionel, do you mean that in your view Subai's passing is better than Cadeni or Bicamo? The reporter was stunned, but almost at once his face lit with rapture. What was this? This was a headline, an explosive world-shaking headline. The Prince of Real Madrid admits he encountered the world's best passer in the Bundesliga. Once that headline spread, it would seize every eye. I did not say he is better than Cadeni or Bicamo. To me, judged purely on passing, Subai is of the same caliber as they are. But Subai also has many shortcomings compared to them. He still has a long way to go. He is only 17, isn't he? His career is only just beginning. Seeing the reporters so excited, Lionel felt for a moment that he had perhaps overstated things. Yet pride kept him from retracting his words. After all, in terms of pure passing, Subai truly was not so different from those old super teammates of his. Frankly, from the few passes he had received from Subai, they felt even more effortless than those from Cadeni or Bicamo. Lionel's impression was not without reason. By passing metrics, Bicamo rated only 99, Cadeni 98. But Subai had started the campaign at a perfect 100. Mr. Magiate, what is your view? The reporters, seeing Lionel unwilling to elaborate, immediately turned their attention to the watching Magiate. Magiate himself was bewildered. Why ask him? I am not some oracle, why ask me what I think? Ahem. This match was crucial for Schalke 04. Fortunately, we took the 3 points. Now Schalke 04's most important task is next week's Champions League tie. Cup competitions, the League and the Champions League. 3 fronts are a strain for a squad with our bench depth. Cleverly, Magiate steered the conversation away and closed the chaotic post-match briefing. Even as he and Lionel left, reporters still chased after Lionel's earlier remark. Turning to the indifferent Lionel at his side, Magiate could only smile wryly. When you do not run the household, you do not know the price of rice and oil. He had worried about Subai being singled out. Now that worry was realized. No need to wait until tomorrow. Soon the whole world would know that Lionel had said Schalke 04 had a 17-year-old Beckham or a 17-year-old Zidane. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, the major football papers and media outlets had reported on the Bundesliga showdown. But none of the headlines bore Schalke's name. A super prodigy from Yen country, a 17-year-old Beckham, 1 goal and 5 assists in 2 Bundesliga matches. Yen country's blazing new star emerges. Lionel, the world's best passer, a 17-year-old prodigy. One alarming headline after another splashed across front pages of leading websites. Reporters went wild. Along with their frenzy, Subai's name spread like wildfire not only across the Jancha country, but throughout Europe. The 2 characters Subai became the most talked about words in world football. Meanwhile, Subai boarded Schalke 04's plane bound for Gelsenkirchen with his teammates. Midweek next week came the Champions League. Schalke had no time for rest when facing their first opponent, Twente. Magiate was uneasy. Too few players in this squad had Champions League experience. The Champions League is a different beast from the Bundesliga. Their opponent from the Dutch league was Twente, famous for relentless attack and scant regard for defense. They were known as madmen, who only played forward. Against Twente's madness, could Schalke 04's back line hold firm? The plane landed at Gelsenkirchen at 1 in the morning. After farewells, Subai returned directly to the dormitory. What he needed most now was time. Magiate had devised a temporary fix for his defensive frailties. But given his temperament, being turned into a mere static target again and again was something he could no longer bear. Meanwhile, in Yen country at Kyoto International Airport early that morning, the flight bound for Gelsenkirchen was packed with travelers carrying large suitcases. Damn it, they gave me economy, grumbled a sharply dressed, middle-aged man, face pinched as he jostled through the crowd. Mr. Wang, I paid dearly even for these economy seats. I don't know why. Last night the first-class seats still showed as unsold, but by 6 this morning they were gone in an instant. His assistant, lugging a suitcase, explained helplessly. What reason? You don't know? Haven't you heard the biggest story in world football? That kid Subai is on fire. Lionel said it, and in 2 matches he has 5 assists. Most importantly, he still has no commercial contract. Right now the hottest thing in Yen country isn't some celebrity, it's that kid. Think of him like Yao Ming when he became the draft's top pick overnight. Which company wouldn't want to sign him for endorsements? Wang Fei, who represented a domestic sneaker brand, had long dreamed of expanding beyond Yen country. But honestly, dear, we lacked strong competitiveness. Its capital could not match that of Audi Nake or Li Ning. He had already spent a lot signing Xie Tingfeng for Hong Kong. But the truth was Xie Tingfeng mattered only within Yen country. Outside, who knew him? Subai was different. He was a sizzling young football star. Yen country's football level might lag, but its market was terrifyingly vast. Seeing Subai unclaimed, Wang Fei resolved last night to fly to Jancha country at dawn and seize the chance to sign him. He'd checked the boy had no agent alone in Jancha country, essentially naive. A bit of persuasion, and a few 100,000, perhaps 1,000,000, and Wang might land a bargain. But he was not the only one with that thought. Oh, if it isn't Brother Wang, heading to Zhansha country this early to catch the match. A familiar face greeted Wang Fei in the VIP lane. Seeing him cued at economy, the man smiled broadly and waved. Seeing his rival, the head of Anta, accompanied by his female secretary, and a retinue strolled confidently toward first class. Wang Fei bristled with anger. Haha, Brother Wang, I'll take my leave first. Back in the modest dormitory, the sleeping Su Bai had no idea that after just 2 Bundesliga matches, the owners of Yen country were racing like mad toward gear sinking. The alarm clock chimed precisely at 5 o'clock. Su Bai sat upright without opening his eyes, moving with the mechanical precision of a well-programmed automaton, then strode calmly to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. October air carried a crisp chill, especially when cold water splashed across his face, instantly banishing all traces of drowsiness. He gazed into the mirror and offered a wry, bittersweet smile. How strangely fate had unfolded. He, once an obscure newcomer, now thrived on the Bundesliga stage. He hurriedly packed his things and stepped out of the dormitory room. The other bunk remained empty. Ben Kehi's injury had yet to heal. He was still alone in the dorm, but whether he'd ever see Ben Kehi again remained uncertain. The first team and the youth squad inhabited entirely separate worlds. Darkness still cloaked the sky as Su Bai moved effortlessly toward the training ground and switched on the lights. 1, 2. Damn it. Fine, we'll play in the Champions League. But why drag us out this early? Don't you know how vital sleep is for women? At 6 o'clock sharp, the heavy gates of FC Schalke 04 swung open, manned by a portly security guard. The Champions League. For Schalke 04, it was an almost mythical event. A club that had never lifted the Bundesliga title, let alone qualified for Europe's elite competition, had done so only a handful of times. Unsurprisingly, the club's executives treated their upcoming Champions League debut with extraordinary gravity. Over the weekend, the club announced that all staff must report early to their posts and dedicate themselves fully to supporting the first team. In a rare gesture, management even authorized generous overtime compensation for employees who, accustomed to strict 9-to-5 routines, rarely worked beyond schedule. Yet Lisa paid little mind to the extra pay. I heard you. Stop nagging. She snapped, answering her ringing phone with palpable irritation. As the team physician, Dr. House faced an exceptionally demanding day. In preparation for the midweek Champions League match, he would conduct thorough physical examinations for every first-team player. Moreover, Lisa and her colleagues were required to remain on call around the clock, monitoring with surgical precision the physical condition and dietary intake of key players. After ending the call, Lisa hurried toward her office, but paused unexpectedly upon passing the training ground, spotting a familiar figure on the pitch. She glanced at her watch. 6:14 a.m. So early. Curious, she halted and studied him closely. In such biting cold, he stood bare-chested. Yet something about that physique stirred recognition. Wasn't that the tall young man from Yen Kingdom? A faint flush rose to her cheeks as memory flickered. He's only 17. Though I'm just 22 myself, that still makes me 5 years his senior. Older. What nonsense. Lisa kept recalling that fluster-inducing moment, and when he lifted his gaze toward her, she swiftly turned away, her high heels clacking sharply as she strode off. She held a doctorate from Cambridge Medical School, even if not yet formally conferred. How could she possibly be drawn to a boy? Well, perhaps young man was more accurate. Su Bai trained relentlessly for 4 hours, only collapsing utterly spent beside the pitch just before 10 o'clock. Since yesterday's match had ended late, head coach Marcus Gisdal had mercifully waived the usual 8 o'clock first-team reporting time. Seeing no one else arrive, Su Bai quickly accessed his system and allocated his newly accumulated attribute point. Though his stamina fully recovered, the single-point increase in defense, from 63 to 64, elicited no perceptible change. After packing up, Su Bai returned to the dormitory for a shower. The club had already issued instructions. Yesterday's starting 11 were to report first to the medical staff. In his haste, Su Bai missed the call and rushed straight to the medical suite, leaving 30-odd unanswered messages silently piling up on his phone. Upon arriving, he discovered the entire squad had already assembled. Though Schalke competed in Germany's top flight, the club's frugality extended even to its medical facilities, scarcely more than a modest clinic. The so-called examination amounted to little more than lying beneath a scanner. By the time Su Bai's turn came, the rest of the squad had long departed. Haha, Su. You've become Schalke's hottest star. Dr. House clearly remembered this young man from Yen Kingdom who had joined the club before his official signing. Who would have imagined, within barely a month, he'd risen to stardom at Schalke? Lisa, you take over. Glancing at Lisa beside him, Dr. House mischievously summoned her, knowing full well she'd been bristling all morning after his barrage of calls. He'd intended to embarrass her, yet to his surprise, Lisa greeted Su Bai with unflappable composure. Follow me inside, she said firmly, then turned and walked into the examination room. Oh, Subai had no idea what awaited him, but as a son of Yin Kingdom, he understood illness knows no shame before medicine. Yet Dr. House watched astonished. Lisa hadn't personally examined anyone else all morning. Inside the room, close the door. Undress. Lie down. Subai froze. Concise, yes, but startlingly direct. Wasn't some gentle preamble customary? How many pieces? All of them. Seeing the unwavering seriousness in her eyes, Subai sighed and complied. What position? Just lie down. Like this. Yes. Don't move, I'll adjust you. Lisa began attaching sensors across his entire body. Even two were placed near the inner thighs. Let me handle that part. I told you, not to move. Remove your hands. Movement compromises data integrity. Breathe deeply, don't sit up. No talking. Subai felt a wave of acute embarrassment, especially under the cool, commanding gaze of this formidable woman towering over him. Stay still, it'll be over shortly. With that, Lisa turned and exited the room. Above him, the diagnostic machine, word to life. Subai obeyed, breathing deeply, steadying his nerves, and lying exposed awaiting the results. Unbeknownst to him, Lisa, just beyond the doorway, had flushed crimson beneath her surgical mask right down to her neck. I'm a physician, she thought. I've seen life and death alike. So why does this dark-haired youth unsettle me each time? Dr. House watched her stride out calm and composed, and merely adjusted his glasses wisely, holding his tone. This lad. Glancing down at the monitor, Dr. House frowned in disbelief. There it was, muscle fatigue level 2. Utterly astonishing. He'd played a grueling match the previous day and flown overnight. Youthful resilience might explain his otherwise flawless physiology, but such negligible fatigue defied logic. Even Manuel Neuer, the least active player on the squad, registered 17. This was preposterous. Clutching the full set of reports, Dr. House walked pensively toward Coach Gistal's office. Boss, are we sure about this formation? I still feel there's something off about Baumjohn. Hughes Ifu looked at the formation plan set out on Maggoth's desk. 20 is not easy to deal with. They've won all 6 matches this season sitting at the top. Their offense is too strong, or we might need to play with 2 defensive midfielders. Maggoth naturally understood the issues that Hughes Ifu was pointing out, but there was no other choice. Although the temporary double defensive midfielders for Schalke had certain problems, it was the only option at this stage. If only we could buy a reliable, strong defensive midfielder during the winter break. Ugh. Thinking of the stingy club executives, Maggoth immediately interrupted his own fantasy. Mr. Maggoth, several merchants from Yin Nation are outside wanting to meet Subai. What? Merchants? Why are the merchants looking for Jenny's? What do they want with me? Seeing Jenny's assistant burst in, Maggoth was momentarily taken aback. Well, Mr. Jenny said Subai isn't picking up the phone. So, before he could finish, House walked into the room. The results are out. Aside from Raul possibly not being suitable for the midweek match, everyone else is fine, but Subai. What's wrong with Subai? Injured. Upon hearing Subai's name, Maggoth's heart tightened. Subai was now the apple of Maggoth's eye. Every time Subai was fouled in the last match, it felt like his heart was bleeding. Don't worry, sir, Subai is fine. In fact, he's too fine. It's a bit strange that he's fine. This kid's muscle fatigue level is at 2. That seems a bit abnormal. After all, he played a league match yesterday. After hearing Dr. House's words, Maggoth finally felt relieved. Oh, that's good. By the way, Subai should be at the training ground. You should go call him. Maggoth reminded Jenny's assistant, who was still nearby. Thank you. After saying this, Jenny's assistant turned and left the room. 2. Are you saying muscle fatigue level? How is that possible? After Jenny's assistant left, Maggoth finally reacted. That's muscle fatigue, not some fixed value of muscle strength. As the head coach, he knew how terrifying it was to have 2 matches in a week. With the development of the medical system, now all of Europe has started to digitize players' physical data. Things like body fat percentage are being monitored at all times. And muscle fatigue is the most direct data to assess a player's condition. 2. This was the most incredible data he had ever heard. This kid is his stamina, also so abnormal. If we can add some defense, he could be an all-rounder with high stamina. Perhaps recalling something, Maggoth suddenly became excited. Stamina can be said to be innate. Some people don't practice much, but they are born to run forever. Although later training can be increased to a certain extent, that level is quite minimal. However, old Maggoth's excitement only lasted a few seconds. As if thinking of something, old Maggoth sighed and sat back down. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Subai, who was chatting with Raul and Hao Juanmin, was suddenly called away. There are several people from your Yin Nation in Mr. Jenny's office. The phone couldn't get through, so they need you to go to the office. Jenny's assistant explained to Subai as they walked. Subai was a bit puzzled. What's going on today? He just wanted to train properly. Soon the two arrived at the door of Dennis' office. Upon seeing Subai enter, everyone originally sitting on the sofa approached with smiles on their faces. Jenny's was the first to come forward. Oh, Sue, the star of Schalke. Your last match was fantastic. To me, you are the MVP. It was you who brought victory to Schalke. As he said this, Jenny's gave Subai a hug. This made Wang, who was following Jenny's and wanted a hug too, feel a bit awkward. Subai looked a bit uncomfortable at the scene before him. This scene was too much. If it weren't for the 30-year-old soul inside Subai, he might have really thought this group of strangers genuinely liked him. Subai, hello, you are now a superstar from our Yen nation. Let me introduce myself. I am. Before Wang could finish his sentence, another person behind him interrupted. Wang, there's a proper order to things. Mr. Su, hello, I am the general manager of Inda Group from our Yen nation. I originally wanted to meet you privately, but since I couldn't reach you by phone, I had to come directly to find you. Mr. Lee, don't be so pushy. This is a foreign country. Don't make a fool of yourself. Wang was clearly a bit upset for being interrupted. After all, he had spent an entire night cramped in the economy class seat without sleep, and he was already in a bad mood. Seemingly afraid of making a fool of himself, and Das Li Yoli also smiled and did not retort. Everyone, please have a seat. Seeing that the others were still standing, Jenny's, who didn't understand what was just said, also called for everyone to sit down. And go get some coffee. After instructing his secretary, Jenny's cheerfully began to address Su, Bai, and the others. Su, these two are big merchants from your Yen nation. We were just discussing sponsorship for the team and advertising boards for the matches. Of course, as the core of the team, to be honest, these two are here for you. After hearing Jenny's words, Su Bai finally understood why Jenny's was so happy. Early in the morning, there were already people coming to offer money. Who wouldn't be overjoyed by that? But why would they want him for sponsoring the team? Su, there are still some issues with our previous contract. Since there was no clear signing regarding the profit sharing of image rights, I called you over so we can discuss it face to face. I don't want to finalize things with the two of them and then inform you. Having you involved means you can also feel the club's sincerity. Li Yoli and Wang Fei both had translators so they could completely understand Jenny's words. However, after hearing Jenny's, both of them looked at Su Bai with an amused expression and said nothing, especially Li Yoli. As a businessman who managed to make Inday a top domestic brand in a short time, he quickly deduced something from Jenny's words. Jenny's looked at Su Bai with sincere eyes. What he said was indeed reasonable. If Su Bai were a 17-year-old naive kid, he would definitely feel grateful and appreciative towards this selfless and upright club manager. Inviting him to discuss the contract with the sponsors, who were coming specifically for him, clearly indicated that the club wanted to share the cake with him. For someone who knows nothing, this would definitely be a blessing. But Su Bai was not foolish. Right now he could walk away from that contract anytime. If he privately discussed things with these two, the sponsorship for the team would definitely fall through. Without Su Bai, only a fool would sponsor Schalke 04. By then, Schalke would definitely not earn a single cent from the sponsorship. Ultimately, everyone present was there for the money. The Schalke side had to use this apparent generosity to win Su Bai over due to contractual obligations. To put it bluntly, these vampires just wanted to take advantage of the situation, using the money from the Yen nation to ensnare Su Bai, while conveniently changing the contract to ensure Su Bai followed Schalke closely, and finally selling him off would definitely yield a huge profit. Thank you for the club's kindness. Then Su Bai fell silent. As if waiting for Su Bai to express his gratitude to the club, the entire scene suddenly became quiet. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a long while, Jenny's false smile finally could not be maintained any longer. On the other side, Wang Fei from Del Hui looked at Su Bai with admiration. This kid is not simple. No wonder when he and Li Yuli said they wanted to talk to Su Bai earlier, Jenny's was unusually enthusiastic about calling Su Bai to discuss matters in his office. It turns out Jenny's was planning to intervene to reap some benefits since he couldn't get anything himself. It seems what's said online is true. Su Bai has been holding on to his contract, tightly squeezing Jenny's neck. Su, speak up. What are your conditions? Seemingly abandoning his last shred of hypocrisy, Jenny's said seriously. Originally, these matters shouldn't be discussed in front of others, but since Su Bai was clearly determined not to renew the contract, there was no need to hide it. After all, he was the manager of the Bundesliga team Schalke 04. His patience had long been exhausted. Looking at the troublesome situation before him, Su Bai also sighed. 80 of the image rights belong to me. I can modify the contract. Salary is negotiable, and after 1 year, I have the right to transfer freely. Impossible. Jenny's directly rejected Su Bai with a gloomy face. For Jenny's, he could accept anything, but the 80 of image rights was something he couldn't agree to. What are image rights? Players' image rights generally include the player's name, nickname, likeness, photographs, signatures, statements, voice, and other personal characteristics. That's an unimaginable scale of euros. Su Bai had only played a few matches, yet he was already famous all over Europe. Moreover, he had the immeasurable Yen Nation market behind him. Once the contract was modified, as soon as it was promoted in Yen Nation, just Su Bai's jersey sales would be astonishing, let alone the rest. I don't care. Seeing Su Bai's indifferent expression, as if recalling something, Jenny's also stopped their discussion. All right, Su, let's talk about the contract privately. You can chat with them. After saying this, Dennis nodded, turned, and left the office. At this moment, Liuli suddenly stood up. Mr. Subai can offer you an irresistible price, and we can increase the price at any time if there are other bids. After an hour of delay, Subai finally returned to the training ground. As soon as he arrived, Hao Junmin rushed over to gossip. What's going on? Are we changing the contract? Raoul also came over, frowning at Hao Junmin's words. So given your situation right now, if you're not short on money, I wouldn't recommend you change, especially don't sign long-term contracts. Raoul was quite knowledgeable about contracts. All clubs have the same face. Even the wealthy Real Madrid is solely profit-driven, not to mention teams like Schalke 04. They're so eager now because they want to earn a bit more. The main issue is that I find it troublesome. They keep looking for me all day long. Subai also knew that signing now was not very wise, but his only thought was to train hard and improve all his basic stats. He really didn't care about anything else. So don't you have an agent yet? At this moment, Raoul suddenly asked Subai. Right, Xiaobai, hurry up and find a reliable agent. Oh, just let them handle it. And don't count on your sister-in-law. She only knows how to buy bags. Nothing else is reliable. Hao Junmin remembered Subai's words and quickly explained. I'm considering this issue, but I'm not familiar with this side and don't know who to look for. Haha, that's simple. Oh, I know agents all over the world, trustworthy ones. Upon hearing this, Raoul couldn't help but laugh. As a prince of Real Madrid, he was acquainted with the agents of top stars. Besides, with someone like Subai who has market potential and strength, just spreading the word would likely drive those agents crazy. He is a star from the Yen Kingdom. The market behind him is unimaginable. Right, there's no rush on this matter. Raoul is familiar with it, so let him recommend someone. Hao Junmin quickly realized this and thought about whether to introduce his own agent to Subai, but then he thought that his agent was useless, which would only delay Subai. It seemed like they were all just wasting time here. With Raoul's great resources, not to use them would be a shame. Okay, thanks. Raoul's words also intrigued Subai, who wouldn't want to find a better agent. After all, it's tied to his interests. Having an agent handle things would save him a lot of trouble. Haha, don't worry. I'll take care of this. I'll get the news out for you shortly. Just wait to choose. They chatted for a while. Magith also walked into the training ground. Since they had just finished a match, he didn't want the players to be too fatigued. He called Hughes to lead everyone in some recovery training before wrapping things up. Xiaobai, I want to come over for dinner at my place tonight. Seeing Subai about to head back to the dorm, Hao Junmin called out to him. Know how go I need to focus on training, and my defense is really terrible. Seeing Subai in such a hurry, Hao Junmin helplessly left. In recent days, due to Subai's influence, he himself had been training like crazy. But he didn't dare to push himself as recklessly as Subai. He didn't know why, but Subai was working so hard every day. Every time he saw him, he was full of energy. He wasn't old, and even his wife said he was getting better recently. However, compared to the freakishly talented Subai, he felt like there was no comparison. On the other side, after leaving the office of Guinness, Wang Fei and Li Yoli also planned to return to their home country. This invitation yielded no results at all. That Subai kid is quite clever. No matter how they tried to persuade him, he just wouldn't take the bait. He didn't even give them the chance to eat out. As soon as they mentioned signing a contract, he said he would wait until he found an agent. Seeing that staying here was purely a waste of time, and since they couldn't spare time for their business back home, they took a flight back that very day. On Raoul's side, his efficiency was also quite fast. As soon as training ended, Raoul called his agent Carvalgar. However, as soon as he heard that Subai was looking for an agent, Carvalgar immediately hung up the phone, saying he was taking a flight to the War Chariot country. Raoul was left speechless. He knew that his agent Carvalgar had been scouting for new players. After all, he was nearing the end of his career, and at Schalke, he might only have 1 or 2 seasons left. After retiring, he could still work with youth training at Real Madrid, but if he only had one superstar like Subai, it would be a tragedy. Agents rely on players to earn a living. Without a famous star, how could an agent afford to support such a large team? For stars of their level, the agents they sign with are typically those who come with a company. However, Raoul also knew that his agent lacked fame and decisiveness. Aside from being relatively reliable, he didn't have much else going for him. So he hadn't thought about introducing Subai to him. Unexpectedly, Carvalgar didn't wait for him to finish his sentence before deciding to come personally. In his helplessness, Raoul could only dial another number. Hi, Ronaldo. Haha, Raoul, I heard you scored a hat-trick. I haven't had the chance to congratulate you yet. You just had to call me. Raoul knew several Ronaldos. From the original Ronaldo to the younger one to Cristiano Ronaldo. He was familiar with each one. But when it came to finding an agent, the most reliable one in the world was undoubtedly the one from Cristiano's camp. Although he knew that guy, he didn't have any contact information. So he could only ask this fellow. Don't tease me, I need something. Can you send me Mendes' number? Mendes? Sure. Although he was a bit confused about why Raoul wanted his agent's number, Cristiano agreed immediately. Aren't you curious why I want that guy's number? Haha, I am curious, but since you didn't say, I wouldn't ask. I have a young friend who needs an agent. A young friend. It wouldn't be that hotshot from the Yen Kingdom, would it? Hearing Raul say young friend, Cristiano immediately thought of the new Bundesliga midfield star who had been making waves lately. Especially since he heard that Manchester United wanted to acquire him. Cristiano remembered him well. Since he left, Manchester United had really been struggling. They were far from the Champions League, let alone the Premier League title. Although he hadn't watched this kid's match videos, contributing 5 assists in just 2 Bundesliga games was enough to demonstrate the guy's talent. Haha, even you, a big star, know about him. Oh, I can't wait to tell him. No more talking. Ooh, just send me the number. After saying this, Raul hung up the phone. During the call with Mendes about Sue, he didn't expect Mendes to react just like Carvalho. He immediately put down what he was doing and said he would come over right away. Seeing these agents so enthusiastic, Raul couldn't help but sigh that Sue was truly born in a good place. With such a vast market, who wouldn't be envious? This situation seemed more than sufficient for Sue. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Carvalho arrived in Gelsenkirchen. After getting a car, he hurriedly took Raul to the entrance of Schalke Club. Raul, is this kid really as strong as you said? As soon as he got in the car, Carvalho kept chattering nonstop. He kept asking this and that, especially after Raul told him he had called Mendes over. Carvalho became even more anxious. After all, being able to bring Cristiano Ronaldo to Real Madrid for the highest transfer fee in the world, Mendes has become the most successful agent in all of Europe and even the world. Just this point alone, Carvalho couldn't compare to him. Soon the two arrived at the entrance of Subay's dormitory. Subay lives here. Originally, Carvalho thought Raul was taking him to another part of the club to find Subay, but he never expected it was actually the team dormitory. The team dormitory. Not to mention a supernova like Sue, even some talented players from the youth team don't live here. Especially when looking at the shabby wall. Carvalho, used to the mansions of stars, found it hard to accept. Subay had just returned to the dorm after practicing all afternoon. As soon as he opened the door, he was surprised to see Raul himself had come, followed by a strange old man. Sue, this is my agent Carvalho. He wants to talk to you, but I've also arranged for Mendes to come. You should know him, right? He said he is coming too. You two can talk. I need to go pick up Mendes. Hey, make sure to treat us, Sue. After saying this, Raul turned and left. Subay knew Raul wanted to avoid suspicion. After all, he had troubled Raul to introduce him to an agent, and unexpectedly, he brought his own agent first. Sue, hello, I am Carvalho. Nice to meet you. Carvalho, still standing at the door, looked a bit awkward. Subay quickly invited Carvalho into the dorm. To be honest, he could manage living in this place by himself, but having someone else over felt a bit embarrassing. Only the bed from Kaishi can fit a person, but it was still covered with his scattered clothes. The most tragic thing was that he didn't drink coffee or anything. Besides pure water, he had nothing to offer his guest. Sue, no need to trouble yourself. Oh, I won't take up too much of your time. Seeing Subay busy tidying up the room, Carvalho hastily advised. Raul asked me to help you find a few reliable agents. I came without Raul's consent. You can rest assured that Raul hasn't colluded with me on anything. I'm not the most famous or the strongest in the bullfighting country. Even signing Raul was because this guy values nostalgia and didn't terminate our contract after he retired. But over the years, I have never had a disagreement with Raul. But please trust me, my team and I are very professional. There will definitely be no issues with professionalism. Also, the contract I signed with Raul is based on a 10% commission from earnings. I will take care of your living expenses in negotiations with the team, so you don't need to worry about these. In terms of career planning and transfer matters, my team will make the most detailed plans for you. But of course, the premise of all this is based on your ideas. In short, my team and I will prioritize you and relieve you of any troubles off the pitch. You just need to focus on playing football. Carvalho said with a smile. Looking at the seemingly nervous old man in front of him, Subay didn't know how to respond. He was purely looking for an agent to avoid the troubles of team matters. To be honest, his concept of agents was quite vague. Whether in his previous life or now, all he knew about agents were what the media reported. So he had no real idea about what Carvalho was saying. Perhaps sensing Subay's confusion, Carvalho smiled and nodded before taking his leave. After he learned that Mendes was coming to Schalke, he knew he had little hope left. After all, he was Cristiano Ronaldo's agent, the super agent that all players dream of. Young, ambitious, and highly capable, most importantly, the resources he had at hand. Up to now, he still had stars like Mourinho, Ronaldo, and Pepe. And what about him? Besides the aging Raul and several young players whose potential was uncertain, he had nothing. With Raul retired, he didn't even know how to maintain his small team. Looking at the departing Carvalho, Subay didn't try to keep him. After leaving contact information, he sent Carvalho off. Before long, Raul's phone rang again. The call said Mendes had also arrived. Mendes had booked the best restaurant in Gelsenkirchen and wanted to meet Subay. Moreover, a car was waiting for him at the club's entrance. Looking at the time, Subay helplessly put on his clothes and walked out of the dorm. After all, he was a super agent. Mendes had a much stronger presence compared to Carvalho. After opening the door to the restaurant's private room, a young, yet capable-looking man smiled and welcomed him. Hi, Sue. I'm here because I'm attracted by your talent. A genius like you doesn't belong in a rough club like Schalke. A big club is where you belong. With me around, you can rest assured, whether it's Real Madrid or Barcelona, I can definitely help you join without worry. The first sentence startled Sue. Wow, indeed a super agent. The first thing he mentioned was either Real Madrid or Barcelona. Hello, Mr. Mendes. After the two sat down, Mendes also introduced the top steak he ordered for Sue. Besides being expensive, Sue didn't know what was special about it. He ate a little. Mendes directly started his topic. Sue, I have already investigated your situation. Do you know? Your biggest advantage right now is your contract. Don't renew any contracts. When the winter break comes, I can help you land a big club directly, and you will receive an astonishing signing fee. After that, I will develop your market in yen country. With my operations, I believe you can build a business empire of your own in yen country. Mendes' words were extremely tempting. Moreover, in his mouth, it was as if Sue could directly announce which big club he would join as soon as he stepped out of that door. But the more Sue listened, the more uncomfortable he became. Because throughout the conversation, Mendes only kept talking without asking him once what he truly wanted. Sue, the blueprint I've designed for you will definitely make you the world's most profitable superstar. My resources and connections. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Mendes. I still need to go train, so I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Sue couldn't care less about Mendes' somewhat surprised expression and walked straight out of the room. His right hand conveniently pulled out his phone from his pocket. He dialed the number he had just saved. Old man, are you still there? Let's go sign the contract. Mendes watched Sue depart with a look of surprise. He had come specifically to court Sue in order to capture a share of the yen market that the young man represented. Frankly, Mendes was not short of players. Luo alone filled his coffers handsomely every year. He could not fathom what he had said to offend the boy who had simply slipped away. Nevertheless, Mendes did not make much of it as he watched Sue leave. After all, the boy was only 17. A touch of rebellion was to be expected. Besides, any quarry he fixed his sights on would sooner or later be laid upon his table. He was Mendes, the foremost agent in the world. Meanwhile, Sue, having left the restaurant, took a car straight back to the club. To him, Mendes felt too grand and distant. In another life, he knew Mendes was not as straightforward as he seemed. Moreover, he did not need a glittering club or empty commercial blueprints. He had no use for grand promises. What he needed most now was to seize every minute for training and raise his own level. Mendes' proposals felt far too remote. Could he go to Huangma or Basa now? Perhaps because he came from Yingua, and for market considerations it might be possible. But what then? What could he do there? He would only become a spectator on the bench or the team mascot. Each Yingua Spring Festival, they would field him for a few minutes to pay respects to fans nationwide, or have him teach the stars to mumble an awkward, Happy New Year, then scuttle back to the water cooler. He would not accept that. Even if he joined a great club, it had to be one that truly craved his ability and implored him to come. Besides, with a system to support him, did he need off-field favors? Mendes at heart was simply a successful businessman. He offered his power as a shortcut, but those were not the things Sue desired. The car had barely reached the club gate when Sue noticed the amiable Kerwagger already standing there as if waiting for him. Sue, thank you for choosing me. I thought with Mendes around you might not call me back. Kerwagger said, beaming as Sue alighted. Mr. Mendes is formidable, but I feel he might not be right for me, Sue replied to Kerwagger's broad smile. He has too many players under him. Though his resources are plentiful, what would actually be allocated to you? Kerwagger began. He left the sentence unfinished. A gentleman, he did not indulge in speaking ill of others behind their backs. Sue smiled and pointed toward the club. Shall we find somewhere or return to my dorm? Let's go to your dorm, Sue said. By the way, I've already told my assistants to pack. I left someone in Donyogwa. I intend to move the whole team to Gayer Sinjing at least for this year. When Kerwagger received Sue's call, he had summoned all his people. At present, he only had 2 stars under his wing, Lauer and Sue. Lauer appeared to be nearing retirement. As for Sue, Kerwagger planned to follow wherever the young man went, just as he had once followed Lauer. He lacked great ambition. If Sue like Lauer did not mind him, then perhaps Sue, only 17, might one day see him off his own career. Back at the dormitory, Sue and Kerwagger signed a provisional agency contract. Kerwagger's terms were standard 10% commission. It was among the lowest rates in the market. Watching the contract signed, Kerwagger smiled with relief. By the way, Sue will find you a proper place to live soon. The dorm isn't convenient. Oh, and about your contract, what do you want to do? Renew or wait for a free transfer? Kerwagger's chief virtue was always to ask his players' wishes first. Sue found himself comfortable with the old man. I don't really know. With a 5000 release clause, I have considerable autonomy, but I don't want to leave this season. The matter troubled him. Ankarer was still in Sinjing and popped up at matches now, and then that man had declared he would not leave if he could not sign him. There were scouts from Byron and a dozen other parties. He did not know which to choose. Su Hayrace, how I see it, you're young, and this is your first season. Seeing out the whole season is the best option, especially with Schalke 04 and their Champions League berth. Only by proving yourself in the Champions League will your value be fully realized. We can wait until the winter break to decide on renewal. At mid-season transfer time, armed with the release clause and your Champions League displays. Whether transfer or renewal, we can retain maximum freedom. Of course, that depends on you continuing to deliver dazzling performances in the upcoming matches. Kerwager's thinking coincided with Su Bei's. Subai nodded in satisfaction at the old man before him. It was Schalke 04, not he, who was in urgent need now. In any case, he would remain here for the season and deal with matters later. Oh, and my personal endorsements. Thinking of Li Yoli and Wang Fei, Subai asked Kerwager, who was far more professional in that area. We have a dedicated marketing department that will thoroughly vet any company seeking to sign you and produce the most reasonable comprehensive contract. From today onward, you need only play well. Let others negotiate with me. I will organize everything and bring the options to you to decide. Kerwager's answer left Subai exceedingly satisfied. After Kerwager departed, it was already past 7 o'clock. Seeing that night was falling, Subai hurriedly tidied his things and rushed out. For him, aside from attribute points earned drop by drop with his sweat, everything else felt illusory. Elsewhere, after leaving Su Bei's dorm, Kerwager drove straight to Lauer's house. Upon entering, Lauer saw Kerwager's radiant face and guessed Su Bei's decision. You old man again using that honest guy act to win over Subai. I'm not acting. I'm genuinely honest, all right. In our 20 years of cooperation from a half-amateur agent to now, when have I not been honest? Hearing Kerwager's reply, Lauer could only smile wearily. The old man's words were, to be fair, truthful. That fellow had always been rather reliable. Compared with the domineering Mendez, Kerwager perhaps matched Su Bei's temperament much better. Tuesday. Unlike the usual days, Magath arrived at the training ground early. At 7 o'clock. Su Bei's panting figure also appeared before Magath. You brat, if you train like this, how will you perform in the training later? Although he had known about Su Bei's devilish extra training for a long time, this was a critical period. The old man didn't want Su Bei to get injured from overexertion. I'm finishing up soon, boss. Why are you here so early? This was Su Bei's first time seeing Magath appear at the training ground this early. I've been watching you from the office for a long time. The Champions League match is tomorrow night. Do you not want to play? To be honest, Magath felt both happy and pained inside. This kid is too hardworking. Since he started playing football, he has never seen anyone as dedicated as Subai. The most frightening thing is that this kid trains so hard every day, yet his stamina seems inexhaustible. Watching Subai train while Magath looked on, Subai felt both helpless and amused. The old man was probably worried that if he practiced too intensely, he wouldn't have the stamina for the Champions League tomorrow night. Seeing that he had already trained enough, Subai packed up his things and said goodbye to old Magath before leaving. He didn't want the old man to know his little secret of instant stamina recovery. You brat, you've got the morning off, no need to come for training. Looking at Subai bouncing back to the dormitory, Magath called out with concern. After training for so long, this kid needed to get a good night's sleep. However, to Magath's surprise, when the team gathered at 9 o'clock, Subai was punctual and appeared right in front of him. Well, with so many people as the head coach, he couldn't be biased and say, Su, you're too tired, go rest while the others practice. Additionally, the results from Dr. House advised against Raul continuing to play. After all, his age was a factor. Yet after communicating with Raul, Magath decided to include him in the starting lineup. After all, among the whole team, only Raul had experience as a Champions League champion. At worst, he could let Raul rest directly in the weekend league match and focus all his energy on the Champions League. Let's stick to the formation from the last match. Right now, the most important thing is the cooperation between Pearl Kruger and Baumjohann. Baumjohann, remember, you must ensure you don't lose your position as a defensive midfielder. And Su, I need you to keep an eye on Su at all times. Be his sweeper. Remember, you have a yellow card allowance. If the 20 players target Su like Bremen, did you need to let them know Schalke isn't to be trifled with? Looking at Baumjohann after hearing him say they would use the same formation as the last game, he was like a bull with red eyes. He could start again. Su, you are truly my god. From now on, I will pray and mention your name. Boss, I understand. I will protect Subai like he is my mother. The honest Baumjohann's greatest love in life was his mother, and although he said it seriously, everyone in the team burst into laughter. Hao Junmin even covered his mouth and secretly teased Subai in Chinese. Xiaobai, congratulations on getting yourself a godson, and a big one at that. How good. The training at Schalke unfolded in such a relaxed atmosphere. What puzzled Magath was that although he saw Subai training so hard in the morning, why did he seem perfectly fine just 2 hours later? Meanwhile, while the entire Schalke team was preparing, the entire 20 team had also stepped onto the pitch of Schalke's home ground. The players were casually doing warm-up exercises. However, the expression of 20's head coach Verbeek was far from relaxed. Schalke 04 has been on a roll lately, especially that suddenly emerging midfielder from the Yen Nation. He had been carefully analyzing that Yen Nation kid for quite some time, and his conclusion was very clear. That kid's passing, as the media hyped, is indeed master level. Moreover, it's at the top master level. Especially in the last match against Bremen, he did not expect Schalke 04 to play such a smooth possession game under the coordination of that kid. The most important thing is that his originally planned tactics were disrupted. That's right. His original idea was the same as Werder Bremen's, to defend Schalke's attacks with fierce fouls and tight pressing. But clearly this tactic failed. In the second half, that kid seemed to have suddenly found his way, and with abundant stamina, he began his chaotic performance across the field. And the exaggerated ball possession rate after the match was the most direct reflection of this kid's value. Schalke's opponent was no other than Bremen, the fourth-place team in the Bundesliga. Even if his 20 is currently at the top of the Eredivisie, he didn't have the courage to say they could beat Bremen, let alone win big. Now the dilemma arose: they had practiced the tactics for so long, and it was not feasible to change them. They could only brace themselves and charge forward. At least on the offensive end, Verbeek still had confidence that they could truly engage in a fierce battle with Schalke 04. This season, his 20 scored 14 goals in 6 league matches, although they also conceded 9 goals, but at least those victories were brought about by their insane offense. After finishing the training session, Verbeek also prepared the team to return to the hotel. However, just before boarding the bus, Verbeek was stopped by a group of excited reporters. "Mr. Verbeek, what do you think about the upcoming Champions League match against Schalke 04? Mr. Verbeek, do you know the Yen Nation kid Su Bai in Schalke 04? Do you have any way to free Schalke's midfield during the match?" A bunch of questions left Verbeek feeling a bit annoyed. Just looking at the excited crowd of reporters, he knew it would be hard to get away without saying something. "I know that Yen Nation kid, he's great, but when it comes to offense, I believe my team won't lose to Schalke. After all, we are currently at the top of the Eredivisie, and where is Schalke? At least I haven't seen them in the European competition zone. Whether they can play in the Champions League next season is still uncertain." After saying all this, Verbeek pushed through the reporters and directly got onto the bus. Although not much useful information was gathered, but at least Verbeek managed to speak up. Of course, as long as the reporters got him to speak, topics would naturally arise. Questioning the leader of the Eredivisie. Schalke is not worthy of the Champions League. 20's fierce attack is what a Champions League team should possess. Verbeek, Schalke 04, a team that can't even perform well in the league, is not worthy of competing with the top of the Eredivisie. In the evening, upon receiving the latest newspaper, Verbeek spat out the coffee he had just sipped. "I bought a watch last year. When did I say such a thing?" Magath was troubled. The latest news from the club had arrived. Su Bai, having just signed a contract with his agent, once again politely declined the contract modification requested by Schalke 04. Everyone knows what Su Bai is plotting. He is just waiting to see how he performs in the Champions League before thinking about how to take advantage of Schalke. Of course, this is all from the perspective of Jenny's. In Magath's view, Su Bai's choice is the most correct one. After all, it's the Champions League. How many talented stars have emerged on this stage and subsequently joined major leagues? Su Bai's willingness to wait until the Champions League is over to negotiate demonstrates his confidence in his own abilities. In fact, there's no need for the Champions League. Just from the first 2 league matches, any coach with eyes could see the young lad's capabilities. Magath has been worried about Su Bai's contract for quite some time. It seems that the pressure is more on Jenny's than on Magath. However, what is currently infuriating Magath the most is the trouble caused by 20. The pre-match trash talk from the coach is a common tactic in Champions League competitions. However, it's the first time I've seen someone like Verbeek from 20 be so excessive. These few words are like stabbing a knife into the hearts of Schalke fans. The huge headlines on the newspaper on the table are hard to miss. What does it mean that Schalke is unworthy of the Champions League? What does it mean that Schalke does not deserve to compete with 20? This is pouring salt into the wounds of Schalke 04 fans. Regardless of whether Verbeek meant it that way, the feedback from the fans has clearly pointed the way for Magath. They must secure a victory against 20 at home, and it must be a convincing win to satisfy the fans. Although the 2 consecutive league victories have made things a bit easier for Magath. But let's not forget that up until now, Schalke 04 is still sitting in 7th place in the league. This performance is unsatisfactory, let alone the expectations of Schalke 04 fans hoping to win the Bundesliga this season. Boss, is the starting lineup still unchanged? Hughes asked, looking at Magath, who had been frowning all day. It won't change. 20 will likely stick to a purely attacking style, and a single defensive midfielder would be too risky. We must strengthen the protection for Su Bai. After all, this is Schalke's first Champions League match. Everything has to be perfect. By the way, inform the team to gather at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I need to discuss the central defense. I wonder if Achita can withstand 20's attacks. In any case, this night would once again be an insomniac night for Magath. On Wednesday, he allowed his players to relax all day. Tonight is the debut of the Champions League group stage. He does not want any mishaps with his players. Especially Subai, to prevent that guy from overtraining. Magath even got up at 5 in the morning to keep an eye on the training ground lights. Soon it was evening. Gelsenkirchen, usually quiet, had never been as lively as today. The entire city seemed to be filled with blue in an instant. The fans of Schalke 04 waved their team flags and excitedly sang the club anthem on the streets. Such a scene is truly rare for Schalke 04 fans. The Champions League. Schalke 04 hasn't played in it many times in recent years. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the bus carrying Schalke 04 players finally slowly arrived at the Schalke Stadium. The fans dressed in Schalke 04 jerseys excitedly surrounded the bus cheering for their players. After disembarking, Magath went straight to the pre-match press conference. Since yesterday, many media outlets had already begun to hype up this ordinary Champions League group match. As 20 and Schalke 04 are two teams that have never faced each other, the media's sensationalism made it seem as if they were bitter enemies. Since last night, numerous Schalke fans fueled by alcohol have been seeking out 20 fans. Just now, a large group of drunken Schalke fans had warmly greeted the distant 20 fans. It was only when the police arrived that they saved the almost lifeless away fans. The pre-match press conference was just as Magath had imagined. From start to finish, his face had never relaxed. The reporters relentlessly fanned the flames, trying to provoke Magath into saying something explosive. However, the seasoned Magath completely avoided the bait. On the other side, in the live broadcast room of the Champions League in Yen country, both Subai and Hao Junmin had been included in the lineup. Therefore, this Champions League broadcast had set the whole Yen country ablaze. Starting 2 hours before the match, the commentary by Duan Xian and Wang Tao began. You heard it right. Poor Wang Tao finally returned to the studio of Channel 5 as an advisor. Of course, the main reason was that the Sports Weekly had stopped broadcasting the regional league. In several broadcasts apart from Wang Tao and a few staff members, the viewership didn't even break 50. No matter how Wang Tao handled it, the Sports Weekly couldn't sustain it. Wang Tao, what do you think about this match? Duan Xian asked Wang Tao, who was dressed in a suit, holding back his laughter. 20 can be considered a traditional team in the Eredivisie, having been established in 1965, and the club has had some glorious moments. Especially in 1975, they famously reached the UEFA Cup final, although they ultimately lost to Sevilla at the last moment. Last season, they even made history by winning the Eredivisie Championship. In the 6 matches that have already concluded this season, they remain undefeated. Based solely on performance, they are stronger than Schalke 04. Of course, if we compare the overall strength of both teams, I believe Schalke 04 still has the advantage. After all, Schalke 04 has stars like Raul and Huntelaar, who are already well known. Moreover, I personally think Subai's control in midfield is slightly better than that of 20. Wang Tao said without hesitation while looking at the player lists of both teams. At 7:40 in the evening, at the Schalke Stadium, a gigantic Champions League logo had been laid out in the center of the pitch. The players from both teams stood in the players' tunnel at the same time. "So how do you feel?" Raul, standing behind Subai, asked as he saw Subai staring intently at the Champions League opening ceremony. "This is the first time I've seen the Champions League opening ceremony live, and it feels so much more exciting than watching it on TV. Xiaobai, don't shake. Why do I see you floating? How, you're the one shaking? I'm perfectly fine. Haha, how Su is right. I can see that you're the one trembling. Damn it, there's no avoiding it. This is my first time playing in the Champions League, and I'm even starting. I'm so excited." Hao Junmin did not hide his emotions. At that moment, he was genuinely trembling with excitement. This is the Champions League, the highest stage in the world. At 7:59 p.m. in Gelsenkirchen, the referee from Britain Koster looked at the time on his wrist and slowly raised his right hand. 5, 4, beep. Zhongyang Television. Zhongyang Television. This is the live broadcast of the first round of the group stage of the 2010-2011 UEFA Champions League. The match between Schalke 04 and 20. Hello everyone. I am your old friend Duan Xian. Hello everyone, I am Wang Tao. With the referee's whistle, the match has begun. First, let's take a look at the starting lineups. Schalke 04, playing at home, is dressed in their traditional blue jerseys, attacking from left to right. Starting goalkeeper. On the other side, dressed in red, attacking from right to left, is the leader of the Eredivisie 20. Starting goalkeeper number 1, Mihailov. Left back number 15, Rosales, and in central defense number 19, A. Douglas, partners with number 33, Tyndally. Right back number 4, Weisgerhoff. 3 central midfielders, number 6, Brahma, number 22, Shadley, and number 8, Jansen. Left winger number 9, Oluk de Jong. In the center, number 22 Yanko. Right winger, number 10 Ruiz. 20 still employs their 433 formation that swept through the Eredivisie last season. First, 20 has possession of the ball. The match had just begun. 20 immediately pressed forward without any hesitation. 20 striker Yanko passed the ball to Shadley behind him as he charged swiftly towards Schalke 04's backline. Shadley made no unnecessary movements. He received the ball gently, pushed it aside, then struck with his right foot, sending the ball directly to the left flank. At this moment, number 9, Luc de Jong on the left was already sprinting towards Schalke's right back Uchida. The pass was incredibly fast. In an instant, the football reached Luc de Jong. De Jong calculated the landing point, leaned sideways, executed a beautiful chest control, and then pushed the ball forward facing the incoming Uchida. The entire movement was fluid and flawless. This beautiful control also elicited excited cheers from many 20 fans wrapped in bandages on the sidelines. At 21 years old, De Jong can be considered the new generation of superstars produced by 20's Youth Academy. He is incredibly fast and possesses an outstanding crossing ability. As Uchida rushed to mark him, De Jong first flicked the ball to the left with his right foot, shifting Uchida's weight to the right. Then he quickly shifted his weight back and nudged the ball slightly to the right. Uchida, still wary of his feint, rapidly adjusted his weight back. He continued to block De Jong's path. However, before Uchida could rejoice for too long, De Jong suddenly flicked the ball sharply to the left. At the moment, Uchida regained his balance. With that flick, Uchida could no longer keep up. After pulling the ball to the left, De Jong used his left foot to push it forward, directly bypassing Uchida on the right. Magath was flustered. He had just picked up a water bottle while sitting on the bench, and now he stood up nervously, rushing to the sidelines. Meanwhile, on the field, after getting past Uchida, De Jong charged towards the baseline like a runaway horse. In the center, 20's midfielders Brahma and Shadley followed closely behind Yanko, making their way into Schalke 04's penalty area. What a beautiful pass. Uchida kept up with the first step, but he didn't expect De Jong to be so agile with his feet, dazzling Uchida with 3 quick touches to get past him. Going for the baseline, De Jong crosses. On the field, Schalke's defense was already in disarray. This was less than a minute into the match. No one expected 20's attack to be so aggressive with no probing, just full and pressure. Moreover, Uchida was easily outmaneuvered by De Jong. The football headed straight for the near post. And at that position, 20's midfielder and Schalke's defensive midfielder Bonjahin were both crowded together. In the locker room before the match, Magath looked at the overly excited Baumjohann with some concern. After all, this was his first time playing in the Champions League. Moreover, his technical skills combined with that brute force could potentially be a liability for Schalke, but he was essential to liberate Sübey's attack. Baumjohann was a card he had to play. Remember, your only task is to clear all obstacles for Sue. Do not get a red card. That is your only role in the squad. And after gaining possession, your first instinct should be to find Sue no matter the time. Always find Sue. Baumjohann looked at the coach who was speaking to him so seriously for the first time, and he patted his chest in agreement. He knew Sübey was the only reason he could be on the field despite his rough technique. Baumjohann stood at 1.8 meters tall, which was not particularly high compared to those towering 1.9 meter defenders. His height was not intimidating, but when facing the same 1.8 meter Shadley, he showed no fear and collided directly with him. However, just as the ball flew towards John, he suddenly felt a tremendous force collide with his brow. At the same time, he seemed to see everything go dark. He fell from the air. As he fell, he felt something flowing from his brow into his eyes. However, at that moment, all John could think was pass the ball to Sübey. He saw the football right in front of him, forgetting about his own injury. John, on the ground, could not even get up and crawled towards the football. He saw Sübey in front of him to the right. John, amidst the crowd, lay on the grass and used his head to powerfully hit the football until the football rolled towards Sübey. Only then did John feel relieved, quickly getting up to survey his surroundings. And at that moment, after receiving John's pass, Sübey skillfully controlled the ball with his right foot, then gave it a slight push forward with a flick of his ankle. His entire body tilted left, as if he were about to fall onto the grass. At the same time, his right leg was tightly straight, exerting force as he struck the football with the arch of his foot. Bang! Even Magath on the sidelines heard the loud sound of Sübey's pass. In an instant, the football shot forward like a cannonball. And at that moment, the 20 players who had pressed their entire defense up to the center circle were startled and turned to chase after the football that had already soared over their heads. And in front of them was Schalke's left winger Huntelaar, moving forward like a flash of lightning. Beautiful. Unknown. Huntelaar, upon seeing Sübey turn, raced towards 20's defensive line. This ball is not offside. The football delivered by Sübey traced a brilliantly colorful arc across the sky above Schalke's stadium. It perfectly landed between Huntelaar and the rushing 20 goalkeeper Mihailov. This distance was too comfortable for Huntelaar. He didn't even need to adjust. Huntelaar simply extended his right foot, tapping the bottom of the football. With that tap from Huntelaar, the football bounced again. Mikhailov was overwhelmed with despair. He knew he stood as 20's final defensive line, yet the ball soared past him without hesitation. Mikhailov turned his head, just as the ball traced a graceful arc and settled softly into the back of the net. The match had lasted only 48 seconds. Schalke 04 took the lead. 10. Goal. 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 In that very instant the ball kissed the net, the stadium DJ at Veltins Arena unleashed a thunderous, ear-splitting roar. That frenzied cry ignited the entire Veltins Arena like wildfire. Over 50,000 Schalke fans wildly waved their scarves in unison. Brilliant. It's a goal. Just 48 seconds into the match. Schalke 04 has struck with lightning speed. Another pinpoint pass from Subai. His delivery seemed guided by instinct, landing precisely where it needed to be. Huntelaar didn't even need to adjust. He simply lifted a delicate chip over the keeper. Subai has registered his first UEFA Champions League assist. This is also the first ever Champions League assist by a player from Yen Kingdom. We have waited for this moment far too long. We've played in the World Cup, but suffered 3 crushing defeats, leaving no trace, no statistics, no legacy. Our players have appeared in the Champions League before, but returned empty-handed, achieving nothing. Yet today, October 7, 2010, on this day, a 17-year-old Yen Kingdom prodigy named Subai etched his nation's name into Champions League history. Though it is merely an assist, Subai is only 17. In the years ahead, he will surely forge ever more unforgettable milestones for Yen Kingdom on Europe's grandest stage. Watching Subai deliver such a flawless assist right at kickoff, commentators Duan Xian and Wang Tao erupted into ecstatic celebration inside the live broadcast studio. Incredible. Subai is incredible. Damn, what an astonishing pass. He calculated the goalkeeper's rushing limit and Huntelaar's run to the millimeter. Subai's vision is unmatched. No words needed. This is the Champions League. Huh. With just this one pass, the world will know Yen Kingdom has birthed a world-class midfielder. I wonder if those across the sea living comfortably are feeling sour. I don't know if they're jealous, but I'm certain our neighbors in Goryeo won't even report this match. Who says they won't report it? They'll claim after rigorous historical research by their scholars that Subai is 80% ethnically Korean. That comment hits the nail on the head. Meanwhile, Schalke's players were already sprinting toward Huntelaar to celebrate the lightning goal. Yet Subai immediately dashed toward midfield defender Baumjohn at the back. Soon others noticed. Baumjohn's face was already drenched in blood. A deep gash split open his brow, exposing bone. Quick, get the team doctor. Doctor, now. From the touchline, Coach Magath spotted the injury and urgently signaled for medical staff to enter the pitch. The stadium's big screen replayed the moment Baumjohn was injured as he leapt high into the air. 20 central midfielder Chedley rose simultaneously. But Chedley's elbow, turned deliberately away from the referee, slammed viciously into Baumjohn's brow. In the footage, the impact instantly opened a raw wound along John's forehead. Yet what followed next left everyone utterly speechless and then deeply reverent. Clearly the blow had been ferocious. Baumjohn seemed momentarily stunned. Yet the moment he collapsed, he ignored the blood streaming down his face and fixed his gaze resolutely on the ball. Still bleeding, he crawled desperately toward the ball, then spotting Subai's position, launched a determined header straight to him. At that very moment, the roaring, jubilant celebration abruptly fell silent. Not only the fans, but every player on the pitch, even Huntelaar, already sprinting toward the sideline, turned toward Baumjohn, now seated on the turf, as medics tended to his wound. Clap, clap, clap. A hushed, respectful applause began, then swelled wave upon wave, until within moments the entire stadium rose to its feet, applauding Baumjohn where he sat on the grass. Perhaps many still did not know his name. This young Schalke 04 squad player who rarely featured in matches. Yet in that instant, the image of a man drenched in blood, defying pain to make that selfless pass, seared itself indelibly into their hearts. Even in the southern stand, 20's Dutch supporters, their own faces wrapped in bandages, rose to honor this true football warrior. Though many still bore fresh wounds, in that singular moment football transcended rivalry, pure, noble, and universally respected. Such players earn genuine admiration wherever they go. Soon the medical staff finished treating Baumjohn's wound. Upon learning his team had scored, he hastily rose and enthusiastically clapped, grinning foolishly. So why did the fans turn today's goal celebration into applause? Usually they scream themselves hoarse. This feels strangely subdued. Watching Baumjohn's endearing naivety, Subai could only sigh inwardly. He had no idea the applause was meant for him. Just before kickoff, Subai had attempted to bind his perfect partnership card to Huntelaar. To his surprise, the binding failed. The system responded, binding unavailable. Huntler's comprehensive rating exceeds 86. Too high for synchronization. Subai groaned silently. Had he known the system rejected elite-rated players, he'd have chosen this very man instead. After all, this guy was so delightfully clueless. He'd likely never suspect a thing, even with lifelong binding. The 10 scoreline left 20's head coach momentarily stunned on the touchline. What on earth just happened? Wasn't their side supposed to attack? How had they conceded in the blink of an eye? They'd planned to press hard from the start, to strike before Schalke could react. That was their tactic. So how had Schalke stolen it? Right here in their own fortress. With a sharp whistle from the referee, play resumed. Conceding so early left 20, eager to attack, momentarily disoriented. 20's forward Jankov again passed backward to Chedley, then surged forward as before. This time, however, Schalke had already deciphered 20's pattern. As 20's wingers surged up both flanks, Schalke's Huntler on the left, and Hao Jun-min on the right locked onto them tightly. Chedley receiving the ball hesitated. His usual wide options now cut off. Clearly playing down the wings was no longer viable. At that moment, veteran Raul charged directly at Chedley. Unfazed by the aging legend, Chedley deftly shifted the ball right with his right foot, gliding past Raul effortlessly. Yet the instant he evaded Raul, he froze in shock. Before him stood a figure with jet black hair. Without hesitation, the black-haired youth lunged into a sliding tackle, his right foot hooking the ball cleanly away. Brilliant. A coordinated tackle by Subai and Raul, executed the very moment Chedley moved. The ball was stripped from his feet in a single decisive sweep. 20's attack lasted less than a minute, abruptly extinguished. Schalke counterattacks. After the tackle, Subai sprang up and calmly brought the ball under control. Yet because Schalke's entire front line had pushed up to defend 20's rapid assault, no teammates remained forward. Subai held possession, patiently waiting for his wingers to surge ahead. Spotting Subai in possession, 20 instantly mobilized, players converging on him with fierce urgency. First to reach him was Chedley, the same player just dispossessed. At 29, Chedley was a seasoned 20 stalwart. Renowned for his incisive passing, he was equally formidable in defense. Launching an immediate counterpress, he thrust his right foot toward the ball at Subai's feet. Subai watched Chedley's lunge, then gently pulled the ball rightward with the sole of his right foot, evading the challenge. Instantly, he drew it behind his right heel. Undeterred, Chedley lunged again, this time with his left foot. Subai mirrored the move, this time using his right foot to pull the ball sideways, once more slipping past Chedley's reach. In that split second of evasion, Subai delicately tapped the ball forward with the tip of his right foot, sending it obediently gliding between Chedley's legs. Subai then darted left past the stunned Chedley, nutmegged. A dazzling nutmeg preceded by consecutive feints with both feet. In a single breathtaking maneuver, Subai reignited the Veltins arena, its earlier fervor now blazing anew amid deafening roars from the crowd. Amid the chaos, Subai spotted Hao Jun-min surging furiously down the right flank. Just as he prepared to release the pass, a thunderous collision slammed into him. 20's central midfielder number 6 Brahma barreled into his side. Player number 6 Brahma, and he delivered a brutal full-force collision, knocking down Subai just as he prepared to lift the ball, and Subai appears to be in pain. Brahma held back no strength whatsoever, and slow-motion replay clearly shows he deliberately raised his elbow across his chest. This collision was absolutely intentional, and for Subai such fouls may soon become routine, and when opponents cannot stop him fairly, they resort to these despicable tactics. In their previous match, Werder Bremen employed precisely this strategy, and it seems 20 intends to repeat the same ploy. Subai lay on the ground clutching his chest. Brahma had struck treacherously, driving his elbow straight into Subai's torso. Worse still, he'd positioned himself with his back to the referee, arms tightly drawn and concealing all intent from the official's view. Though Subai possessed an injury immunity card, the raw bony-on-bone impact sent searing pain through him. And fuck, what the hell do you think you're doing? Johan, his head wrapped in bandages and his face fierce with fury, stood behind Subai, hands clasped behind his back, glaring venomously at Brahma. When his beloved bye-bye was hurt, silence would betray the very meaning of his nickname, Baby Johan. Yet the wily Brahma, sensing Johan's approach, swiftly raised both hands high and turned fully toward the referee, his expression pure, guileless innocence. Fearing escalation, the referee sprinted immediately to the site of the foul and issued stern warnings to the two players now locked in confrontation. At once, teammates from both sides converged around them. Luoer knelt before Subai, concern etched across his face. "In, are you all right? In, Xiaobai, how are you holding up?" And Hao Jun-min hurried over as well. Subai pressed his hand to his chest, slowly rose to his feet, then sat heavily onto the turf and nodded. "And HSSSD. I'm fine. Fine." And after catching his breath, he stood again. On the other side, Brahma stared in disbelief. Subai had recovered far too quickly. He'd thrown his entire weight into that blow. Had it truly been so light? His own elbow still throbbed dully. Yet Su-bai was no innocent either. Watching Brahma feign helplessness, he quietly filed the man's name away, deep in memory and deeper still in resolve. At the referee's whistle, play resumed. 20's tactical blueprint was unmistakable: surge forward en masse in attack, and instantly retreat their entire front line into deep defensive shape when possession was lost. This counterattacking doctrine had made 20 a dominant force in the Eredivisie, and by Dutch standards their defensive organization ranked among the very finest. Even Schalke 04 struggled initially to breach it. After the opening goal, Schalke seized control in midfield, sustaining prolonged possession. Just as against Werder Bremen, Su-bai became Schalke's living axis, orchestrating every movement, commanding the ball with unshakable authority. Schalke 04 is playing brilliantly right now, and ever since last match the entire team seems to have awakened. Schalke's possession rate during this phase vastly exceeds 20's, and 20 simply cannot win the ball back in midfield. Still, 20's defensive line remains remarkably compact and disciplined, and especially whenever Su-bai receives the ball, within seconds at least 3 defenders converge upon him. This tactic, concentrating overwhelming numbers in tight zones, leaves Schalke's attacks all thunder and no rain, and Su-bai has no passing lanes at all. From the touchline, Magath watched his side dominate, but unease settled over him. He had studied 20 extensively. In the Eredivisie, they often endured such stretches of quiet pressure, like a predator lying motionless in tall grass, utterly still, until the moment it strikes with lethal finality. And indeed, it happened. In the 27th minute, Schalke's sustained assault yielded nothing. Under triple pressure from 20, Su-bai had no choice but to pass left to Huntelaar. Yet Brahma shadowing him closely disrupted Su-bai's delivery, robbing the pass of its intended power and precision. 20's long-awaited counterattack opportunity had finally arrived. Their right back Weisskopf, shadowing Huntelaar, lunged first, sliding cleanly past him to intercept the ball and flick it to a teammate. Receiving the ball, 20's right winger Ruiz nudged it forward with his right foot and exploded forward left foot, driving hard into the turf. At that instant, the full ferocity of 20's counterattack erupted. Number 6 Brahma, number 22 Chadli, and number 8 Janssen, the trio who had marked Su-bai, broke free like untethered stallions, surging directly towards Schalke's defensive third. Left winger Luc de Jong blazed down the flank, while striker Janko, lurking patiently in midfield, now surged forward with startling acceleration. Still as a statue, swift as a startled hare. In that heartbeat, the Eredivisie champions' blistering transition stunned even the Schalke fans still singing their anthem. Mouths gaped open, breaths froze. In dangerous, in 20's signature counterattack, in Ruiz is lightning fast. Facing Johann's advance, Ruiz hesitated not, rolling the ball left with his right foot to number 8 Janssen. Janssen received it, and instantly angled a precise through pass. 20 advances as one unit. Number 22 Chadli. He feints a shot. No, he deceives Messi with a sharp cut. He passes instead. Chadli returns the ball to Janssen, the very player who fed him moments before. 20 had now penetrated deep into Schalke's penalty area. Janssen lifted his right leg, unmarked, unchallenged, and unleashed a thunderous strike. The ball screamed toward the bottom left corner of the net. Before Janssen's shot even left his boot, Neuer had already launched himself. Pre-match, he had memorized each 20 attacker's shooting tendencies. Janssen favored low-driven shots, so Neuer dropped instantly, flinging his left arm wide in desperate full-stretch reach. As the ball flashed past him, his fingertips grazed its surface, a whisper-thin deflection altering its trajectory ever so slightly. Neuer twisted his head to track the ball, watching it ricochet off the post after the subtle deviation. He exhaled long and deep, but danger lingered. Janko, the 20 striker who had lain in wait inside the box, was already racing toward the rebound. Neuer braced his left arm against the turf, drove his left leg hard into the ground, and hurled his body forward with his last ounce of strength, blocking Janko's path. Janko's shot slammed squarely into Neuer's chest, rebounding wildly. Chaos erupted anew inside the penalty area. Messi and Houds charged toward the loose ball, desperate to clear. But just as they reached it, a flash of red darted ahead, tapping the ball with the very tip of his toe. This time nothing stood in its way. It rocketed past Neuer into the net. Biop, a sharp whistle pierced the air. The referee pointed decisively to center circle. Goal confirmed. The red-clad scorer sprinted ecstatically toward the corner flag. His teammates poured after him in jubilant pursuit. Neuer collapsed onto the turf, pounding the ground in silent despair. Magath stood frozen on the sideline, jaw-clenched, lips sealed tight. The Veltins arena, once roaring with Schalke's chants, fell utterly silent, except for the grimacing 20 substitutes. And Neuer gave everything he had in 2 world-class saves, but 20's attackers were simply too many. Like a pack of wolves, Neuer stood alone, like a lion king abandoned by his pride, no matter how valiant, even the mightiest lion falls beneath the weight of relentless jaws. The wolf pack tactic, truly astonishing. The potency of 20's counterattack, standing midfield Subai watched resigned as number 6 Brahma celebrated wildly near the corner flag. Indeed, the very man who had elbowed him mercilessly moments earlier had just scored the decisive goal. Lisa sat in the stands behind the substitutes bench. She was not only an employee of the Schalke 04 club, but also a fervent fan of Schalke 04. Not only her, but her entire family was as well. And how could she possibly miss Schalke 04's long-awaited Champions League match? As soon as the game started, she was the first to jump up and scream at Subai's crazy pass. However, the recent conceded goal left Lisa as silent as her father beside her, showing no emotion. The celebration from 20 quickly came to an end. The referee urged both teams to return to their halves before blowing the whistle to restart the match. 20, having equalized, immediately fell back into their own half. On the sidelines, 20's coach Furbeck looked at his players' performance with great satisfaction. Full attack and full defense. This is the essence of football from the land of windmills. The match resumed in the same manner. Subai continued to dominate the midfield. However, as soon as he crossed the center circle, he faced at least 3 players from 20 closing in on him. Although fried meatballs was effective, facing a 3-man blockade still felt overwhelming. The key issue was that the 20 players were constantly engaging in small fouls. Whether it was subtly tugging at the jersey or deliberately kicking at his shins. The referee, who came from the Premier League, considered such physical contact quite normal. Thus the rhythm remained the same. Schalke 04 was in control but couldn't score. Instead, 20 occasionally managed to create good counterattack opportunities. In the 35th minute of the match, Subai found himself entangled in midfield. After dodging number 22 Shadley and number 8 Janssen, he was robbed of the ball by Luc de Jong, who came over from the left to help defend. Once again, it was a furious counterattack. However, this time the striker number 22 Yanko, who received the opportunity, kicked too hard and sent the ball soaring into the stands. Schalke 04 had narrowly escaped a disaster. The match has become stalemated. Schalke needs to think of a way. Subai feels a bit isolated in midfield. John's presence is to clear obstacles for Subai in defense, but obviously John has no effect in the attack. Magath must have noticed this too. But if he substitutes John for an attacking midfielder, 20 could completely abandon their counter-attacking strategy and start penetrating from the center. In short, the match has become tough. As expected, this Eredivisie champion is no pushover. Duan Xian and Wang Tao began to feel anxious about the situation on the field. Oh no, Subai seems to have gone silent. Why can't he pass the ball anymore? He used to deliver those lethal through balls. Today he has only made one since the start, and now the first half is almost over with no impact. Has he run out of talent? He is a system player. It's not about how strong his individual skills are, but he only fits a certain style of play. Just like Messi, he becomes nothing without Barcelona. Oh, come on, you up there, just talk about Subai. Why drag Messi into this? Did Messi eat your family's food? Oh, so what if I said it? He just can't compare to our Cristiano Ronaldo, who is the core wherever he goes and a spiritual pillar for the national team. What about that short Messi? Stop rambling, let's just watch the game. I don't know how Subai will solve this problem. Right now, 20 is focused solely on him. Raul lacks any breakthrough ability, and left winger Huntelaar is fighting alone, while right winger Hao Junmin is practically invisible, not a single highlight. The first half ended in this silent atmosphere. The score of 1-1 remained unchanged. As the referee blew the whistle for halftime, Magath immediately turned and walked into the players' tunnel. Meanwhile, the players of Schalke walked off the field, each with a frown. In the last match against Bremen, Subai utilized his movement under Bremen's tight defense, creating space to pass. However, in this match, 20 completely denied him that opportunity. As soon as he returned to his half, 20 immediately halted their advance and maintained their formation. Such an opponent is truly difficult to deal with. In the locker room, Magath also wore a solemn expression. He did not know how to break this deadlock. 20's tactical execution is incredibly strong. The entire 20 team operates like a well-integrated machine. Without a perfect opportunity, they simply refuse to leave their half. With both flanks frozen, and in midfield, Subai's position is also thoroughly suppressed by the opponent's double team, strengthening the attack. That seems unreliable. 20 isn't foolish. As long as they withdraw their double pivots, the other side will immediately shift from counterattacking to penetrating through the middle. At this moment, even the well-informed Magath was at a loss. Silence, accompanied by the players' hurried breath. Schalke 04's locker room fell eerily quiet. Play it to the flanks. After a long silence, Magath finally spoke. Su later passed the ball to the flanks. break through from the flanks. No matter if it's a high cross or whatever, tear apart 20's defense from the sides. How I want you to create momentum on the right flank. Be bold in your breakthroughs. And Huntelaar, you too. Both fullbacks should push up. John, your task is to block their wretched counterattacks. Subai should watch the situation. If no one is marking him, pass the ball immediately. Schalke does not need a draw at home. Even if you lose, you must lose on the path of attack. At this moment, Magath suddenly became a bit hysterical. Play it to the flanks. Upon hearing this tactic from Magath, the players on the field also felt a bit confused. After all, crossing from the flanks requires a tall striker. Currently, the center forward on Schalke is Raul. This guy, well, even when he was young, his heading ability was just average. Especially now the opposing center backs are all towering giants standing at 1.9 meters. Magath's tactical arrangement didn't seem to affect Raul much. In his view, given the current situation, the only solution was to push up from the flanks. His stamina could hold out for another 10 minutes at most, and if there were no improvements, it would be reasonable for Magath to substitute him. Shortly after, under the urging of the staff, both teams appeared on the field simultaneously. After halftime, neither team made any adjustments. On the sidelines, 20's coach Furbeck glanced at Magath, who was propping his chin. During the halftime break, he had praised his disciples profusely, especially his midfield players. As he expected, as long as they restricted Subai, Schalke's attack would resemble a tiger without teeth. However, he also knew the prowess of this old man Magath. Having led Wolfsburg to the Bundesliga championship, Magath is definitely not a simple character. As the second half began, Furbeck soon witnessed Magath's brilliance. With all defensive focus gathered in the center, 20 quickly sensed something was wrong. Subai, who had the ball, confidently broke through the halfway line and without hesitation passed the ball to the right flank to Hao Junmin. Meanwhile, Subai slowly continued his advance in the center. Upon receiving the ball, Hao Junmin started to charge down the right flank, facing the immediate challenge from Luc de Jong. Hao Junmin first steadied himself, stopping the ball at his feet. Then with his right foot, he flicked the ball to the left, pretending to break through. Of course, such a basic feint could not deceive the genius Luc de Jong. However, just as Luc de Jong prepared to press, Hao Junmin surprisingly pushed the ball directly towards the flank with his left foot. The player who appeared in that position was none other than right-back Uchida Atsudo. The fullback surged forward. Now Luc de Jong felt troubled. You see, 20 had concentrated all their defensive strength in the center to limit Subai. The flanks were only guarded by him and the fullback. But at the start of this half, the fullback, who had originally stayed back to prevent 20's counterattacks, boldly surged forward. And not just Uchida Atsudo. The Schalke defensive midfielder number 12 Pearl Kruger also surged forward. Were they going all out? Luc de Jong could not think too much and immediately abandoned Hao Junmin to pounce on the advancing Uchida Atsudo. Fortunately, in terms of speed, Luc de Jong was much faster than Uchida Atsudo. In an instant, Luc de Jong positioned himself in front of Uchida Atsudo. However, Uchida Atsudo showed no intention of passing him. Instead, he pushed the ball diagonally to Hao Junmin, who had just flashed past him. Now Hao Junmin found himself facing a clear path. Meanwhile, Uchida Atsudo maneuvered around to the right side of Hao Junmin and drove deep. 20's left-back Rosales had no choice but to choose one between Uchida Atsudo and Hao Junmin. Seeing the imminent double team from Rosales and Luc de Jong, Hao Junmin cleverly pulled the ball and then horizontally passed it to the unmarked Subai while he himself rushed forward. Subai, eyeing the right flank where Hao Junmin and Uchida Atsudo were charging, took his shot. On 20's side, Brahma, who had just scored the equalizer, had been closely watching Subai. He had not paid attention to anyone else. From the moment Subai started to penetrate into the center without the ball, he had been keeping a close eye on him. Sure enough, it seemed Schalke was about to abandon Subai's position, recklessly attacking down the flanks, but in the end they still had to pass the ball to this guy Subai. Brahma sneered as he aimed a sliding tackle to block Subai's pass. This sliding tackle was not a tackle, but a block. He positioned his entire body across Subai's right side. Aren't you trying to pass to those two yellow-skinned players? Under such a block, your pass has no chance of getting through. Brahma is really cunning. This guy clearly plays with his brain. From just now, when Hao Junmin and Uchida Atsudo surged up the right flank, Brahma, who should have helped defend the flank, was instead focused solely on Subai. From start to finish, his gaze never strayed from Subai. This block proved that he was aware of. Oh, beautiful, Subai. He toyed with Brahma, feinting to the east, but passing to the west. Although Subai appeared to be looking in Hao Junmin's direction, at the moment he passed, the ball flew towards the left flank. Opportunity for Schalke 04. On the left flank, it's Huntelaar, receiving the ball, charging directly towards the baseline. At this moment on the field, Huntelaar comfortably received Subai's long pass. With his left foot, he slightly touched the ball and then charged towards the baseline at breakneck speed. Just as Magath had said, He had no intention of cutting inside. There were too many defenders in front of the 20 goal. The chance Subai created could not directly lead to a goal. However, he wasn't just capable of shooting. Having started in the Eredivisie, he had no issues with crossing. Watching Huntelaar charge towards the baseline, 20 truly panicked. On the sidelines, 20's coach Furbeck hurriedly rushed to the edge of the field, block his passing lane. Despite knowing that his shouts were futile, he still desperately directed his players. On the other side, seeing Huntelaar moving to the flank, Raul Hao Juanmin Uchida Atsudo and the late arriving Pearl Kruger all rushed into 20's penalty area. Subai initially intended to slightly retreat to grab the second ball. However, noticing that no one was marking the near post, he instinctively surged towards it. At that moment, Huntelaar reached the baseline. He chose not to stop the ball. Huntelaar directly struck the ball fiercely with his left foot. However, just as his left foot made contact with the ball, Huntelaar realized that something had gone wrong. Although he could cross, the time he took to arrive at the center forward position was too long. This kick instinctively turned into a shot. This is it. Indeed. With a loud bang, Huntelaar's pass shot out with no height. This was clearly a shot. Watching Huntelaar's pass, the 20 players crowded at the far post side in relief. Had they known his crossing was at this level, they wouldn't have been so tense. The ball sped toward the goal. At this moment, a blue figure appeared right in front of the ball. It was Subai. He unexpectedly found himself in front of the ball, but it was coming too fast for any reaction time. As Subai turned, he was horrified to discover the ball was heading straight for below his abdomen. Oh no. Subai realized where the ball was aimed. That was his weakest spot, and with that force it could potentially ruin him. In the stands, Lisa's heart tightened, and she stood up. No way will he bleed. Should I go help him bandage it? But in front of tens of thousands, she felt embarrassed. But if she didn't go, would there be after effects later? On the field, watching the ball in a panic, Subai instinctively twisted his body. Just as he turned, the ball struck between his legs. Bang! A sound that shattered a man's heart echoed everywhere. In the live broadcast, Duan Xian couldn't help but clench his legs and let out a scream for poor Subai. However, just at that moment of the scream, beautiful, the ball went in. The ball went in. Subai scored. He scored the first goal for a Yen Nation player in the Champions League. Baby John panicked. He was not far from Subai. He was well aware of how outrageous Huntelaar's shot could be. He remembered an incident during a team training session when he accidentally blocked Huntelaar's shot with his chest and nearly passed out on the spot. The suffocating feeling was something he could never forget. Just now, Huntelaar's powerful shot hit Subai in the most vulnerable spot. Let alone taking such a kick, even a slight tug while walking would be unbearably painful. John rushed over to Subai. Although the Schalke 04 players in the penalty area saw the ball go in, none of them wanted to celebrate. Especially Raul, who turned and walked straight to Subai, helping him up. There were cameras everywhere. They couldn't let Subai's suffering be captured by those damn lenses, which would surely be a lifelong humiliation for him. Hao Juanmin, Uchida Atsushi, and even the instigator Huntelaar gathered around Subai, their concerned gazes fixed upon him. Suddenly Subai moved. His expression was not as painful as imagined. Instead, he wore a look of enjoyment. Then he excitedly raised his right hand and broke free from the crowd. This was his first UEFA Champions League goal, though it was a bit unexpected. But it had to be said, he was already the best in Yen country. Subai ran excitedly in front of the north stand before the most fervent Schalke 04 fans. He sprinted, then bent his knees, performing a classic sliding celebration. Before Subai celebrated, the entire Alf Schalke stadium was quiet. Especially for many male fans watching that solid shot on the big screen, their faces were filled with sympathy. They worried that Schalke 04's hope star would turn into a life of despair because of this goal. Without the sun, one cannot become a star. However, the imagined groans of pain did not occur. That crazy kid from Yen country was surprisingly able to perform a sliding celebration. What is this? What kind of miracle is this? Divine blessing. Does this guy feel nothing? How can he withstand such impact? Fuck. Kung Fu. Yen country Kung Fu. I've seen it in movies. Those people can't even be stabbed. Fuck. Sue has a hard little Sue. God. Incredible. Suddenly a voice echoed from the crowd. This answer, as if explaining why God suddenly manifested, ignited like a spark. The previously quiet Alf Schalke stadium suddenly exploded. Guo Gulu. Goal. Subai? The live DJ also frantically shouted Subai's name. Teammates, seeing Subai unharmed, excitedly rushed over to him. In the stands, Lisa covered her mouth in disbelief. The miraculous East. Yen country Kung Fu surprisingly can train there. At this moment in the live broadcast room, Wang Tao and Duan Xian were also looking at the scene in disbelief. Duan Xian glanced down at Wang Tao. Wang Tao immediately crossed his legs and shook his head. 2-1. For Schalke 04, who were stuck in a deadlock, Subai's goal completely changed the situation on the field. Now 20 is in trouble. Getting a draw away is a result 20 can completely accept. But now in the trailing situation, they clearly can't just sit back in defense. Only an all-out attack is their only choice. On the sidelines, Magath, seeing Su-bai score such a miraculous goal, wore a smile on his face. Although it was a bit unexpected, it must be said that the main reason was Su-bai's beautiful pass just now. He attracted all defensive forces to the right flank, then unexpectedly passed the ball to Hunterlar, who was unmarked on the left. It must be said that Su-bai's vision and overall view are truly exceptional. At this moment, surrounded by teammates, Su-bai felt a surge of emotions. He felt no sensation from that kick. Indeed, products of the system are guaranteed to be high quality. The effect of his iron shorts actually played a role here. He had been thinking that the gear he drew was useless, but he didn't expect it could be used like this. He hadn't practiced shooting yet. Once he practices shooting, it seems he could score with every part of his body. Soon under the referees urging both teams returned to their respective halves. Just as Duan Xin said, the trailing score made 20 unable to hold back any longer. The coach of 20 continuously gestured with both hands, signaling his players to push forward. From this moment on, the match began to fall into its normal rhythm. The two teams started to struggle in the midfield. The 52nd minute of the match, 20 launched an aggressive attack, but Look De Jong encountered a double team from Hao Junmin and Uchida Atsushi on the left side, ultimately forced to hastily attempt a cross. This ball was easily caught by the prepositioned Neuer. The 58th minute of the match, 20 returned with renewed vigor, passing the ball to the center after failing to break through the flanks. 20's number 6, Brahma, attempted to dribble past Su-bai, who was already aware of this player's dirty elbow. Facing Brahma heat, and Su-bai immediately went for a sliding tackle without hesitation. However, unexpectedly, just as Su-bai fell to the ground, John rushed in from behind. As if in sync, John also went down directly. Su-bai and John surprisingly both tackled Brahma from the left and right simultaneously. Brahma was stunned. He had no idea how to evade. Is there such defense? Su-bai first slid into the football in front of Brahma, and this tackle was perfectly legal. However, Su-bai put all his strength into this tackle. Thus, after knocking the football away, he seemingly couldn't retract his foot in time and ended up sliding into Brahma's right foot. Of course, the poor Brahma's nightmare wasn't over yet. Unlike Su-bai's tackle, John, who already knew this bad player would cause trouble for Su-bai, aimed to exhaust his own yellow card this time. After causing trouble, did he dare to be so arrogant in the midfield? John directly slid into Brahma's left foot. The two tackled each side simultaneously. Brahma fell heavily towards Su-bai. Coincidentally, the direction of his head hitting the ground was precisely between Su-bai's legs. All of this happened in an instant. Su-bai had no time to react. Bang! This was the second sound that Su-bai made. The poor Brahma was unconscious. When the referee rushed to Brahma's side, Su-bai and John had already stood up. Brahma lay motionless on the grass. John was frightened. He just wanted to teach this guy a lesson, and he was making a legitimate tackle that players usually avoid. But unexpectedly, Brahma didn't dodge. Looking at the stiff and unmoving Brahma, John covered his mouth. He couldn't care less about what card the referee would give him. He hurriedly squatted down to check on Brahma's injury. Su-bai was also a bit worried. His iron shorts were so hard, and this guy fell heavily, directly hitting his head. Could there really be any accidents? At this moment, the referee also noticed something unusual about Brahma and immediately called for the team doctor to come forward. The entire arena at Schalke fell silent. The large screen on the sidelines began to replay the entire incident just now. The foul for tackling was undeniable. However, it was from the front. A red card was completely unwarranted, at most a yellow card. Yet everyone was puzzled. Why did he faint after falling on Su-bai? Brahma was carried off the field on a stretcher. According to the team's doctor, it seemed that both of Brahma's feet had issues, but the most serious problem was with his head. Just as he dove down without any protection, his head hit the grass, resulting in a mild concussion. However, the team doctors were somewhat puzzled. Despite the soft grass, how could Brahma's head be swollen? Before they could apply an ice pack, his head had already started to swell, as if he had smashed it into a concrete surface. Of course, the referee did not hesitate and turned to show yellow cards to both Su-bai and John. Such a decision naturally sparked dissatisfaction from the 20 team. Their Brahma had been carried off the field, so why were only these two getting yellow cards? However, facing the relentless 20 players, the referee symbolically reached for his pocket, which made the 20 players behave themselves. The furious 20 coach on the sidelines helplessly replaced Brahma, who had been carried off by an ambulance. The exit of a key player significantly weakened 20's midfield strength. The once tight three-man defense against Su-bai lost its previous power. In the 68th minute of the match, Schalke 04 began to penetrate from the middle. With the ball, Su-bai faced 20's number 22, Shadley, who rushed in immediately, and with his right foot, he passed the ball sideways. Shadley immediately stretched out his left foot to block Su-bai in front of him. Seeing the situation, Subai pulled the ball back, leaning his body as if intending to go left, and Shadley naturally followed without hesitation. However, just as Shadley shifted his weight to the left, Subai used his right foot to redirect the ball back to the right. Now Shadley was at a loss. The recently substituted number 18, Wicks, clearly did not sync with Shadley. He was too late in his defense. He didn't even get the chance to surround. Subai pushed the ball a little forward, then with his left foot he stomped on the grass, instantly accelerating. He slipped through the gap between the two. The three forwards of Schalke 04 rapidly surged into 20's backfield. At this moment, three passing lanes appeared in front of Subai. Without any hesitation, Subai directly used the outside of his right foot to flick the ball from underneath. The ball took off and sped towards 20's left flank. In that direction, Hao Junmin had already dashed into 20's penalty area. Facing the perfectly accurate aerial ball, Hao Junmin did not stop it, but directly headed it on. He directed the ball towards the center for Raul. However, Hao Junmin's pass was slightly too forceful. The ball was directly seized by 20's goalkeeper Mihailov, who came rushing out. Schalke 04 missed the best opportunity to extend their lead. What a pity. Hao Junmin's pass was actually quite good. Raul was just a step too slow. There's nothing we can do, but it's already over 60 minutes. Raul should be tired. The league has been a full match, and this Champions League match is also a starting appearance for 33-year-old Raul. With this level of intensity, his stamina should not hold out. On the sidelines, Magath, who had originally raised his fists to celebrate, also helplessly lowered his arms. Seeing Raul looking a bit fatigued, Magath no longer hesitated. He substituted the warmed-up left winger Annan for the somewhat exhausted Raul. Annan's entrance also allowed Huntelaar to return to the center. From this moment on, both teams shifted the battlefield to the flanks. The fully committed 20 began their final struggle in the subsequent time. However, at Magath's suggestion, Schalke 04 transitioned from offense to defense. The match fell into a stalemate. In the 75th minute of the match, 20 obtained their best opportunity of the second half. Abandoning the middle penetration, 20 began to fiercely attack Schalke 04's right flank. Although Luke de Jong was still caught in Hao Junmin and Uchida Daike's encirclement this time, he shrewdly passed the ball to 20's left back number 15, Rosales, who was making a run from the back. Though the attack wasn't very effective, Rosales' cross after reaching the byline was of high quality. The ball landed perfectly on the head of number 8, A. Jensen, who was charging in and unmarked in the penalty area. Facing the incoming ball, Jensen powerfully headed it towards the goal. Just as the ball was about to nestle into the net, Neuer once again performed a world-class save. With an incredibly quick reaction, he almost instinctively used his left hand to deflect the ball off the crossbar. The excited Neuer pounded his chest and roared at Jensen. Neuer is too strong. That reaction speed is indeed incredible. This Schalke 04 team has probably caught the attention of all the major clubs in the world. Not only does Subai possess exceptional passing talent in midfield, but this goalkeeper on the line is also phenomenal. I wonder how long Schalke 04 can maintain this lineup. Seeing Neuer's astonishing performance, Wang Tao in the live broadcast room couldn't help but comment. He is well aware of the ins and outs of the Bundesliga. Years of experience as a correspondent have led him to understand that the entire Bundesliga essentially serves Bayern Munich. In the National Football Association, most people have intricate ties with Bayern. It's too easy for Bayern to seek a Bundesliga star, even if they are bitter rivals. When Bayern made a request, they had no choice but to comply. 20's attack made Magath on the sidelines break into a cold sweat. Uchida, damn it, keep an eye on him. Magath loudly reprimanded Uchida Daike, who had just let a player slip by. Fortunately, 20's attack became the only threatening opportunity in the last 10 minutes of the match. In the 80th minute, Magath adjusted the formation again. He substituted defensive midfielder Ali Karimi for John, who was already carrying a yellow card and was cautious in defense. Hao Junmin and Annan both retreated to their half. Schalke 04 was left with only Subai and Huntelaar in the attack. However, even with just two players, 20 still left a player to closely mark Subai. After fully transitioning to a defensive formation, Schalke 04 retreated directly into their half. In the 84th minute, 20, unable to break through, made a mistake. 20 players aiming to exploit the right flank of Schalke were thwarted when Hao Junmin anticipated their move and intercepted the ball. With a sliding tackle, he stopped the ball. At the same time, Hao Junmin quickly got up and made a diagonal pass, delivering the ball to Subai. However, Subai had just received the ball and had not yet turned around. The 20 midfielder Shadley, who was responsible for marking him, directly grabbed Subai's jersey. This tugging also caused the referee to stop the match. Shadley received a yellow card. This yellow card became the final highlight of the match. The fully retreated Schalke 04 finally held on to their victory after 3 minutes of stoppage time. The moment the referee blew the final whistle of the match, the entire Schalke stadium was immediately drowned in wild cheers. 2-1. Schalke secured their first 3 points in the Champions League group stage, and Subai was named the best player of the match with 1 assist and 1 goal. Congratulations, Subai. 1 assist and 1 goal. Although that shot had a bit of luck involved, it can't be helped. That's football. Luck is indeed one of the most charming aspects of football. This live broadcast of the Champions League ends here. Finally, congratulations to mobile user number 3387 for becoming the lucky viewer to win the Bundesliga big gift package for this match. Goodbye, everyone. In the live broadcast room, Duan Xian and Wang Tao also smiled as they took off their headsets. To commentate on a match where their countryman became the protagonist and MVP was a first for both of them. Haha, I'm so happy today, dinner is on me. Wang Tao, excitedly watching the match highlights, shouted out loud. Meanwhile, in the National Football Association, Subai was lining up with his teammates to interact with the fans on site. Subai, Subai, Subai. The fans were excitedly chanting Subai's name. However, suddenly the cheers in the stadium changed. Su, hard Su, Su, hard Su. Subai was confused, thinking, what the hell is going on? Hard. What does that mean? It wasn't until he attended the post-match press conference with Magath that Subai finally understood what it meant. Su, regarding your goal in this match, many fans want to know, is it true that you are indestructible like in martial arts movies? The knife can't cut through. The knife can't cut through. Subai responded to the curious reporter with a question. Meanwhile, countless cameras were aimed at him. It wasn't just the reporters who were curious. Even Magath was a bit intrigued. He was older this year, but his wife was nearly 20 years younger than him. If there really was such a martial art from Yin country, he had always admired Yin culture. Thus, the Champions League post-match press conference came to a confusing end. Subai couldn't understand what excited the reporters in front of him. It's just a goal, isn't it? Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi have scored like this before. Besides, this kind of goal is a bit embarrassing. Why did the reporters look so exhilarated, especially the female reporters? They always cast their eyes downward when looking at him. Luckily, he was sitting behind the table. Schalke 04's victory certainly thrilled the fans of Gelsenkirchen. However, compared to this victory, they were even more curious about that miraculous martial art. The funniest part was that it coincided with the release period of the latest martial arts film, Kung Fu Dream, starring the world star Chen Long from Yin country. Because of Subai's goal, which was enough to be recorded in Champions League history, the previously average box office of Kung Fu Dream soared to the top of the national box office charts within a week. After the press conference, Subai returned directly to the club. The success of the Iron Underpants piqued his interest in the equipment produced by the system. Once back in his dorm after closing the door, Subai immediately entered the system. In the system, his attribute panel had not changed much. During this period, the matches were too frequent, which reduced his training time a bit. However, only during matches would tasks appear. And the only way to acquire equipment was through tasks, so compared to training, he actually craved matches more. If a pair of Iron Underpants had such incredible effects, if he got a pair of shooting boots that guaranteed a goal from a long distance, wouldn't he just take off from the spot? When Subai focused on the equipment panel, he discovered that the icon of the Iron Underpants had actually appeared with a blue circle. It was like the cooldown display of skills and honor of kings. Does this thing have a cooldown value? Upon closer inspection, Subai realized that the attribute he had previously overlooked on the Iron Underpants was actually a skill. Item effect too. Although these Iron Underpants appear plain and are a bit chafing, when worn it is said that those who wear them often experience unexpected good luck. It was this attribute of good luck that allowed him to score such an unexpected goal. Seeing this, Subai exited the system in speechless disbelief. Turning to check the time, Subai immediately went to sleep. He had to wake up early tomorrow as his defense was still too weak. Once he improves his defense to 80, his overall rating will likely surge, and then he can consider adding more points. Subai slept soundly. However, on the other side, his newly signed agent Calvagul was busy pacing back and forth. As Calvagul expected, Subai's exceptional performance in the Champions League had indeed prompted various top clubs to make exploratory offers. Of course, these offers were not directed at Schalke 04. All the teams had inquired thoroughly. Subai had not renewed his contract and had obtained an agent. What Subai wanted was not hard to guess. Hi, old friend. So busy with calls at this late hour. Calvagul had lost track of how many calls he had answered. He opened his phone to check the caller. Calvagul then realized it was the impoverished Arsenal club's deputy manager, Hendry. Hendry, what are you calling so late for? Haha, old friend, I've found a great opportunity. Have you forgotten your old friends? I'm calling to inquire about the price. How about a signing fee of 5 million euros? Of course, there's also your 1 million private bonus. When it comes to player transfers, giving agents a bonus has become an unspoken rule. However, Calvagul had no intention of accepting this bonus. It's not that he had good morals, it's just that Calvagul knew that once he signed Subai, he would definitely earn a lot of money in the future. He wouldn't recklessly sacrifice a watermelon for a peanut. 5 million. Are you kidding me? Do you know how much Atletico just offered? 8 million. Impossible and inexperienced 17-year-old 8 million. When has Atletico been so generous? We are the great Arsenal. Under Wenger, Subbai can definitely become an excellent midfielder. Alright Hendry, I need to take another call. Think about the price before you call again, but I think you won't have much money to buy Subbai. After saying this, Carvajal hung up the phone and connected to another call. Wenger's team was good, but Arsenal was currently so broke that they were even selling their captain. How could they afford Subbai? There are many clubs at the same level as Arsenal. It would be the same no matter where he went. He would definitely look for a club with a generous contract. Of course, the final decision still lay in Subbai's hands. After noting down Arsenal's 5 million, Carvajal began a new round of negotiations on the phone. Mr. Carvajal, good evening. Sorry to disturb you at this hour. A stranger's voice, and it was an unfamiliar number. Carvajal had no intention of ignoring unknown calls. After all, every call was worth a lot. Hello? It's not too late yet, but I don't know when I will receive your call next time. The seasoned Carvajal was quite experienced in business negotiations. With just this sentence, he directly revealed how in-demand Subbai was. I am from Bayern Munich. We know Subbai hasn't signed a contract yet, so we at Bayern are sincerely interested. A signing fee of 10 million euros. And regarding the contract, we can open all the green lights. Subbai had already adapted to the Bundesliga, and Bayern could offer him not just the Bundesliga championship, but possibly even the Champions League title. 10 million. Honestly, Carvajal was a bit tempted. Compared to Sevilla and Atletico, this offer from Bayern was definitely sincere. To put it into perspective, even the transfer record holder Villa only cost 40 million this summer. Bayern's direct offer of 10 million was undoubtedly genuine. Alright, we will consider it. After hanging up the phone, Carvajal noted down Bayern Munich's name in his notebook. However, just a few minutes later, the phone rang again. This time it wasn't a club, but Raul's longtime business partner. Subbai had made a goal and an assist in the Champions League, and had also shown brightly in the Bundesliga. Now he was truly on fire. Plus, with the yen country market behind him. Compared to various teams, the sponsors wanting to tap into the yen market were truly going crazy. From Adidas to Nike, even Puma. In this way, Carvajal was busy in his temporary office until late at night. On the other side, the alarm clock rang at 5 in the morning. Subbai was still the same as usual. He got up, brushed his teeth, washed his face, then picked up his training bag and headed out. The old man at the dormitory entrance, hearing the familiar sound of the door opening, didn't bother to get up and check. He knew that at this hour, apart from that reckless kid from Yen country, there wouldn't be anyone else. But thinking about it, that kid had just played in the Champions League last night, working so hard, he might get injured. The old man quickly got up, opened the door, and wanted to advise Subbai to take a good rest for the day. However, before he could say anything, Subbai had already dashed forward. Until the old man could no longer see him, he reluctantly turned around and closed the dormitory door. He knew that perhaps soon he wouldn't see this kid anymore. Such strong talent and such diligence.